The story begins with a little girl named Shui trying to wake up his brother. She's worried because they won't be able to protect their own house, and their auntie's books will also be burned by some bad guys if her brother won't wake up as soon as possible. Her brother named Chen BeiMing, who is our story's protagonist, then woke up in confusion, and the first thing he asked was where he was. His little sister widely smiled upon seeing him finally awake. "I didn't die," BeiMing asked. The men who came to their house then interfered by laughing so loud as they thought that BeiMing was just joking around to avoid his debt. The reason why all of these men were here is to force BeiMing to pay his debt. After hearing a lot of unnecessary words from these men, Shui blocked them and angrily said not to bully her brother. At this point, BeiMing was still confused about what happened. As what he recalled, this place is called Luo City, which is his hometown, but he can still remember that he already left this place 10 years ago. He suddenly held his head as he felt unusual pain, and at the same time, he recalled that he was murdered by the 5 lords. He was traveling with the 5 lords of the Heavenly Alliance to the Green Hill Mountain to capture a spirit fox in the Transcended stage. But all of a sudden, he was betrayed by the others. He was furious and clenched his fist while whispering that he had done so much for the Heavenly Alliance, slain countless demon beasts, and never imagined that he would end up dying because of his own comrades. While Shui is standing right in front of him, he realizes that he has come back from the past, which is 3 years ago here in Luo City. The men on the other hand noticed that BeiMing was smiling strangely, so they wondered if BeiMing had lost his mind. The man in front then clenched his fist while giving warnings to BeiMing. He even said that he can see Shui in the market to get a nice profit. "Sell Shui. If any of you dare touch her, I'll make sure to mince you up and feed you to the dogs," BeiMing answered. Shui was jaw-dropping as she couldn't believe that BeiMing dared to answer these bad men. The man in front extended his hand while asking for the payment of BeiMing's debt. BeiMing at this moment still remembers that his debt is a total of 3 million won, and he challenged all these men to show the receipt and he can pay them after 3 days in full if they can make it. The man was confused as he cannot believe why BeiMing can still remember the total amount of his debt. They all then immediately grabbed their receipt and found out that the total is amounting 2,960,000. Because of it, they come to the conclusion that BeiMing might be a psychic. BeiMing was just staring at them with anger while telling himself that the situation now is completely different from before. "This is odd. Are you trying to trick me? Are you really claiming you can get the money in 3 days? You said yourself that you need 3 million. The man uttered, but he was cut off when he heard a voice behind him, voluntarily offering to pay BeiMing's debt. BeiMing also catches this person's attention, and he knows that this person is named Dongfeng Ziyu, the second daughter of the Dongfeng household. BeiMing was betrothed to Ziyu's sister, but immediately after his parents died, Dongfeng family cancelled the engagement. The man forcing BeiMing to pay his debt was frightened upon seeing Ziyu. He even politely said that he would not dare to show at BeiMing's house if he knew that Ziyu had a connection to BeiMing. He bowed down and apologized to Ziyu, but Ziyu ignored her words and just passed through him. "Chen BeiMing, get the hell out of Luo City and never return. Your debts will be paid off by the Dongfeng household," Ziyu stated with crossed arms. "Are you looking for valuables in my home?" BeiMing asked. Ziyu then answered no and said that she's only here because of her sister's request and for her parents' consideration for BeiMing's father. Shui suddenly grabbed BeiMing's arm and told BeiMing that they cannot sell this building. BeiMing then gave her an assurance that he will not sell their house, and he also added that no one can bully his sister as long as he's alive. He then turned back to Ziyu and told her that she should be the one to leave this building. Ziyu felt insulted, so she got furious and shouted at BeiMing, but BeiMing wasn't scared at all and even said that he didn't want to repeat himself. He also told those men whom he owes money to come back after 3 days, as he's very sure that he can pay them back on that day. The men fiercely stared at him, and the leader was annoyed and wanted to beat up BeiMing, but since he discovered that BeiMing has a connection with Dongfeng household, he cannot be able to do what he wants to BeiMing. "Alright little bro Chen, this Zhengfu will allow you to save face today. I'll come back in 3 days, he declared. He then turned around and ordered all his men to follow him and leave the building. While these men were leaving, Ziyu smiled while saying that she's quite interested to see where BeiMing is going to find the 3 million to pay his own debt. "Dongfeng Ziyu, how I'm going to do so is none of your business, is it?" BeiMing uttered, which made Ziyu mad and screamed loudly, stating that BeiMing is insane for insulting him. After all these people left, Shui put some water on the pot and put it on a burner as he planned to cook something to eat for her brother BeiMing. She smiled widely while saying that BeiMing must be hungry for being unconscious for a couple of days. BeiMing was just silent and also smiled as he was glad that he got a chance to live again with his little sister. All of a sudden, he was startled when his pet, whom he named Snowball, suddenly jumped onto his shoulder. He then instantly grabbed Snowball with both hands while wondering about how Snowball reverted to its original state. At the same time, he concludes that Snowball might be the one who brought him back after he had died at the hands of the Heavenly Alliance Lords without them knowing that Snowball has the ability to travel through time. While he was contemplating things, Shui cut him off and asked about when he became a hunter. BeiMing then pointed to Snowball while holding it and introduced it to his sister. He also gave permission to Shui to play with Snowball when she's bored. Shui was so glad and excited upon hearing it, and BeiMing then threw Snowball to Shui's shoulder. He was so glad to see his sister happy, and he then asked Snowball to treat Shui right. Snowball then widely smiled and responded with its own language. BeiMing then told them that they can now play as he planned on making some preparations to get stronger. Back in the day, he didn't have enough money to repay the debt. He had to leave and in the end lost both this house and his little sister Shui. And now, he is very confident that he can make things this time completely different from his past life. He remembers that his mother and father had bought quite a few materials at the black market, and he was hoping that there might be something left, though he has no idea if it will be enough to create the weapon he needs. When he entered his parents' working space, it was too messy and he realized that he needed to put in some effort to find what he needed. As he turned around the room, he found a dagger in a box. He immediately grabbed it and uttered that this dagger is called a decorated steel dagger. He was so happy seeing how exceptionally sharp the dagger is. He won't have to look for another weapon for the time being if he just uses this to hunt the demon beasts outside the city walls. While BeiMing was observing anything inside the room, he heard a voice coming from outside their house. With this familiar voice, he knew that it was the person named Wu Gaoxing, his best friend. He then immediately went downstairs and saw Shui had already opened the door. He stared at Gaoxing while Gaoxing was tapping Shui's hair and said that he's looking for BeiMing to share some great news with him. He then glanced at the stair and instantly saw BeiMing. "BeiMing, come quick. I have something to share with you," Gaoxing stated. "Something to share with me. You didn't come looking for me so I could do labor for you again," BeiMing responded. But then, Gaoxing instantly grabbed his shirt and pulled him outside to bring him somewhere. He proudly said that he has discovered a great business opportunity. Before they completely left, he bid goodbye to Shui first and informed the kid that they might take a while to come back. Shui then told them to take care despite that she's a little bit worried for her brother. Meanwhile, both Gaoxing and BeiMing arrived at the forest. Gaoxing leads the way while BeiMing is following him. BeiMing then asked what he needed to do this time and Gaoxing then mentioned the soaring wood serpent. BeiMing paused as he thought that someone might already have managed to slay the soaring wood serpent, but Gaoxing explained that the soaring wood serpent assaulted several members of Luo City's noble households. That's why the households has been gathering hunters to kill that serpent, and after hearing this news, the person that comes on his mind is no other than BeiMing. The soaring wood serpent is a demon beast he was looking to hunt, and he was glad deep inside knowing that the timing couldn't be worse. Gaoxing crossed his arms as he proudly stated that everything of the soaring wood serpent is worth money, whether it's its scale or blood, or anything of the serpent can be sold on the black market that will surely make their bellies stay full for the next couple of days. While he was talking, he was startled upon hearing BeiMing's excited voice, asking about where the serpent could be found. The moment he answered north, BeiMing then rushed to the direction and Gaoxing wondered about why BeiMing was running too fast. BeiMing then told him that he'll explain everything later after killing the serpent. For now, he wants to find the serpent first as he doesn't want the serpent to be stolen by the others. As he was running fast, Gaoxing screamed, asking him not to be ridiculous and just come back, but BeiMing didn't listen to him and directly went to the north side of the forest. At the little cliff where the serpent can be found, someone has been slammed to it as they were fighting the serpent. One hunter then ordered them all to block its attack, and he also reminded them all to be careful of its poison that might cause them death once inflicted to them. Several hunters were attacking the serpent, but the moment they tried to slash it, their swords shattered to pieces. It makes them tremble as they cannot defeat it. The serpent hissing while staring at one hunter, and at the same time, another hunter together with a wolf tried to stab its eyes with killing intent, but the serpent managed to gaze at him and swipe its tail to hit the man. The man flew away and vomited blood. He sunk on the ground and his comrades immediately dragged him to the corner. There is also another hunter who's already wounded. He was frightened and screamed to his comrade, asking not to leave him as he was in pain, but his comrade never listened to him and went back to fight the serpent. The serpent went mad at this point and the hunter's commander warned them to be careful. The serpent suddenly gets down and attacks the hunters who's near it. Some flew and some slid away, and this person slid away was already frightened as he had witnessed how strong the serpent is as a demon beast. He believes that those who cannot be able to dodge that serpent's attack might smash their bones to smithereens. Everyone needs to be careful. The soaring wood serpent's thick skin is very durable, and its bite is very poisonous. If you get caught by its fangs, not even God will be able to save you. The man screamed. This time, BeiMing finally arrived and immediately unleashed his dagger. He then dashed towards the serpent, and the moment he appeared in front of the hunters, all the hunters flustered since BeiMing is not familiar to them. The serpent hissed while staring at BeiMing, and BeiMing then saw the 7 kun, which is a traditional unit of length equal to 3.3 centimeters or 1.3 inches. BeiMing saw this as an opening, so he immediately rushed to it and launched an attack. He then smiled widely as he knew that the serpent would be dead this time. After slashing the serpent, its blood splattered around and it hissed so loud due to the pain. It managed to swing its tail, and BeiMing was able to sense it, so he jumped to avoid being hit by its tail. He then lands on the ground with a little bit of annoyance, knowing that the serpent is trying to drag him for being dead. When the serpent was about to fall, the hunters immediately ran away. The serpent was finally defeated by BeiMing, and BeiMing was standing still, staring at the serpent. The hunters were still staring at him in confusion as they didn't know about BeiMing's identity and how he managed to kill the serpent alone by himself. After the commotion, Gaoxing arrived at the area and was worried for BeiMing. But then, BeiMing turned around at him and smiled while telling him not to worry. He explained to Gaoxing that this serpent was just larger than the average reptile. He then ordered Gaoxing to find some people to take the serpent home and sell it. Where did this spiky-haired lad come from? A man uttered behind BeiMing, which made BeiMing instantly turn his head back to the hunters. Who gave you the permission to touch the soaring serpent demon beast? Do you intend to steal my spoils of war? The hunter's commander asked, and BeiMing stared at him angrily. The commander at this point wondered about where BeiMing came from. They couldn't defeat the soaring wood serpent with dozens of medium-rank hunters. It overwhelmed them all. And yet, BeiMing was able to defeat it on his own, which annoyed him. While BeiMing was standing still while holding the decorated steel dagger, the commander was shocked upon seeing BeiMing's weapon. He cannot believe that an unknown man owns a deity-level tool. Because of it, he politely explained to BeiMing that the serpent demon beast was originally their prey, and they have spent a lot of effort preparing for the hunt. Suffered numerous losses, but the serpent was snatched away from them by BeiMing, which they can never accept. He was hoping that BeiMing would compensate them, but BeiMing smiled ironically and said, "Compensate for what? Well, it's not easy for Luo City to raise a hunter, and my intentions are not to make things difficult either. If you give us your decorated steel dagger, we'll let this whole matter slide. How about it?" The commander said while extending his hand, expecting that BeiMing would really surrender the dagger to him. The decorated steel dagger, even the soaring serpent's thick scales didn't stand a chance against it. And he was thinking that the success rate of hunting demon beasts will increase greatly if they can get hold of it. But still, BeiMing knew that this hunter was just tricking him. At the same time, Gaoxing screamed to remind him not to give the dagger. The soaring serpent was obviously killed by BeiMing, so he doesn't want BeiMing to give these hunters a compensation. Also, if BeiMing didn't do anything, all hunters might have died from the serpent's bite, so for him, BeiMing saved all the hunters. He don't like how this hunter's commander to demand BeiMing's dagger. Since he interrupted, the hunter's commander was furious at him, and he even said that Gaoxing should die. Someone then suddenly rushed to Gaoxing in a fast speed and hit him hard using a powerful magic that creates a golden light. Gaoxing flew away, and seeing him being beaten makes BeiMing worried for him. Gaoxing crashed on the ground, and BeiMing immediately went to assist him. "Not bad. You can withstand 30% of my power. How about you become my follower? If I'm in a good mood, I'll even give you a little puppy or something." The hunter who hit Guing named Hongbin uttered. BeiMing then stared at him with anger and stated that he had messed with the wrong person. He then rushed to the hunters, and the commander then told BeiMing to watch out. Hongbin then turned his head to the commander and confidently said that BeiMing has just entered the primary hunter stage while he's already at the peak of that stage. While BeiMing is rushing to Hongbin, he has summoned Snowball, but Hongbin managed to smirk, thinking that BeiMing has a weak battle spirit. He then also summoned his swift-tailed wolf and ordered it to get rid of BeiMing. BeiMing at this point was very confident that he can make Hongbin and his wolf be embarrassed in front of the hunters. He then ordered Snowball to attack the swift-tailed wolf, and Snowball was too excited and instantly rushed to face the wolf without fear. "That meatball is only as big as my fist. Does it wish to die?" Hongbin uttered while pulling out his sword from his hunter assistant. A part of him was also disappointed, thinking that BeiMing's battle spirit is not enough to sate his wolf's hunger. He then tried to slash BeiMing, and BeiMing did the same thing. To his surprise, BeiMing was able to attack him with the dagger and even cut his hand, which he cannot believe. He unintentionally let go of his sword and kneeled on the ground while holding his wounded hand that was continuously bleeding. The people who witnessed the scene were also dumbfounded, as this is the first time they saw Hongbin being defeated by a person whom they didn't even know. "You asked for my dagger, didn't you?" BeiMing uttered. Hongbin went mad and instantly ordered his wolf to rip Snowball to shreds, as he planned to make it ground meat and feed it to the dogs. Despite what he ordered, his wolf couldn't even catch Snowball due to its fast movement speed. Snowball was enjoying the battle against the wolf, and after he saw an opening, he instantly attacked it from above, which made the wolf slam on the ground and howled loudly. Snowball finally defeated the wolf easily, and he even stole its bestial core. Hongbin was dumbfounded, as he cannot believe how a small little battle spirit of BeiMing able to defeat his wolf. Snowball didn't even waste a lot of time and immediately eat the bestial core of the wolf. Witnessing how it managed to defeat the wolf also makes Gao wondered how BeiMing get this little spirit who is very strong to completely done the wolf in an instant in just one bash. BeiMing ticked Snowball as he uttered that meeting this battle spirit has been his luckiest moment in life. At the end, Hongbin felt embarrassed and couldn't even utter any words. "Gaoxing, how would you like to finish this guy off?" BeiMing asked. Gaoxing was shocked to BeiMing's question, and he answered that killing Hongbin is not necessary, since he knows that Hongbin is the Hong family's young master and he was afraid to offend the Hong family. He believes that if it happens, they cannot be able to set foot anywhere in the Luo city if the Hong family will come after them. BeiMing still smiled at him while stating that the Hong family is just a little family whom they don't need to pay attention to. "You've helped Shui a lot, you're the best friend and brother I've got," he sincerely said. He then clenched his fist and faced the hunters while saying that he'll make sure to cut off the tongue of those people who will dare to talk bad about Gaoxing. And if they dare to strike Gaoxing, he will not be hesitant to cut off their hands. Other than that, he's also willing to chop both legs to those hunters who will dare to kick his best friend. Listening to his words makes Hongbin tremble in anger. He stood while still holding his hand and glared furiously at BeiMing. "Why are you just standing there? Go catch this filthy animal, have his corpse split into pieces, turn him into ground meat. Attack him," Hongbin ordered. The hunters then immediately rushed to BeiMing with their swords, and BeiMing was just calm and stared bad at them. The land suddenly crumbled going towards BeiMing, and Gaoxing was frightened and asked BeiMing to watch out. At this moment, another battle spirit appeared coming from the underground. Up until this point, BeiMing still managed to smile slightly while staring up above. He then easily sliced the battle spirit without any hesitations, and the hunters were all shocked how BeiMing easily attacked their battle spirit. Their battle spirit was torn into pieces, and hunters were just staring at it and were puzzled. The spirit then dropped on the ground, and BeiMing asked them if they still wanted to attack him head-on. He also stared at the hunter's commander, but even the commander was speechless and only sighed. He unexpectedly kneeled on the ground in front of BeiMing and called BeiMing a great master of martial arts. He apologizes to BeiMing on behalf of Hongbin. He even said that once they'll return, he'll personally explain everything and will ask the higher-ups that BeiMing should receive compensation to express their regret for what has happened. BeiMing at this point was hesitant to believe the hunter's commander. The commander stared at him with anger and immediately stood as he tried to strangle BeiMing, but BeiMing managed to dodge away his head. He then smirked while saying that this commander is an underhanded bastard. In an instant, he slashed the commander's neck, and the commander's blood splashed from his neck. He touched his neck and he was flustered about what's going on. Hongbin also witnessed BeiMing's fast speed, and it made him puzzled. "He's just like any other filthy animal. I'm even feeling a little ashamed of myself," BeiMing uttered. The commander was dead with just one attack of BeiMing. BeiMing then stared at Hongbin while telling him that he will be the next target. At this moment, Hongbin was trembling in fear. "Don't come near me. I'm from the Hong family. If you kill me, my family will never forgive you," he stated with a stuttering voice. On the other hand, there were two men watching them from afar. It was a son and a father from a noble family. The young man was wondering if BeiMing could really dare to kill Hongbin. And his father then said, the Hong family probably ran their mouths. In the end, BeiMing wasn't hesitant at all, as he had killed the young master of the Hong family. Gaoxing was staring at Hongbin's dead body, and he was worried knowing that the Hong family will definitely won't forgive them. Aside from that, there are also those hunters from the other families, which he's very sure that those hunters will probably aim for the soaring wood serpent too. What are you afraid of? I told you the Hong family is merely a small group. If they dare make any move against me, I won't let them survive. And as for those other families, if they want to take my prey, then I'm quite curious as to whether or not they can," BeiMing answered. At this moment, he turned around as he noticed someone came. It was the father and the son who's observing him killing Hongbin. "He really has some guts. Our fight shall be interesting." the man uttered with a wide smile on his face. His father at the same time have warned him that BeiMing's battle spirit isn't as simple as it looks, as they also have witnessed that Snowball easily consumed a bestial core more solid than steel. Aside from that, he also knew that BeiMing's weapon is not just an ordinary dagger. While he was staring at BeiMing, he was wondering about when did their city have someone as skilled as BeiMing. His son also concludes that BeiMing is not from Luo City, as he can see that BeiMing is too powerful an individual for them to not have heard of him. Aside from that, he cannot believe that BeiMing dared to kill someone from Hong family like they were nothing. Who in the entire city of Luo has his level of confidence and vigor? He added while staring at BeiMing. BeiMing was also staring mad at them. The man then realized that BeiMing is a bit familiar to him. He knew that BeiMing is a trash from the Chen family who was kicked out by the patriarch of the Dongfang family, and the one with the name Chen BeiMing. His father was shocked upon realizing that BeiMing's parents are whom he knew. He was also confused since he knew that BeiMing wasn't capable of cultivating even a cub. The year BeiMing's parents helped him test out his capabilities, he turned out to be trash who is incapable of becoming a hunter, and this old man was clueless why BeiMing was here and defeated the serpent and also killed the young master of Hong family. As what BeiMing noticed, these father and son were just standing and not moving an inch. He then concludes that these men planned to steal his soaring serpent. These two men were very determined to steal the serpent from BeiMing. They both then get down from their horses, and the old man suggested to BeiMing not to act rashly. He also boasted that their family is not like the Hong family. He even offered to BeiMing that they can share the serpent once BeiMing will surrender it to him. If you cast away all considerations and keep it for yourself, don't think you will have any footing left in Luo City, he uttered. So that means you want to steal my prey, BeiMing answered. The young man then unleashed his dagger and immediately dashed to BeiMing and tried to slash BeiMing instantly. But BeiMing was able to deflect his attack and swipe his hand, then grab his opponent's arm. He then squeezed the man's arm and the man gritted his teeth as he felt severe pain from it. BeiMing then put the man's hand behind and pointed the dagger to him. Even after I save your lives, you're so ungrateful. Fine, I'm in need of money anyways. Dear hunters, please take out any valuables you have with you, BeiMing uttered. He was ready to behead the man so the hunters, but despite it, the hunters were all hard-headed and wanted to attack BeiMing. At the same time, the old man was thinking that BeiMing found an excuse to fight everyone. Also, he wondered about how many hunters can BeiMing defeated for being too confident. Young master of the Dongfeng family, it seems like no one cares about you. I guess I have no other choice than to let you suffer the consequences, BeiMing stated, and the man he held captive was screaming for help from his own father. BeiMing then kicked the man's waist, and his father was worried for him and was annoyed with BeiMing. The young man was smashed on the ground, but he still managed to stand up with a trembling body. He was sweating and still dared to stare bad at BeiMing. But then, he suddenly kneeled down and he cannot be able to stand again due to the pain he felt on his waist. He then glanced at his father and asked his father to kill BeiMing for him. And since his father didn't take a move, he was furious and screamed, complaining that his spine was damaged and he wanted his father to take revenge. His father was worried for him and whispered his son's name, which is Lior. He then ordered the hunters to take down BeiMing as soon as possible by helping each other. You're overestimating yourself, BeiMing uttered and smirked while facing the hunters. BeiMing then prepared himself while he was holding the dagger. The hunters then rushed to him with killing intent, but BeiMing was just too calm and even boasted that these hunters were too few compared to what he had experienced back then. He then swung his dagger and shattered the sword of his enemy to pieces. He easily attacked the hunters with just his dagger, and when a hunter jumped above and was about to hit him, he was able to dodge away, and the hunter ended up stabbing the ground. BeiMing was fearlessly standing in front of this hunter and said that this hunter is just a band of nobodies. He then dashed to the enemy at a fast speed and sliced its body into half. He didn't waste a lot of time and went directly to the remaining hunters who dared to attack him, and he then attacked them all. Lauer's father then made a move and was about to stab BeiMing. BeiMing stared at him angrily and punched him hard on his stomach. The old man was surprised to feel BeiMing's unbelievable strength. He slid away with his body landing on the ground. The hunters who didn't attack BeiMing were dumbfounded witnessing the scene. You morons are out of your league, BeiMing uttered, and attacked the others until everyone lies down on the ground. Gaoxing then dragged the unconscious bodies of hunters, and he's a little bit nervous knowing that his best friend BeiMing fights against these hunters, even the members of the Dongfeng family. BeiMing was standing with crossed arms and was smiling slightly. He then turned to Gaoxiang and ordered his best friend to look through the hunter's body and take any valuable items. Since Gaoxing was frightened, he was hesitant to follow BeiMing, but BeiMing told him that there's nothing he should be scared of. He also give an assurance to Gaoxing that he'll take care Gaoxiao once anything happen. He's very willing to help his best friend to become a strong hunter, stronger than these hunters he attacked. Upon his words, Gaoxing becomes excited as he was longing to become a hunter. You're the greatest brother I've got. Quickly, let's see what those wannabe gang members have got with them, BeiMing stated. At this moment, Gaoxing decided to listen to every order of BeiMing and follow him wherever he goes. While he was getting the valuables items of the hunters, he was smiling widely with his hopes that he can finally become a hunter. After Gaoxing searched, they ended up getting a total amount of 1.7 million, which disappoints BeiMing as he hoped that they could get at least 2 million since he has debt to pay after 3 days. Gaoxing then told him that 1.7 million is a huge amount of money that they cannot get anywhere easily. But still, BeiMing was annoyed because he didn't expect that these hunters are in poverty for not having a total amount of 3 million altogether, despite that these hunters are a mix of different families. BeiMing suddenly glanced at the hunter who was leaning on the side. He then stood in front of this hunter and got down to observe if this hunter was still breathing. After he confirmed that this hunter was just pretending to be asleep, he then slapped the man without any hesitation, and the hunter instantly begged for mercy. BeiMing then told him to shut up and listen. He gave this hunter permission to go back in the city, but he should tell the big families about what happened in this forest and tell them to bring some ransom to get their people back. The amount will be 100,000 each for those alive and 50,000 each to those dead. As he was giving an order to this hunter, he heard a strange noise, so he immediately stood while the hunter was so glad knowing that it was the patriarch coming. BeiMing was staring at the direction, but he didn't confirm the identification yet. He was just focused, staring at the direction from afar. He was expecting that these people were riding a horse, but surprisingly, a bunch of fucking cars appeared. BeiMing was puzzled after seeing it, while Gaoxing was scared as he already knew who's inside. The vehicle stopped and the door opened. The people inside then started coming out. One of them is the Hong family's patriarch, Hong Zhentao, together with Zhu Yingshan, the Zhu family's patriarch, Yi Lingshan, the Yi family's patriarch, the Dugo family's patriarch, and lastly, the Dongfang's family's patriarch named Dongfang Xinqiang. The hunters suddenly got back to their senses, and all of them were very happy that these patriarchs personally came to save them all. BeiMing then stared at the hunters, then looked back to the patriarchs while stating that these patriarchs are all high-level hunters. Xinqiang's personal guard went near him and reported that BeiMing is the guy from the Chen family. Xinqiang was shocked upon hearing it, as he cannot believe that BeiMing, as a normal citizen of their city, was able to defeat a lot of hunters. A part of his mind wondered how BeiMing became a hunter. He instantly turned his head as he heard Zhentao's painful voice while uttering his son's name, which is Hongbin. Zhentao was holding Hongbin's body, and he cried while wondering about who's the killer of his son. One hunter behind BeiMing then pointed at him and declared that BeiMing was the one who mercilessly killed Hongbin. He also injured all of us, stole our belongings, and wants to monopolize the soaring serpent, he added. The patriarch couldn't believe what they heard. Xinqiang at the same time was mad at BeiMing for doing all of these. A filthy animal who barely managed to enter the primary hunter stage actually dared to kill my son. Today, I will personally make mincemeat out of you to comfort my son's soul in heaven, Zhentao uttered furiously. He then activates a magic power which is a flame, and hunters were almost taken by the blow of it. BeiMing was just calm despite the rocks that flew to him. Zhentao continuously screamed loudly, and there was a lightning strike coming out from his hand as he was summoning his battle spirit. His battle spirit then went instantly to BeiMing, and BeiMing was ready himself to battle. It was a Thunder Marten that appeared in front of BeiMing, but after BeiMing pointed the sword to it, the Thunder Marten ran away from BeiMing. BeiMing stared at this battle spirit with confusion, and this battle spirit went back to his master. BeiMing and Gaoxing were both confused while staring at Thunder Marten, who landed in front of Zhentao. The Thunder Marten was growling while Zhentao never imagined that even his Thunder Marten would be afraid of BeiMing's dagger. That wild beast was scared that much after seeing my kitchen knife, BeiMing said to tease Zhentao. Zhentao furiously stared at him while casting another skill again. He was so mad staring at BeiMing. On the other hand, Yingxian and Lingshan were impressed by BeiMing's movement. At this moment, Xinqiang's guard whispered to him to ask permission if they should make a move, but Xinqiang was mad and reminded him that Zhentao wanted to settle it himself. Also, a part of him is interested to see just how far BeiMing's abilities go. BeiMing was ready to battle against Zhentao together with Snowball. After seeing Snowball, the Thunder Marten gone mad and immediately rushed to Snowball with killing intent. But Snowball wasn't scared at all and even dashed to the Thunder Marten to face it fearlessly. Gentao at the same time rushed to BeiMing, and he was confident that BeiMing wouldn't be able to defeat him with just a mere dagger. BeiMing was staring at Gentao coming through him. His pet was being attacked by the Thunder Martin, but surprisingly, Snowball was able to stop the Thunder Martin with his both hands just like he was only playing. He widely smiled as he was slapping the Thunder Martin easily. The Thunder Martin flew on the ground that made the ground crumble. Going back to Gentao, he tried to catch BeiMing with just his hand, but BeiMing was able to dodge. Gentao tried it again and BeiMing rattled a little bit. He dodged once more and Gentao only scratched BeiMing's shirt. He slid backward and Gentao was very challenged this time. BeiMing also stared at Gentao and he asked, was that the little grappler's technique? Gentao was shocked to hear that BeiMing knew about this technique. He then tried to catch BeiMing again with his hand using the same technique, and the moment he got near to BeiMing, BeiMing was able to stab him with the dagger. Everyone, especially the patriarchs, were all dumbfounded witnessing the scene. They didn't expect that an unknown young man in their city would be able to defeat a high-rank hunter who is also a patriarch. Gentao was being stabbed on his hand and he got worried that his little grappler's technique, which is able to split mountains, was beaten by a dagger. BeiMing then explained that the first layer of the little grappler's technique reinforces the bones, while the second layer reinforces flesh, and the third layer will reinforce skin, and he believes that Gentao hasn't even reached the second layer. He then pulled his dagger while stating that Gentao still has the guts to come and make a fool of himself, knowing that he's only at the first layer of the little grappler's technique. Gentao's blood splattered from his hand and his people then immediately offered help to bandage his hand. He was staring mad at BeiMing, but he was cut off when he heard a voice behind him stating that he was defeated by just a brat in the primary hunter stage despite that he's a high-class hunter. It was Yingshan. He also added that Gentao is being so ridiculous. The little grappler's technique which Hong Gentao cultivates is famous for its fierceness and strength, yet that brat was able to break through it so easily. Dugu uttered and he was staring at BeiMing's dagger with his conclusion that there might be a powerful secret hiding within this dagger. After hearing what he said, Lingshan also comes to the conclusion that this dagger might be a deity-level tool which he couldn't believe. At the same time, it was impossible for Xinqiang that the Chen family would be able to create this kind of high-level weapon. Even more so, if the Chen family creates a deity-level tool, he wondered about why it only surfaced 2 years after BeiMing's parents' disappearance. He glanced at BeiMing's pet as this is the first time he saw this creature after so many years that BeiMing lived in this city. Because of his thinking, he deduces that BeiMing might have something powerful backing him. While he was staring at Snowball, he saw how the Thunder Martin bit it, but Snowball's eyes suddenly turned to red while it screamed so loud. It went berserk and a golden light emerged as he was punching the Thunder Martin multiple times. The Thunder Martin was hit all over his body and he couldn't even fight back. Snowball at this time is launching a powerful punch and hitting the Thunder Martin strongly. The Thunder Martin flew away and slammed at the ground in front of his master Gentao. Gentao was staring at his pet and he couldn't believe that a small battle spirit of BeiMing was able to defeat his Thunder Martin. He was patting his pet while Snowball went back to BeiMing's shoulder with excitement. He breathed and was glad that he was able to defeat his opponent. Gentao was staring at them and he then called the attention of the people under his command. He then ordered them all to catch BeiMing alive and bring him with them. His people then followed his order and immediately surrounded BeiMing. BeiMing was checking these men and he confirmed that there were 2 advanced hunters and 5 regular hunters. He then smiled slightly at them and challenged the hunters together. "Come at me, all at once," he uttered. The 2 advanced hunters were both shocked and annoyed at BeiMing, and all the patriarch were all looking forward and were waiting for the battle to begin. The Hong family can't beat him in a duel, so they brought in more people. Clearly they are unafraid of losing face. Dugu stated with crossed arms. As per Yingshan, BeiMing has a deity-level tool, and BeiMing's footwork is not to be taken lightly either. For him, the Hong family doesn't have any other way to deal with a serious threat like BeiMing. Moreover, he can see that BeiMing is familiar to him as he feels that he already has seen BeiMing in their city multiple times. While he was talking, Xinqiang was staring at him, but he didn't say anything about BeiMing. 7 hunters are afraid of a child in the primary hunter stage. BeiMing uttered and smirked. He also proclaimed that the Hong family isn't as strong as they claim to be. The hunters from Hong family were mad at what he said, and the advanced hunter with a mask informed his co-hunters to be careful of BeiMing's dagger and attack him all at once. They all then ready their swords and the hunter with mask then rushed to BeiMing. He jumped towards BeiMing as he thought that his co-hunters would also attack with him. But then, he's the only one who tried to attack BeiMing, and BeiMing raised his dagger and punched the hunter with his fist. The hunter was sunk on the ground and he was disappointed that his co-hunters didn't attack together with him. The other hunters were jaw-dropping seeing how strong BeiMing is. Even Lingshan couldn't believe that a primary hunter stage was able to brush off an advanced hunter so easily. A veteran hunter of the Hong family can't even touch him. What is this kid's background? Dugu asked in confusion. Gentao at the same time declared that BeiMing committed an unforgivable crime. All of a sudden, Yingshan suddenly screamed that he remembered something. All eyes are on him. He then pointed to BeiMing while saying that he recalled Chen BeiMing as the son-in-law of Dongfeng family. Xinqiang didn't give any words, but the hunters around were gossiping and even came to the conclusion that the Dongfeng family used this as an opportunity to get rid of the Hong family. There also hunters said that the Luo city won't be as peaceful as it once was since the young master of the Hong family died this time along with a lot of their men in the hands of Dongfeng family's son-in-law. Gentao believes the gossip of the people and he's very sure that Xinqiang really dared to set him up. Xinqiang then stared and ironically smiled at him. While they were busy, Gaoxing went back to the area and BeiMing then asked where he went. Gaoxing then dropped the valuable items he got from the hunters and said that he didn't want to disturb BeiMing, so he found a place to hide while BeiMing was fighting. He also asked how BeiMing was able to defeat the opponent without getting hurt. BeiMing then proudly answered that those hunters were average at best, which won't be able to hurt him. Then what should we do now? We have no idea what the current situation is, Gaoxing said. BeiMing then answered that they'll be fine if they wait for everything to be settled. When he checked the patriarchs, he saw a bad aura between Gentao and Xinqiang. Gentao pointed at Xinqiang. He was furious as he said that their family was not Dongfeng's family's enemy, and they didn't carry any enmity towards Xinqiang. And now, he cannot accept that Xinqiang's son-in-law killed his son and cut his hand. Xinqiang didn't give any answer as he only stared bad at Gentao. Gentao still talks a lot and it can be seen how mad and disappointed he is. The other patriarch also tried to force Xinqiang to say something and Lingshan asked him to justify himself in front of everyone. He isn't involved with me at all, there is no need to justify myself, Xinqiang answered. He then glanced at BeiMing while explaining that their family had already cancelled the marriage with the Chen family a long time ago. He also let everyone know that he doesn't care if BeiMing is dead or alive since for him, BeiMing doesn't have the slightest connection to the Dongfeng family anymore. He turned his head back to his co-patriarch and declared that Gentao can do anything he wants to BeiMing and he will never ever obstruct Gentao in any way. Despite the fact that Xinqiang was telling the truth, Gentao is still mad at him and in his mind, he believes that Xinqiang knows that he cannot be able to handle BeiMing. He pointed at BeiMing while stating that he was glad to hear that BeiMing doesn't have a connection with the Dongfeng family. He also told everyone that BeiMing's deity-level dagger is too domineering. Since BeiMing stole the soaring serpent, murdered, and harmed people of Luo City, he believes that the whole of Luo City will be under BeiMing's thumb one day if BeiMing will not be taken care of. While he was saying some words against BeiMing, BeiMing was just smiling at him to tease him. Without any hesitations, Gentao suggested that they will kill BeiMing altogether today. You can see it as me asking for a favor and sympathy for everyone, he uttered. Everyone was speechless upon hearing him, but Dugu dared to speak. For him, it will be laughable if so many of them go after BeiMing alone. Also, if they can't take him down with a lot of people with them and words spread, he believes that it won't just be the Hong family that will have to leave the Luo city. I see no benefits for my family, and it will affect our fighting capacity. I would rather not tread in this muddy water, Lingshan stated. Also, for Yingshan, he agreed to Gentao as he also wanted to get rid of BeiMing. While they were discussing, BeiMing suddenly clapped to ask for their attention. Could you please pay your bill before continuing your discussion? 1 million for one life, 500,000 for a body, he said, and even added that he will never give any discount. While he was saying this, Gaoxin covered his own face and he was scared seeing his best friend being so arrogant. Because of how BeiMing dared to give a price, Gentao was trembling in anger, but he heard Xinqiang speak behind him, declaring that their family will pay the ransom of 1 million per life. Lingshan also agreed as he said that there is no issue if they can use money to solve this problem. If it's such a small sum of money, the Dugu family won't make a big fuss out of it, Dugu uttered with annoyance. It's only a few million. I'll treat this like paying to spectate a great bout, Yingshan added. Gentao was mad at them for accepting BeiMing's offer easily. He wanted to say some words, but they suddenly heard a strange noise. All of them were startled upon hearing it, even BeiMing and Gaoxing, as they were clueless as to what it is. BeiMing focused himself, staring at the direction of the strange noise coming from. There was a fog and red eyes of several beasts coming their way. BeiMing then declared that it was a fog of beasts. How is the fog of beasts so dense? Dugu asked. As what BeiMing recalled, the fog of beasts is a mist caused by poisonous air around demon beasts. Inside it are vicious currents and the stench of blood. Nobody knows how many demon beasts are inside of a fog that dense. Perhaps there are unknown monster dens in the outskirts of Luo City. BeiMing was standing in front of the fogs and he remembered that the siege of the beasts shouldn't be happening for another year, so he wondered why it appeared this time. While he was staring at the fogs, he heard Gaoxing calling his name. Gaoxing is asking him to run away together since he knows that this fog isn't normal at all. BeiMing then looked at him, but he was still thinking if his resurrection had thrown the timeline in shambles and if it caused the siege of the beasts to happen early. In his previous life, he couldn't save Shuyi, and up until now, he was sorry that he wasn't able to save his little sister. But then, he promised now that he won't let anything happen to his sister in this second life. Gaoxing then called his name once more with a stuttering voice as he noticed that the fog was getting near. BeiMing then turned his head back to the fog and he ordered Gaoxing to go back to the city and protect Shuyi in his stead. He promised to Gaoxing that he will return once he has cleared out the demon beasts in this fog. He then rushed to the fog without any hesitation while Gaoxing tried to stop him, but Gaoxing couldn't do anything. At the same time, the patriarchs together with their people rattled upon seeing the fog. Quickly, make sure everyone is clear before the fog of beasts arrives, Yingshan said to his people. Lingshan also ordered his people to load the dead into their trucks and let those alive to climb on after them. Do it fast. It doesn't matter which family you're from, get in the closest truck, he added. Xinqiang's guard pointed to BeiMing as he noticed what BeiMing was doing. Upon seeing BeiMing rushing to the fog makes Xinqiang shocked as he didn't expect that BeiMing is very fearless this time. BeiMing was already standing near the fogs, waiting for the beasts to be visible. Seeing him makes everyone dumbfounded, and even Zhentao called him an idiot for doing this. Zhentao believes that BeiMing can't face a fog of beasts as dense as this one appeared. He also concludes that they couldn't also budge the fog an inch even if they had all the hunters of Luo City. I beg to differ. These monsters aren't too advanced and their intelligence is low. If they are capable of using strategy and they make their way into Luo City, we won't be able to contain the situation, Xinqiang proclaimed. He then ordered his people of Dongfeng family to prepare for combat, as he decided to stop the demon beasts and not let them into the Luo City. All the patriarchs were staring at each other, and at the end, Dugu decided to gather his people. Also, both Yingshan and Lingshan decided to fight against these demon beasts and give their everything instead of running away. All of them became very determined to fight against the monsters, and Gaoxing was too speechless. The fog was getting nearer, and at this moment, a wolf then appeared. It is a gigantic size with shimmering eyes and has something red on its fur. It also has a sharp fangs and it growls the moment it comes out. Looks like you'll be the first to die, BeiMing uttered. The wolf instantly saw BeiMing below, and BeiMing even managed to smirk while holding his dagger. He then jumped while holding Snowball. Snowball was still smiling despite BeiMing throwing him on the monster. The wolf was still growling with his big mouth and immediately swallowed Snowball. Over here, filthy beast, BeiMing uttered, and the wolf then looked above. BeiMing was holding the dagger tightly and stabbed the wolf's head. The wolf then howled loudly and BeiMing fell and slid on the ground. He was staring at the wolf, waiting for what would happen next. The wolf was still howling and growling and seemed like he was calling his descendants. BeiMing was alerted the moment several monsters came out. All of it rushed to BeiMing with killing intent, and BeiMing then stabbed one wolf with his dagger. Its blood splattered around, and BeiMing then slashed the remaining small wolves. The gigantic wolf was still howling, and seeing his descendants die from the hands of BeiMing made him furious. He then stomped on the ground, trying to hit BeiMing, but BeiMing was able to jump away. The wolf was staring mad at him, and BeiMing then jumped to it and slashed its eyes. He then gave a signal to Snowball, and the gigantic wolf was howling in pain. As he was howling, a golden light emerged from his stomach because of what Snowball did to him. He was vomiting blood and sunk on the ground. A dignified flaming vermilion wolf beast. Even after calling out its descendants, it was still too weak to face, BeiMing uttered. After defeating the wolves, a gigantic rock comes out from the fog. He then stared at it in confusion, and it was going through him. He was standing still, but he was ready to attack it at any moment. The moment it got closer, BeiMing was able to confirm what it was. He confirmed that it was just a rock and someone threw it to him. He wondered about what kind of monster it was that had unbelievable strength and was able to carry a huge rock. The rock landed on the ground, and BeiMing jumped away while covering his face. He grits his teeth while staring at the fog, and he concludes that he might have died if he wasn't able to dodge away. Even though he was able to dodge that attack, he can still feel the after effects of the shockwave. It's as if both his feet are sinking. The dead wolf was also smashed by the rock, and at this time, another monster came out from the fog. It was a tall creature, taller than the wolf. While staring at it, BeiMing was able to confirm that it was an ape. The ape was screeching. There's also a small ape with it who's riding into its shoulder. The gigantic one seemed to be talking with their own language, and a small ape then pointed to the gigantic wolf's tummy as it still had a golden light shimmering. BeiMing then called out Snowball as he knows that something might bad happen to his pet if he will not let Snowball come out. Snowball then instantly followed BeiMing's order. He was carrying the wolf's heart, and he was so happy not knowing that there's an ape hunting him. The gigantic ape then smashed him with just hands, and BeiMing then screamed as he was worried for Snowball. The small apes then landed on the ground and rushed towards BeiMing. BeiMing then ready himself to battle, and the moment that there's an ape about to jump to BeiMing, someone suddenly grabbed its face, and surprisingly it was Gaoxing. Gaoxing squeezed that ape's face, and he was mad at these monsters for attacking his best friend BeiMing. "When I'm done with you, I'll feed you to the dogs," he uttered as he killed the ape with just his hand. Because of him, the other small apes became scared and were trembling in fear. Since Gaoxing is blocking their way, the ape decided to go back to their master since they were all frightened to Gaoxing. Surprisingly, someone attacked the small apes using an arrow. BeiMing turned his head as he wondered who it was. He then saw the hunters holding their bows and aiming the monsters. They fire and attack all together, and BeiMing clearly saw numerous arrows above, passing through him. The small apes were hit by these arrows, and the gigantic ape was shocked seeing his disciples. Snowball was still on his hand, and shockingly, Snowball was able to push away the ape's hand with just his tiny arms and became so angry at the demon ape. After the small apes died, Gaoxing immediately asked if BeiMing is fine, and BeiMing then answered that he only got small wounds and nothing serious. He also acknowledged Gaoxing's help as he believes that he could have died if Gaoxing didn't help him. "No way could that happen. If you really did die there, Shuyi would have ripped me apart," Gaoxing responded. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a roaring sound, and when they glanced at the demon ape king, they witnessed how strong Snowball is. Despite that Snowball was owned by BeiMing, he was still shocked to see how Snowball is still holding strong against the ape that was able to destroy a flaming vermilion wolf instantly. Because of this, he instantly concludes that Snowball might have able to consume the wolf's bestial core when she was inside the wolf's body. At this moment, Snowball was able to escape from the hands of the demon ape king and instantly rushed to the ape's face and smacked it. He was able to destroy the ape that makes both Gaoxing and BeiMing surprised. The demon ape king was finally defeated by Snowball, and Snowball widely smiled as he was carrying the ape's bestial core and immediately ate it. The demon ape king fell on the ground while the patriarchs wondered about what kind of battle spirit BeiMing has for being able to defeat a medium-grade demon beast. But for Dugu, Snowball is just only using a brute force and just a mutated rash beast, which he believes that there's nothing special to this battle spirit. The one that caught his attention is Gaoxing, and he said that Gaoxing has a potential of becoming a strong hunter. While they were discussing, Gentao still stared mad at BeiMing, and he said to his mind that he will personally slice BeiMing into 10,000 pieces to avenge his dead son. At the same time, Xinqiang was also staring at BeiMing, and his guard informed him that the demon beast had pulled back. Other than that, he saw that BeiMing has received some injuries, so he suggested that they should take advantage of the opportunity. But Xinqiang disagreed to him, but instead gave him an order to head back to the city, treat the wounded first, and get some of their people to search through the corpses of the demon beasts, as he was expecting that they can get some valuable items from these beasts. As they were talking, BeiMing was staring at them, and he could sense that Xinqiang had a plan of stealing items from the demon beasts. But despite it, he chooses to stay quiet and let them do what they want. Snowball at this moment was creating a sound, and it seemed like he was calling BeiMing, so BeiMing and Gaoxing immediately turned their head to Snowball's direction. They then saw Snowball carrying something he got from the wolf earlier. BeiMing was shocked upon seeing it. He was about to touch it, but something suddenly shimmered inside. BeiMing then immediately stabbed and sliced it to see what's inside. And upon confirming the thing inside, Gaoxing was shocked while BeiMing was glad knowing that he's right. He then smiled while saying that these things are the beast eggs. There are several eggs in different shapes and colors. BeiMing, could these be the eggs of the wolf beast? Gaoxing asked with excitement. BeiMing then answered that not all of these eggs were from the wolf beast since it has different shapes and colors. Though there are wolf beast eggs inside, he believes that not all of it were the same. He grabbed one egg while wondering about how there could be so many different eggs within the flaming vermilion wolf. Moreover, he can see that these eggs are much more powerful than the wolf who was carrying all of these eggs. He also saw that 4 of these eggs were moving and seemed to be alive as well. He then stared at Gaoxing as he got an idea on his mind. Lazybones, would you like to raise a battle spirit? He asked. Gaoxing was so surprised upon hearing BeiMing, and he was stuttering as he repeated BeiMing's question. He scratched his head as he cannot believe that he will have a chance this time. BeiMing then stood and let Gaoxing choose between the 4 eggs that seemed to be alive. Gaoxing was staring at the eggs while thinking, and at the same time, Snowball was snoring as he fell asleep. Gaoxing slightly smiled and was about to choose an egg, but BeiMing suddenly squeezed his hand. Gaoxing then told him that he had decided about what egg he should take, but BeiMing suddenly turned around while holding his chest as he felt a sudden severe pain. Gaoxing was worried for him and asked him if he's fine, and he answered, no worries. He then deduces that this pain might be a backlash from too much energy that Snowball consumed. He believes that his pet ate so many bestial cores to the point of almost bursting. If he doesn't quickly break through his current stage, he believes that something bad may happen, so he needs to find a safe way to break through. At the same time, Gentao was still staring at BeiMing while his guard informed him that all the other families had already withdrawn, but it seems like Gentao didn't hear anything as he was focusing himself on BeiMing. BeiMing then grabbed Gaoxing's shoulder and told him that they should head back to the city as soon as possible. He believes that the only option he has left is to try and break through before the other people could react. Gaoxing was hesitant to follow his order as he could feel that BeiMing was really in pain. But then, BeiMing pulled him and ran away too fast. Gaoxing was scared while begging BeiMing to slow down as he was also about to vomit. After a while, they arrived at BeiMing's house, and at this time, Shuyi was cleaning their house and she flustered as she saw an air-like tornado coming inside their house. She then immediately covered her face with her arm as she was trying not to fall on the floor because of the air. BeiMing then dropped Gaoxing on the floor while Shuyi was staring at Gaoxing in confusion. She wondered about what happened to Gaoxing as it looks like he's dizzy and also he really vomits. BeiMing went directly inside his room while his sister Shuyi doesn't know if it was really him who returned home. At BeiMing's room, he was currently sitting on his bed while Snowball was peacefully sleeping. Beside BeiMing was his dagger and the eggs. His eyes were closed as he was focusing on himself as he was trying to break through. He was executing the Bestial Sutra Refinement and his body was flaming with dark and red color. The Precious Sutra of Bestial Refinement is a 5th class cultivation technique of the Heavenly Alliance. It allows the cultivator to draw out much more bestial energy and speed up breakthroughs while refining. At the same time, it also allows more efficient use of bestial energy and repairs damaged channels where vital energy flows through. It repairs a cultivator's body in the blink of an eye, allowing them to endure stronger backlashes from bestial energy. The nerves on BeiMing's body was visible while his sweat dripping due to the flame. The moment he opened his eyes, he flustered as he didn't know where he was. He doesn't see anything around except for the soaring wood serpent that surrounds his body. The serpent was hissing, and aside from this creature, he also saw the flaming vermilion wolf and the demon ape king. He grits his teeth while his sweat continuously drips. He then concludes that it was the soaring serpent who is trying to affect his mind. He screamed so loud together with the howling and hissing of the monsters. Finally, BeiMing managed to escape from the monsters who were poisoning his mind. He got back to his senses and he was currently holding his stomach while breathing deeply. He then fell asleep beside his pet Snowball. After a while, BeiMing woke up and he got up while holding his head. He suddenly moved his fingers as he was checking something. This time, he broke through to the intermediate level and he's almost at the advanced level now. He was staring at Snowball, who's still peacefully sleeping, and he concludes that he would have died if Snowball had given him just a little more bestial energy. He then remembered the eggs, so he immediately turned his head beside him. He was staring at these eggs while thinking about those apes who died from the arrows of the hunter. He then smiled as he got an idea. He opened a chest as he was looking for something. While Snowball was sleeping, he was so busy trying to find the weapon he needed. And finally, he found the Demon Splitter crossbow. With this crossbow, he believes that he'll be able to gain initiative by striking the first blow. Now, he doesn't have to worry about anyone making sneak attacks against him. All of a sudden, BeiMing heard his sister Shuyi screaming. He heard that someone is attacking his sister and best friend. He immediately went outside his room and he saw his sister asking Gaoxing if he's alright. BeiMing then called Gaoxing's name as he saw that Gaoxing was weak. He jumped from above to go down and he saw several hunters trespassing to their home. The hunters were all scared the moment he appeared. He then asked Shuyi about what's going on, and Shuyi then explained to him that the Hong family wanted to make Gaoxing submit and pledge allegiance to them when BeiMing didn't leave his room for 2 days. And when Gaoxing didn't comply, the hunters beat him. This time, he realized that it took him 2 days to break through to the intermediate level. As what he recalled in his previous life, he only needed 3 days to break through to the warrior level. According to Shui, the Hong family even said that if Gaoxing will not submit and pledge allegiance to the Hong family by tomorrow, they will slaughter him and the Chen family. BeiMing then heard someone speaking from the Yuan family, stating that Shui is right. It was Yuan Ming and Yuan Qingya. Yuan Qingya is Yuan Ming's grandfather. According to him, he has come under the order of the patriarch to request Gaoxing enter the Yuan family. Yuan family, BeiMing uttered with a teasing smile. If I recall correctly, you are Chen BeiMing. Yes. Our patriarch told us that you may also join the Yuan family. A position as an entertainer should be quite generous, Qingyu said. He also mentioned a name Nuhuo from the Hong family whom he believes isn't someone just anyone can deal with. While he was talking, he was cut off when Gaoxing coughed loudly. But still, Qingyu still continued by telling BeiMing that he should be thankful for their generosity of trying to help them join their family. At this moment, BeiMing was thinking that if these people have seen the true potential of Gaoxing, then he might have a problem. He believes that these people might see Gaoxing as some sort of barbarian, and he concludes that it could damage Gaoxing's future growth. I understand that the Yuan family is being very generous, but I'm afraid that Gaoxing and I won't be entering any families, so please leave, BeiMing politely said. Because of how he easily declined, the Yuan Ming and Qingyu were annoyed at him. Stinky brat. Who do you think you are? Our family came to help you and you dare send us away like this, Ming stated angrily. He pointed to BeiMing and declared that they will not wait for the Hong family to come to this place. Instead, their family will massacre BeiMing's house if BeiMing will really not comply. The Hong family's hunters were gossiping as a part of them wouldn't agree that the Yuan family would massacre this place without asking permission from their patriarch. Shui was also worried for her brother, but BeiMing was just too calm and very confident that the Yuan family cannot massacre his home with just the two of them. Qingyu then stared at him angrily and summoned his battle spirit. BeiMing then looked at the door and he saw a monster entering inside his house at a fast speed. It has feathers dropping on the floor and the hunters even rattled. The moment it passed by to BeiMing, he could smell how stinky it was. These battle spirits are called the bloodthirsty vulture. The hunters also covered their noses as they can also smell the stinky smell of these pets of the Yuan family. It's also hurting their eyes and they cannot hold it any longer, so they immediately come out from BeiMing's house. Shui also smells it, which makes her weak. BeiMing then ordered her to take Gaoxing upstairs and don't come out until BeiMing will tell her. You'd rather struggle than take the easy path. Today, I will make you want to forfeit your life, Qingyu proclaimed. Shui then followed her brother's order and guided Gaoxing to enter BeiMing's room. She then turned back to the door as she was so worried for her brother. Right now, I'm curious about how exactly you plan on making me forfeit my life, BeiMing uttered with a smirk on his face. Ming was so giggled due to his anger and he said that he will make BeiMing learn some manners and will teach BeiMing how to behave. He then ordered his bloodthirsty vulture to attack BeiMing, and BeiMing was staring at the vulture flying towards him without knowing that Ming also dashed to him with killing intent. Despite it, he was able to react and immediately dodge away to avoid Ming's weapon. Ming was only able to stab the floor that was made up of wood, and some of the wood that was scratched hit on his head, which makes him more annoyed. BeiMing readied his demon splitter crossbow and dagger. Ming then rushed to him once more, but BeiMing this time was able to hit him. They were staring at each other and BeiMing then seized the chance and kicked Ming, causing Ming to flew away and slam on the corner. His one eye was closed and he was clenching his teeth while wondering about what kind of power BeiMing has. The hunters from Hong family also witnessed the sun and they cannot believe that Yuan Ming was being defeated by BeiMing in combat. Qingyu then went near Ming and warned him to be careful as he saw that his son was acting too rashly. BeiMing was staring at them with an ironic smile, and above him is the vulture who is about to attack him, but BeiMing was able to sense it and instantly slashed its neck without any hesitation. Damn, this was just looking for death, BeiMing uttered. Ming was furious upon seeing his dead battle spirit. He then grips into his weapon and instantly dashed to BeiMing with killing intent. His grandfather Qingyu saw something dangerous, so he shouted to his grandson Ming to come back. But then, Ming didn't listen at all and still continued to go to BeiMing. BeiMing was holding the dagger, but he didn't stab Ming with it. Instead, he only used his fist to punch Ming on the face. Ming flew above and slammed on the wall. He was nose bleeding and coughing. You think you can beat me alone? BeiMing said, and Ming fell on the floor. Qingyu was worried for Ming and he then asked Ming if he's still alright. Grandpa, get revenge for me, Ming asked while crying. Since Qingyu is a loving grandfather of Ming, he promised to Ming that he will get revenge no matter what it takes. You little bastard, we tried to play nice with you, but you dared to reject our offer. If I don't tear you to shreds and skin you alive, I swear I will end my own life, Qingyu declared in front of his grandson and to BeiMing. He then ordered his vulture to attack BeiMing using its mountain-splitting claws. BeiMing was flustered as he can see that Kingu's pet hasn't even reached battle might stage but already awakened a battle ability. He then concludes that it may be because it has royal vulture blood. If it is a royal vulture, then it makes sense to him that it has a battle ability when it's only at advanced level. BeiMing feels a little bit annoyed of himself after realizing that he spent too much time thinking about the vulture's ability that he almost forgot about the vulture rushing to him. He panicked as he knows that it'll be too late for him to counterattack. Fortunately, Snowball suddenly came and saved him by instantly attacking the vulture before it could hurt BeiMing. BeiMing then widely smiled and felt proud of his pet. Snowball was enjoying fighting against the vulture. He was pulling the vulture's hair and the vulture couldn't even fight back, which surprised Kingu. He was so dumbfounded seeing his vulture being beaten by Snowball, so he decided to dash going towards Snowball with killing intent, but he was startled when BeiMing blocked him and hit him with just normal attack. Kingu almost fell and he was breathing fast while staring in anger at BeiMing. "I'll kill you," he uttered. The hunters outside BeiMing's house were feeling intense watching the battle. They even commented that the Yuan family fought without reading BeiMing's movement, which is too impulsive. At this moment, Kingu was slammed on the wall, and he rattled as he saw BeiMing's rushing towards him. He then immediately dodged when BeiMing tried to kick him, and BeiMing ironically smiled at him. BeiMing attacked him with the sword and he slid backward while admitting to himself that BeiMing is indeed too strong. As he was standing on the corner, he glanced at his vulture and witnessed how Snowball easily fought against the vulture. He bit the vulture's neck and the vulture couldn't even fight back. Kingu cannot believe seeing his pet that had some royal blood in it easily lost by just a small pet of BeiMing. The hunters were still gossiping while staring at the fight of Snowball against the vulture. They can clearly see that the vulture was easily defeated by Snowball. Kingu was furious at this time. Despite that, it's very clear to him that BeiMing is really strong. He still rushed to BeiMing and attacked BeiMing with his weapon, but BeiMing was able to block it with just the dagger. He was staring at Kingu and he saw an opening to hit Kingu, so he seized the opportunity and punched Kingu in the face. Kingu was slammed on the wall once more, but BeiMing was not satisfied yet and cast a battle skill, Shadow Slice, and attacked it to Kingu. Kingu coughed blood and BeiMing teased him by asking him if it was the best he could do. Kingu was standing weak while holding his shoulder and complaining how BeiMing cut his arm. He fell on the floor while his blood was dripping from his cut arm. The hunters were impressed by BeiMing's movement and some believed that BeiMing could rule the city if he ranked up quickly. "So, who's next? Which family would like to kill me first?" BeiMing asked. One hunter then smiled at BeiMing while explaining that they're here to pay the fees. He handed a card to BeiMing while stating that their family head presents some money for the past inconvenience they have done. They were hoping that BeiMing would forgive them for what happened last time in the forest. After hearing these words, the hunters from the other family also agreed and apologized while also giving him cards that had a huge amount to pay for their inconvenience. BeiMing then widely smiled while hearing their words. He was glad that the attitude of these hunters suddenly changed towards him. BeiMing accepted all the cards and he told the hunters that they were all now paid, so they can now leave. "We'll take our leave then, Master Chen," the hunter uttered. Before leaving, there were also two hunters who informed BeiMing that the invitation for Gaoxing to join their family is still open anytime. "Hold it," BeiMing answered. As they were about to leave, they heard a banged noise, so they turned their heads back and saw that BeiMing slammed Kingu and Ming on the floor while telling the hunters to take them both back to the Yuan family. "Sure thing, we'll get on it," the hunter answered with a smile on his face. They then carried both Ming and Kingu as they were leaving BeiMing's house. Kingu's vulture was screaming so loud seeing his master leaving. Snowball is still attacking him and he runs as fast as he can to escape from Snowball. Snowball then hopped to BeiMing's shoulder while holding the vulture's feather. BeiMing then poked Snowball while telling him to be patient. At the upstairs, Shuyi was helping Gaoxing by disinfecting Gaoxing's wounds. Despite the fact that Gaoxing was being beaten mercilessly, he still smiled as he didn't expect that he would be sought by some noble family. He's just a poor village folk and those families are giving out great offers for him. It wouldn't be worth it even if their offers were 10 times better. "You're worth way more than that," BeiMing suddenly said. Both Gaoxing and Shuyi then glanced at him happily, knowing that he managed to stay alive against those Yuan family. BeiMing then grabbed Gaoxing's shoulder and asked him if he's fine after being beaten. Gaoxing then answered that he's fine since his skin is quite thick. He even boasted that those hunters should try harder to deal some damage to him. He also asked BeiMing if he's fine, and BeiMing then proudly said that he can still beat those people easily even if they work together with the Hong family. "My brother is the best," Shuyi said with a wide smile on her face. BeiMing then changes the topic since he's done checking both Shuyi and Gaoxing. He then get the eggs and let Gaoxing and Shui choose what they wants between the 4 eggs. Both of Gaoxing and Shui were so excited since this will be the first time they can have their own pets. Gaoxing then chooses the white egg while Shui gets the green egg. BeiMing was crossing his arms while telling Shui and Gaoxing to follow his instruction. Got it. Both Shui and Gaoxing answered after BeiMing tell them what they should do. He instructed them to add a few drops of blood on the shell, then relax their body and mind, and use their heart to feel the life inside the egg. They should be relaxed while finding the heartbeat from the egg. Now, feel the connection between you and the spirit. BeiMing added. After doing what BeiMing said, the egg shell started cracking and a golden light emerged coming from inside the egg. Gaoxing and Shui rattled while asking BeiMing about what's going on. But even BeiMing was shocked upon seeing what just witnessed. A flame suddenly appeared and the flame had the shape like a phoenix. While staring at it, BeiMing already got an idea which surprised him the most. Gaoxing coughed after the egg exploded. He was surrounded by smoke, but he clearly saw an albino monkey on his hand which he believes that it'll be his battle spirit. The monkey was staring at him while scratching its head. At the same time, Shui was staring at her hand where her pet was standing. It was called a crane of 9 heavens. While Gaoxing was staring at his monkey, its urine suddenly splat on Gaoxing's face and the monkey laughed so loud at him. Gaoxing also laughed and the monkey hopped on the table from his hand. While the monkey landed on the table, Gaoxing was complaining that the monkey's urine was too stinky. The monkey then turned his head to Gaoxing while smacking his butt to tease Gaoxing. That monkey suits him, BeiMing said. Shui also commented that she's expecting Gaoxing to get a big polar bear for a battle spirit but ended up getting a little monkey. BeiMing suddenly becomes silent as he feels weird that a 9 heavens crane and an albino monkey hatched in a barren place like this city. But no matter their strength and bloodline, he believes that these battle spirits' natural power is at least 1,000 times stronger than the swift-tailed wolf. Another thing that confused him is how these eggs of monkey and the crane get in the hands of the wolf. Snowball suddenly creates a sound which wonders BeiMing. He then carries Snowball and realizes that Snowball was planning to beat up the 9 heavens crane and the albino monkey, so BeiMing informs Snowball that these battle spirits are his sister and best friend's battle spirit. You can eat all you want once we find some stronger monsters, he added, and Snowball then widely smiled at him. All of a sudden, someone is calling BeiMing's name and as per Shui, the voice came from Dongfang Ziyu. BeiMing was wondering about why the lady personally came to his house. He then glanced at Shui and Gaoxing while instructing them not to come out without his signal. At this moment, Ziyu was waiting for him downstairs and she even thought that BeiMing was not in his house. She then heard BeiMing's voice, asking her what she needed. I've already told you, I won't sell anything in this house, not even a single piece of garbage, BeiMing stated. Why would I even want to buy your stuff? I'm here to tell you that the Hong family has gathered their forces and are going to attack you. You should leave the city now, Ziyu replied. BeiMing then smirked while giving thanks to Ziyu for telling him about this. But then, he was not afraid at all and he also didn't want to leave their house as well. Ziyu then clenched her fist and was mad at BeiMing while saying that the Hong family will arrive very soonest and will kill BeiMing. Even if I die, even if this house is destroyed, the Chen family will have nothing to do with your Dongfeng family. You can leave now, BeiMing said with crossed arms. Ziyu was already annoyed at him as she doesn't like BeiMing being so hard-headed. She didn't bother to force BeiMing anymore and decided to leave BeiMing's house while complaining how BeiMing was so ungrateful after she came all the way here just to warn him. She glanced at BeiMing's house while thinking that she wouldn't even come in this place if it wasn't for her sister's favor. Isn't this the second lady of the Dongfang family? A voice beside her said. She was startled upon seeing that it was Zhentao who's from the Hong family who saw her. Zhentao was mad since Xinqiang told him that the engagement of his daughter with Chen BeiMing was already called off. Now seeing Ziyu makes him think that Xinqiang sent his daughter Ziyu to pass a message to BeiMing. Dongfeng Xinqiang, you scheming bastard, he uttered with an angry tone. Hey old man Hong, this has nothing to do with my bad, I came here by myself, Ziyu confidently said while her hands were on her waist. Zhentao still doesn't believe Ziyu, so he asked Ziyu to explain why she's here. Before Ziyu could answer, he concluded that Ziyu might be the replacement for her sister in the engagement. Because of what he said, Ziyu was furious and was about to hit Zhentao with her whip. Zhentao rattled upon seeing it as he didn't expect Ziyu would be so brave to attack him. But then, someone grabbed the whip easily before it landed to Zhentao. Ziyu was shocked to see it. It was Hong Mingtu stating that he had already heard rumors of how unruly the Dongfeng family's second lady is. And now, witnessing how Ziyu reacted makes him believe the rumors. While Ziyu was staring at Mingtu, she concluded that as the next leader of the Hong family, She didn't think that she could bump into Mingu in this place. She heard that Mingu has the backing of the Demon Extermination Alliance, and he's also an advanced hunter now, which frightened Ziyu. This time, Mingu let Gentao enter BeiMing's house first, and he said that he will take care of Ziyu first. Ziyu rattled as she knew that it would be troublesome for her to fight against Mingu. Before Gentao could enter BeiMing's house, he told Mingu to be careful of Ziyu and not let Ziyu ruin their plan of attacking BeiMing. He stared bad at Ziyu, then left her for Mingu. Mingu, what do you want from me? Ziyu asked angrily. Nothing really. I was just afraid that I might hurt you and make the relationships of our two families go sour. I don't think the Dongfeng family's leader would want that to happen either, Mingu answered while letting go of Ziyu's whip. He also said that if they alerted BeiMing, it would not do too well for Ziyu either. So what if he leaves or not? What does that have to do with me? Ziyu asked, and Mingu said that things will be easier for them to deal with if Ziyu doesn't really care about BeiMing. While they were talking, he was shocked after they both saw their hunters flew away from BeiMing's house. These hunters slammed hard on the ground. Ziyu then held her head as she was disappointed knowing that BeiMing really stayed in his house. At the same time, Hong's hunter who was beaten by BeiMing was coughing loudly while asking for help. Listening to him makes Mingu feel disappointed and call their hunters a bunch of trash. He then grabbed his weapon from his back and declared that he'll face BeiMing himself. The hunters were thrown away one by one until only Gentao was the one left. Gentao was kneeling on the ground while BeiMing was walking towards him while preparing his crossbow. The hunter who's still conscious was scared at BeiMing while Gentao still dared to stare bad at BeiMing. BeiMing then told Gentao that they were all a bunch of weakling and claypots who easily break. BeiMing heard Snowball behind him and he saw how Snowball managed to defeat the Thunder Martin of Gentao, and was even enjoying eating the bestial core. BeiMing then turned back to Gentao and pointed the crossbow to him. I originally planned not to pick any troubles with you, but since you showed up here yourself, then let me just send you on your way to hell, BeiMing said, and hearing his words makes Gentao get more mad at him. While BeiMing was standing in front of Gentao, he saw a shadow going towards him at a fast speed, but he was instantly alarmed that it was going to attack him, so he immediately dodged and slid away. He then saw Mingu, and since Mingu is unfamiliar to him, he asked about Mingu's identity. Mingu of the Hong family, disciple of the punishment elder of the Demon Extermination Alliance. I am here to avenge my cousin, Hongbin, Mingu proudly answered. Despite how proud Mingu is, BeiMing was confused as he doesn't have any idea about the Demon Extermination Alliance, so he asked Mingu about what it is, but Mingu didn't explain any further. He then slightly glanced at his uncle Gentao and told the old man that he'll take over the fight against BeiMing. He was very confident that he could easily beat up BeiMing while Gentao doubted that he could really make it. I don't care if you're from some demon or ghost extermination alliance. If you don't want to end up like that old geezer, then take those trash and leave, or else, BeiMing said, but before he could complete his sentence, Mingu suddenly appeared exactly near his face at a fast speed while asking, or else what? BeiMing then immediately jumped away and was confused as he didn't have any idea how Mingu got near to him without him seeing it. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Instead, I quite like you. Like you shouldn't stay in this trash hole. It's a waste, Mingu stated. He then offered BeiMing to join him as he can lead BeiMing into the Demon Extermination Alliance, where there are a lot of opportunities for BeiMing to show off his skills, and he can also let go of the grievances of the Hong family. Sorry, but I'm not interested in that trash place of yours, BeiMing answered. Mingu then closed his eyes as he said that BeiMing is a short-sighted fool. He dashed to BeiMing and attacked BeiMing's stomach with his weapon. BeiMing's blood splattered and he was shocked how Mingu could easily hurt him. Mingu evilly smiled and declared that BeiMing should die from his hand. At the palace of the Dongfeng family, a lovely lady was standing peacefully at the river. She's Dongfeng Qingshuan, BeiMing's ex-fiancé. While she was too silent wandering around, she heard the footsteps of her sister Ziyu. When Ziyu appeared in front of her, she then asked if Ziyu managed to do what she asked for. Ziyu was annoyed as she was telling her sister that BeiMing was too hard-headed and chose not to listen to her. She even guessed that BeiMing might probably be taken away by the Hong family by now. Qingshuan was a little worried, so she asked her sister to clearly explain everything about what happened at BeiMing's house. Ziyu then mentioned Mingu's name, which gave more worries to Qingshuan as she also knew the bad background of Hong Mingu. Ziyu then told her that Mingu and BeiMing's battle is ongoing, and she repeated that Mingu is the new successor of Hong family and the new talent, and soon will be the one to lead the next generation of the Hong family. Hong Mingu of Demon Extermination Alliance. At this moment, BeiMing was using both of his crossbow and dagger to fight against Mingu. Mingu is different from the opponent he has faced so far, since Mingu has a fast speed and indeed a strong one. Qingshuan felt nervous thinking that BeiMing might be in danger, so she rushed to her father, planning on telling Xinqiang to stop the Hong family. But then, Ziyu screamed at her while asking the reason why she's doing all this for BeiMing. She reminded her sister that BeiMing doesn't even want her as a fiancé. She also doesn't want Qingshuan to interfere, knowing that her sister will only anger the Hong family and the Demon Extermination Alliance. Besides, father already broke off your engagement with the Chen family. That bastard has nothing to do with you anymore, Ziyu added. Qingshuan slightly smiled while calling Ziyu a dimwit. According to her, it was her grandfather who set the engagement, and for her, she's already BeiMing's wife and is part of the Chen family, and nothing will change even if her father broke off the engagement. I was born to be part of the Chen family, and I will die and be a ghost of the Chen family, she proudly said, which shocked Ziyu and left speechless. Going back to the battle between BeiMing and Mingtu, they were fighting outside BeiMing house, and Mingtu acknowledged BeiMing for being able to hold off his attacks. BeiMing didn't give any words but only stared bad at Mingtu. Mingtu then licked the sharp part of his weapon while saying that the fun stops in here. At this moment, Zhentao was observing the fight between the two. He didn't think that Mingtu could actually hold off BeiMing easily. He believes that the power of the demon exterminators are not to be underestimated. He also doubts anyone will actually want to face the Hong family now. He observes that BeiMing was really holding himself during the battle, and he concludes that it may be because of his weapon that he concludes a legendary one. BeiMing was staring at Mingtu while thinking that Mingtu can easily dodge his attack even if he uses his shadow slice because of Mingtu's ghost movement. He then recalled something he knew about this ghost movement in his past. Mingtu dashed to BeiMing once more using the ghost movement, and he was ready to attack BeiMing with his weapon while BeiMing was just standing stare at him. He smiled while expecting that he could send BeiMing to hell this time. BeiMing then activates a shadow step while looking at Mingtu. Mingtu was able to slash him into half, and Mingtu then laughed, not until BeiMing slowly disappeared to his position. Mingtu was shocked as he didn't expect BeiMing to avoid his attack. "What were you trying to do?" BeiMing asked. Mingtu was confused as he clearly saw that he managed to slash BeiMing, and now he concludes that BeiMing must have used an illusion. He then rushed to BeiMing with killing intent, and he intended to use his mountain crumbling, earth-splitting strike. And the moment he attacked BeiMing with this skill, he smiled as he was very sure that BeiMing would die this time. "Nice one, mountain crumbling earth-splitting strike," BeiMing uttered while clapping his hands. Mingtu then turned at him in confusion, wondering how BeiMing managed to escape from his powerful skill. BeiMing crossed his arms and ironically smiled while saying that Mingtu didn't master the skill. He admitted that Mingtu really has the mountain crumbling part but not the earth-splitting part. Because of what he said, Mingtu becomes furious at him as he feels being insulted. He didn't surrender and rushed to BeiMing again, trying to slash BeiMing, but BeiMing can now easily escape from his attack with a fast speed and even dared to tease Mingtu by telling him that if he got the earth-splitting part, he might be able to win in this match. Mingtu turned his head to BeiMing while gritting his teeth. He made an attack on BeiMing, but he ended up slashing the air and almost fell on the ground. BeiMing then saw an opportunity and jumped towards Mingtu while telling him that he will not have a chance anymore of mastering the earth-splitting skill. Without any hesitation, BeiMing slashed Mingtu's arm using his shadow slice, and Mingtu was dumbfounded of what's going on. Zhentao together with his hunters have witnessed the scene, and even them were shocked seeing how BeiMing cut Mingtu's arm. Mingtu's arm fell on the ground together with his weapon, and Mingtu at the same time kneeled with his body trembling in pain. While BeiMing was standing in front of Mingtu, Mingtu was still thinking how BeiMing got so fast all of a sudden. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth while complaining how BeiMing cut his arm. Despite this, he was still very determined to kill BeiMing this time. The hunters were all worried for Mingtu, and they asked Zhentao if Mingtu will still be alright despite what happened to him. "Nothing will happen to him. He is the hope of the Hong family. I won't let anything happen to him," Zhentao answered. But he was trembling at this moment as he could clearly see how powerful BeiMing was. The power he has is much stronger than before. A part of him believes that Mingtu might die if he will not turn the tides down. Something then came to his mind as he saw Shui at the window. Shui witnessed the battle, but she's still worried for her brother. While looking at her, Zhentao suddenly chuckled. He then called his hunters and discussed what they should do without knowing that BeiMing sensed that they were planning something. BeiMing was wondering about what they are planning this time. While he was staring at them, he was not aware that Mingtu was trying to pick up his weapon. He suddenly screamed so loud, and at this time, he was biting the metal part of his cut arm. BeiMing then immediately looked at Mingtu, and he flustered after seeing Mingtu carried his cut arm using his mouth and was already holding his weapon. Mingtu then dashed towards him with killing intent and attacked BeiMing with his weapon. BeiMing was able to dodge, so he tried it once more, but BeiMing disappeared to his position. BeiMing was already standing behind Mingtu and he attacked Mingtu's back using his crossbow. Mingtu's back was full of arrows and he screamed so loud due to the pain he felt. "What a pest. Looks like I will just have to end you," BeiMing uttered while pointing his crossbow to Mingtu. Zhentao is already done discussing their plan and tells everyone to do whatever it takes and catch Shui alive. "I will let that bastard have a taste of what it means to piss off the Hong family," he said angrily, and his hunters then nodded. He then gave a signal to his hunters and all the hunters with him then immediately went inside BeiMing's house and were targeting Shui. Zhentao was staring mad at BeiMing while saying in his mind that he'll bring BeiMing to Yama with them. BeiMing was too focused fighting against Mingtu without knowing that his sister was being targeted by the Hong hunters. He continued arrowing Mingtu but Mingtu only stood and activated a barrier. BeiMing was annoyed knowing that Mingtu will use the same skill again. He jumped towards Mingtu and they both attacked each other with their weapons. BeiMing then activates his shadow slice and attacks Mingtu but Mingtu manages to block it with his weapon. He slid down on the ground and BeiMing still jumped towards it while saying, "Allow me to send you to hell." But before he could attack, a huge explosion happened at the upper part of BeiMing's house. He rattled thinking about Shui and Gaoxing while Mingtu doesn't have any idea about what's happening. Zhentao at the same time was dumbfounded as he thinks that his hunter might have failed trying to catch Shui. Together with a crumbled wall, Shui fell from their house and she was unconscious while holding her pet. BeiMing was worried for her and immediately jumped to catch her. He was able to catch Shui safely and he landed on the ground while carefully carrying Shui in his arms. Gaoxing also comes out but he falls and immediately calls Shui and BeiMing while extending his arms. BeiMing at this moment panicked and was trying to wake his sister up. He recalled the last time he lost his sister in his past life, which he promised to himself that he would never ever let it happen again. "I promise to protect you," he uttered. He was crying while saying angrily that he'll kill all those people who attack his sister. "I will have you all killed," he roared loudly. Because of his scream, Zhentao together with his hunters flew away, and Zhentao even felt a strong killing intent from BeiMing's voice. BeiMing then stared at Zhentao evilly and he said that he will do everything to destroy the Hong family. He put down Shui and jumped towards Zhentao with his dagger. Zhentao rattled as he didn't know what to do but before BeiMing could hurt Zhentao, Mingtu blocked his dagger. Despite the fact that Mingtu is already struggling, he still let Zhentao escape and he said that he'll be the one to handle BeiMing. "Come at me, you bastard," Mingtu uttered and attacked BeiMing while BeiMing was dodging away. Zhentao was hesitant to leave Mingtu as he felt guilty and was worried that BeiMing might be able to kill his niece. He clenched his fists. He declared to his hunters that they should now leave and go back to their place. They immediately walked away as fast as they could and Zhentao instructed his people to run and the moment BeiMing saw them, he was so mad and said that he would not let them run away and escape from his hands. But he doesn't have a chance to chase Zhentao because Mingtu cast a mountain crumbling earth splitting strike once more. He focused himself back to the battle and Mingtu then attacked it to him. "That's enough for today, little bastard. We will continue our battle next time," Mingtu said. BeiMing was coughing as he was surrounded with smoke coming from the explosion of Mingtu's mountain crumbling earth splitting strike. When the smoke slowly vanished, Mingtu also disappeared, running away. "I will dice all of you up when I catch up to you," BeiMing said with anger. He wanted to avenge his sister but he heard Gaoxing behind him, telling him not to chase those people. Gaoxing asked him to come and help Shui first before anything else. BeiMing then stared at his sister and he was so worried. He held Shui's head and a golden light emerged from his hand. While he was doing this, Gaoxing was so confused about what he's trying to do. BeiMing didn't answer Gaoxing's question, but instead, he explained that Shui will leave. After checking, he found out that Shui's organs are damaged severely and her beast core has been cracked. He knows that the only thing that can heal his sister is high-tier herbs. Gaoxing was shocked upon hearing it and he was blaming himself for being so useless who didn't even save Shui from the hands of the hunters. BeiMing then instructed him to take Shui inside the house as he decided to go get some herbs and medicine from the black market. He grabbed Gaoxing's shoulder and told his best friend not to blame himself. He also promised that he'll make revenge for his sister and will make those people pay for what they have done. Gaoxing called out Snowball to tell him to stay at home and guard the place so he can notify BeiMing once the Hong family will come back. "Chirp chirp," Snowball answered. Snowball then hopped to Gaoxing's shoulder and Gaoxing is telling BeiMing to be careful at the black market. "And count me in when we're taking revenge," he sincerely added. "All right," BeiMing answered and turned away. When the night comes, BeiMing finally arrives and sees several hunters on the way. He looks around to check if the medicine he needs is available in this market, but then, no one sells medicine and herbs in the black market. Someone suddenly tapped his shoulder and asked if he wanted to buy some medicine. BeiMing then turned around and asked the man about who he was. The man then opened his fan, which had the name Gu Dao written on it. He said that his complete name is Gu Dao Changsheng. This person knows everything happens in this black market. BeiMing then instantly asked him if he knew where those vendors who sell some medicines. Before Changsheng could answer, he asked for 10,000 in exchange for the medicine vendor's direction. Since BeiMing doesn't want to waste a lot of time, he instantly agreed to Changsheng's deal. Changsheng then leads the way while explaining to BeiMing that the herb shop is straight ahead. BeiMing then stared at the direction and silently followed Changsheng. According to Changsheng, things like herbs are quite rare in a small place like Luo City, and people won't be able to find a shop that sells herbs even if they'll search the entire black market. He even proudly said that BeiMing is too lucky to bump into him. While they were walking, Changsheng asked BeiMing's name and BeiMing then gave his full name. Changsheng then smacks his fan into his hands while stating that BeiMing has a nice name, as he can see BeiMing's ambition and power from his name. He mentioned that legends lives an enormous sea monster in the BeiMing waters that can stir up a giant wave with just a single flip of its body. Have you heard of it, brother Chen? Changsheng asked to BeiMing, but BeiMing flustered upon hearing about this from a person he doesn't know. He then ready his crossbow as he senses something bad from Changsheng. I've never heard of someone with the last name of Gu in the Luo region, he said, and Changsheng then explained that he's not a local and just a traveler that hasn't left this place yet. BeiMing then turned down his crossbow while Changsheng said that he wouldn't be able to tell BeiMing about his story as it will take more than 7 days and nights. He also reminded BeiMing that his last name is Gu Dao, not Gu. As what BeiMing knew, not many in the Stars Alliance even know about the BeiMing water area and the monster, yet Changsheng just told him about it casually. While he was staring at Changsheng, who suddenly laughed loudly, he concluded that Changsheng was probably from a big family. He also believes that Changsheng's carelessness is just a show, so he should be careful against him. After many minutes of walking, they finally arrive at the place. They both were staring up above, and this is the place they called the Black Pagoda. According to Changsheng, there is only one shop that sells herbs and medicine in the entire Luo black market, and it is the Black Pagoda. BeiMing was still in shock as he didn't know that there's a Black Pagoda here in Luo City, so he was hesitant to believe Changsheng. As per Changsheng, the Black Pagoda spreads all throughout the wasteland area, much less just Luo City. There are also Black Pagoda stores built in towns with only 1,000 people. He tapped BeiMing's shoulder as he said that it doesn't matter at all. He also reminded BeiMing about the 10,000 that BeiMing promised after he finished buying the herbal he needed. Even though I, Gu Dao Changsheng, love making new friends, but if those friends don't pay off their debt, then the friendship is worthless, he added. While Changsheng held at BeiMing's shoulder, BeiMing feels that Changsheng is indeed a high-tier hunter. It's just 10,000. Even if I can't find the herbs I need, I will pay you, BeiMing replied. Changsheng at this moment also senses that BeiMing is not weak, and deep down in him was impressed seeing BeiMing staying so calm. He even wondered about when Luo City produced a genius like BeiMing. He extended his hand, pointing at the Black Pagoda entrance while telling BeiMing that they go inside together. As they entered, they saw men in a red gown partnered with a long hat on their head. Changsheng still guided BeiMing to the right way, but while they were on their way to the cellar of the herbs and medicine, BeiMing saw some rare things that are familiar to him. Some of these are the tusk of a dragon elephant and the feather of a baby phoenix. BeiMing didn't think that people would have such valuable things in a small place like Luo City. What do you think of these herbs? You happy with them? Changsheng suddenly asked, and BeiMing then answered yes and informed Changsheng that he'll give the 10,000 he promised in a bit. While they were talking, a seller in this Black Pagoda asked what they needed. He even confidently said that they have everything in this store. Changsheng was shocked upon hearing BeiMing stated that he wants a 7-star spirit, bitter Buddha lotus, holy Yangdu, and a purple wisteria, as he never heard about these herbs even before. That will be a total of 160,000 credits, the seller said, and BeiMing then asked for 2 orders of each herb. On it, the seller replied. He then walked away and informed BeiMing that he'll go get everything ready. After the seller left, Changsheng then said that BeiMing is indeed from a big family for spending a lot of money without hesitating. Not really, I just made a few, BeiMing said while waiting for the seller to come back. As he was observing around, he saw another familiar item that is like a bone. He was shocked upon seeing it and he became interested, so he asked another seller to show it to him. Changsheng was also intrigued, so he stared at the item that BeiMing is referring to. According to the seller, this herb is called a jade white bone amounting to 3,000 credits. BeiMing then grabbed it and he cannot believe that the price for this bone is too cheap. According to him, if this jade white bone was in the Star Alliance store, it would cost at least 50 million credits, so he was shocked that it's only 3,000 here in this Luo city. Because of it, he decided to also take this jade white bone together with the other herbs he ordered. The seller was happy that BeiMing planned to buy it, but then they were shocked as they heard two people who were also asking for the jade white bone as they were interested to buy it. But young Master Lai, this jade white bone has already been bought by this customer, the seller said, which annoyed the man with the surname Lai. He then walked towards BeiMing while saying that he didn't care if BeiMing already paid for it. I always get what I want, and that has been the way I work for all my life, he proudly said. He also suggested to BeiMing to give up the jade white bone. Don't bite off more than you can chew, he added. Don't the Lai family know that the early bird gets the worms? This jade white bone is mine, BeiMing answered with an angry tone. Lai Mu was so furious at BeiMing, and he asked the seller about the price he gave to payment for the jade white bone, and the seller then answered 3,000, which shocked Lai Mu as he didn't expect that it would be this cheap. He then whispered to his junior sister with him, and he mentioned that it was the person he called master, who is also this lady's father, wanted this jade white bone, so he made sure to the lady if his master really wanted this item. The lady then becomes mad at him as she thinks that Lai Mu was accusing him of lying. No, not at all, he answered with a rattled voice. He explained that he will give it as a birthday gift to his master, and he was afraid that his master would end up becoming mad at him for giving such a cheap gift, which is the jade white bone. The lady then told him that he doesn't know anything at all. She explained that her father searched 3 big cities for a jade white bone and haven't seen a single one. Then she heard from the news that there is one in Luo City. She then faced BeiMing and offered 6,000 to BeiMing in exchange for this jade white bone, but BeiMing instantly answered that he didn't plan on selling. The lady raised the price to 10,000, but still, BeiMing declined. 100,000. You should really think about this deal, and it's a really good deal, she stated. But despite this huge amount, BeiMing still declined her offer and explained that he really wanted this jade white bone. He knew very well that this jade white bone is such a great find, so there's no chance that he will sell it even for a huge amount of credit. Since he declined many times, Lai Mu becomes mad at him and sees him as an arrogant person. He then pointed at BeiMing while telling the lady that they should stop being nice to BeiMing, since BeiMing didn't want to take the deal while they played nice. That jade white bone, it will be mine, he uttered. BeiMing then handed the jade white bone to the seller and told him to take care of this item for him, as he believed that there would be a battle going to happen. The seller then said yes and walked away. Just because you couldn't get what you wanted, you turned to violence. The Lai family has really taught you well, BeiMing said. Lai Mu then attacked him with a bone whip, but BeiMing was just standing still without moving even an inch. He focused himself on the whip and cut it using his dagger. Lai Mu was shocked upon seeing his whip easily cut by BeiMing, and he stared at BeiMing as he concluded that BeiMing has a divine weapon. Even the lady with him was also dumbfounded. BeiMing was staring at them, and behind him was Cheng Sheng, who suddenly chuckled while covering his mouth with his fan. Lai Mu dropped his bone whip on the floor, and he was furious at BeiMing for ruining his weapon. I swear on my name, if I don't kill you today, I will kill myself, he proclaimed while summoning his blood eagle. He then ordered his eagle to tear BeiMing into shred, and BeiMing was staring closely at the bone eagle going towards him. Luckily, BeiMing was able to catch the bone eagle on its head and strangled it tightly. Did you really think that this beast of yours is enough to kill me? BeiMing asked while raising the bone eagle above his head. Lai Mu then rushed to him with killing intent while ordering BeiMing to let go of his pet. BeiMing then smirked at him and kicked him strongly on his stomach, causing him to flew away and slam on the cabinet, then kneeled down. He fell on the floor, and the lady with him couldn't believe that he was easily beaten up by a man they didn't know. He was still lying on the floor while Cheng Sheng was looking at him with a slight smile. Lai Mu gets up while clenching his both fists. He was about to swear to kill BeiMing, but the lady stopped him from saying anything. He stared at the lady in confusion, but the lady politely asked BeiMing to release Lai Mu's eagle, and even stated that Lai Mu doesn't mean ill. Is he? The claws are out like this, don't lie to me, BeiMing answered while still holding the eagle, who's already crying in pain. Lai Mu then asked what he wanted, and BeiMing instantly answered that he wanted 10 million as compensation before he let go of the eagle. The lady was shocked upon hearing it, while Lai Mu pointed his index finger to BeiMing while ordering BeiMing to release his blood eagle as soon as possible. He even scares BeiMing by saying that he will never hold back his anger once his eagle will miss even one feather. Since they didn't agree to what BeiMing wanted, BeiMing then concludes that Lai Mu didn't plan to take his pet back. He strangled the eagle once more while telling it that his master doesn't want him back. The eagle was shaking in pain, and BeiMing uttered that it would be pointless for this eagle to be alive. At this time, the lady ordered BeiMing to stop hurting the eagle, but then BeiMing didn't listen and even squeezed tightly the neck of the eagle. Witnessing how BeiMing killed it makes Lai Mu and the lady dumbfounded and mad at BeiMing, then dropped the eagle on the floor, and the lady closed his eyes while declaring that BeiMing dared to kill a Supreme Court disciple's battle sprite. She opened her eyes and furiously stared at BeiMing while saying that BeiMing might be tired of living. BeiMing then now realized that he was facing high hunters, which he didn't expect. Even Chengsheng was also shocked to hear that these two people came from the Supreme Court. All of a sudden, a loud noise suddenly heard at the Black Pagoda. Both BeiMing and Chengsheng were confused as it's an unfamiliar sound for them. A gigantic then entered the Black Pagoda. It was the lady's pet, which is a dark tiger lion, and she said that BeiMing shouldn't expect that he can exit this place alive. BeiMing was staring at it with a dumbfounded face, and he clearly heard the lady telling him that he should accompany Lai Mu's battle sprite in death. While there's a commotion between them, the seller who was holding the jade white bone was watching their battle. He saw how the lady summoned his dark tiger lion, who is now too fierce, staring at BeiMing. The dark tiger lion was growling and Chengsheng was staring at it while contemplating things. With this dark tiger as the lady's battle sprite, together with her high-class hunter crescent moon earrings and the Supreme Court she mentioned, Chengsheng then realized something that made him more shocked. He pointed to the lady while saying that he remembered this lady, who is the daughter of the Supreme Court leader named Lan Jiaoyu. Hearing this name makes BeiMing wonder, since this is the first time he heard this name here in Luo City. After Chengsheng realized this, Jiaoyu then stated that she doesn't care now if BeiMing will ask for forgiveness. She then glanced at her battle sprite, reminding it to be careful with BeiMing's dagger, and she ordered to rip BeiMing into pieces. Without wasting more time, the dark tiger lion then jumped toward BeiMing with killing intent, while BeiMing still had the guts to say, "You want to rip me with this beast? How funny." The lion then growled at him, and when it passed through him, he was about to attack it, but he was shocked as he witnessed that this spirit beast can dodge his dagger, and he concluded that it might have opened its intelligence. The dark tiger lion landed on the rack where the seller is hiding, and the seller then ran away while asking for some help. This dark tiger lion was scratching its foot to the table where it was standing, and it continuously growled as it was staring at BeiMing. BeiMing then also stared at it, but suddenly someone screamed, ordering them all to stop from fighting. BeiMing then turned his head, and Jiaoyu and Lai Mu stared to the direction where the sound was coming. They saw the guards from the Black Pagoda going down from upstairs and walking towards them. Chengsheng then chuckled while commenting that it has become more interesting now. The Black Pagoda guards then form a formation, while in the middle of them is one of the leaders here in Black Pagoda. "How bold of you rascals! You were daring enough brawling inside my black house," he angrily said. The seller who was hiding at the table was staring at these people, and he then stood as he saw that it was the 9th leader of Black Pagoda. The 9th leader then asked them all about who dared to start fighting in this Black Pagoda. The seller then went in front of the 9th leader and explained to him that BeiMing initially came in this building to buy medicine, and the jade white bone, and also Lai Mu, who secondly came to buy the jade white bone. After hearing it, the 9th leader then accused Lai Mu of making a mess in this Black Pagoda and crushed almost all of the racks and medicine. "Did you intend to destroy this building?" he asked, and Lai Mu then told him that he got it wrong. He said that there will be no fight happening if BeiMing didn't kill his battle sprite. He also asked the 9th leader to be fair in this problem, but the 9th leader told him that his problem has nothing to do with their Black Pagoda. Since there's a lot of damaged items inside, he ordered Lai Mu to compensate those broken racks and medicines 10 times. And if he will compensate as what the 9th leader wanted, he cannot be able to get out of this building. The guards then raised all their batons and pointed it at where Lai Mu was standing. Jiaoyu then disagreed with compensating 10 times. Instead, she suggested that she'll make it 100 times if she could be able to get the jade white bone. The 9th leader was surprised upon hearing it, but still, he repeated to them that their problem has nothing to do with this Black Pagoda, and for him, 10 times is already enough. "We can pay 10 times the damages, but are you brave enough to take it?" Lai Mu said. "Don't be ridiculous. Afraid of what?" the 9th leader asked, and Lai Mu then mentioned the Supreme Court. The 9th leader was dumbfounded hearing it, and a part of him was frightened, since he knew that the Supreme Court is the 3 biggest powers of the city that even the head of this Black Pagoda can't handle. He then asked Lai Mu about what his relation to the Supreme Court, and Lai Mu then ironically smiled at him while proudly said that he has been joining the Supreme Court for 6 months now. He also said that the lady together with him is the diamond of the Supreme Court. The 9th leader then concludes that this lady is the princess of the Supreme Court named Lan Jiaoyu. He was so speechless after knowing it, and he suddenly laughed and bowed down to Jiaoyu while politely welcoming the lady. "Enough for the nonsense. The only thing I want is the white jade bone. I will pay the damages 100 times and the Supreme Court won't bother you anymore," Jiaoyu stated. But Miss Lan, you've heard it too. The white jade bone was sold out. As the rule of the Black Pagoda, the items that are already sold out have nothing to do with the Black Pagoda. The ninth leader answered. Lai Mu then interfered by saying that there's a misunderstanding. The ninth leader was confused, so Lai Mu explained to him that the white jade bone hasn't sold yet. Upon hearing his statement, both BeiMing and Cheng Sheng rattled, as they also both knew that BeiMing hadn't paid yet. Qian Ziyo Zai, is the jade white bone already sold out or not? The ninth leader asked his seller, and Zioxy was nervous while explaining that BeiMing does not only want to buy the jade white bone, but also other medicines, so Ziyo, who had prepared everything at their storeroom, and BeiMing will pay for it all at once. The ninth leader becomes mad knowing that the money isn't in their hands yet, so for him, the jade white bone is still owned by them. Zioxy was scared of his mistake, and the only thing he did was to stay silent. The ninth leader then glanced at BeiMing, and he ordered BeiMing to hand over the jade white bone. Unexpectedly, this is how the Black Pagoda trades things, BeiMing uttered. The ninth leader then told BeiMing that he doesn't have the right to bother their method with whom he trades, since he's one of the heads in this Black Pagoda. He then extended his hands and asked BeiMing again to give the jade white bone. Black Pagoda doesn't have a business with you, he uttered with a bad aura. Because of his aura, BeiMing senses that this ninth leader of this Black Pagoda is also a level hunter. A small Black Pagoda dares to bully its customers, BeiMing uttered. So what? Just give me the jade white bone and get out of this building. The ninth leader answered. He then declared that starting in this second, he will not sell even a single monster skin or monster bone to BeiMing. BeiMing was already mad, so he asked Cheng Sheng if he still wanted to have a business with BeiMing again for the second time. Cheng Sheng smiled at him and asked what business he meant to say. 10 million, help me destroy this Black Pagoda. BeiMing answered. Jiao Yu and Lai Mu were shocked upon hearing what BeiMing said, and the ninth leader of this Black Pagoda was mad knowing that BeiMing will dare to destroy their building. Since he didn't believe that BeiMing could make it, he challenged BeiMing to show it to him how he would destroy this Black Pagoda. How will you destroy it? He asked with a hot aura surrounding him. Hey, you crazy kid. Okay, this Mr. Cheng Sheng will go crazy with you, Cheng Sheng said, and declared that he will destroy the Black Pagoda and help BeiMing once more. A blue flame surrounding his body, and the ninth leader of the pagoda can see that Cheng Sheng is indeed a high-level hunter, which makes him wonder where Cheng Sheng is coming from. At this moment, Cheng Sheng told BeiMing to destroy the building, as he will be the one to handle the Black Pagoda's ninth leader. BeiMing then told him to be careful and instantly dashed away to start destroying the building. The guards rattled upon seeing BeiMing, but the ninth leader ordered them to confront BeiMing. The guards then raised their batons to stop BeiMing, but BeiMing easily took it down and escaped from it by jumping away. The guards were all shocked, as they didn't expect BeiMing could escape from them all. The ninth leader, on the other hand, was already furious while staring at BeiMing. He then gets his golden crow ghost chain and uses it as a weapon to attack BeiMing. But then, the chain was easily crushed with just Cheng Sheng's fan. The ninth leader was shocked seeing it, and Cheng Sheng opened his fan and stated that this ninth leader got the wrong person. Your enemy is me, he uttered. At this moment, the ninth leader was staring in his weapon with confusion about why his golden crow ghost chain got easily destroyed by a folding fan. Cheng Sheng picks up the chain while teasing the ninth leader that this weapon is just a piece of shit. As he was holding his fan, which was wide open, Jiao Yu realized that the fan Cheng Sheng was holding was the mountain river folding fan. It was called a mountain river because of its picture printed on the fan. She then deduces that Cheng Sheng is indeed from a Gu family. As what Lai Mu knew, the Gu family were from Shangcheng, and he wondered why Cheng Sheng is here in Luo City. According to the rumors, the young master from the Gu family is a useless fellow. For a lowly whore, he ran away from the Gu family. Seems like the whore is in Luo. Jiao Yu replied while staring at Cheng Sheng. After what they have discovered, Lai Mu doesn't know what to do now, since he believes that the Gu family won't let them off after snatching the jade white bone from them. Jiao Yu then smiled at him and said that nobody can stop her from obtaining the jade white bone, even the Gu family. While they were talking, the ninth leader of the Black Pagoda overheard them, and he doesn't know what to do now, knowing that he has faced the princess of the Supreme Court and the young master of Gu family. What he knew is he wouldn't be able to make a wrong move if a fight broke out between these two people from a high background family. While he was overthinking things, Zioxy interrupted him, as he was worried about the Black Pagoda that is now slowly being destroyed by BeiMing. While BeiMing enjoying what he was doing, Cheng Sheng asked if he's done yet, since he's already hungry and wanted to eat. But BeiMing answered him not to hurry and promised that they'll eat later once he's done destroying this Black Pagoda. Cheng Sheng then laughed, since there are a total of 5 stories in this building, and the dinner time would be over before BeiMing is done. On the other hand, the ninth leader of the Black Pagoda was trying to stop BeiMing, but then Cheng Sheng blocked his way, and warned him not to move an inch. If you dare, your head will drop with the assistance of my mountain river fan, Cheng Sheng stated, which frightened the pagoda's 9th leader. While Cheng Sheng was pointing his fan to the 9th leader, Ziyu interfered by calling him young Master Gu. The Supreme Court and Gu family have never interfered with each other's interests before. Ain't you scared to cause a misunderstanding between the two families when you deliberately prevent me from obtaining the jade white bone my father specifically asked for? Ziyu stated. Lan Ziyu, are you threatening me? I do whatever I please. This old geezer has no influence over me. As for you, you are only using your father's name, Lan Zhenglong, to have everything done your way. Now you dare to threaten me, Cheng Sheng replied. Ziyu was annoyed how Cheng Sheng answered her, but Cheng Sheng doesn't care, and even told her to go back and tell her father to freely go against the Gu family if her father really has the power. He was about to walk away, but he heard that there's still something Ziyu was about to say towards him, but she was not able to tell it completely since the 9th leader of the pagoda stopped her. What about me? You wanna be like that old geezer? Have a taste of my mountain river fan? Cheng Sheng asked. Ziyu didn't utter ang words, and she didn't intend to fight against Cheng Sheng, as she knows that Cheng Sheng is a higher tier than her, which she believes that she doesn't have a chance against him. Instead, she asked the 9th leader if he ain't gonna do something to stop BeiMing and Cheng Sheng. The 9th leader then explained to her that he might lose his life if he went against the Gu family. According to him, even if Black Pagoda got wrecked from the inside out, only punishment will be issued, not his life. What's so great about the Gu family? As long as you kill Cheng Sheng and take back the jade white bone, the vice leader position in the Supreme Court will be open for you, Ziyu stated, which surprised the 9th leader as he never imagined to be a part of the Supreme Court. He fakely coughed and whispered to Ziyu if he can really believe that he can have the vice president position once he'll take back the jade white bone. Ziyu then answered that she's a woman of words. As long as this 9th leader of the Black Pagoda can kill Cheng Sheng and come back with the jade white stone, she can assure the Supreme Court position will be given to this man. Hearing her makes the pagoda's 9th leader believe her. He glanced at Cheng Sheng while thinking about the offer, and Cheng Sheng was in confusion about what both Ziyu and the 9th leader was talking to. At the end, the 9th leader accepted the offer and ordered the guards to bring out the Beast Mountain. BeiMing then turned his head to the 9th leader's direction as he was shocked by what he had heard. The pagoda guards then make a move while Cheng Sheng wonders about what this Beast Mountain is all about. The 9th leader then slowly walked towards Cheng Sheng while saying that he doesn't care now whichever family Cheng Sheng came from. He also confidently said that none of BeiMing and Cheng Sheng can leave the Black Pagoda alive today. Cheng Sheng then smirked while asking the 9th leader why he was suddenly full of guts now. BeiMing then suddenly appeared, jumping towards the 9th leader with killing intent, and the 9th leader rattled as he was unprepared. Fortunately, Ziyu instantly pulled him while her dark tiger lion was jumping towards BeiMing. BeiMing was alarmed upon seeing it, and he then dashed away when the dark tiger lion was about to scratch him while roaring. The dark tiger lion and BeiMing both landed on the ground, and BeiMing whispered, "Death-seeking bastard." Ziyu and Limu were very confident as they expected that BeiMing wouldn't be able to defeat the dark tiger lion. The 9th leader at the same time was hiding behind Ziyu and shouted to BeiMing that not even God can save him now. "Do you really think that a mere Supreme Court can shelter you?" BeiMing asked while pointing his crossbow to the pagoda's 9th leader. He then struck numerous arrows as he was targeting the 9th leader, but all of these arrows spun away, which surprised BeiMing. "Did I give you the permission to kill him?" Ziyu asked, and she's now holding a weapon called Ice Silkweave, which she also used to deflect BeiMing's arrows. Cheng Sheng then let BeiMing know about this weapon and reminded him to be careful. According to him, this Ice Silkweave is a divine level weapon, and his mountain river folding fan may not even be able to break it. All of a sudden, a shaking of the ground suddenly happened, and there were even dusts dropped from the wall. Limu was clueless as he doesn't have any idea about what's going on, and even Cheng Sheng thought that it's just a normal earthquake. But as per BeiMing, it's the Beast Mountain, a mountain full of spirit beasts. At the black market, the people around here also witnessed the appearance of this mountain, and they also felt the shaking of the ground that happened. The mountain cannot be only seen at the black market but also at BeiMing's house. While the beasts were roaring, Snowball saw it and he became fierce as he felt a danger was going to happen to his master. Going back to the Black Pagoda, the 9th leader guffaws as he concludes that Cheng Sheng and BeiMing this time will both die knowing that the Beast Mountain has been brought out. Since Cheng Sheng doesn't know about this mountain, he asked BeiMing if there's really a lot of spirit beasts within the mountain. "Yes, be careful." Gauging from the aura emitted there, the tier of the spirit beasts range from mid to high. BeiMing answered. Aw, then ain't we dead meat? Chang Sheng asked, and BeiMing answered that it's not true. The ninth leader was currently holding a whistle and said that with just a blow of this whistle, BeiMing and Chang Sheng shall become food for the spirit beasts. He then started blowing the whistle, and BeiMing was rattled upon hearing it while Chang Sheng was waiting for what would happen. The spirit beasts heard the whistle and are now heading their way to the Black Pagoda. BeiMing then glanced at Chang Sheng, ordering him to snatch the whistle and stop the ninth leader from blowing while BeiMing will go and destroy the Beast Mountain. No problem, leave it to me, Chang Sheng answered. He then swung his mountain river fan as he was casting a strong wind from it. Because of this power, he was able to destroy the wall of the Black Pagoda by creating a hole. No one was able to stop BeiMing this time, even the pagoda guards, so he easily managed to come out and scream to Chang Sheng that he'll leave the Black Pagoda to him. He then rushed towards the Beast Mountain, and while he was leaving, Chang Sheng was staring at him and chuckled. Behind him is the pagoda's ninth leader, who's staring mad at Chang Sheng while saying that both Chang Sheng and BeiMing are overconfident brats. This old man shall see how many heads you have to use to entertain the thoughts of destroying Black Pagoda's Beast Mountain, he added, which was overheard by Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng then side-eyed to him, telling him that he should care more about himself than anything else. Hand over the whistle. Don't play any tricks, or else be prepared to be slain by me, Chang Sheng uttered. You Master Gu, if you want to slay this old man, you need to have the ability to do so. The ninth leader answered, and the guards were already beside him and the others were surrounding Chang Sheng. But Chang Sheng didn't feel nervous at all. From BeiMing's point of view, he arrived at the Beast Mountain and saw a ferocious beast roaring. The moment BeiMing went near to it, it suddenly stared at him, but BeiMing still had the guts to smirk and raised his dagger while uttering that nobody can leave this place. He then instantly slashed the first beast he saw. Going back to the pagoda, the ninth leader was very confident that he would never lose against Chang Sheng, as he was very determined to get the vice president position of the Supreme Court. He then ordered the guards to attack Chang Sheng, and the guards then answered yes to him while Chang Sheng was still smiling at them. He was tapping his mountain river fan on his hand and saying that he'll accept the ninth leader's generous offer of fighting against them. BeiMing at the same time started entering the Beast Mountain despite that he's alone. He was following the roaring sounds of the beast and easily killed them one by one. As he was standing staring at the wolf he executed, there's another monsters behind him. He then looked at it and saw how its eyes were flaming. BeiMing then grips his weapon and slices the monster into pieces. After killing it, he was breathing deeply while staring in front of him as he saw 3 demonic wolves walking towards him. The wolves were roaring with their eyes flaming in green. How troublesome, BeiMing whispered. He then rushed to the wolves and killed it instantly without wasting a lot of time. BeiMing was currently panting and he stood while the dead wolves were all lying on the ground lifeless. BeiMing grits his teeth as he was annoyed knowing that this Beast Mountain isn't as big as the other Beast Mountains he already experienced, but the spirit here seems endless. While he was trying to rest a bit, spikes were being attacked to him, but he fortunately looked at it on time and managed to avoid the spikes. When he stared above, he saw numerous man-eating venomous bees. He was shocked upon seeing these monsters here, and all of a sudden, he heard a loud whistling sound. He was already surrounded by monsters, and when he turned his head behind, he saw inferno wolves who's in flames. At the same time, the bees attacked him with its spikes once more, and BeiMing fortunately managed to avoid it. The inferno wolves then jumped towards him and BeiMing did the same thing. In an instant, BeiMing was able to stab the inferno wolves and its blood splattered around. BeiMing then senses more monsters behind him, and upon checking it, he was right as he saw a lot of red eyes despite that it's too dark in the cave. He stood while clenching his fist, and he was annoyed once again while complaining about these endless beasts in this Beast Mountain. He then thinks of Chang Sheng as he knew that Chang Sheng didn't get the whistle from the pagoda's ninth leader since monsters are still appearing. At the Black Pagoda, Chang Sheng's mountain river fan has blood on it, and he was staring at his fan while stating that his enemies are such a waste of strength. He has defeated all the pagoda guards and only the ninth leader left this time. It would have saved me all this trouble if you had given me the whistle. You even spoiled my folding fan, he uttered, and the ninth leader felt insulted. Chang Sheng then extended his hand while asking the ninth leader to hand over the whistle, and he also informed the ninth leader that he was in a hurry as he still had someone who needed to be saved. Young Master Gu, let me give you a piece of advice. Stop now and all our past grievances would be set aside. The ninth leader answered. Chang Sheng then chuckled and suddenly gave a fierce look to the ninth leader while saying that Black Pagoda's old dog dared to threaten him. My trip to Luo City would have been a waste if I hadn't wrecked this place upside down, he added, and dashed towards the ninth leader and asked the elder once again to give up the whistle. The ninth leader was panicked upon seeing Cheng Sheng about to attack him, but Jiao interfered again using her ice silk weave while telling Cheng Sheng not to be so impudent. Cheng Sheng then glanced to the direction where Jiao was standing and he was able to block Jiao's ice silk weave. He then side-eyed to the ninth leader and immediately attacked him with just a bare hand. His attack creates a golden light and it was a strong hit from his that makes the ninth leader vomit blood. Because of it, the ninth leader unintentionally let go of the whistle. Cheng Sheng then immediately catched it. Smelly old bastard. Don't think that by hiding behind those bitches, I can't touch you. I'll be taking this whistle, Cheng Sheng stated. The ninth leader was trembling in pain but still had the guts to warn Cheng Sheng of not taking away the whistle. He said that if Cheng Sheng really did so, there would be no end to Black Pagoda's pursuit. But then, Cheng Sheng wasn't scared at all and even told the ninth leader that he would wait. While Cheng Sheng was holding the whistle, he was intrigued with it, so he decided to blow it just once. But after doing it, he felt something weird and suddenly kneeled on the ground while holding his chest. He feels a weird sensation that makes him feel that his strength has been drawn away. He then stared at the whistle while there's a lot of curiosity coming on his mind. The ninth leader suddenly laughed at him as he saw what Cheng Sheng did. Cheng Sheng then angrily asked him if what's going to happen after he blows the whistle, and the ninth leader guffaws once more while saying that the Black Pagoda's whistle is not as simple as Cheng Sheng did. What makes Cheng Sheng more scared is hearing the ninth leader telling him to prepare to collect BeiMing's corpse. Going back to the Beast Mountain, BeiMing noticed something weird coming. The beasts inside the caves were rushing towards BeiMing with their eyes flaming. BeiMing then feels that the whistling made the beasts become more hostile, and he concludes that it might be going to berserk at any moment. He was standing inside the cave while waiting for the monsters to appear. At the same time, there was a lady standing at the roof of the Black Pagoda while staring at the Beast Mountain. This lady was too silent while observing the mountain in front of her. And inside the pagoda, Cheng Sheng was still attacking the ninth leader as he was furious how this ninth leader spoke some words confidently. Bastard, today we'll find out which one is tougher, your mouth or my interrogation methods, Cheng Sheng stated while his foot was pushing to the ninth leader's chest. Up until this time, the ninth leader still dared to smile at Cheng Sheng ironically and said that BeiMing won't really survive even if Cheng Sheng will kill him. He knew that all the spirit beasts this time in the Beast Mountain have all gone berserk and will only stop once BeiMing will die. He also let Cheng Sheng know that those beasts no longer listen to commands. BeiMing this time rattled seeing all the beasts becomes hostile towards him. Currently, he was fighting against the Inferno Wolf and instantly slashed it, causing it to die. The bees were also attacking him with its spikes and BeiMing immediately got down to avoid being hit. The bees were flying in front of BeiMing and BeiMing then pointed his crossbow to the bees and arrowed them. The bees were being killed by the arrows, and a gigantic centipede appeared once again. It rushed to BeiMing, but BeiMing was able to stab its mouth and stomped it after. After those waves of beasts, BeiMing kneeled down while panting loud. He believes that he will be devoured before he tears the Black Pagoda down if these waves of beasts go on any longer. In just a few seconds, he was shocked as he saw another wave of beasts again, and at the same time, he was thinking of Snowball. This time, the cave started crumbling and BeiMing stared up above to check what's going on. But then, the rocks were falling and the two Inferno Wolves were being hit by huge rocks. BeiMing was still puzzled as he didn't know who made it. The pile of rocks suddenly moved and something was coming out from it. BeiMing was confused and even thought that the ferocious beasts might still be alive, not until a familiar sound came from the rocks. BeiMing then instantly smiled as he knew that it was his pet Snowball. Snowball then comes out with a wide smile on its face and hopped at BeiMing's shoulder. BeiMing then gave thanks to his pet knowing that it arrived on time before the ferocious beasts eat him alive. BeiMing was tapping Snowball's cheeks while Snowball was thrilled by it. While they were caressing, they both heard a sound from the pile of rocks again. They both then immediately look at it with a fierce look and a spotted python comes out from the pile of rocks and was hissing loudly while facing BeiMing. BeiMing's energy comes back this time since Snowball is with him. He then said to Snowball that they'll attack the spotted python together, and Snowball then answered by creating his own sound. Going back to the Black Pagoda, the ninth leader was severely beaten up by Cheng Sheng and he's already struggling and ended up asking Cheng Sheng to end his life as he knew that the Black Pagoda people would take revenge for him. Cheng Sheng wasn't scared at all and even said that this Black Pagoda can't dare to do something bad to him even if he will kill the head of this branch. Because of what he said, the ninth leader was feeling insulted once again and he doesn't like how Cheng Sheng belittled the Black Pagoda. Since he cannot barely move, he's asking for help from Jiao. Save me, he said while raising his trembling arm. This time, Jiao felt pity for him and she called Cheng Sheng's surname. Chang Sheng then turned his head, but he was already too late since Jiao Yu had already struck an attack using the ice silk weave. Despite that, Chang Sheng was able to use his mountain river folding fan. The ice silk weave was able to scratch a little bit on his cheeks. The ice silk weave was struck on the wall and went back to Jiao Yu. Chang Sheng this time was holding his cheeks and he was challenged to fight against Jiao Yu, so he said to the lady that if fight is what she seeks, Chang Sheng will accept the challenge and fight against her. This young lady here will turn you into dog food. Jiao Yu confidently answered. But before they could have a battle, someone ordered them all to cease all actions. Both Jiao Yu and Chang Sheng were intrigued by who it was, and they saw a lovely lady with red hair named Mayuru. She was seriously staring at them all, and Lai Mu already had an idea about who she was. He knew that Yuru is the Black Widow and head of this Black Pagoda, but he heard that this lady left Luo City, so he wondered why she suddenly appeared. Senior brother Lai, she is the Black Widow, head of this pagoda, Jiao Yu asked. Lai Mu then told her to be precautious as he believes that Yuru is a heretic and no one dares to provoke her even in 3 major cities. According to him, there is a rumor that a few years back, upon encountering Yuru in Luo, a battle master tier spirit beast ran away from her. Because of what Jiao Yu heard from Lai Mu, she becomes speechless while staring at Yuru. On the other hand, the 9th leader was trembling while stuttering, calling the Black Pagoda head. Yuru then asked him to explain the situation in this building, and the 9th leader then bowed down in front of her while explaining that Chang Sheng and BeiMing came to this Black Pagoda to cause trouble and bragged that they were tearing down the building. He also let Yuru know that the Beast Mountain was brought out to deal with Chang Sheng and BeiMing and reasoned out that he doesn't have any choice. The nerves to wreak havoc here in Black Pagoda. You all think that we are pushovers, Yuru uttered. She was mad and had a powerful aura surrounding her body which made both Lai Mu and Jiao Yu dumbfounded. All of a sudden, Chang Sheng laughed loudly and Yuru then looked at him with a mad face while asking who it was. Chang Sheng then told his name and said that it was him. Yuru then walked towards Chang Sheng and mentioned Chang Sheng's surname. She smiled widely as she recalled that Chang Sheng is the young master from the Gu family. Hu Dao also smiled at her while stating that rumors had spread far and wide that the Black Widow is a natural beauty that even monks with hundreds of years of cultivation are bewitched by her. Today's meeting has shown that the rumors do your beauty no justice. He added, instead of staying in major cities, young Master Gu has come to this small town of Luo just to tear down this lady's building. Do you think we are pushovers? Or is there another rumor going around that the Gu family's influence has gotten so big that our tiny Black Pagoda doesn't even pose a single threat? The lady replied, and Chang Sheng then told her not to put words in his mouth. While listening to them, the 9th leader was trembling in fear as he was afraid that Yuru would really believe Chang Sheng's side of the story. He was in the corner and he was dumbfounded after hearing Chang Sheng ask Yuru if only the Black Pagoda is allowed to take advantage of its customer. The 9th leader knew that Chang Sheng was referring to him. Chang Sheng also said that the customers can't cause a scene to recover their lost pride. And both Lai Mu and Jiao Yu believe that Chang Sheng is slowly trying to tell everything to Yuru what really happened. Someone suddenly came who's holding a baton and struck it loudly on the floor while saying nonsense. It was Elder Zhang of this Black Pagoda, and he stated that their Black Pagoda does their business reasonably and never takes advantage of their customers. A member of the Black Pagoda behind Elder Zhang was accusing Chang Sheng that he was only saying these words to excuse himself for attacking the Black Pagoda. Young Master Gu, don't you think this excuse is preposterous? He asked. Chang Sheng then guffaws and his laughter makes Elder Zhang annoyed and asks him what's so funny. Chang Sheng folded his mountain river fan while telling Elder Zhang to ask his own employee. Isn't that right, 9th lector? He said and glanced at the 9th leader behind him who's already in fear. He then kneeled down to face the 9th leader and told him that he's willing to tear down the Black Pagodas in the 3 major cities if any harm befalls BeiMing. The 9th leader was shocked upon hearing him. He was so scared this time, and Yuru then called his name, ordering him to tell the truth in front of everyone. Leader Yuru, I'm innocent, the 9th leader stated. Explain, innocent of what crime? Yuru asked. The 9th leader then glanced at Jiao Yu and Jiao Yu did the same thing to him. This time, the 9th leader started explaining that Chang Sheng together with BeiMing came to this Black Pagoda to purchase medicine, and also saw the jade white bone and wanted to purchase it. He pointed at Jiao Yu while saying that Jiao Yu from the Supreme Court also wanted this jade white bone. He said that he asked the sellers and he was told that BeiMing didn't pay yet, so he made his own decision to sell the jade white bone to Jiao Yu. Elder Zhang was speechless after knowing that Jiao Yu was from the Supreme Court. Chang Sheng heard behind him how the 9th leader told everyone that Chang Sheng and BeiMing then said that the Black Pagoda were bullies and that they would tear down the building. This is too much, Elder Zhang uttered. The Gu family and the Supreme Court are major powers located in the 3 major cities, Yuru stated. She also said that Changsheng and Jiao were too childish to fight against each other just because of a jade white bone, Yuru stated. Changsheng and Jiao looked at each other because they both feel shy about Yuru stated. As long as you give me the jade white bone, I will pay for all the damages incurred here, Jiao proclaimed. Yuru then looked at Changsheng and asked his plan. Black Widow, are you siding with them? The jade white bone was already sold to my brother, it's our possession. Not only are you not giving us a reasonable price, but you expect us to let go of the jade white bone. Do you think we are pushovers? Changsheng answered. And as per Yuru, Changsheng doesn't have the right to decide whether to let go of the jade white bone or not, since it was his friend BeiMing who really purchased the item. Because of what she said, Changsheng became mad at her. At this moment, Yuru then asked for the whistle to the 9th leader, and the 9th leader pointed to Changsheng while saying that Changsheng stole it from him. And the members of the Black Pagoda were thinking it the wrong way. Yuru then ordered Changsheng to hand over the whistle as it was a valuable property of their Black Pagoda. Changsheng was currently holding the whistle and told them that they should rescue BeiMing first, who's at the Beast Mountain, before he will give back the whistle to them. But still, Yuru said that they will never save BeiMing unless Changsheng gives the whistle to her. Both of them were staring at each other, and at the end, Changsheng decided to give the whistle to the lady and told her once more to rescue BeiMing as soon as possible. I give you my word, Yuru replied while extending her arm to receive the whistle, but before Changsheng could drop it to her hand, someone stopped him. They both then checked who it was and surprisingly saw BeiMing, who's perfectly fine together with his pet Snowball, who's eating a bestial core they got from the Beast Mountain. Changsheng then proudly smiled, knowing that BeiMing made it and had survived from the ferocious beast. On the other hand, Jiao, Lai Mu, and the Black Pagoda members were surprised to see BeiMing alive. You're something else, how are you still alive after entering the Spirit Beast Mountain? Changsheng asked to BeiMing. Do you think they could stop me with general-level monsters? BeiMing replied. Changsheng then raised the whistle and asked BeiMing what they should do with this item. BeiMing then smiled at him and explained that Beast Hill can't be compared with high-grade treasure. However, it's still a treasure. According to him, the monsters in the Beast Hill are powerful, which could be a massive asset to them if they are able to tame it. While they were talking, someone interrupted them by telling BeiMing not to dare tame the monsters in the Beast Hill. She screamed angrily that the Central Pagoda forged the Beast Hill and it's precious to them. Don't even think of leaving it, she added. She extended her arm once more and ordered Changsheng to hand over the whistle so they could forgive them both for the troubles they had caused the Black Pagoda. Behind Yuru is Jiao saying that the Supreme Court will be indebted to BeiMing if he will give up the jade white bone. Changsheng was puzzled about what to do this time, so he asked BeiMing if he had a plan. But then, BeiMing just made fun of Jiao's statement. Jiang Yuru, so you are the unbelievable owner of the Black Pagoda, BeiMing said while facing Yuru. Everyone was shocked after knowing that BeiMing knew about Yuru. Answer me, what's your clan and who are you? Yuru asked, since she's also confused about why BeiMing knew her name since she hadn't introduced herself yet. BeiMing then answered that his given name is BeiMing with a family named Chen from Luo City. Chen BeiMing, Yuru uttered with confusion. She then recalled that she heard BeiMing's name, which was the one who beat up Luo's hunters and blackmailed them for money. How exactly do you know the name Jiang Yuru? She asked. And before BeiMing answered her confusion, he asked the lady first if she really wanted BeiMing to answer it in front of everyone. Yuru felt nervous thinking that BeiMing might know something about her. She then turned her head to Elder Zhang and ordered the elder to make sure no one could step out of the Black Pagoda without her permission. Don't worry, madam. I won't even let a single bug escape my sight, Elder Zhang answered. She then walked towards BeiMing and said that BeiMing should face the consequences if he's just tricking her. She whispered to BeiMing to follow her, and BeiMing then slightly smiled while staring at the lady. Before he follows Yuru, Changsheng advises him to be careful as he was thinking that the Black Pagoda people might be planning something bad to them. For him, it won't end well for them if they play right into the Black Pagoda hands. BeiMing tapped Changsheng's shoulder while asking Changsheng to trust him as he was confident of what he was doing. He also told Changsheng to keep his eyes on Jiao and Lai Mu since he believes that these two don't look trustworthy. While they were talking, Jiao was staring at them, wondering about what they were talking about. As per Lai Mu, BeiMing looks like he knew some secret of Yuru. If they join up together, we'll have a considerable loss at our hands, he added. Jiao then said that Lai Mu was just afraid of the Black Pagoda, but for her, she believes that the Black Pagoda won't dare to touch people of the Supreme Court. Also, she doubts that BeiMing has anything that Yuru needs. Despite how confident she is, Lai Mu noticed Jiao earrings that suddenly slightly glowing. He was still nervous and also wondering how BeiMing knew the Black Pagoda owner's name, which is Jiang Yuru, and he's also confused why Yuru decided to talk to BeiMing in private. Yuru went to the upper part of the building together with BeiMing, and she then immediately ordered BeiMing to speak what he knew. BeiMing then answered that he knows a lot about the Jiang family, so she asked the lady if where he should start. BeiMing really knew about Yuru, but it was a knowledge from his past, and he's very confident that it was accurate. Yuru then asked him where he knew about the name Jiang Yuru, and before BeiMing could answer, she warned BeiMing to tell the truth. If I even feel a hint of a lie, I will kill you. She added, who told me? That's not importante. All you need to know is, I'm the only one in this world who can help you. BeiMing answered. Yuru was still confused, and she doesn't have any idea how a person like BeiMing can help her. Don't think just because you defeated the families in Luo that there are no more opponents for you. In my eyes, you are just like them, an ant. Yuru stated. She was holding something in her hand, and it seemed like this was her way to make her battle sprite guard her just outside the building, a twin-head war beast. She also asked about what skill BeiMing has to help her and what else does he know. She demanded BeiMing to tell her exactly who's the one who gave him the name Jiang Yuru. BeiMing was crossing his arms and mentioned the name Jiang Yufan. Yuru was shocked upon hearing it, and BeiMing then added that he also knew about the person named Jiang Yufan. Yuru was shocked hearing this name, as it was her long-lost brother. As per BeiMing, he knows where to find Jiang Yufan, and he also knows how to neutralize Yuru's innate poison. After hearing what BeiMing said, Yuru dropped her weapon on the floor. Her body was trembling while she's crying in pain, remembering her brother. According to BeiMing, Jiang Yufan's bloodline is second to none in the whole Jiang family, and the Jiang family is also the highest existence in the 3 major cities. He said that everyone hates and envies the people of the Jiang family for their money. Yuru continuously cried, and she asked BeiMing to tell exactly where her brother was. BeiMing then answered that the Jiang family has sold Jiang Yufan to the Star Alliance. Yuru was clueless about what this Star Alliance is, so BeiMing explained that it's a tremendous force outside of the distant ruins, and the area JS across a cliff that's very difficult to pass. He added that in the middle of the abyss, there is only an Imperial realm where Imperial monsters are countless and Emperor realm hunters are everywhere. We haven't even mentioned the Star Alliance's force yet. They have dozens of knights who are monitoring him. He said, Imperial monsters and Emperor realm, so many powerful beings are around him. Yuru uttered. She said that she had never heard of these things before, so she asked BeiMing if how she would know that BeiMing was not lying. BeiMing then answered that the more he go on, the less Yuru believed him. I'm being honest with you. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything to help you, BeiMing proclaimed. Yuru was clenching her fist while trembling as she deduces that she will never see her brother again if she will not believe BeiMing. BeiMing then tapped her shoulder and promised her that he could really help the lady. Instead of being happy, Yuru removed BeiMing's hand from her shoulder with anger, thinking that BeiMing couldn't help her either. She was worried that her brother was confined in a terrifying place without knowing how the people there treat Jiang Yufan. BeiMing then calmed her down and reminded her that her brother's bloodline should still be a secret. However, once those people hunting Yufan will find out in the future, BeiMing believes that it will be impossible to save him. He also told the lady that nobody can harm Jiang Yufan as long as nobody will find out. At this moment, Yuru and BeiMing were staring into each other's eyes, and Yuru slowly believed to BeiMing, if I find out that you're tricking me, I will crush your bones into dog food. The lady said, what reason would I have to trick you? If you want to see your brother soon, hurry up and prepare the herbs that I need. I have people waiting for me to save them. BeiMing answered, and Yuru decided to give what BeiMing needs. But then, they heard the sound of some marching men. When Yuru checked who it was, they saw the person named Liao Erjiang. According to her, this man visited before on behalf of the Central Pagoda. She said that this man has a good service history of 1,000 years. She thought that this man left Luo City with his family, and also, it's not time for the annual financial inspections, so she wondered why this man came this time here in Black Pagoda. As BeiMing believes, this man has undoubtedly come here to cause trouble. He knew that the people from the Central Pagoda are famous for their crimes, and he didn't sense any good intentions from this man, so he decided to accompany Yuru facing Erjiang. They both then went downstairs and stared at where Erjiang was standing, which was beside Jiao Yu. Yuru then warned BeiMing to be careful with Erjiang since Erjiang has the same general cultivation as her. The time for an inspection hasn't arrived yet. Why have you come to my Black Pagoda? She asked to Erjiang, then Erjiang also asked her if he was not welcome in this pagoda if there's no inspection. Yuru then told him that she'll welcome him by herself if the reason for his visit is just to buy some goods. But if Jiang was just here for trouble, she will not be hesitant to make them leave in this black pagoda. A bad aura was surrounding between the two, and Lai Mu was wondering if Jiang had a grudge against Yuru. As per Jiao, she heard that Jiang's younger brother who also served him had fallen at the hand of Yuru for the reason the Jiang's brother teases the lady. At this time, Yuru's battle sprite was also inside the black pagoda, and Jiao then concludes that this war beast is surely Yuru's pet. Jiang suddenly clapped his hand, and Yuru wondered about what was inside Jiang's mind. Jiang then stated that he was not here to cause any issue, but instead, he only heard that this black pagoda has a jade white bone. Oh dear, Liao, I would have sold it to you, however, it's a shame. The jade white bone has already been sold to this brother. Sorry to disappoint you all, Yuru answered while pointing to BeiMing. Chengsheng and Jiao both were shocked upon hearing it, and Chengsheng then whispered to BeiMing to ask him about what happened between BeiMing and Yuru, but instead of answering, BeiMing was just silent. It turned out that Jiang was Jiao uncle, and Jiao then called her uncle to make a way so they could get the jade white bone. Jiang then told her not to be nervous and confidently said that there's nothing he cannot solve for Jiao's father. He then declared that he had no further business with Yuru since the jade white bone had already been sold to BeiMing. He pointed to BeiMing and ordered BeiMing to hand over the jade white bone before the day was over. If you don't, you will provoke my anger, there will only be a bad ending for you, he added, and BeiMing just fearlessly stared at him with anger on his face. The black pagoda is fascinating. First, the branch pagoda bullies its buyers, and now it's the Liao's servant from the main pagoda. I had thought that you were Miss Lan's biological father, Chengsheng suddenly stated, which makes Jiang mad as for him. Chengsheng was uttering illogical words. Young Master Gu, don't utter nonsense again, or I will have to tear your mouth apart, Jiao angrily said. Hey, you dare to curse me. Do you have a death wish? Chengsheng replied to Jiao. He widely opened his mountain river folding fan and turned it to Jiang. And because of it, Jiang was so surprised after he heard Jiao calling Chengsheng young Master Gu and seeing Chengsheng's fan with his name on it. Surprisingly, he bowed down his head in front of Chengsheng and he apologized for not recognizing that he was the young Master Gu. Huh? Mr. Liao was cursing me, and now he's suddenly polite. What's the reason? Chengsheng asked, and Jiang explained that he didn't know Chengsheng at first. Since Jiang became soft to Chengsheng, Jiao then told him not to be afraid of Chengsheng, and she promised that the Supreme Court will give him power at the end of the day. Jiang was surprised upon hearing it. He was thrilled and asked Jiao if it's really true, and Jiao answered of course. Jiang then evilly smiled and said that this matter is only between the Black Pagoda and them, so Chengsheng shouldn't interfere. Chengsheng then smiled at him and said that he started to become arrogant again, and he concluded that Jiang seemed to be collaborating with the Supreme Court. BeiMing suddenly chuckled as he was impressed by how Chengsheng delivered words against Jiang. Chengsheng even said that Jiang seems to be the pride of the Liao family. I am happy to receive the praise of young Master Gu, Jiang replied and smirked. Don't mention it, Chengsheng said while swinging his hand. As per Jiang, Chengsheng seems to be confused, so he offered that he'll explain the situation. He stated that the devotees want to join the Hong family wedding party, and on the list of gifts they only lack is a jade white bone. And if everyone in the Hong family knew that the Black Pagoda had a jade white bone in their possession and was confiscated, he believes that the Hong family will remain silent. BeiMing and Chengsheng become silent while staring at Jiang. Jiang then believes that Chengsheng won't dare to speak about this matter anymore. BeiMing, on the other hand, was waiting for Chengsheng to speak, but since he didn't hear any words from Chengsheng, he then crossed his arms and answered Jiang by himself. For him, Jiang is making it sound as if BeiMing have stolen the jade white bone from the Black Pagoda. He also let Jiang know that he bought the item with his own money. He pointed to Jiang, and he's pretty sure that Jiang is just using the Hong family to make them give him the jade white bone. Boy, I would say you have got courage, but don't you dare. Even the young master won't dare, Jiang answered. Chengsheng suddenly laughed to tease Jiang that he was begging like an animal earlier, and now cursing Chengsheng just because the Lan family is offering him some power. Let me make it clear to you, if you want the jade white bone, come get it. Who do you think you are? BeiMing uttered. Jiang was dumbfounded, and BeiMing continued telling him words. He said that there's no reason for him to give to Jiang the jade white bone as he was not Jiang's servant. Chengsheng then agreed to BeiMing's statement while Jiang was clenching his fist out of anger. He then called his guards and ordered them all to kill BeiMing and get the jade white bone. Since Yuru already believed to BeiMing, she decided to help BeiMing with all she can. Before the guards could attack BeiMing, Yuru cast a strong blow of wind which makes the guards unable to move. By this, Zhang became mad and turned his head to Yuru. I don't care if you want to take care of this brother, but Luo's Black Pagoda is my territory. Whoever dares to make trouble will deal me first, Yuru declared. Black Widow, I had the authority of the head right now for your sin. If you behave like this, it's equal to challenging the decision of the head, Zhang replied. Yuru then told him how he, a servant of the head, got a chance to decide her sin. According to her, their Black Pagoda always treated buyers as guests. Never in this pagoda has there ever been a murder for buying goods, and it's not going to start now as per Yuru, let alone the servant of the central pagoda. She added that even the head of the central pagoda must follow her rules as the owner of this Black Pagoda. Zhang screamed at Yuru for mentioning the head of the central pagoda. He then summons a light and shadow ball, and seeing it makes Yuru annoyed, thinking how Zhang has one of the two light and shadow balls of the head of the central pagoda. Zhang then dropped the ball, and as your light started coming out from it, a shadow formed of a man appeared, and Chen and BeiMing wondered what it was. I'm Jiang Kaoli, head of the central pagoda, the man uttered. Landlord, BeiMing whispered in confusion, and Yuru then felt down knowing that BeiMing doesn't even know the head of the central pagoda but dared to offer her some help. BeiMing then smiled at her and said that he doesn't really know about Jiang Kaoli, but he's familiar with Kaoli's son named Jiang Tian. After what he said, both Yuru and Chen were speechless. At this moment, Jiang Kaoli was turning his head and was confused why he didn't see the Hong family since he ordered Zhang to attend a wedding. Zhang then let him know that he was here in Black Pagoda of Luo City. Why do you use the light and shadow ball before the start of the Hong wedding? Did you not understand my orders? Kaoli angrily asked. Zhang's body was shaking as he reasoned out that he was only forced to take out the ball this time. Kaoli then warned him to give a satisfying explanation if he didn't want to get fired. According to Zhang, when he have arrived here in Luo City, he heard that the Great Madam and the Mister from the Demon Hall were looking for a jade white bone, and the jade white bone and the Black Widow was initially planned to be sent to the Hong family as a gift. And now, he accuses Yuru of refusing to give them the jade white bone. While he was saying this, Yuru was just letting him speak what he wanted, and she didn't bother to interfere. Alright, I've understood. Since the Demon Hall and the Supreme Court are looking for this, it should make an excellent gift, Kaoli replied, and he then ordered Yuru to give them the jade white bone. At this moment, Yuru sincerely said that the jade white bone had already been sold before Zhang had arrived in her pagoda. Kaoli answered that he didn't care and he wanted Yuru to get back the jade white bone and handed it to Zhang. Master, if I ask them to return it, the reputation of the Black Pagoda will be affected, Yuru responded, and since she declined Kaoli's order, Kaoli became furious with her and told her to know her place. He said that the Demon Hall is very important to their Black Pagoda, and for him, Yoru doesn't deserve to be the owner of Luo City's Black Pagoda as she cannot be able to give the request of the head of Central Pagoda. Black Widow, didn't you hear? Take it back and give it to me, I'm in a hurry, Zhang said while pointing at Yuru. Yuru's aura becomes serious as he doesn't like how Zhang behaves this time. I'm the owner of this Black Pagoda, how do you dare? She asked. Zhang was annoyed at her and was about to say some hateful words, but then Yuru suddenly walked towards the light and shadow ball. She was standing straight while staring at Kaoli's shadow. Zhang feels nervous as he senses Yuru's next move will be unpleasant. At this moment, Yuru was swinging his leg and fearlessly kicked the light and shadow ball to break it. Zhang was shocked how Yuru dared to break this rare item. He was so dumbfounded and nervous while staring at the broken light and shadow ball. Not just him, but also Jiao, Lai Mu, Chen, and BeiMing were also shocked. Zhang can't help himself but kneeled on the ground while contemplating in his mind that the light and shadow ball is now broken. He was shaking in anger and screamed to Yuru, asking her if she really intended to betray the Central Pagoda, betraying the Black Pagoda. So what if I am? Yuru replied. Zhang was clenching his fist and called Yuru a crazy person. Yuru then gave him 3 counts to get out from her Black Pagoda, and she warned Zhang that they'll face something dangerous if they will not listen to her order. Her twin-head battle sprite was behind her and was ready to attack Zhang and his guards. Zhang was speechless at this time as he felt scared with Yuru's aura. Yuru started counting, but Zhang still dared to scream to her that she'll be facing the consequences for betraying them. At the count of 2, Zhang told her to wait for her punishment until the portal was cleared. When Yuru uttered 3, Zhang then turned away and ordered his guards to leave the place. Lai Mu was also frightened and became hopeless of getting the jade white bone, so he told Jiao that they should also leave. But still, Jiao was standing still, so Chen reminded her that her uncle Zhang already left, so she should leave too. Jiao was annoyed staring at him. She then glanced at Yuru and explained that the jade white bone is very important to her father and their great friend, so she asked the lady to reconsider her. Reconsider? You better leave before I reconsider letting you go. Yuru replied. Ziyu didn't beg and decided to turn her head away and unintentionally stare at BeiMing. She then closed her eyes as she was so irritated that she wasn't able to get the jade white bone. In the end, both Limu and her leave the black pagoda with nothing on their hands. As they were leaving, Chengsheng and BeiMing smiled since they won against those two in terms of getting the jade white bone. Yuru walked towards her people while BeiMing stared at her to check what she would do next. The lady then called the attention of her people and told everyone that starting from now, her black pagoda won't have anything to do with the central pagoda. She also told everyone that they can leave and she will not stop them. Those who want to stay, just know that as long as I am alive, this building will never close down. She added. She pointed to BeiMing and declared to her people that they should find BeiMing if they have nothing to sell in the future. BeiMing was so confused as he didn't understand what Yuru was trying to say. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had to betray the central pagoda. Chen BeiMing, if you can't handle this little thing, how can I entrust my heart to you? Yuru said to him. BeiMing was stuttering and felt thrilled after hearing Yuru's words. Even the people behind him were surprised that Yuru is entrusting her heart to someone she just knows. They then surrounded BeiMing and acknowledged him for doing a great job. Since Yuru trusted him, Yuru's people also decided to trust BeiMing. On the other hand, Chengsheng chuckled while teasing BeiMing for making Yuru fall for him. What are you talking about? BeiMing asked with annoyance. Chengsheng then told him that Yuru is confessing her feelings. He also reminded BeiMing that he offended the Supreme Court to help BeiMing, and if BeiMing will not pay him, he will not willing to give more assistance to BeiMing next time. Without any hesitation, BeiMing then handed him a card as a payment and he said that there's more than 10 million in this card. Chengsheng then accepts it and BeiMing instructs him to look for him if Chengsheng wants to return the favor. Since BeiMing has a lot of money, Chengsheng then concludes that BeiMing might be a son of a wealthy family. Why gossip about his family, young Master Gu? What difference does it make? Yuru suddenly asked. The world would be a really dull place without gossip. Don't you agree? Chengsheng replied. BeiMing then interrupted them by inviting them to his house after 3 days as he had a surprise for the both of them. Chengsheng and Yuru wondered what it was, but before BeiMing could answer, Ziyu handed him a box consisting of everything he had purchased. BeiMing then gave thanks to him while receiving the box. He then decided to leave while telling Chengsheng and Yuru that they'll find out the surprise once they'll go to his house after 3 days. After BeiMing left, Elder Zhang immediately asked Yuru if there's something happened between her and BeiMing. And Yuru then honestly answered that BeiMing told her about her brother who is now in a place called Star Alliance. Elder Zhang was so surprised and wondered about how BeiMing was able to know about the Star Alliance. He then told Yuru that if her brother Yufan is really at the Star Alliance, she should not rush to save her brother as they don't have the strength to match the people in that place. He also concludes that BeiMing might be a person who was sent by the Jiang family to deliberately make Yuru die trying to save her brother. After knowing that Elder Zhang knew something about the Star Alliance, she realized that BeiMing really didn't lie to her. She then told Elder Zhang not to worry much since BeiMing promised her that they'll go to the Star Alliance together to save Yufan. And now, she believes that they should only worry about the Jiang family. Meanwhile, BeiMing arrives at his house and he smiles widely while calling Gaoxing to ask about Shui. Gaoxing then comes out from the room and he looks so panicked. He then asked BeiMing to go upstairs to check Shui's condition. BeiMing rattled while wondering about what happened to his sister. He immediately went upstairs and Shui was still unconscious. He checked Shui's pulse and while he was checking, Gaoxing kept asking as he also wanted to know what really happened to Shui. After checking Shui, BeiMing was still able to smile as he found out that there's nothing wrong with Shui presently, but she will only be out for some time due to her body which is in a weak state. Gaoxing breathed deeply upon hearing it and his worries disappeared after knowing that Shui is perfectly fine. BeiMing at this time informed Gaoxing that he got the medicine he needs, so he needs to prepare it at the kitchen. Gaoxing then gave him an assurance that he will stay with Shui and will be willing to kill if anyone dares to hurt the kid. When BeiMing went to the kitchen, he immediately opened the box and he needed to make a medicine that can aid Shui's recovery and treat her injury at the same time. After thinking for a minute, he then comes up with the idea of making Ikai Yangshan soup that would be perfect for Shui's condition. First is to soak the silver ring scorpion, grape blood, 4 ginseng, and dragon sedge. After they're completely soaked, he boils them in a low heat. After the aroma is released, he adds green wood and stir it vigorously until it is adequately mixed. He heats the mixture until it is brown and slightly thick. After cooking it, he prepares it cold and puts it in a bowl. He concludes that he could have cured the poison without making a soup if he had an alchemy stove. However, it surprised him that he could find the jade white bone in a small town like Duel. He believes that there are not many people who understand its use, but the leader of the Supreme Court might know it because he senses that the Supreme Court might have a connection with the Star Alliance. He was holding the jade white bone and smiled, thinking that as long as he was around, the fates of the Supreme Court were sealed even if they have connections with the Star Alliance. As he recalled, this jade white bone is not worth making into soup, but with alchemy, it'll be great. While remembering alchemy, he also recalled something very important. He then smiled as he could see a positive outcome with all of his efforts. The next day, Shui was still unconscious, but BeiMing helped her eat the soup. Gaoxing was holding the bowl and he was hesitant to believe that this soup can really cure Shui due to its smell. BeiMing then proudly said that the soup is not just a simple medicine, and not only to cure but can also be used to cleanse the body. If you don't drink it now, you might regret it. He added, "Will I get poisoned if I drink this?" Gaoxing asked, but BeiMing only told him that this little bowl of soup might cost several $100,000 in the market. Because of what he said, Gaoxing was so surprised and instantly took the bowl of soup. When he's done, he proudly said that he has easily finished drinking it. "Good job," BeiMing stated while a like sign on his finger. As per Gaoxing, the soup made him sweat while drinking it, but it feels really refreshing, so he believes to BeiMing that the soup really costs several $100,000. BeiMing then ordered him to go to the Black Pagoda and find Black Widow to say to the lady that he needs a bronze of alchemy furnace. "Do you want an alchemy furnace?" Gaoxing asked, and BeiMing answered that he really needed one. At this moment, Gaoxing was confused about what BeiMing was planning to do with it, but he didn't bother to ask a lot of questions and instantly followed what BeiMing ordered. After 3 days, someone knocked at BeiMing's house. It was Cheng Sheng. He didn't think of introducing himself and only called BeiMing's name to ask him to open the door quickly. Someone then opened the door and a chicken appeared, which confused Cheng Sheng. It was Shui who opened the door for him and she asked for Cheng Sheng's identity. Cheng Sheng was enjoying the chicken and he introduced himself to Shui. He said that he came as he had an appointment with BeiMing. Cheng Sheng glanced at Yuru after seeing the lady who's standing behind Shui. He asked the lady about when did she arrive here, but then he recalled that Yuru confessed her feelings to BeiMing, so he changed his question. "When did you start living with Chen BeiMing?" he asked. Shui became thrilled upon hearing it while Gaoxing was shocked. He then concludes that Yuru turned out to be a new member of their family, that's why she gave the expensive alchemy furnace for free. "You are deliberately making things up. Didn't Chen BeiMing ask us to meet him after 3 days? If you spout any more nonsense, I will burn you up," Yuru replied to Cheng Sheng. Cheng Sheng then smiled and ordered Shui to tell BeiMing that he had come for his appointment. But as per Shui, BeiMing is upstairs and asked them all not to disturb him as he was making medicines. Cheng Sheng was shocked while Yuru was a little bit surprised after they both heard that BeiMing was doing an alchemy. "It's just a refining process, isn't it? Is young Master Gu a villager from a rural village?" Yuru uttered. "I'm from a rural village." "It was your jaw that had dropped when you heard he was doing an alchemy," Cheng Sheng replied. Before Yuru could give a response, "She smells something nice." Even Gaoxing was drooling as he could smell boiled meat. "This is the smell of dragon crystal rice." "No, it's far more fragrant than that," Shui stated. "So you guys haven't seen it before? This is Dangsang," Cheng Sheng uttered. But both Gaoxing and Shui were puzzled as they didn't have any idea what Dangsang looked like. BeiMing wasn't done yet and all of them were patiently waiting while wondering about what medicine exactly BeiMing is making. As per Cheng Sheng, the aroma alone is better than their Gu family alchemists, as it was 100 times more fragrant. On the other hand, Yuru was thinking that there are no masters as good as BeiMing, and with this strength, she believes that there will always be people willing to follow BeiMing. She was also wondering how many secrets BeiMing has. While they were waiting, they heard a roaring sound and both Cheng Sheng and Yuru were startled and wondered what it was. It turned out that it was a wild boar king outside BeiMing's house. This beast was attracted by the fragrance of the medicine that BeiMing was currently making. As per Cheng Sheng, the nest of this wild boar king was hundreds of kilometers away, so he wondered how this thing came here. Yuru then concludes that this beast is after the medicine, and she recalled that Chen BeiMing cannot be disturbed unless the medicine will be completed. This time, Cheng Sheng was surprised after knowing that the aroma of the medicine can reach far, and he deduces that if the medicine is perfected, it might even attract top-class monsters and will also come here at BeiMing's house. Unfortunately, the wild boar king runs at a fast speed and is heading inside the house. Cheng Sheng then instructed them to dodge the beast, and at the same, he raised his mountain river folding fan and swung it, causing it to create powerful magic, then attacked it to the boar. The boar was hit on its side part, so it roared loudly due to the pain. A whip of Yuru was also swung going towards the boar, and the boar was continuously roaring in pain. Yuru then said that she doesn't have any idea about why the boar is attracted to the medicine. While she was thinking, Chang Sheng told her to be careful, as he knew that the boar has hard and thick skin that even god weapons cannot penetrate it. The boar was drooling and roaring loudly. It paused while staring at Chang Sheng and Yuru. As what Yuru observed, the boar was not affected by their attack, so she summoned her battle sprite and ordered it to attack the boar. The boar had already catched their attention. It then roared once more after seeing Yuru's pet. This time, it was spitting saliva and used it as a bullet to hit the twin-head bird, causing it to be unable to fight back. Yuru felt worried for her pet, and she was very determined to kill the boar with her own strength to take revenge for hurting her pet. Chang Sheng then offered some help, but the boar created a super strong scream which made Chang Sheng and Yuru hurt their ears. While their eyes were closed, they heard another sound aside from the wild boar king's roaring. After Chang Sheng checked it, he saw many cute little wild boars, but it was also targeting them. Chang Sheng then gets his paper charms and smiles while saying that he will let the boars feel the power of these charms. He tried to throw it to the boars, but his so-called charm didn't even land on the boars but only near him. The boar was staring mad at him, and he then stated that he's just getting started. He throws his paper charms again, but still, the boars were not affected even a bit. Chang Sheng then clenched his fist, and he was so disappointed knowing that all these charms he bought were all fake. All of a sudden, the boar suddenly rattled after seeing Gaoxing going to attack them. "Just you wait, one day this young master will destroy you all," Chang Sheng uttered without knowing that Guoxing was behind him and was jumping towards the boars. He was so startled after Guoxing landed on the floor and easily hit the boars. He was speechless while Gaoxing fearlessly carried the two little boars and said that a high-level hunter like Chang Sheng should use a fist in fighting instead of charms. For him, fist is the most effective weapon against the beasts like boars. "If you aren't going to fight seriously, I won't be protecting you again," Gaoxing added with annoyance. Chang Sheng then pointed at him while explaining that a high-level hunter like him doesn't need protection from a person like Gaoxing. He also said that Gaoxing should protect himself instead of him. At this moment, they heard BeiMing's voice telling them that they can't even handle the boar properly. They were all surprised, especially when BeiMing directly went to the boar king and was ready to attack it. According to him, all monsters have weaknesses just like hunters, and after locating the weaknesses, it won't be that difficult to kill them. BeiMing was able to detect the weak point of the boar king and slashed it with his dagger. The boar king roared at its blood splattered. In an instant, the boar died and fell on the ground. BeiMing was standing proudly while Chang Sheng and Gaoxing were puzzled after witnessing what BeiMing did. As per BeiMing, it would be best if Chang Sheng and Gaoxing had the proper concentration when killing beasts. Aside from that, he also wondered why a wild boar king appeared in his house, and Yuru then answered that he should blame his alchemy skill. "Are you telling me that the demon pig group came here because of Dangsang?" BeiMing asked. Still, he was confused how a wild boar king appeared since he doesn't remember any giant boar living in this Luo city. Yuru then explained to her that Chang Sheng said that he had seen this group of demon boar hundreds of kilometers away, and she thought that the boars might have migrated and the dangsang that BeiMing is making have attracted the boar to BeiMing's house. But then, BeiMing cannot believe it as it feels suspicious for him. After talking about the boar coming to BeiMing's house, Chang Sheng said that he will take the beast's remains as he planned to cook a delicious meal with it. "Brother Chen, I heard you were concocting a pill using alchemy, was it successful?" he asked. BeiMing then smiled at him and showed them the Ziyu Bian pills that he had made. It was only 2 pills, but he decided to give it to Chang Sheng and Yuru. Both of them stared at the pills, wondering what's the use of it, and at the same time were surprised why BeiMing chose to give it to them. According to BeiMing, he used the rare white jade bone as the main ingredient and other medicinal ingredients to create this pill. Now, Chang Sheng understood why BeiMing won't let go of the jade white bone. Yuru on the other hand regretted not knowing how special the jade white bone is and sold it for a cheap price. As what she can see, the quality of the pill is so high that she thinks even the main building doesn't sell it. Chang Sheng smelled the pill and he was thrilled knowing that the smell of it is so sweet. He said that he had never smelled such sweet medicine in his family before. He then asked BeiMing about the effect after taking it. "It condenses the Eucharist," BeiMing answered. As expected, both Chang Sheng and Yuru were jaw-dropping. According to BeiMing, as the physicality of each person is different, the holy body will also be different. This can improve the quality of the body, so the user's strength will also greatly increase. He said that it would be best if Chang Sheng and Yuru wait for a breakthrough, otherwise, the efficiency of the medicine will be halved. Chang Sheng was extremely grateful that BeiMing is so kind to them for giving them something extraordinary. "I shall be your brother. If you ever make something good, then you must share it with me," He added, "Do you only think about the benefits? You're the young master of a big city. You will lose your family's reputation. What does my family have to do with this? I already promised not to interfere the relationship between you two." Cheng Sheng replied, which annoyed Yu and warned him not to speak empty words again. BeiMing then asked them to stop from arguing, and he told Cheng Sheng that he wouldn't stop if he really wanted them to become brothers. He even told Cheng Sheng to call him if he wanted to drink. Cheng Sheng was happy and jokingly said that Shuyi will also follow them in the future to eat meat and have a drink together. While they were talking, they heard someone calling BeiMing as Master Chen. It was an old man named Dongfeng Fu. He greeted BeiMing while BeiMing's face became mad and said that he thought he didn't have any relationship with the Dongfeng family. Dongfeng Fu then asked him a favor to forget their criminal acts from the past. As for him, there is no point for them to fight anymore. You are the head of service of Dongfeng family. Whoever in Luo dares to become a slave dog can only be you, BeiMing stated with crossed arms. As per BeiMing, he will never become who he is today if Dongfeng Fu didn't have a problem with him and evict him from the Dongfeng family. He turned around and ordered Dongfeng Fu to leave his house. Gaoxing also interfered as he knew what Dongfeng Fu really did to BeiMing back then. He said that he has always known that this old man was nothing but an old slave dog. Dongfeng Fu this time was asking for a little bit of time from BeiMing. He stated that he was ordered by the family head today to tell some important news to BeiMing. BeiMing was curious about what it is this time that Xinqiang wanted to tell him, so he gave Dongfeng Fu a chance to explain about what news it is. Dongfeng Fu then said that they are holding a birthday banquet for the head of the family, and they were hoping that BeiMing could attend. He handed an invitation card to BeiMing, and BeiMing accepted it while saying that this news from Xinqiang is not important. Also for him, Xinqiang is already so old to have a birthday banquet, so there's no reason for him to go. He then threw the card to Dongfeng Fu's face, but Dongfeng Fu still begged him to go and explained that Xinqiang really wanted to invite some old friends and remembers BeiMing's parents. "You know about my parents?" BeiMing asked, and the old man answered yes. Because of it, BeiMing decided to accept the invitation for Xinqiang's birthday banquet tomorrow. Shuyi was worried for him, but BeiMing's decision was final and he warned Dongfeng Fu not to lie to him. As per Dongfeng Fu, BeiMing is now very famous in the whole Luo city, and he's very sure that Xinqiang would be so glad once he attended the party. He bowed down while handing the card once again and assured him that they would never lie to BeiMing. BeiMing then gets the invitation letter and straightly stares at it. "I'll report to my family that I will pick you up and guide you to the party tomorrow," Dongfeng Fu uttered. And before he could leave, Cheng Sheng stopped him and he asked for permission to attend the party with BeiMing by tomorrow. Dongfeng Fu was dumbfounded upon hearing it, and he recalls by looking at Cheng Sheng's face that this young man is Gu Dao Cheng Sheng from a big city. So he said that it would be an honor of the Dongfeng family if Cheng Sheng would also wanted to join the party. After giving permission to Cheng Sheng, he then heard another voice from a lady, which was Yu who also wanted to attend the party. After seeing that it was the Black Pagoda owner, Dongfeng Fu then bowed down and let the lady come to the party since he didn't have a choice. "Even though we will be eating the hearts of bears, we wouldn't dare to interfere with Black Pagoda owner's decision," he stated. BeiMing then ordered him to leave, and he then gave respect to everyone and left. After the old man left, Cheng Sheng whispered to BeiMing stating that he didn't believe what Dongfeng Fu said. Even Yu can also feel that this birthday banquet is not a sincere invitation. For her, if the Dongfeng family truly wanted to improve their relationship with the Chen family, they should have waited until BeiMing's parents return. "I think you should attend this banquet and see what sort of tricks they are going to do," Cheng Sheng uttered, then chuckled. "Whether you're right or not, as long as I have a chance to meet the head, I will go," BeiMing replied. From Dongfeng Fu's point of view, he was heading back home with some confusion on his face, wondering about when BeiMing got in touch with the Gu family and Black Pagoda. Aside from that, he senses that this is not the first time BeiMing meets the two. He turned his head back to BeiMing's house while telling himself that he should report about this matter to the Dongfeng family head. Going back to BeiMing, he then went upstairs and stared at the invitation letter. Without any hesitation, he decided to burn it and crossed his arms while stating that he would like to see what kind of medicine that Xinqiang is trying to sell. In terms of medicine, he gets the pill that he made. He was wondering if his cultivation now can handle medicine made out of the jade white bone. He squeezes his fist and let alone the negative outcome coming through his mind. He ends up swallowing the pill and was hoping that the pill he made wouldn't disappoint his expectations. After swallowing it with closed eyes, his eyes suddenly rounded with sweat dripping from his forehead. He held into his chest and kneeled on the ground as he felt severe pain this time. His body was flaming with azure color, and while he gritted his teeth out of pain, Snowball was worried for him. Despite the pain, BeiMing was still doing his best to overcome it. He was creating a sound of pain which made the people downstairs glanced at his room. Shui felt nervous, so she asked Yuru if her brother would be fine, and Yuru then tapped her head and replied that BeiMing is so strong so he should be fine. Yuru this time had planned to leave BeiMing's house, but Cheng Sheng said that if she'll go, the pill will definitely attract a lot of monsters and he will not be able to help the lady when she's far. Yuru tried to insist, but staring at Cheng Sheng's face, she was able to say any words and agreed to Cheng Sheng. She then looks to BeiMing's room, but BeiMing suddenly screams so loud and a weird atmosphere comes up from his room. Cheng Sheng and Yuru rattled, thinking about what's going on. They immediately went upstairs led by Cheng Sheng, and Cheng Sheng then called BeiMing by shouting boss. Shui at this time was even more shocked as she witnessed what's going on with BeiMing. The azure flame was coming out from his body and he was still screaming. Shui was about to run to her brother, but Yuru blocked her and informed her that BeiMing can't be disturbed when taking the medicine. BeiMing was still sweating and gritting his teeth. As what Yuru observed, BeiMing may be trying to refine a Xingguodan as he releases an intense atmosphere. According to her, only Xingguodan could produce such a terrible effect like what happened to BeiMing now. BeiMing was currently refining, and both Cheng Sheng and Yuru felt a strong blow of wind. After BeiMing refined it perfectly, he becomes calm and the flame finally come down as he breathes deeply. Cheng Sheng was so curious about the outcome, so he asked Yuru if BeiMing successfully refined the pill. BeiMing was still unconscious, so there's no possibility that they could get an answer from him. But as per Yuru, BeiMing seems to have obtained a body similar to a sacred body, although it's not clear on the surface. Cheng Sheng was still surprised as he never thought BeiMing could obtain powers from consuming the medicine made out of the jade white bone. While he was thinking, Yuru kiddingly suggested to him to try absorbing the pill, and Cheng Sheng then answered that he's not a stupid who wanted to die. He's someone who dared to do it, despite only being a middle-level hunter. Yet, you're the young master of a prestigious family, but you don't dare to do it. Yuru said to Cheng Sheng, I'm not a daredevil. I won't challenge my body with life and death situations. Cheng Sheng responded with a little bit of annoyance. Aside from that, he wondered if Yuru knew what body BeiMing would obtain. But Yuru instantly answered that she doesn't have any idea. Why don't you wait for him to wake up and ask him directly? She added and went outside BeiMing's room. Cheng Sheng was calling her and asked her if she's not curious about what happened next, but Cheng Sheng didn't receive any answer from her. The next day, Cheng Sheng and Yuru were still at BeiMing's house, and they both were shocked when they saw BeiMing woke up with positive news from them. He said that he perfectly absorbed the energy and even broke through to being a high-level hunter, which Cheng Sheng couldn't believe. As per BeiMing, the process was so painful while absorbing it, so it's better to absorb the pill only after reaching the bottleneck of breakthrough towards a king-level hunter. Cheng Sheng then stared at the pill as he was amazed by it, thinking that this pill can help him break through. He said that he was thinking of trying the pill, and instead of stopping him, Yuru supported him and even challenged to really give it a try. She even offered Cheng Sheng to personally protect him and not let anyone disturb him. Oh Black Widow, do you think I'm dumb? Why don't you try breaking through? You might be able to catch up to Chen's cultivation. Cheng Sheng replied. Yuru then proudly reminded him that she already has reached the war-level hunter, and BeiMing might also reach her level in the near future. Nevertheless, she hopes that Cheng Sheng will be surpassed by the others and that Cheng Sheng will eternally lie in their shadows. Cheng Sheng stopped her from saying more words, and he then turned to BeiMing and asked about what type of sacred body BeiMing has. BeiMing was confused and became puzzled. He turned around while deducing things. He said that it feels like he has obtained the eternal body, or might be a dominating body, or it could even be the devil's body. While listening to him, Yuru and Cheng Sheng were confused. Although when the pill's power is absorbed, the strength of the body will rapidly increase alongside it. BeiMing stated, eternal body, dominance body, or devil's body. Wasn't it supposed to be a sacred body? Cheng Sheng asked in confusion, and even Yuru beside her was puzzled. BeiMing then asked them if they ever had heard of someone obtaining a sacred body by a single process. According to him, it depends on the magic, energy, and power which affect the strength of the body, so it's unclear to him. Yuru then said that it looks like BeiMing has completely absorbed the pill by just looking at him. BeiMing then becomes silent as he was also thinking about it and trying to compensate for things. But before he could clearly think, Dongfeng Fu arrived to pick them up and attend the party. So you've really come to pick us up? Yuru asked with annoyance, but they still go without forcing them. Shui and Bear, stay in the house. Bear, take care of Shui if I'm in trouble, BeiMing said to Gaoxing before leaving. Leave it to me, Gaoxing answered while clenching his fist. Shui on the other hand said that she has something to say about this invitation and seems like she wanted to come with her brother. But then, BeiMing held her shoulder and told her that she and Gaoxing are not strong enough to come with them. Also, if something happens to Shui, He doesn't know how to explain it to their parents. Shui then hugged him as he understood why BeiMing wouldn't allow her. BeiMing then glanced at Chengsheng and Yuru and asked them both if they're ready. Ready for what? Can the Dongfeng family destroy us? Chengsheng replied. And as per Yuru, she had nothing to prepare as she's too ready to go. They then came out from BeiMing's house and they were all ready to go to Dongfeng Xinqiang's so-called banquet. Meanwhile, they arrived at the place of Dongfeng Mansion where Xinqiang's birthday party will be held. There's a lot of people outside and the three then entered while looking at the people who were also attending. As Chengsheng has observed, all the families of Luo City were here, so he realizes that the Dongfeng family isn't that small. What did Dongfeng say? All the families of Luo will be attending. If they don't attend, they'll be seen as jokes. BeiMing replied. Chengsheng then wondered why BeiMing now seems like defending the Dongfeng family despite the fact that he already cut things off with the Dongfeng family. BeiMing didn't give any answer and only chuckled while Yuru behind him was having a headache with Chengsheng and BeiMing's topic. BeiMing then told them that they should go now, and Chengsheng still couldn't get over it and even asked if he had said something wrong. But both Yuru and BeiMing ignored him, which makes him feel a little bit annoyed. While they were heading inside the mansion, some hunters were pointing at BeiMing, wondering what he's doing at Dongfeng's residence. On the other hand, Dongfeng Fu was still guiding them to enter. BeiMing, Chengsheng, and Yuru were heading inside the mansion, walking through the aisle, ignoring the gossip of the people. As they were walking, someone murmured about BeiMing and Dongfeng family. He heard that the Dongfeng family will use this opportunity to raise the matter of marriage once again. I heard that Master Chen is amazing and a few of the Luo family fell at his hands. The other man uttered. BeiMing suddenly becomes shocked after he sees Erjiang, ordering his guards as they were bringing something for the Dongfeng family head. BeiMing was staring at him in confusion as he couldn't think of a reason why Erjiang was also here. Erjiang was screaming to his guards without knowing that BeiMing was staring at him. Yuru also saw Erjiang and she wondered what Erjiang was doing in this Dongfeng mansion when he mentioned back in the Black Pagoda that he will attend the Hong family wedding. Since BeiMing was also clueless, he only replied that they'll just go inside for now and see what Erjiang is planning to do. Upon entering the mansion, Xinqiang then instantly catches BeiMing's attention. "Oh, it's my nephew, Chen BeiMing," he uttered, and seeing them made Erjiang annoyed. They were all gossiping about being, which was overheard by BeiMing and Yuru, but they just ignored it. "Uncle Dongfeng, I was told that you're aware of my father and mother's whereabouts. Could you please tell me where they are right now?" BeiMing instantly asked while he bowed down in front of Dongfeng Xinqiang to show respect. But Xinqiang couldn't answer him and only told him not to worry as there's another person who will tell him about his parents very soon. Looking at him makes Chengsheng whisper to Yuru, stating that Xinqiang is a smiling tiger and he senses a bad feeling about this old man. But Yuru didn't hear him clearly and ordered him to speak a little bit louder. BeiMing at this moment sincerely said that he will wait for the person Xinqiang is referring to, and he was hoping that Xing didn't really lie to him. Xinqiang's personal guard then guided BeiMing to his table while Xinqiang was staring at him with a slight smile on his face. Dongfeng Fu went to Xinqiang and asked permission to start the program, but Xinqiang won't allow him yet for the reason that there's still a few more guests arriving. Some people overheard what Xinqiang said and they can't help but to wonder who's this special guest that makes the Dongfeng family head willing to wait for them. The Chen family is here yet he's waiting for someone else. It looks like this is more than just a birthday feast. He added. Even Chengsheng was so curious about who this special guest was and he concluded that Dongfeng might have invited powerful families from the major cities. No matter how arrogant the Dongfeng family is, it is only limited to Luo. They can't be that arrogant anywhere else. BeiMing replied. Just who did he invite from the top families? Esiot from Master Gu's family, who would come here to celebrate his birthday. Yuru asked, and Chengsheng then begged her to stop insulting him for a minute. All of a sudden, BeiMing heard a familiar voice behind him. He then turned his head and shockingly saw Hong Zhentao with Hong Mingtu. "Brother Dongfeng, I'm sorry for being late," Zhentao said to Xinqiang. As he enters, BeiMing is focused, staring at him. BeiMing started to wonder if it was Hong Zhentao who knew about BeiMing's parents' whereabouts. As per Xinqiang, Zhentao doesn't need to apologize for being late as this party would incomplete without him. But still, Zhentao asked for forgiveness for coming late to the party. "Brother Hong, great guests like you don't have to wait for anyone. You can delay the party as much as you want," Xinqiang replied. Zhentao's attention transferred to BeiMing and even he was shocked why BeiMing was one of the guests in this party. At this moment, BeiMing and Zhentao were staring each other in the eyes with anger on their faces. Zhentao then looked back to Xinqiang and told Mingtu that it's time to give their gift to Xinqiang. Mingtu then handed a box to Xinqiang, but before Xinqiang accepted it, he noticed something. It was Mingtu's cut arm. He doesn't know that it was because of BeiMing. He asked Mingtu about it, but Mingtu only answered that he was only hurt by a crazy dog. He's also confident that his cut arm doesn't affect his daily life. As he stared beside him, he instantly saw BeiMing smiling slightly at him, but he chose not to make a scene. Instead, he showed Xinqiang their gift, which is a deity-level weapon that was given by his master, but now decided to give it to Xinqiang as a birthday gift. The dagger was so sharp and Xinqiang was very surprised with this gift. The people inside were gossiping about the generosity of the Hong family for being able to give a deity-level weapon as a gift. They said that all the guests gave Xinqiang a gift, but the values are clearly different between the Hong family's gift. At this moment, Xinqiang was hesitant to accept the weapon since it was given to Mingtu by his master, and he's afraid that it might cause trouble if he accepts it. But then, Gentao told him that there's nothing wrong with giving him a precious gift since they will be family very soon. Yes, uncle, we're all family, so there's nothing to be worried about, Mingtu stated. Since Xinqiang saw their sincerity, he decided to accept the gift wholeheartedly. As he was going to get the dagger, Cheng Sheng suddenly laughed, which was heard by everyone, especially Mingtu. He then turned his head to check who it was, and he saw Cheng Sheng stated that this party seems to be very interesting. Who are you? How dare you talk like that? Mingtu asked with anger. Hey, he said it was urgent for him to participate, but it was actually this matter, Cheng Sheng uttered. BeiMing and Yuru didn't bother to stop Cheng Sheng and even slightly smiled. Mingtu giggled in anger and Xinqiang tried to calm him down. But then, Mingtu told him not to worry and promised that he only wants to talk to Cheng Sheng. He then faced Cheng Sheng and said that if they will not explain about it, the guests are going to think that the Dongfang family is intimidated. Cheng Sheng then added that the guests will think that both of them were hostile with each other like cats and dogs. If you want to acknowledge your mistake in front of the guests, just cut off your tongue and I'll forgive you, Mingtu stated. And this time, Cheng Sheng folded his mountain river fan and replied that he doesn't want to do it. Mingtu's aura changes in anger and immediately gets a dagger and dashed to Cheng Sheng with a smirked face. He tried to attack Cheng Sheng while saying that he would be the one to cut Cheng Sheng's tongue, but Cheng Sheng managed to dodge away and blocked his weapon with the fan. Mingtu was shocked upon seeing it as he didn't expect Cheng Sheng to handle his speed. Cheng Sheng swung his fan and Mingtu bent his body, but he still flew away. He was able to kneel on the ground and Cheng Sheng challenged him to take his tongue and cut it with his own hand. Mingtu grits his teeth as he was so mad at Cheng Sheng at this point and wanted to beat up Cheng Sheng. But before he could attack, Xinqiang stopped him once more and told him that Cheng Sheng is the young master of the Gu family. Mingtu becomes shocked as he cannot believe it. As per Xinqiang, he has seen Cheng Sheng before in the Gu family wedding, and there is no doubt that Cheng Sheng is really young Master Gu. Mingtu then stared at Cheng Sheng's direction while whispering Cheng Sheng's name. He also wondered why the young master of the Gu family is together with BeiMing. He smiled widely and gave a hand to Cheng Sheng while saying that he had wanted to meet the young master of the Gu family since then. He even invited Cheng Sheng to visit Luo City more often and proudly said that Luo is a very beautiful place. On the other hand, Mingtu told Xinqiang that they need to begin the party, and Xinqiang then glanced to Dongfeng Fu and ordered him to begin. Yes, sir. The old man responded and bowed down to him. The party has finally begun and the people are enjoying the delicious food and wine that has been served. Erjiang sees the opportunity of congratulating Xinqiang for his additional age. Gentao and Mengtu also gave a toss to the people with a wide smile on their face. Cheng Sheng at the same time was impressed by a lot of people he saw. Are they foreigners or locals? Their faces are like the pages of the book. He commented, your face is thick like a page of an ancient book. It's very hard to read. Yuru said to Cheng Sheng, if you don't stop insulting me all the time, I'll feel uncomfortable. Cheng Sheng replied to the lady. Cheng Sheng then turned his head behind as he heard someone calling his name. Upon checking, it was only Mingtu who's asking forgiveness for his impulsive actions earlier. He also concludes that Cheng Sheng would also do the same if feels the same scenario. Cheng Sheng then told him that he doesn't dare to be like the Hong family who can give deity-level weapons as a gift, and also said that his family can't be compared to the Hong family. Mingtu stated that he and his uncle Gentao prepared a seat for Cheng Sheng at their table and he invited Cheng Sheng to come with him. And as expected, Cheng Sheng declined and reasoned out that he's afraid that he might lose his tongue. While they were talking, Gentao and Xinqiang were staring at them. And at the same time, Gentao was thinking, when has BeiMing been related to the Gu family? Xinqiang then said that Cheng Sheng and BeiMing were just friends. Uncle Dongfeng, all the families are here. Shall we announce the news? Mingtu said to Xinqiang. And Xinqiang then answered that he will announce it now in front of everyone. He then called the attention of everyone, and of course, BeiMing and Chengsheng wondered what the news was all about. Zhentao and Mingtu were waiting for Xinqiang, and at last, Xinqiang informed everyone that he had some important news to announce. He breathed deeply and declared that he had decided to marry his daughter Dongfeng Qingshuan to Hong Mingtu. And from this day onwards, Hong and Dongfeng are now family. The people inside were shocked about this news since they knew that Xinqiang's eldest daughter was engaged to the son of the Chen family, which is BeiMing. So this is why they invited you. They wanted to insult you in front of everyone. Truly sly fox, Chengsheng uttered as per BeiMing. He had broken his engagement with the Dongfeng family a long time ago, and Qingshuan's marriage with Mingtu has nothing to do with him. Now, he just wants to find his parents. Someone then congratulated the Hong family. It was Erjiang stating that he had heard of the beauty and talents of the Dongfeng's eldest daughter, and for him, Mingtu is truly lucky. He also suggested Mingtu to seek advice from his future father-in-law about cultivation. Liao, you are right, it truly is a blessing to learn under the guidance of my teacher, as I have already considered them as my elders. Mingtu replied. He then talked to Xinqiang to tell the old man that today is his lucky day since it was his birthday, an engagement of his daughter with the Hong family. Xinqiang laughed loudly. Not until Dongfen Ziyu entered the mansion to disagree with the engagement. Her own father was shocked to see her while the guards of the Dongfeng family were trying to stop Ziyu from entering. Ziyu angrily ordered them to go away from her, and she then walked towards her father. Ziyu, who allowed you to come here? Xinqiang asked, but Ziyu didn't give an answer, instead complaining about him letting Qingshuan marry a bad man she knew, which is Mingtu. Qingshuan slammed his fist on the table while ordering Ziyu to shut up. He said that the final decision was made by him and his wife and nobody can change it. He ordered his guards to bring back Ziyu to her room, and the guards then forcibly pulled Ziyu to get out of the party. Ziyu was asking them to let go of her, but the guards won't follow her. She then saw BeiMing, so she asked BeiMing not to let her sister marry Mingtu. Miss, you got the wrong person. This is your family matter, it has nothing to do with me. BeiMing answered. Ziyu can't believe how BeiMing showed no care to her sister Qingshuan. Xinqiang at the same time shouted at her to get out. Ziyu was feeling down at this moment, and Dongfeng Fu went to her to assist her go back to her room. Ziyu was trembling in anger, knowing that nobody was willing to help her sister. She called BeiMing a bastard while clenching her fist. Someone then tapped her shoulder. When she turned around, she was surprised to see the person. Xinqiang on the other hand uttered his elder daughter's name, Qingshuan. It was Dongfeng Qingshuan, BeiMing's ex-fiancée, who personally came to stop Ziyu. Even BeiMing himself was shocked after he saw the lovely lady after so long. Head butler, remove your hand from Ziyu this instant. Qingshuan ordered to Dongfeng Fu. Dongfeng Fu wanted to disagree, but before he could say such words, Ziyu called her sister. At this point, Xinqiang decided to tell Dongfeng Fu to release his daughter. Dongfeng Fu followed what he said, and after releasing Ziyu, Ziyu was about to tell Qingshuan that their father already announced the engagement, but Qingshuan stopped her from saying words which confused Ziyu. Qingshuan, you arrived at a good time. Initially, I had wanted to let you know about this after the party, Xinqiang said. With emotionless reaction, Qingshuan apologizes to her father as he said that she cannot marry Mingtu. Her father and the Hong family were shocked by how easily she declined. BeiMing was staring blank at her. She secretly glanced at BeiMing, and she saw that BeiMing had no reaction at all. As per Xinqiang, Qingshuan always disobeyed him, so he asked his own daughter about the reason. Qingshuan then answered that when her grandfather engaged her to the Chen family, she had decided that she would be a member of the Chen family forever. Dad, if you don't want me to marry the Chen family, then staying in the Dongfeng family will be dangerous for me, she added. She then grabbed a dagger and pointed it to her chest. She said that doesn't have a choice but to end her life rather than marry someone else. Xinqiang rattled upon seeing her daughter doing this. He wanted to stop the lady, but Qingshuan was really serious this time. Even BeiMing stood up in shock, but he was too late because they all have witnessed how Qingshuan stabbed her own. Ziyu then rushed to her, and as expected, she cried so much while asking repetitive questions to her sister about why she ended up doing this. Xinqiang extended his arm while uttering Qingshuan's name. Qingshuan also glanced at him and apologized for not being able to obey his orders. She lost consciousness while her tears dropped from her eyes. Sister, how could you do something so stupid? Ziyu asked and continuously cried. She then screamed at BeiMing, blaming him for what Qingshuan did. BeiMing was so speechless while she heard Ziyu stated that Qingshuan already knew BeiMing wouldn't accept their help, so the lady kept helping him from behind the scenes. When someone was trying to get him into trouble, Qingshuan had secretly stopped those people. She also took money from Xinqiang to buy a house, but in reality, it was to pay BeiMing's debt as per Ziyu. She also said that Qingxuan also visited all of the families, so those families will help BeiMing. And if not for her sister, she believes that Gaoxing, Shui, and BeiMing would have starved to death. BeiMing turned his head away as he felt guilty when Ziyu said that he was so heartless and always said that the Dongfeng family only wanted their house. According to Ziyu, Qingxuan smiled for the first time in many years when she heard that BeiMing had become a hunter and defeated many of the big families. Even Ziyu herself couldn't hold back her tears. "What is wrong with my sister that you treat her so coldly? Do you not care for her feelings at all, you bastard?" Ziyu screamed. This time, Cheng Sheng said that BeiMing has really made a huge mistake. BeiMing was clenching his fist while trembling. He started to think of a way to save Qingxuan, and he then instantly remembered the pill he made using the jade white bone. He knows that as long as Qingxuan is alive, the pill can heal her from the brink of death. He then stared to Qingxuan and promised that he would do his best to save the lady. BeiMing then stepped forwards while both Zhentao and Mingtu wondered what he's trying to do. BeiMing kneeled in front of Qingxuan and Ziyu asked him with annoyance what he's trying to do. "Be silent and give me some time." BeiMing answered. He then got a pill and stared at it, hoping that it'll work to Qingxuan. The Hong family members were shocked upon seeing the pill because of its strong fragrance. Zhentao then wondered what level the pill BeiMing was holding, as he had never come across such a pill despite the fact that he had lived so long. BeiMing put the pill into Qingxuan's mouth and let her swallow it. "You mongrel, what are you doing to my daughter?" Xinqiang screamed with anger while clenching his fist. He then jumped towards BeiMing while ordering BeiMing to get away from his daughter. To his surprise, Snowball blocked him and punched his stomach with a great strength that makes Xinqiang couldn't react. Dongfeng Fu and Xinqiang's personal guard rattled and were worried for him, but they were able to assist him and asked him if he's fine. Xinqiang answered that he's alright, and he was staring at BeiMing with anger. Snowball hopped to BeiMing's shoulder and BeiMing smirked while staring at Xinqiang. At this moment, Xinqiang wants to kill BeiMing, so he asked both Mingtu and Zhentao, and he said to Zhentao that BeiMing killed his soon-to-be daughter-in-law, so they should get revenge. But then, Zhentao slightly smiled while saying that the Hong family does not marry dead women. Even Mingtu agreed and added that he has seen how low Qingxuan is and his taste must be bad for wanting to marry a girl like Qingxuan. He then asked his uncle Zhentao that they should leave the Dongfeng mansion, and because of what he said, Xinqiang was so furious at them. Before he could say something, Zhang behind him stated that he had come here to attend the engagement party between the Dongfeng family and the Hong family. Now that the engagement is cancelled, he also decided to take a leave. They then started walking away, but before they could exit the party, BeiMing blocked their way. "Little mongrel, what are you doing? Don't think you can do whatever you want," Zhentao said to BeiMing. Mingtu also told BeiMing not to blame him, as the engagement was the Dongfeng family's plan to use this as an opportunity to get rid of BeiMing. BeiMing then answered that he didn't care what these two families had planned, and that he just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Mingtu was confused, and Cheng Sheng on his side warned them not to try anything bad unless they don't want to get out of this mansion alive. "Gudao Cheng Sheng, I am a disciple of the Demon Hall. It would be best for you to let me go. If our families fight, only our enemies will benefit," Mingtu said. "Now you want to talk about peace. Did you want peace when you wanted to cut off this young master's tongue? Besides, if you want to cause trouble to the Gu family, my grandfather is always ready to take on the Demon Hall," Cheng Sheng answered. On the other hand, Zhang was sweating when he saw the Black Widow standing in front of him. He clenched his fist and said that the head of the central pagoda already knows that Yuru betrayed the Black Pagoda. He was asking angrily to Yuru to let him go, as the head of the central pagoda would kill him. Yuru only told him to shut up, and she then got her whip and slapped it to Zhang's face, causing him to fall on the floor. "I've already killed a member of your family before, so what does it matter? I might as well worry about you first," Yuru said to Zhang. At this point, Zhentao gave BeiMing permission to ask what he wanted to know so they could leave. "I want to know my parents' whereabouts," BeiMing stated straightly at the old man. "Your parents? How would I know where they are?" Zhentao answered. BeiMing was confused, so he reminded Xinqiang what he said before the party started, that someone who knew where BeiMing's parents are would come to this party. He asked where that person was, but Xinqiang couldn't even answer. "Patriarch Dongfeng, if you just wanted to insult me, don't blame me if I destroy your family today," BeiMing stated, and summoned a powerful aura of strength. The Hong family was shocked after witnessing that BeiMing is now a high-level hunter. They couldn't believe that BeiMing had come this far in a short period of time. Even Mingtu was curious how it happened, and he came to the conclusion that it might be because of the pill BeiMing had. "Master Chen, why are you so ready to attack my master and be so aggressive? Don't you care that my master is your elder and he has known your parents for a long time?" Dongfeng Fu said to BeiMing. BeiMing turned his head to the old man and ordered him to get lost. By just uttering words out of anger, BeiMing was able to make Dongfeng Fu flew away and slam on the corner while screaming in pain. He became weak and both Zhentao and Mingtu witnessed it. BeiMing then told Dongfeng Fu that he had been serving the Dongfeng family for so long but didn't learn anything. He then declared that he will destroy the whole family of Dongfeng if Xinqiang will not answer his question by the count of 3. BeiMing started counting while Xinqiang felt nervous, the same to his people. At the count of 2, Zhentao and Mingtu were both staring at BeiMing, waiting to see what BeiMing would be able to do. 3. BeiMing screamed. He becomes serious this time, but before he could explode, Xinqiang stopped him and said that he will tell everything now about his parents. Xinqiang didn't say anything yet, but Mingtu warned him not to say anything about their Hong family otherwise. They're willing to destroy the Dongfeng family. After saying these words, someone is dashing behind him. He was side-eyed, but he was too late as his blood already splattered. It was BeiMing, kneeling on the ground after cutting Mingtu's other hand. Mingtu was screaming in pain, and BeiMing then said that he cannot believe now that Mingtu could be able to destroy the whole Dongfeng family with his own hand since he's now a handless hunter. Mingtu kneeled on the ground while his uncle Zhentao was worried about what happened to him. BeiMing then turned his head to Xinqiang and ordered the old man to continue what he was saying. According to Xinqiang, what happened now was all because of the Hong family's plans to avenge their master's death. Hong Mingtu and Hong Zhentao used the demon hall to threaten him and made plans to deceive BeiMing. He added that he never wanted to deceive BeiMing because of the relationship he had with BeiMing's parents. Zhentao then interrupted. He pointed his finger to Xinqiang while screaming that it was all of Xinqiang's plan, and he was mad that Xinqiang dared to say that this had nothing to do with the Dongfeng family. He then talked to BeiMing, saying that BeiMing's parents' disappearance was caused by Xinqiang, and BeiMing's parents were together with Xinqiang before they disappeared. Xinqiang rattled upon hearing Zhentao. He then said that Zhentao was spitting nonsense and only spreading lies. I'm spreading lies. We both know that's not the case. Zhentao answered. Xinqiang then told BeiMing not to believe Xinqiang is BeiMing's father and he were friends, and also BeiMing's father is his savior, so he couldn't do anything bad to BeiMing's parents. But then, BeiMing won't instantly believe him but instead orders him to stop giving reasons. He said that he's not here to listen to nonsense, and he demanded Xinqiang to tell the truth about what really happened to his parents. If you tell the truth, I will consider letting you live. He added, let you live? Do you even have such qualifications? Mingtu uttered. But BeiMing ignored him as he saw someone came. It was the third elder of the demon hall, Ziyu, together with his gigantic battle sprite, which is a 9-devil cat. BeiMing was puzzled while Snowball was angrily stared at the cat of Ziyu. The cat caught Snowball's attention and it suddenly released a bad aura while staring at BeiMing and Snowball. BeiMing becomes alerted and he senses something unpleasant is about to happen. Surprisingly, the cat suddenly vanished and only left a black smoke. BeiMing with Snowball waited for what would happen next. At this point, something is dashing towards Snowball, but BeiMing was alerted of it. The cat then appeared in front of them. It was growling loudly while trying to attack, but BeiMing immediately swung his dagger, wanting to slash the cat, but for the second time, the cat disappeared again. BeiMing then concludes that this cat might come after Snowball. Ziyu ordered the cat to stop from playing, so the cat then appeared beside him. As expected, Zhentao and Mingtu were glad to see an elder from the demon hall, thinking that this person was here to help them. At the same time, BeiMing was staring at the 9-devil cat while stating that this cat has 9 lives. The cat meows and his owner Ziyu notices that his pet is so restless. He then glanced in the direction where his cat was staring at and concluded that it may be because of BeiMing's tiny pet. Son, you have hurt me by hurting a student of the demon hall. The punishment is death, but since you are a talented man, I will forgive you if you are willing to break your legs and acknowledge your mistake, he said to BeiMing. Uru interfered and suggested that the Hong family should be the one to be punished for the sins they have done today. She also recommends Ziyu not to participate in this matter of BeiMing against the Hong and Dongfeng family. Ziyu smirked and asked Uru if her black pagoda joined with BeiMing to deal with the demon hall. Behind him is Erjiang, letting him know that Uru has been banished from the Black Pagoda, which means whatever she does now has no relation to the Central Pagoda anymore. Ziyu then turned his head and asked if Erjiang was telling the truth. I am. Even if Elder Ziyu didn't deal with them today, the head of the Black Pagoda will kill them soon. Erjiang answered, I thought Black Widow was pretty good. Is it a good idea to have someone who's going to die as your guardian? Ziyu uttered. Uru then replied that she's not BeiMing's guardian. On the other hand, Ziyu wondered about who is giving BeiMing the courage to defy the demon hall if the Black Widow or Uru isn't a part of the Black Pagoda anymore. At the same time, Changsheng was cheering for Uru to fight against these people instead of talking a lot to them. Ziyu then saw him and he was shocked why the young master of the Gu family was here. He then asked Cheng Sheng why he's here and how he's related to BeiMing and the Black Widow. Elder Ziyu, will you also ask me to break my hand as punishment? Cheng Sheng replied. They said that young Master Gu was cunning. Looks like they were right. If you don't know what you're doing here, then get away from our enemies. It's not good for your family to get involved in these matters, Ziyu stated. Cheng Sheng then responded angrily that he doesn't care about his family. He even dared to challenge Ziyu to fight against him. Stubborn. Since both parties have said so, then there's no need to break your hands, Ziyu said with an ironic smile. He declared in front of everyone that those who dare to hurt someone in the demon hall will be punished by the rule set by the demon lord, no matter who that person might be. The people then answered yes to him and his guards were surrounding Cheng Sheng, BeiMing, and Yuru. Cheng Sheng still has the guts to smile while saying that this scene is familiar as it happened the last time they were at the Black Pagoda. Elder Ziyu, have the people of the demon hall gone mad? However, I see that you are a bit capable, Yuru said. Good, the widow. Now that you have offered yourself up to die, I will fulfill your wish, Ziyu answered while grabbing his weapon and throwing it to Yuru. Yuru rattled upon seeing it, but she immediately jumped to avoid being hit. Ziyu then smiled at her teasingly, but Yuru got her whip and attacked it to Ziyu. Ziyu was surprised with this attack but also managed to dodge it, so Yuru ended up hitting the wall behind Ziyu, causing it to crumble. On the other hand, Cheng Sheng asked BeiMing's permission that he'll be the one to take care of the demon hall guards. BeiMing then glanced at him and said that he's looking forward to seeing whether Cheng Sheng could defeat these numerous guards or not. Cheng Sheng then started swinging his mountain river folding fan and attacked it to the demon hall guards. This attack was so powerful that it made the guards unable to fight back and fell on the floor. It said the one who wields the magic fan would become a holy warrior who can purify the spirits of thousands of mountain rivers. Why did the Gu family give it to this loser? One guard uttered. Another guard also said that Cheng Sheng shouldn't be able to use the magic fan with his strength. Loser, not enough strength. Do you all really want to die today? Cheng Sheng answered while pointing his fan to these people. He then dashed to them, but unfortunately, he stumbled and almost fell on the ground, not until BeiMing grabbed his hand and asked him about what happened. Cheng Sheng scratched his head as he answered that he used too much strength while fighting, so he needs to rest and recover first. The guards of the demon hall then said that they were right, that Cheng Sheng's strength is really not enough. They were about to rush to Cheng Sheng with killing intent, but BeiMing won't immediately grips into his dagger and dashed towards these enemies. The demon hall guards were ready to fight back, and they were not afraid, knowing that BeiMing will only fight by himself alone against them. Without any hesitations, BeiMing slashed one guard with his dagger, causing its blood to splatter around. The remaining guards were frightened after seeing that BeiMing's dagger is indeed very fast. Who's next? BeiMing asked, but the 9-devil cat is already rushing towards him. He turned his head and he's ready to attack the cat, but Snowball suddenly appeared and fearlessly faced the cat. The cat roared, but Snowball was able to punch it. Ziyu witnessed what just happened and he cannot believe that a tiny pet of BeiMing has hurt his beast. Since he was too focused staring at Snowball, he was unaware that Yuru attacked him with the whip. The whip was hit on his face, so he screamed so loud, then flew away and was slammed on the wall. His guards were too worried for him, so they wanted to assist Ziyu, and Yuru gave him advice not to move. At this moment, the demon hall guards were already scared to fight, so they asked Ziyu that they should surrender as they were afraid to die. But then, Ziyu told them all that there's no meaning for them dying here, and his suggestion is better report this happenings to the demon wall so they could receive assistance. Elder, you want to sacrifice our brothers just for Hong Mingtu? One guard said. Ziyu grits his teeth as he doesn't want to lower his pride. But in the end, he realized what his guard was trying to say, so he listened to the voice of his guards and asked BeiMing to spare their lives. Without any words, BeiMing agreed easily. They were shocked how BeiMing easily forgave them, and they thought that the fight is over now, not until BeiMing speaks. He said that as long as these people from the demon hall can kill the Hong family, he will consider sparing their lives. The people from the demon hall were shocked, while Zhentao and Mingtu couldn't believe what BeiMing declared. Ziyu clenched his fist while saying that BeiMing was being arrogant with his request. Oh, I'm arrogant. When I hurt a person in the demon hall, were you not trying to kill me? At that time, why didn't you notice that you were arrogant? Now that things are going bad for you, why do you think this is unfair? BeiMing stated while walking towards Ziyu. He said that Ziyu only needs to kill the Hong family so he can leave safely. He warned Ziyu not to make him wait for too long, but then Ziyu asked a favor to spare Mingu's life, since Mingu is a student of the demon hall. He was trembling as he was saying this, while Mingtu felt nervous listening to BeiMing and Ziyu's conversation. Beside him is Zhentao, who's already frightened, knowing that nobody can save him at this point. BeiMing then grips into his sword and declares that he will kill every member of the Demon Hall if they will not kill the Hong family within 10 seconds. The Demon Hall guards were trembling in fear as they all didn't want to be killed. They kept calling Ziyu, asking him to follow BeiMing's order, but even Ziyu himself doesn't know what he should do. Elder Ziyu, we are on the same team. If his master hears about this, he will. Gentao screamed, but before he could complete his words, Ziyu interrupted him by saying that after Mingtu's death, he will explain it to Mingtu's master right away. Mingtu and Gentao couldn't believe that Ziyu would really follow BeiMing. They were terrified at this moment, but they couldn't do anything as the Demon Hall third elder already ordered his guards to kill both of them. The guards then rushed to their direction and Gentao became furious and summoned his power. He screamed loudly and guards were unable to go near them. He angrily glanced at BeiMing and said that he will take down BeiMing with them. He jumped towards BeiMing and screamed loudly with killing intent without hearing that Mingtu was alerting him to look out. Ziyu's weapon spin going towards Gentao, and since Gentao wasn't aware at all, his body was instantly sliced into half. His blood splattered around and he was finally killed by Ziyu. Mingtu started crying while screaming patriarch. He bowed down his head while asking why it happened and why it had to be his uncle. He raised his head the moment he saw a foot of someone. Upon checking, it was Ziyu staring at him closely. He was still crying in pain while gritting his teeth as he was mad that Ziyu ended up followed BeiMing's order instead of helping him as a disciple of the Demon Hall. At the end, he was mercilessly killed by Ziyu together with the other members of the Hong family that are with them. A guard from the Demon Hall then went to BeiMing and informed him that his order of killing the Hong family had been completed. BeiMing glanced at Snowball and saw that Snowball is playing with the nine-devil cat. He called Snowball and Snowball immediately hopped on his shoulder. The guards were all impressed by Snowball, knowing that this tiny pet of BeiMing is too strong that could easily kill the nine-devil cat. Now that we have killed all of the Hong family members, we shall take our leave, Ziyu stated behind BeiMing. BeiMing glanced at them while they were leaving, but someone stopped them. Ziyu was nervous and upon checking who it was, he saw that it's the Black Widow. She stated that BeiMing didn't give them a clear permission to leave, although BeiMing let them leave. Isn't that right, Chen BeiMing? She uttered. BeiMing smiled as his response and the people from the Demon Hall became frightened. All of a sudden, they heard a loud noise which startled everyone. BeiMing wondered what's going on and he glanced at Ziyu to check if Ziyu knew something about it. Please forgive us. We are being ordered around by the Demon Hall. We are not related to the Hong family at all, Ziyu instantly said. He then looked at Yuru while saying that it might be the Black Pagoda was being attacked. Yuru was confused, so she looked at Erjiang and grabbed the man's shirt to ask him if the Central Pagoda sent someone to destroy her Black Pagoda here in Luo City. But then, Erjiang kneeled down and explained that he had only brought some men here and knew nothing of the main pagoda. Yuru becomes silent while thinking of a reason why her Black Pagoda was being attacked. BeiMing then told them not to argue and suggested that they should check the Black Pagoda to confirm what really happened. The moment BeiMing opened the gate of the Dongfang mansion, smoke appeared to them. BeiMing was dumbfounded knowing that it's the demon beast's fog, and he declared that the monsters were attacking Luo City. The fogs were entering the city and almost covered all the buildings. People rattled and became scared by this. As they were looking at the fog, they noticed something big on it. By this fog, a gigantic foot appeared and ended up that it was a monster like a demon. At this moment, even the Dongfang mansion has been covered by the fog. And the people with authority immediately went to the town hall to discuss this matter. You said that there were no beasts within 100 miles of Luo. Why did a beast wave come? Yingshan asked in confusion. Dugu then answered that as per the reports of frontlines, every land and mountains around them are full of monsters. Ziyu then said that all of them wouldn't be able to escape since they were already surrounded and the only thing they could do was to fight back. While they were giving their different perspectives, BeiMing and Chengsheng were just listening to them. At the same time, Chengsheng wondered how Luo would be suddenly attacked by monsters, so he asked BeiMing if there's some treasures here in this city. BeiMing didn't give him an answer since Yuru suddenly interrupted them to report to BeiMing that she have arranged for Shui and Gaoxing to be protected on BeiMing's house. She also sent Ziyu and Qingshuan to BeiMing's house since she knew that these both ladies were still BeiMing's family after all. BeiMing then gives thanks to her, and Yuru changes the topic as she's curious why most of the monsters are in groups and seems like there's a big beast as their leader. Not a small one. Why not a small one? Chengsheng asked in confusion. Since Chengsheng cannot understand easily, both him and Yuru argued once again, which annoyed BeiMing. But still, he explained that beasts usually only take a few monsters as slaves since groups of monsters are hard to control if they aren't careful. According to him, those monsters looked very strong and Luo might not be able to defend against this. Chang Sheng was shocked and terrified upon hearing what BeiMing said. On the other hand, Xinqiang came to report something. He said that he has scouted the front line and found out that the enemy leader is a ghost king whose power level is that of a veteran. Everyone was surprised and scared after knowing it, and they wondered why such a monster like this appeared in Luo City, as they only remember that there was no beast like this in Luo. BeiMing at the same time was trying to contemplate things, but Ziyu called him and explained to BeiMing that they might perish if they continue doing nothing. He also asked if BeiMing had a plan to solve this problem, and BeiMing answered instantly that they must kill the leader of these beasts, as he concluded that those smaller monsters will run away on their own once they succeeded in killing the leader. But then, as per Yingxian, it's indeed a good plan, but then, he believes that the Ghost King will surely have guards around him and its power alone might really be so strong. Yingxian also said that it's impossible to kill the Ghost King with its strength. Master Chen, is this the only way? Ziyu asked once more, and BeiMing smiled at him while asking him if he had a better idea. He said that all of them can choose to either follow his plan or not. He ordered everyone to calm down and Ziyu behind him felt insulted. When the night came, BeiMing went to his house together with Cheng Sheng and Yuru. When they got home, they saw Ziyu and Qingshuan, who's already conscious. Why are you back so early? Weren't you at the town hall discussing a plan to overcome the problem? Ziyu asked. Let's not talk about that. They're just too stubborn. BeiMing answered with anger on his face. As he was going inside, he asked Qingshuan about her wound and if she's okay to walk around with it. And as per Qingshuan, she has completely healed after taking the medicine that BeiMing gave. Up until this time, Yuru was still complaining about those people in the town hall who chose not to trust BeiMing's plan. She doesn't like how those people doubt each other despite the fact that the city was already surrounded by the demon beast fog. Cheng Sheng also asked BeiMing if there's any other way than killing the Ghost King, and BeiMing smiled while he answered that there is. However, it's not a good idea. But if it'll work, he's very sure that it creates a great outcome. And for him to threaten it, he needs explosives. Good thing that Qingshuan knows a place to find it. BeiMing then ordered her to lead the way and they both went together. As BeiMing came back to his home, Qingshuan was not with him and he said that Qingshuan has a business to do. Ziyu and the patriarchs were already at BeiMing's house at this moment, and Ziyu informed BeiMing that they had decided to follow BeiMing's plan. The fog becomes darker since there are monsters who are boiling something in a large pot. The monsters were enjoying themselves and it turned out that they're mixing a liquid that has humans inside. At this moment, BeiMing, together with the others, directly went to this area. And Yuru was waiting for BeiMing to look for the king, but then BeiMing told her to wait a bit as they needed to be focused and take their time instead of rushing everything. While BeiMing was observing around, someone called him. It was the Dongfeng guards who informed BeiMing that Qingshuan told them that everything was ready. Okay, let's go back, BeiMing ordered. The guard answered yes while Xinqiang was behind him and was doubting with BeiMing's plan. He also overheard the other patriarchs who were enjoying talking and didn't even feel nervous at all. As soon as the Ghost King arrives, we'll do it, BeiMing declared. Everyone only smiled at him and were looking forward to his plan. At the same time in the Zhao family main hall, the Zhao family head named Zhao Wu Jiazhu grabbed his tea and was about to sip it, but then one of his guard entered the hall to report that the Dongfeng family, Yi family, Zhu family, Dugu family, and so on have over thousands of people on the front lines and seem to be fighting the monsters. Jiazhu was shocked upon hearing it and unintentionally slammed his cup of tea on the table. They really believe in this plan by the child named Chen. It seems they are tired of living since they want to fight the Ghost King's army. A man uttered beside Jiazhu. If they want to buy us time by getting killed by the monsters, then so be it. Everything is ready. As they're fighting the monsters, we will take this chance to get out of here. Once we're out of Luo, we can burn incense for them while we enjoy life, Jiazhu replied. His people agreed to him and are willing to follow him rather than to trust BeiMing's plan. Going back to the demon beast fog, the shadow of the Ghost King slowly appeared and BeiMing then immediately declared it, and he ordered Cheng Sheng and Ziyu to attack. With a wide smile on their faces, Cheng Sheng and Ziyu then rushed to the fog and fearlessly faced the wolves who's also rushing to them. These wolves jumped towards Cheng Sheng and Cheng Sheng then cast a magic fan wind blade then attacked it to the wolves. This skill of Cheng Sheng creates a powerful blow of flame, and witnessing it makes Ziyu speechless as he cannot believe that this mountain and river folding fan can kill several monsters in just one attack. He glanced at Cheng Sheng without uttering any words while BeiMing demanded to Cheng Sheng not to waste his strength and reminded him that their main purpose is to negotiate with the Ghost King. All of a sudden, they heard a loud sound. BeiMing and Cheng Sheng then stared at the fog and clearly saw the Ghost King standing in front of them. The little monsters were cheering, but the Ghost King stopped them. The Ghost King wondered if only a few people were looking to face him, as he only saw Chen BeiMing, Yuru, and Ziyu. Just in time. This king will cook a bowl of delicious meat for everyone, the Ghost King uttered, and the small monsters were cheering once again. BeiMing with the others was staring at the monsters, and BeiMing fearlessly looked at the Ghost King closely, eyes to eyes. The Ghost King then asked him why the people of Luo City didn't come with him, but BeiMing didn't give an answer, so Ziyu confidently said that they were more than enough to take down this king. The Ghost King guffaws and calls them fools. He then told the humans to wait until he would cook them all into a plate of tasty meat. "I'm afraid your teeth will fall out," Yuru said. BeiMing then glanced at her and explained that no matter what, the Ghost King is a royal blood and trusted by the Demon King's beasts, so its power is surely not weak. The Ghost King called them a bunch of insects while he's casting a power on his bare hand. Chen and Ziyu were both startled. The Ghost King then cast his Ghost Claw and swung his arm, going towards BeiMing and the others. They all flew away, and Ziyu managed to slide away. Looking at them makes the Ghost King guffaws and asks how long these people can keep dodging. BeiMing at this point warns Ziyu, as he knows that the Ghost King is targeting Ziyu using a skill from the demon family. He said that this skill can even kill king-level hunters even if hit by accident. Ziyu was shocked upon hearing it. He then cast a ghost blade with his fingers, as he knew that this skill can match a demon skill. He attacked it to the Ghost King, and the Ghost King's Ghost Claw slashed into half. Ziyu then smiled to tease the Ghost King, and the Ghost King got mad at them for coming to him and looking for trouble. He said that Ziyu only had meager skills. He then ordered his little demons to attack them. At this moment, his body was shaking while there was dark smoke coming out. Someone is chuckling like a demon, and Yuru slightly smiled as she knew that this is a part of their plan. This dark smoke that continuously came out, a purple shadow of a demon appeared. "Come out, little demon ghost," the Ghost King uttered. BeiMing was staring at it as he recalled that the little ghost demons are skilled at manipulating people. They can unleash the fears in the people's hearts. Ziyu was startled as he saw the little demon ghost is already behind Yuru. He then warned Yuru, but when Yuru turned her head, she was already bitten by the little demon ghost. She screamed in agony, and Ziyu was rattled upon seeing the lady bitten by this monster. The little demon ghost successfully entered Yuru's body, and the Ghost King chuckled and warned Ziyu to take care of himself. "Ghost King, if you think I'll easily be trapped by your tricks, you clearly underestimate me too much," Ziyu stated. At this time, numerous little demon ghosts appear, and Ziyu casts a ghost sword formation skill. He then attacked it to the little demon ghosts while ordering these little monsters to get back to where they really belong. The little demon ghosts were terrified, but they couldn't do anything as they were all slashed by Ziyu's skill. The Ghost King was dumbfounded seeing his little demons defeated by the person he underestimated so much. BeiMing and Chen see this as an opportunity to start their main plan. They then stared into each other's eyes, and BeiMing gave Chen a signal to move. Chen then followed him and got some thunder rocks and threw them to the area where the Ghost King was standing. He then informed BeiMing that all the thunder rocks were in place, and after it, BeiMing then told Yuru to get up as everything was ready. Yuru then smiled and demanded to the little demon ghost that entered her body to get lost. She used her force to make this demon come out, and when she successfully made it, she didn't let the little demon ghost escape and instantly strangled it. "Did you think you can manipulate me with your evil thoughts?" she uttered. She then squeezed the little demon ghost and looked to Ziyu to inform the elder that it's time to go. The moment they started running away, the Ghost King was confused. He was staring at them, and Ziyu smiled knowing that they were almost done with their plan. "I didn't expect to be an actor when I'm so old," Yuru said. "By the look of your arrogance, I've had a few good laughs. You dream to deceive the Ghost King." The Ghost King stated, "I will have your life." "Attack," BeiMing said to Chen while they were running. Chen then stopped and uttered his name. He closed his eyes and told himself to his very best. He then opened his mountain river folding fan and stared at the Ghost King. He swung the fan with killing intent while the Ghost King was so clueless. The moment Chen attacked the Ghost King, the king used his wings to block Cheng's magic. A silhouette then appeared and the little monsters panicked. A sudden explosion then happened and most of the little monsters were killed. At this moment, the Ghost King felt like he's being pressed by a mountain, and he concluded that it was because of Cheng's attack. His body was already shaking as he was trying to fight Cheng's magic. "Do you think you can kill this king?" the Ghost King confidently said. Cheng's body was also trembling while trying to control the Ghost King and stayed in its position. His sweat was dripping from his forehead, and he declared that he cannot hold the Ghost King any longer. To his surprise, BeiMing went to assist him. BeiMing activates his crossbow and fearlessly points it to the Ghost King. The Ghost King called BeiMing an idiot, and he underestimated BeiMing's small bow as he was confident that this bow cannot be able to defeat him. But still, BeiMing already shot him in the head, and in just a few seconds, he was screaming loudly in pain while there was a green light coming out from his body. It ended up that BeiMing used a thunderstone to attack this Ghost King. As per BeiMing, common skyfire and thunder weapons can't hurt a Ghost King, so he added thunderstone tips to his arrows, which are very much perfect to hurt this creature. The Ghost King was screaming in pain and couldn't do anything. "You aren't arrogant anymore. Come on, show me your arrogance," BeiMing uttered with a clenched fist. "Disgusting little animal, this king must kill you." The Ghost King screamed, "Want to die being arrogant? It looks like it will hurt even more," BeiMing replied. The Ghost King was mad and ordered the remaining little monsters to kill BeiMing. The monsters then rushed to BeiMing with killing intent, but when they all passed on the thunder rocks, BeiMing gave Ziyu an order to attack. Ziyu then cast a shadow ball, and he was smiling widely as he waited for this to happen. He threw the shadow ball to the thunder rocks, and the Ghost King was shocked after seeing it. Chang Sheng, on the other hand, was smiling as he was grateful witnessing how the thunder rocks exploded and killed all the little monsters. The monsters screamed in agony and all of them splattered around and died. The Ghost King was feeling depressed seeing that his children are now dead. BeiMing then faced him, and BeiMing told him that he should honestly answer BeiMing's question if he doesn't want to die. The Ghost King was already kneeling on the ground, and BeiMing then asked him who his leader was. Instead of answering BeiMing's question, he called BeiMing an animal, and he was mad that BeiMing together with the others had killed his troops. He even said to BeiMing that he will find and kill BeiMing even if he will flee to the ends of the earth. BeiMing doesn't like how arrogant the Ghost King was, so he pointed his crossbow and attacked it once again. The Ghost King screamed in agony, and BeiMing was behind him, stating that it's impossible for this king to control many races of monsters. "Hurry up, who ordered you to come in?" BeiMing said with anger, and this time, the Ghost King finally gave an answer. He said that it was the Eagle King. BeiMing was shocked upon hearing it, and at the same time, the Ghost King added that the Eagle King brought them here from the Sea of Ghosts. As what BeiMing recalled, the Eagle King is on the top of the beast list and letting them attack the Ghost King. He concludes that this will be a bad situation. Chang Sheng then asked him what the problem was. Since the Ghost King has been captured, Ziyu asked BeiMing if they could leave Luo City now, but BeiMing answered that it's impossible for them to leave this time. According to him, Luo might be surrounded by the Eagle King's army in places they can't even see. He also doesn't know how many monsters are hiding and waiting for an ambush. After listening to BeiMing's statement, the Ghost King was confused how BeiMing was able to know about this despite the fact that he didn't say anything to these humans. The Eagle King. What's this? Isn't the leader of monsters the Ghost King? Ziyu asked. While they were discussing, Chang Sheng was so clueless and even thought that they were all safe now after defeating the Ghost King. Tell the Eagle King to come here. Otherwise, the things in Luo will be destroyed, BeiMing stated, and the Ghost King was shocked knowing that BeiMing wanted to see the Eagle King. BeiMing then gave only 10 minutes to the Ghost King to follow what he ordered, and he warned the king that he would not wait any longer. All of a sudden, they heard an unfamiliar sound and they looked in the direction where it was coming, the same as the Ghost King, while he declared that it was the Eagle King. The Eagle King's wings are slightly visible on the fog, and Yuru stated that she senses a strong aura, so he's very sure that it is the Demon King. BeiMing was standing still fearlessly with his clenched fists, and he's ready to face the Demon King anytime. At the Zhao family main hall, Jiazhu was staring at the window, and they also sensed a strong aura and believed that the Demon King was appearing. The man beside him was terrified, thinking that they were all gonna die if a Demon King is the cause of this disaster. But then, the Zhao family head chuckled, thinking that if the Demon King ruled over Luo, Luo will be a greater city than the 3 major cities. His people were confused as they all didn't understand what Jiazhu was trying to say. Trust the Demon King, Jiazhu added. Going back to BeiMing, they were standing still, waiting for the Demon King to land. The Demon King suddenly spoke and asked who wanted to see him. BeiMing then smiled while he introduced himself and answered that he wanted to meet the Eagle King. Chen BeiMing. Did you hurt the Ghost King? Do you want to threaten the king to force his retreat? The Eagle King stated. How do I dare? I want to make a deal with the Eagle King. BeiMing responded. The Eagle King then concludes that BeiMing might be tired of living for thinking that he, the Eagle King, wanted to negotiate with humans. At this point, BeiMing told him that he can easily kill them with his strength, and he offered the Eagle King to listen to what he has to say unless he wants his visit in this Luo city will be in vain. The Eagle King vanished at this moment and everyone was dumbfounded. BeiMing then smiled as he already had an idea about what would happen next. The blow of wind becomes strong and Yuru feels something unpleasant with this. They were staring up above as they saw lightning strike together with a strong wind. BeiMing was still calm despite the fact that they all witnessed how this Eagle King appeared once again and slowly changed appearance. From above, they saw its shadow that started to become a human body. A huge explosion then happened the moment this Eagle King landed on the ground. "You're saying that my visit to Luo will be in vain?" he asked to BeiMing as he was confused why BeiMing said this. Yu and Chengsheng were staring at the Eagle King that turned into a human and they wondered about who this person was. "That's right, you'll get nothing," BeiMing answered. At this moment, the Eagle King in human form is completely visible. He was an old man with white hair, musculous body, and is topless. He was clenching his fist with a serious face as he was asking what negotiation BeiMing intended to do with him. BeiMing smiled knowing that he finally made the Demon King listen to his words. At the same time, Jiazhu went to the area together with his family members. But then, he was shocked after seeing the Demon King's face. His man behind him stated that if they rely on the Demon King as what Jiazhu wanted, they might die once the king will reject them. Why do you think the Demon King traveled thousands of miles to come to Luo? Not just for the control of the city but maybe also to compete with the 3 major cities. Let's not argue. Do you think monsters understand business management? We are experts at this. Not only will we not die but our positions will not be any lower than first-class clans in the 3 major cities. Jiazhu answered confidently. Because of what he said, the man became excited and he wanted to hurry before it'll be late for them. On the other hand, BeiMing mentioned the explosives to the Demon King and he believes that the Demon King already heard about explosives. BeiMing then explained to the Demon King that he accidentally planted so many explosives in Luo and he said that with his instructions, those explosives would explode and destroy all of Luo. Ridiculous, what does Luo's destruction have to do with me? The Demon King replied. BeiMing raised his hand and snapped his finger. The moment he did it, a huge explosion happened far behind him. Upon seeing it, the Demon King was speechless and terrified. "Don't worry, Senior Eagle, the Soul Stone vein underground is still intact. That was just a bluff," BeiMing stated. According to him, the contents of his negotiation are simple. He said that if the Demon King will negotiate with him, he will not disclose the secret of the Soul Stone vein. He gave the Demon King a time to think about his offer and the Demon King was still speechless while thinking. BeiMing was standing still while waiting for the Demon King's decision. Behind him is Ziyu, wondering about this Soul Stone vein that BeiMing mentioned. He didn't think there would be a Soul Stone vein under Luo and he now realized why there's monster attack all of a sudden. According to Yu, the Soul Stone is a natural ore that's born from the changes in the heavens and earth. After reaching the war leave, ordinary medicinal herbs would not be of much use, and it's necessary to use soul stones every day to improve the hunter's cultivations. She was staring at the Demon King and concludes that this Demon King really came here just because of the ore. At this moment, the Demon King believes that it's not a good idea if the news of the Soul Stone leaked out the 3 major cities, and even concludes that even those who are millions of miles away from Luo will not sit still once they get the news. "Kid, you probably didn't have many explosives here. Can you really destroy the vein which is thousands of miles long?" he asked. BeiMing was very confident as he answered that he might not be able to destroy the whole vein, but he's very sure that he can destroy most of it. Oil is highly flammable. I've not only planted explosives but also poured a lot of oil into the veins, if there's a little spark. BeiMing uttered but didn't complete his sentence as he knew that the Demon King will understand him instantly. The Demon King was still thinking and he was staring at the area where an explosion happened earlier. He closed his eyes and sighed. "Okay, I will let you go," he declared, which surprised BeiMing. The Demon King told BeiMing not to reveal the soul vein and BeiMing then promised to him that nobody will know about it. He was about to say something to the Demon King before the Demon King leave but he was cut off when they heard someone calling the king. When they turned around to check, it was Jiazhu with his people. Jiazhu greeted the king and introduced himself. Chengsheng and Ziyu was confused why these people came and a part of them was frightened thinking that these people might anger the king. "What are these greedy and fearful dogs playing at?" Chengsheng uttered. The Demon King glanced at BeiMing and asked if Jiazhu and the others is also his people but BeiMing didn't give any answer. But then, he heard Jiazhu volunteered to answer what the Demon King asked. "We juniors came to serve Senior, we have nothing to do with him," Jiazhu stated. Ziyu and BeiMing were both shocked and wondered why this family thinking of serving the Demon King. The Demon King guffaws while pointing to Jiazhu and stated that he have been to many human towns but never seen someone like Jiazhu who offered a service for him. "Okay, I understand," he added, and Jiazhu gave thanks to him for accepting his offer. The Demon King then glanced to BeiMing and asked why BeiMing and the others didn't leave the Luo city yet. Jiazhu then looked at BeiMing in shock as he never expected that the Demon King will let BeiMing go. Senior, although you promised us that we can leave, your troops are still waiting to ambush. How can we the younger generation leave safely? BeiMing answered. The Demon King was shocked how BeiMing knew about his troops. He then turned his head to the Ghost King and the Ghost King said that he never say anything to BeiMing. He glanced back to BeiMing and he then ordered his troops to come back to him and not hide. BeiMing smiled knowing that he managed to stop what the Demon King is planning. The Demon King was standing still in front of BeiMing and at the same time, the Zhao family members was staring at them. A man beside Jiazhu whispered to say that Chen BeiMing is much capable, so he suggested that they should rely on BeiMing instead of the Demon King. Jiazhu becomes mad and told him that he can rely to BeiMing himself if he's not afraid of being killed by the Demon King. The man moved backward and becomes silent. At this moment, the Demon King and BeiMing look at each other's eyes while waiting for the monsters to appear in the area. When the Demon King noticed that his troops were already behind him, he asked them all if everyone already come back. Reporting to the Eagle King, all of us are back. Someone answered. It was the Red Flame Tiger King together with the Bald Eagle King and the Red Tail Vulture King. My people have returned, now go take your people out of Luo. The Demon King said to BeiMing. BeiMing sincerely smiled at him and bowed down while giving thanks to the Demon King and the leader among all. BeiMing then walked away and he told everyone to move quickly as he knew that the Demon King has always been quick to change its mind, and if the Demon King think that BeiMing and the other are a threat, BeiMing believes that the king will kill them immediately. Yuru and Ziyu was shocked upon hearing it. While they were trying to leave as soon as possible, something is coming that makes them all paused. A car then appeared and BeiMing beside Chengsheng wondered who it was. The rear door opened but it ends up that it's Shuyi who widely smiles while calling BeiMing. BeiMing was also glad to see his sister. Daoxing then called BeiMing to inform him that they safely arrived. Quickly everyone, get into the cars, BeiMing ordered. He then tapped Gaoxing's shoulder to tell him not to stop driving the car until they'll come out in this city of Luo. Alright, just leave it to me, Gaoxing confidently answered. They then started leaving the city together with the other families. At the same time, the Bald Eagle King was confused about what's going on, so he asked the Demon King himself. Instead of answering him, the Demon King pointed to the people from the Zhao family and ordered his troops to kill all of these people without leaving any one of them. Everyone, especially the head of the Zhao family, was terrified as he didn't expected that the Demon King only lied to him. Why, wait, we are here to pledge loyalty to you, he uttered, but the Red Flame Together King blocked him and he becomes hopeless and started crying out of fear. At this time, they were all screaming in agony while the kings were killing them one by one. While the other families leaving the Luo city, BeiMing together with the others were so silent not until Shuyi speak to ask if those people who stayed behind will be killed by the Demon King. BeiMing fell down for a second. After it, he looked behind to answer Shuyi that there is a soulstone vein under Luo which the Eagle King and the other kings will want to consume. And those kings doesn't want the information to be leaked, so it's likely that the king will kill those people left behind to silence them. After hearing what BeiMing said, Shuyi felt sad for those people. And as per BeiMing, if there were no explosives to threaten the Eagle King, they would have been in the same situation as the Zhao family. After he deals with the explosives, will he come after us? Chengsheng asked in confusion. But BeiMing didn't give any answer as he was also clueless too. Together with them is Qingshuan, who also felt sad knowing that some families of Luo will be killed by the kings. All of a sudden, BeiMing ordered Gaoxing to stop the car. Gaoxing followed his order and BeiMing then comes out from the vehicle. Gaoxing tried to ask where he was going, but BeiMing didn't respond and only went directly to the others. Seeing him makes Ziyu wondered why he stopped. Everyone, we have left Luo and now, let's go our separate ways from here, BeiMing declared. Ziyu was shocked as he didn't expect BeiMing decides to separate ways. Everyone also comes out from their vehicle, and they heard BeiMing explain that the Eagle King should send someone who will catch up to them soon. And for him, if they'll go together, the risk is too high. If we're not careful, we will be taken by the monsters, he added. Some didn't like BeiMing's idea and some were speechless. BeiMing then told them that it's better to go separately, so even if those kings catch up to them, all of them won't die together. As for those who couldn't escape, we can only pray for them, BeiMing stated. Ziyu then sighed and realized that BeiMing's statement makes sense after all. Master Chen is really talented. Because of you we were able to leave safely. If you ever need help, don't be afraid to call me, Ziyu said and bowed down in front of BeiMing. Master Chen, if we ever meet again, I will use all my power to repay you for this, Yingshan uttered. And the other patriarchs and their people did the same thing to show their appreciation to BeiMing. Someone then called BeiMing from behind. It was Xinqiang who accepted his wrongdoings toward BeiMing's in the past, and he wants BeiMing to know that he's very sorry for all the trouble that he have caused to BeiMing. He said that he won't dare to ask for forgiveness, but instead, he only asked BeiMing to take care of his 2 daughters. I don't know if we will ever meet again, but I hope that those 2 will at least survive. He added, he also believes that Ziyu and Qingshuan will sincerely help BeiMing in everything. As he was saying these words, his daughters overheard him, but they both were still have a grudge against their father. After giving words to each other, everyone started leaving the area except for BeiMing and his companions. Chang Sheng then said to him that they should go too, and BeiMing then smiled and answered that they will head to the Star City. They rode their vehicle, and while they were heading to the Star City, Chang Sheng was smiling and suddenly chuckled, which annoyed Yuru. She wondered about what's happening to Chang Sheng, and BeiMing then told her that Chang Sheng has been like this since he said that they will go to the Star City. Boss, Star City is my place. As long as I'm around, no one would stop you even if you walk sideways in the street, Chang Sheng proudly stated. Yuru then kiddingly said that BeiMing is not a crab to walk sideways. On the other hand, BeiMing suddenly asked Qingshuan if the distance between her and her little phoenix was reaching the limit. Qingshuan was surprised how BeiMing was able to know about her spirit beast. She then answered that the connection between her and her beast will be cut off. We are far enough then, light it up, BeiMing said, and Qingshuan answered okay. She then closed her eyes, which confused Chang Sheng. After it, they all heard a loud bombing sound. Yuru and Chang Sheng were startled, and Gaoxing was staring outside the car window as he saw something explode. BeiMing then let them know that it was the explosives. Gaoxing wondered how it exploded, so BeiMing explained that he told Qingshuan to tell her spirit beast to light the explosives. Going back to Luo City, the explosions make the monsters rattled. On the other hand, the Demon King was trembling in anger, thinking that the Soul Stone vein will be completely destroyed since the whole Luo City started to be destroyed. The Ghost King came back to him after doing what the Demon King ordered. The first thing the Demon King asked was the Soul Stone vein, as he was worried that something might happen to this vein. But then, the Ghost King answered that the Soul Stone vein was gone. According to him, they already looked at the map and found out that the entire vein was burned. The Demon King was so mad. He was clenching his fist due to the anger he felt towards BeiMing. He screamed so loud as he cannot accept the fact that he was tricked by a human. How dare you betray me? I will catch you someday and crush you like the insect you are, he uttered angrily. Going back to BeiMing's point of view, Chang Sheng told him that even if they do escape to the 3 major cities, the Demon King will not let them go. BeiMing turned his head to Chang Sheng and smiled as he answered that if they didn't do it, the Demon King would have advanced to half-emperor or emperor level by consuming the soul stones. He also added that they had no choice but to destroy the veins to stop the Demon King from getting stronger. Besides, there are many masters in Star City, and you Gu Dashao, weren't you talking about us walking sideways on the street? Are you afraid you can't deal with the Eagle King? BeiMing said, which startled Chang Sheng. Boss, you got me good, Chang Sheng answered. At this moment, Yuru becomes afraid, thinking that the king might catch them too soon before they reach the Star City, since they are still a long way away from Star City. BeiMing then smiled and answered that he had a plan. Meanwhile, they arrived at the Black Wind Mountain. They started walking instead of riding a vehicle because of the wind in this place that is strongly blowing. BeiMing leads the way since he needs to find someone here who can help them go to the Star City. Gaoxing, Yuru, and Chang Sheng were struggling since this was their first time traveling in this kind of place. Wow, what a strong wind. I'm afraid ordinary birds can't fly through here. Can you really get to Star City by walking this path? Chang Sheng asked. BeiMing then told them all that he has a good friend that lives around in this area which can help them go to the Star City if he'll give them a ride. Upon hearing it, Gaoxing was hesitant to believe, as he never thought that someone would dare to live in this area. Boss, you have outdone me again this time, Chang Sheng uttered with a clenched fist, but his words were cut off when a feather all of a sudden slapped into his face. BeiMing then smiled and said that the owner of this feather is the one he mentioned, a friend. Chang Sheng got even more shocked after knowing that BeiMing's friend is a monster. Even the Dongfeng sister was frightened and speechless. After many minutes of walking, they arrived in a cave. BeiMing then called his friend named Luan King and he ordered it to come out. Luan King, is there such a monster in this world? Chang Sheng asked in curiosity. Even Yuru said that she never heard about this monster, and also concludes that this Luan King that BeiMing is calling might be a rare species. From inside the cave, someone is creating a sound of stomping as it slowly approaches BeiMing. Its green eyes become visible the moment it gets nearer. Shui becomes scared and immediately grips BeiMing's arm while whispering her brother's name. On the other hand, Qingshuan was just expressionless while her sister Ziyu was also scared. The Luan King finally came out and looked at everyone with confusion. This Luin King is related to a phoenix. It has mixed colored wings with a green body and a yellow beak. Upon seeing it, Yuru was surprised while saying that this beast is at a peak war level. Cheng Sheng beside her was jaw-dropping and cannot believe to BeiMing that this Luin King is BeiMing's friend. "Oh, I haven't seen you in a long time. When did you stop being a vegetarian? Are you trying to eat us to change your taste?" BeiMing uttered. And since BeiMing got back from the past, the Luin King didn't recognize him at all. From the past, the Luin King picked on BeiMing for months before sending him to the Star City. It was really embarrassing for BeiMing, and this time, he won't let it happen again. BeiMing then widely smiled at the Luin King and told him that he's only here to make a deal. He gets the pill that he made and says to the Luin King that this pill will be useful to him if he will accept it. The Luin King was surprised as he never expected someone would come to him and give him something. Without wasting a lot of time, BeiMing honestly told the Luin King that they need to get to the Star City and he will give the pill once the king will take them to the Star City. The Luin King becomes silent, and after just a few seconds, he spread his wings, and BeiMing understood that the Luin King wanted 5 pills instead of 1, which annoys him as it makes like the Luin King is robbing him. 2 and no more. I will go by myself otherwise and you will get nothing, BeiMing said. The Luin King becomes silent again while thinking. BeiMing crossed his arms while waiting for the Luin King's decision. After 2 minutes, BeiMing is already irritated at the Luin King as it didn't give any answer yet. The Luin King spread his wings again, and BeiMing understood that the king wanted 3 pills instead of 2. BeiMing accepted the deal, which made the Luin King thrilled. BeiMing then told the Luin King that he will only give the pills after the Luin King takes them all to the Star City. The Luin King gives an okay sign, the same as BeiMing, and BeiMing then orders everyone hurry up and ride to the Luin King. After everyone rides, the Luin King then flies instantly, which startled Cheng Sheng and even cried as he was scared. They have peacefully ridden the Luin King together, and BeiMing smiled knowing that he can now come back to the Star City and change his life from the past. At this moment, since the Luin King flew straight at a fast speed, Cheng Sheng was enjoying. Not just him but also Yuru, who stated that only king-level beasts have this kind of speed. She also concludes that if this Luin King becomes Emperor level, no one might be able to match him. But then, as per BeiMing, this Luin King's blood and talent is limited, so he won't be able to break through to the Emperor level unless he finds a great fortune. Moreover, these birds aren't good at fighting and only hide in their hole when there's trouble. BeiMing was afraid that these birds would go extinct sooner or later. Luin King, be sure to survive, Shui said to cheer up the bird. BeiMing then smiled at her sister, and at the same time, the Luin King suddenly created a howling sound, and it's a sign that he's going to speed up, so BeiMing warned everyone to hold on. As expected, Cheng Sheng becomes frightened again while holding tight to the bird's feather. After a while, they finally arrived at the Star City safely, and Cheng Sheng breathed deeply and was thankful that he was able to survive riding a bird. Yuru teases him that he could barely hold on while they were on the bird. Cheng Sheng then answered that he never knew it would take so long to reach the city gate. BeiMing then told him that if the Luin King had directly brought them to the gate, it would alarm citizens of the city and they would possibly become targets. It's a pity he was such a good mount, Cheng Sheng uttered, which annoys BeiMing. The Luin King saved us a lot of time. Without him we might have gone straight to heaven inside Star City. You can go back yourself and ask the Luin King whether he'll be your mount or not, BeiMing said to Cheng Sheng. These things can be discussed later. Boss, since we are here, let me show you around my city, Cheng Sheng stated. They started walking around the city, and Cheng Sheng is the one leading the way. According to him, Star City is not like Luo City, as they can get anything here as long as they have enough money. Shui was amazed and asked if dragon meat could easily be purchased here. But then, it seems like Cheng Sheng doesn't know the taste of this meat, so BeiMing told him that this dragon meat is not that different from an ordinary animal meat, and he even boasted that he has grown tired of eating it. Tired of eating it. Even a little of that stuff is really valuable. Your family must be very wealthy to afford a lot of dragon meat, Yuru stated. She also reminded Cheng Sheng that he mentioned that as long as he's here, they could walk sideways on the street. There's no time like the present. We, rural people, want to have a taste of this dragon meat now, Cheng Sheng answered. But deep down inside him, he was panicked by what Yuru said. All of a sudden, someone approached Cheng Sheng. It was Cheng Sheng's relative named Gu Shun. Gu Shun was so glad after seeing that the young Master Gu finally came back to this city. He was holding a box while walking towards Cheng Sheng. Cheng Sheng was startled upon seeing the man, as he didn't intend to be seen by anyone from his family. Gu Shun grips Cheng Sheng's arm and he suddenly becomes emotional as he mentioned Cheng Sheng's grandfather. Cheng Sheng then rattled while asking Gu Shun about what happened to his grandfather. As per Gu Shun, they don't know what's wrong with Cheng Sheng's grandfather since their family doctors don't even know what to do with the old man. He also mentioned that the alchemist in the Wang family prescribed medicine that is keeping Changsheng's grandfather alive. He continuously cried while Changsheng still panicked. All of a sudden, BeiMing touched the box that Gu Sheng was holding. He kneeled on the ground while trying to check what's inside by just smelling it. He becomes shocked as he already has an idea on his mind. He stood while thinking and Changsheng wondered what happened to him. BeiMing then said that he will accompany Changsheng to the Gu family together with Yuru as it happened that he knew about medicine, and he thinks that he might be able to help the lord of the Gu family. Changsheng then smiled as he realized that BeiMing was also an alchemist. He then grabbed the box of medicine from Gu Shun and ordered him to leave his grandfather to them. He also asks Gu Shun to take good care of the ladies, which are Shui, Kingshuan, and Ziyu. Gu Shun then bowed down and gladly accepted Changsheng's order. He then pointed the way and asked the ladies to walk through the path. Shui feels a little bit scared, so she looks at her brother first before leaving, and BeiMing then smiles at her as a sign that she'll be fine with Gu Shun. While the three were heading to the Gu family's mansion, Changsheng asked if BeiMing possibly knew about the disease of his grandfather. Pretty much, if I guessed correctly, BeiMing answered with a smile on his face. Yuru and Changsheng were both confused as they couldn't understand if they would accept BeiMing's answer as a yes or no. BeiMing crossed his arms while staring at the box of medicine, and a huge part of him was confident that he would be able to treat Changsheng's grandfather. When they arrived at the Gu family's mansion, BeiMing saw an ancient stone statue of the violent Lion King. He then told Changsheng that the Gu family is worthy of being a big family in Star City for having the courage of putting this statue right in front of the doorway as a decoration. Just a pile of stones, how much could it even be worth? Yuru asked, which annoys Changsheng as he felt that Yuru belittled this statue. But then, BeiMing answered that with just a small piece of this statue can buy Yuru's black pagoda. Yuru was surprised upon hearing it as she never expected that this statue is indeed a treasure. As they entered, one guard instantly saw Changsheng. They were all surprised and one of them was ordered to go to elders to report that Changsheng came back. Changsheng's grandfather named Gu Boi was lying on the bed and still too weak. His personal doctor named Ji Danchi was checking his pulse, and behind him is Gu Bingyao, one of Boi's son, and as Changsheng's uncle asked about his father's condition. But then, Danchi didn't give any answer and only looked away without any words. At this moment, the guard immediately reported to the people inside Boi's room that Gu Dashao Changsheng had already come back. Bingyao was so surprised, and even the other members of the Gu family who heard about the news were shocked. Changsheng, together with BeiMing and Yuru, were heading to the Gu master's room. But then, someone stopped Changsheng. It was his third sister named Gu Ziyu. "Third sister, what are you yapping about? I'm going to see Grandpa," Changsheng stated. "Do you even remember your grandfather's face? If it wasn't for you, how could grandfather be in this state?" Ziyu answered with a mad aura while clenching her fist. Changsheng then told her that she's not making any sense as he wasn't even here when their grandfather had gotten ill, so he doesn't like how Ziyu easily blamed him for what happened to their grandfather. But still, Ziyu was so furious and called him an ignorant fool. She was blaming Changsheng for escaping a wedding which made their entire Gu family ashamed, and their grandfather got so angry that it made the old man ill. For her, as long as Changsheng is here in Star City, nothing good will come. "Today, I'm going to kill you, the unfilial grandson for grandfather," she added. Changsheng became mad and screamed, ordering his third sister to stop blabbering any words against him. Both BeiMing and Yuru were shocked as this is the first time they saw Changsheng become mad. Changsheng angrily said that he came back here to visit his grandfather and not to decrease Ziyu's chances of becoming the family head. He even said that he will only do everything Ziyu wants if the lady becomes the family head. Ziyu grits her teeth out of annoyance, but Changsheng ignores her this time and apologizes to BeiMing and Yuru for showing them a kind of family drama. BeiMing then tapped his shoulder and told him that it's fine for them and that they should go to see Changsheng's grandpa. "Okay, boss," Changsheng answered with a smile. His sister was shocked hearing them as she cannot believe that Changsheng is calling someone a boss who she even didn't know. Changsheng then went straight to his grandfather's room, but his uncle Bingyao together with his cousins blocked their way. His uncle asked him why he came back, and it seems like this man doesn't want Changsheng to be here. At the same time, Yuru and BeiMing overheard these people gossiping about them, wondering about who they were. "Uncle, I heard Grandpa was ill, so I've invited this alchemist to take a look at him. Why haven't you informed me of this situation?" Changsheng asked. But then, Bingyao didn't give any response as he was shocked that Changsheng is together with an alchemist. At this time, Danchi interrupted them and walked towards them. Everyone, even Changsheng, were silent. According to Danchi, he's been around the alchemist division for decades and never heard of a young alchemist. "Changsheng, you're young, you can easily be cheated, but it's not so easy to cheat this old man. He added, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean that it's not true. Once I look at Mr. Gu, everything will be clear. Do you think I'm cheating them? You're very short-sighted, BeiMing confidently said. An elder beside Danchi was mad with BeiMing's attitude. But then, at the end, Danchi gave BeiMing a chance to check boy and warned BeiMing that something bad might happen once BeiMing cannot be able to do it. Cheng Sheng was very confident BeiMing's talent and even offered that he'll give everything he has at the Gu's house that his grandfather gave to him if BeiMing failed. Cheng Sheng's uncle was dumbfounded since they don't trust BeiMing at all. Are you sure? Danchi asked. Yes, but if he can heal my grandpa's illness, all of my spending in Star City will be on you. Cheng Sheng answered, and since Danchi didn't believe that BeiMing is an alchemist, he accepted Cheng Sheng's deal. Please go ahead, he said. Boss, my life depends on you, Cheng Sheng whispered. BeiMing then checked Boy's pulse while Cheng Sheng was patiently waiting beside him. According to BeiMing, Boy's pulse rate is too weak and the damage of the heart seems to have been caused by a heart attack because of anger, but since the old man's cultivation is high, there's no need to worry about him as per BeiMing. With BeiMing's perspective, the elder beside Danchi now believes that BeiMing is really an alchemist for being able to tell that Gu Boy's heart is damaged. Another elder said that it's impossible for Gu Boy to become like this because of a damaged heart, so they rejected this as the cause during the initial diagnosis. BeiMing continuously checking the old man, and while he was holding Boy's hand, he suddenly stood and declared that a damaged heart does not cause this illness to Boy, but instead it was because of a poison. He believes that Gu Boy was poisoned, that's why he ended up in this state. Everyone who heard BeiMing's diagnosis were shocked, and even Cheng Sheng was mad while asking about who dared to poison his grandfather and what is the reason behind this. Someone then screamed that BeiMing is spitting nonsense. It was Wang Haiqiang, the alchemist that Gu Shun mentioned together with his personal guards. While staring at him, Yu concludes that this man looks like a big deal. BeiMing also concludes that this man definitely looks like someone who's going to cause trouble. Kid, you're saying Mr. Gu was poisoned? Haiqiang asked with annoyance. Yes, it's confirmed through my diagnosis, BeiMing confidently answered. But then, Haiqiang won't believe him but only said that there's a lot of strange things happening nowadays. He was staring at BeiMing while saying that people who don't understand anything have come to treat people. And you believed him? He asked Bing Yao. This guy is so shady, what is he doing? BeiMing whispered to Cheng Sheng. Cheng Sheng then let him know that Haiqiang is the most famous alchemist in Star City and also the twin brother of the Wang family's head. As per Cheng Sheng, Haiqiang's alchemy is recognized everywhere, so he warned BeiMing to be careful. This old man is recognized as number one. How many people are there in Star City? BeiMing answered. At this moment, Bing Yao asked Haiqiang to calm down, and he said that BeiMing is just an alchemist brought by Cheng Sheng and has nothing to do with them. Haiqiang smirked and said that Gu Boy was clearly ill because of exhaustion, so he disagreed with BeiMing's findings. Bing Yao also doesn't believe BeiMing because for him, Haiqiang is the only alchemist who can treat his father. While the two were talking, Cheng Sheng was staring mad at them since he really believes that BeiMing can help his grandfather. Cheng Sheng, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get your people out of here. Don't delay Master Wang's treatment. What are you going to do if something happens to father? Bing Yao said angrily. Uncle Bing, why are you so disrespectful to me? I respect you as an uncle and you're trying to kick me out. When did it become your turn to rule? Cheng Sheng replied. Bing Yao then pointed at Cheng Sheng with his finger and recalled the time when Cheng Sheng left the Star City for his own benefits. Since Bing Yao was unconvinced, Cheng Sheng decided to challenge Bing Yao's daughter Gu Ziyu in a duel against him. Bing Yao then ordered some people to forcefully kick Cheng Sheng, BeiMing, and Yu out of the Star City. But then, BeiMing said wait and stated that driving them out before he can cure Master Gu is like being too forceful on the younger generation of the alchemist. Haiqiang then answered that BeiMing can say whatever he wants as he has always been kind to the younger generation. BeiMing pointed to the box of medicine and asked if it's the prescription of Haiqiang to Gu Boy. Hai King proudly answered yes, and BeiMing then got the medicine to check it. According to him, two of these were great medicines, which are Aesculus Ganoderma root and Ghost Lotus vine. As per Haiqiang, Gu Boy is suffering from exhaustion, so he needs the right medicine to purify his blood and recover his Kai. After Haiqiang explained it, Bing Yao behind him was so proud, stating that this alchemist is very thoughtful. As someone from the younger generation, I can tell that you're diligent and hardworking and I admire you for it. It's just that I'm confused about this funeral soul flower, BeiMing said as he saw this flower together with the two medicines and believes that once this funeral soul flower and ghost lotus vine mix together, it will produce an extremely toxic soul poison. Bing Yao was shocked upon hearing it while Haiqiang cannot utter any words. This time, BeiMing was very sure that it was Haiqiang who poisoned Gu Boy. But then, Hai Qiong denied it and became mad at BeiMing. BeiMing then gets a dark pill and orders Cheng Sheng to feed it to Master Gu as he can guarantee that the old man will wake up immediately. The moment Cheng Sheng held the pill, he asked BeiMing first if what's medicine is this. BeiMing then smiled as he answered that it's a Luo specialty, Bezor detoxification pill. Cheng Sheng then fed the pill to his grandfather and after it, the old man instantly created a sound while his eyes slowly opened. Cheng Sheng then assisted his grandfather to get up while he was staring angrily at Hai Qiong. Master Gu, it's great that you woke up, Hai Qiong said, but Gu Boi concluded that Hai Qiong must be very disappointed seeing him wake up, but Hai Qiong denied it and asked him if he really thought that this alchemist intentionally poisoned him. Yes, why ask if you already know? Gu Boi answered. He then ordered his people to capture Hai Qiong and the alchemist rattled knowing that he was now revealed. He was begging to Gu Boi not to capture him and he still lied that he did everything to treat Gu Boi and never intended to poison him. But then, for Gu Boi, Hai Qiong is trying to mess with his family and he told this man to not blame him if he takes decisive action against this alchemist. Capture him, he ordered once again while pointing to Hai Qiong. All of a sudden, someone stopped the guards to catch Hai Qiong. It was Wang Zi together with Wang Mingji, Hai Qiong's niece. Hai Qiong turned his head and was surprised to see Zi. At the same time, Cheng Sheng was confused why the lady from the Wang family was here. Since BeiMing was clueless about this family, he asked about Zi's identity. As per Cheng Sheng, Zi is the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Whatever she throws is an invaluable treasure. BeiMing then concludes that this lady is already a medium-level king, which is better than Yuru's cultivation. Mr. Gu, my granduncle was curing you so kindly. Why are you doing this? The lady asked to Gu Boi. Gu Boi then disagreed and said that he thanked God that he's not already dead because of the poison the Hai Qiong fed to him. Hai Qiong then pointed to BeiMing and told Zi that it was BeiMing who slandered him. Zi then smiled while saying that Master Gu doesn't know where BeiMing came from but still believes what being said. Wang Zi, don't change the topic. After doing this to me, do you think you can get out of this with a few words? Gu Boi answered angrily. Zi walked towards him and stated that in a few days, there will be a contest of veins and if the Wang and Gu families weren't on good terms by then, it will be bad as per Zi. She declared that those shops on Jingyang Street will be given to the Gu family as compensation for what happened to Gu Boi because of Hai Qiong. Cheng Sheng was furious at how this lady offered them something just to end this matter. He disagreed, but to his surprise, his grandfather Gu Boi accepted the deal of Zi. That's the spirit, let's go, Zi said and left the Gu mansion. Cheng Sheng was annoyed and asked his grandfather why he let go those people from the Wang family. What do you think? If it was not for the dispute about the veins, do you think I would let them go just because they gave us a few shops? Think with your brain, Gu Boi answered. He coughed loudly and Cheng Sheng rattled as he was worried for his grandfather. BeiMing then politely instructed Gu Boi not to move too much since he still had soul poison in his body. Gu Boi held onto his chest while giving thanks to BeiMing. Since Gu Boi wasn't completely fine, he asked BeiMing about what medicine was good for his grandfather so he could send someone to get them right away. BeiMing then responded that it's not good enough to just cure Gu Boi with medicines from the shop, so he planned to just cure this old man with medicines made using alchemy. Both Cheng Sheng and Gu Boi were shocked upon hearing BeiMing's answer, and even the elders couldn't believe that a young man is very confident to make an alchemy to treat the lord of the Gu family. As per Gu Boi, the true art of alchemy has been lost since ancient times. He then ordered Cheng Sheng to take BeiMing to the Heiyu house, but Cheng Sheng said that his grandfather might be confused since he knew that this Heiyu house was owned by the Wang family. Gu Boi was annoyed while saying that Cheng Sheng doesn't have the brain to think wisely. He then asked Cheng Sheng if where the Heiyu house is located and Cheng Sheng then answered that it's in Jingyang Street. At this moment, he realized everything that his grandfather meant to say since the old man reminded him that the building in the Jingyang Street now belongs to them. He then shows a thumbs up sign while saying that he now understood. Before Cheng Sheng and BeiMing left, Gu Boi held BeiMing's wrist as he was thankful to BeiMing for saving his life. And since he's very grateful, he decided to give the buildings in the Jingyang Street to BeiMing, and it's up to him if he will sell the property or not. After a while, they arrived at the Heiyu mansion, and while they were staring at the building, someone called Cheng Sheng. It was Gu Shun together with BeiMing's family. As per Gu Shun, he hurriedly brought Cheng Sheng's guest to this street as soon as he heard that this building will be owned by the Gu family. Cheng Sheng then let him know that this place now belongs to Chen BeiMing. At the same time, the Heiyu mansion's butler named Wang Fuquan Master Gu, you're here? Little Gu Fuquan greets Master. Fuquan uttered. Wang Fuquan, when did you change your surname to Gu? Chang Sheng asked in confusion. And as per Fuquan, it's only fair that they'll change their surname to Gu now that the mansion is the Gu family's property. Chang Sheng then ordered him to change their surnames to Chen since this property is now owned by Chen BeiMing. Chen, alright, my name is now Chen Fuquan. Fuquan instantly answered. Someone then called Chang Sheng from behind. It's Wang Shen Juan, the young master of the Wang family. Chang Sheng then told Juan that the mansion is not allowed for visitations today. Everyone knows that the Heiyu belongs to both my sister and me. My sister gave it to you but I didn't, Juan stated with crossed arms. He then pointed to Chang Sheng and ordered him to leave the place. At this moment, Chang Sheng whispered to BeiMing, telling him that Juan is so domineering and he also doesn't think that he can get in touch with Wang Zi at this time. I, Chen BeiMing, am the owner of this place, BeiMing proudly said. Juan was shocked as he never expected that the mansion would be given to another person. Chang Sheng then let Juan know that BeiMing is the one who saved his grandfather's life and to repay him is to give the Heiyu mansion and the shops in this street. Upon hearing it, Juan becomes mad as he concludes that it was BeiMing who slandered his second grandfather. Since we have met, I want to make one thing clear, Juan uttered. BeiMing smiled and asked him what he really wanted to clarify. Without any words, Juan ordered BeiMing to return the Heiyu mansion, then go to the Wang family's mansion to kowtow 3 times to his sister and grandfather. What if I say no? BeiMing answered without any hesitations. Juan then said that they should follow the rules of the Star City since BeiMing won't give back the mansion. He also summoned his battle sprite and the beast was growling while staring at BeiMing. His pet was roaring loudly upon seeing BeiMing as an enemy. According to Juan, both sides will face each other with their tamed beasts, and the battle will not stop until one of the beasts are killed or they concede. He also said that BeiMing is allowed to use a war beast if he doesn't have his own tamed beast. After the battle, the Heiyu mansion will belong to the victor. Chang Sheng feels a little bit worried as he knows that Juan is a famous beast tamer here in Star City and has many beasts of unknown origin. Juan usually challenges the young master of various prominent families to battle and always comes out on top. After hearing Chang Sheng's explanation, Shuyi was also worried for her brother and Snowball, thinking that both might be put in danger. BeiMing on the other hand was too calm and summoned his pet. He asked Snowball first if they would be able to win and Snowball smiled while raising his arm as a sign of his confidence. Boy, don't try to fight. Kneel down and beg for mercy before it's too late, Juan said to BeiMing while pointing BeiMing with his index finger. BeiMing then confidently answered that he'll accept the match. If I can't handle a young master, then how will I rise up in Star City in the future? He added. Juan then smirked, then turned his head to his men behind and ordered them to bring the 5 kings. BeiMing crossed his arms and asked Juan if he really intended to fight 5 versus 1. The beasts don't need any rules. You can bring 4 more or even 400 more beasts, I won't complain, Juan answered. The ladies were worried for BeiMing so they offered their own pets to BeiMing but BeiMing rejected their help and told them not to worry since he's very confident that he and Snowball can handle it without asking for any help. After a few minutes, the kings that Juan ordered to be called arrived. 4 of these were the bone-winged tiger, blood-stained 3-eyed wolf, golden scale snake, and ground-stealing ant. According to Chang Sheng, all of these beasts excelled in combat, and it is said that Juan can tame monsters into war beasts, which seems to be true as what Chang Sheng can see. Tremble before my 5 heavenly kings. If you admit defeat, I will let you go, Juan uttered. But without any words, BeiMing instantly ordered Snowball to start attacking the enemy. Snowball rushed to one of Juan's beasts without any fear, and hardly smashed its head causing the snake unable to react. The golden scale snake fell on the ground and Juan was dumbfounded. Stinky boy, you dare take the first streaka, Juan angrily said to BeiMing and ordered his blood-stained 3-eyed wolf to attack Snowball. The wolf was roaring loudly while rushing to Snowball and Snowball fearlessly faced this wolf but didn't dare to attack it. He only paused and the wolf got an opportunity to swallow him. Because of it, Juan was thrilled and laughed as he thought that the match ended. He even acknowledged his wolf for doing a great job without knowing that Snowball had a plan. BeiMing even smiled and uttered that it was a nostalgic moment since Snowball also did it last time to a wolf. He then confidently told Juan that the 3-eyed wolf is already dead. Juan stared closely at his wolf and was shocked and even trembled seeing his wolf who was shaking in pain and howling loudly. The wolf's stomach is also dazzling and Snowball comes out from it with a wide smile on his face. The wolf's blood splattered and it fell on the ground which startled Juan. He then stared at BeiMing and said that he will not spare BeiMing this time. "You bunch of fools. What are you waiting for? Rip that bastard to pieces," he ordered with anger. At this moment, the ground suddenly crumbled and BeiMing concluded that this thing below the ground might be the fifth beast of Juan. While the beast started to come out from underground, it kept on squeaking and Snowball was just waiting for it to completely appear. According to Cheng, this beast from underground is a rotten rat king which can jump really high and its specialty is sneak attack. If it's not taken down fast, the fight will go on forever. Snowball was patiently waiting and he was ready to attack anytime. At this time, the ground suddenly exploded and the rotten rat appeared by jumping from the ground. Its eyes were red and it had sharp fangs. Snowball didn't waste time and immediately dashed going towards the rotten rat at a fast speed. By seeing him, the rotten cat was startled and was unable to react. Surprisingly, Snowball instantly hit the rotten rat and the rat flew away and spit a little bit of its saliva. Snowball was not satisfied yet and still tried to chase the rat, but there's a green saliva spit to him. The rotten rat landed on the ground and the ground-stealing ant was in front of him. It turns out that it was the ant who is attacking Snowball using its saliva. Its saliva is like a lava which is too hot that might be able to kill Snowball instantly, but good thing that Snowball was able to avoid it. He didn't manage to end the rotten rat since the ant blocked his way before he could go near the rat. At this moment, the ant summoned tiny ants and is now heading to Snowball. Juan is now very confident that he can win against BeiMing. He said that these ants have a great sense of smell, which means they can smell anything within 100 miles. Even if the furball kills some of the ants, the other fire-stealing ants will come to avenge them as per Juan. But then, one of his men noticed that the ants don't seem to be listening. Cheng was holding a bag and instructed Snowball to throw some fire ants inside the bag. BeiMing said that the fire-stealing ants are a rare supplement, and they're even more delicious when roasted. "Fortunately for us, you didn't consume any," BeiMing said to Juan. Juan was furious as he believed that BeiMing was just trying to deceive him. Snowball was enjoying eating the ants and biting them into pieces. While seeing it, Juan was shaking in anger as he couldn't believe what he just saw. The ants continuously walked towards Snowball, and every time Snowball ate these ants, he didn't swallow it but instead spit it going towards the bag that Cheng and BeiMing was holding. Cheng and BeiMing were cheering Snowball and they both were also glad that they got some benefits in this fight. On the other hand, Juan clenched his fist out of anger. He grits his teeth while saying that BeiMing dared to mess with him. "I will kill you all," he declared madly. He was standing together with his snake and bone-winged tiger. Snowball then rushed to them and the tiger jumped towards Snowball and tried to catch him. Snowball suddenly activates some skill and before the tiger could attack him, he suddenly vanished and only left a dark smoke. Because of his technique, Juan was confused how he suddenly disappeared. Surprisingly, Snowball comes out again and deals a surprise attack to hit the tiger. The tiger flew away while Snowball smiled widely. The tiger slammed on the ground and Juan cannot believe it once more. The tiger isn't moving, so he was expecting that it's already dead. Now, Snowball was standing without knowing that the snake was behind him. The snake was hissing and tried to move slowly to catch Snowball, but Juan madly ordered him to hurry up and get Snowball. The snake then rushed to Snowball at a fast speed while Snowball was just calm, waiting for the snake to go near him. The rotten cat strikes an attack towards Snowball and also the ant. But then, Snowball dashed to the snake and the attacks of the rotten rat, and the ant were heading to the snake. At the end, the snake was hissing in pain as he was attacked by the snake and the rat. Juan was dumbfounded and his men behind suggested that they should surrender and just accept their defeat since all their 5 heavenly kings are being defeated by Snowball. Juan grits his teeth as he doesn't want to accept his loss. Since the ant is still alive, he ordered it to destroy Snowball as soon as possible. But then, the ant didn't even move and only glanced at Snowball, who's standing at the snake and is looking angrily at him. The ant was trembling in fear and didn't follow what Juan ordered. Instead, he casts a quicksand as he was trying to escape. BeiMing and Cheng were confused, but then BeiMing instantly understood what the ant was planning. He then screamed at Snowball and gave an order not to let the Fire Ant King run away. Snowball then jumped in the quicksand and was trying to chase the ant. At this point, the ant disappeared together with Snowball. But then, in a few seconds, Snowball came back and was carrying the ant's arm, which shocked Juan. BeiMing then smiled at Juan while Snowball hopped to his shoulder. He then asked Juan if he's still willing to continue the fight. Juan feels embarrassed knowing that all his tamed beasts were defeated by BeiMing's pet. He then pointed to BeiMing and told BeiMing not to be so smug. He believes that BeiMing just got so lucky this time and he concludes that he'll be the winner next time. Also, don't blame me if it doesn't end well for the Gu family. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. He added, "Let me also remind you that you lost. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll make sure to destroy the Wang family." BeiMing stated, Jiyun's men then told him that it's time to go, so he doesn't have a choice but to leave since all of his beasts lost the match. After these people from the Wang family left, Chengsheng asked BeiMing if what did Jiyun say, but BeiMing only said that Jiyun cannot say anything now that he lost. Stop asking questions, hurry up and tell Gu Shun to send me the medical herbs for alchemy, BeiMing ordered to Chengsheng. He then tapped Chengsheng's shoulder and added another demand to take care of the mess. Chengsheng was annoyed and pointed at himself as he couldn't believe how BeiMing could easily give an order to him now. After the commotion, Jiyun went to the Wang family mansion. He was stomping loudly on the ground as he cannot get over his last fight. While he was walking, he heard his sister calling him. I heard you went to Heiyu Mansion to fight with that kid named Chen and got defeated. Is that true? Ziyu asked. Jiyun then answered that BeiMing had a little furball and didn't know what exactly it was, but was able to defeat all the kings in just one hit. Ziyu was confused upon hearing it. He tried to think what it really was and even concluded that it might be an alien. Jiyun then asked Ziyu if she thinks that BeiMing was hired by the Gu family to compete with them for the veins. What if he was? Offending the Wang family will be bad for him. Besides, the kid's creature is unknown. His future growth won't be high, so we don't have to worry about him, Ziyu answered. She then ordered Jiyun to go to the auction house to sell their 9 copies of the map. Jiyun doesn't want to follow his sister's order since this item is a treasure left to them by their ancestors. But then, as per Ziyu, this treasure can make the Star family, Gu family and other families to fight. Once it happened, she planned to take it from under those families' noses and make a small profit off of them. I see. This is called killing with a borrowed knife. I'll do it right away, Jiyun answered. The lady also asked if where's the treasure of the Wang royal family. A few days later, BeiMing received the medicine and touched it. He said that this item doesn't decay or burn. It was found 10,000 miles away behind the grave of the overlord, but he was clueless about what kind of medicine it was. All of a sudden, Chengsheng runs too fast while calling BeiMing. He opened the Heiyu mansion with excitement while BeiMing and Yuru glanced at him with confusion. Chengsheng smiled widely while telling BeiMing that he will give BeiMing a great surprise. BeiMing was so curious as he never expected something from Chengsheng today. It turned out that Chengsheng brought a map and showed it to BeiMing and Yuru. Yuru was clueless about what map it is, but then BeiMing stated that this map is for the old Buddha town. He wondered where Chengsheng got it, so Chengsheng explained that he got it from an action. He said that he heard the Wang family are selling some old treasure maps, so he went to enjoy himself there and found a lot of people fighting over it, so they made a copy of it. As per Yuru, despite the fact that the old Buddha town is destroyed, there are a lot of rumors about rare treasures there. And now, she wondered about why the Wang family sold their family treasure on auction. The old Buddha town was destroyed a long time ago. Who knows, there might be a lot of demons there. Maybe the Wang family don't have enough power to look for the treasures. That's why they invited everyone to use them as bait. Chengsheng answered. Yuru then cut Chengsheng's excitement and told him that he was just tricked by the Wang family. Chengsheng then told her that he heard the Wang family already went to old Buddha town. He then asked BeiMing's opinion, and BeiMing was so silent while thinking things for a few minutes. In the end, he decided to go to the old Buddha town and see it themselves to confirm if the treasure is true or not. Meanwhile, they arrived at the old Buddha and several people that bought the map also came to check the town. BeiMing, Yuru, and Chengsheng were standing above the cliff while observing the people. Chengsheng then suddenly asked BeiMing if they were really going into the town, but then BeiMing didn't give him an answer as BeiMing is checking something that is covered with several leaves. After removing the leaves, he saw words written on the rock. The Buddha town isn't far from here. What are we waiting here? Yuru suddenly asked. Before BeiMing could respond, Chengsheng stated that he feels weird that the treasure map has only a limited number of copies, but then a lot of people came. These people were also checking the map as a guide to their way to Buddha town. BeiMing then smiled and said that they should wait until the other owners of the map arrive. They were focusing on checking the people that came, and to his surprise, he saw a lady come out from a newly arrived vehicle, which is Wang Ziyu together with his brother. After they both came out from their vehicle, they instantly saw BeiMing, and BeiMing also stared at them. Jiyun then whispered to his sister, telling her that everything went as they planned since BeiMing really came. At this moment, a man suddenly called Ziyu. It was Wang Liuyunzi who's ordering Ziyu to tell them about the old Buddha town, and he said that if Ziyu won't tell them any details, nobody is going in. Ziyu then told him that she doesn't know the current situation of this old Buddha town. She said that according to the old Wang family, this town was full of monsters for a long time, so she believes that it's not safe to go inside the town. That is why the ancestors of their family drew a map of it before they left and marked the safest route. She was already holding a map the same to the map they sold. Even though it's been a while since the map was drawn, "We are not sure if the route is safe. I must remind you to not have a lot of people with you so you don't get the attention of the monsters," she added. Chen Sheng grits his teeth as he was annoyed seeing Ziyu still have a copy of the map despite the fact that there's only 9 copies of it. Yuru then said that even her would also keep a copy for herself before selling it. The people were currently checking the map and confirmed that there's really a safe way that was drawn on the map. Others also mentioned that it's hard to get copies of this map as it only had 9 copies. A man also mentioned that he saw Cheng Sheng at the auction and concluded that Cheng Sheng also bought 1 copy of the map. While observing the people, Cheng Sheng said that he had a bad feeling this time. All of a sudden, numerous guards surrounded them while holding knives. BeiMing was confused as he didn't expect something like this would happen. Cheng Sheng then whispered to him that all of the people who have a map already left. Someone then called Cheng Sheng. It was a bald man named Mingu Hui. "Hand over the map and give face to Master Gu. We of the Ghost Palace will not embarrass you if you do so," the man said. Aside from him, a man named Wu Leiabai and Wen Shunyan were also here, planning to steal Cheng Sheng's map. "You haven't dared to bully any others, just me. Do you think my family is easy to bully?" Ziyu Hui then told him that his strength cannot represent the Gu family. Lao Bao then interfered by asking Cheng Sheng to give the map to him, and he assured that he will protect Cheng Sheng from these people. Alas, the people from the Forbidden Land have also come to take the map. Cheng Sheng uttered with annoyance. BeiMing suddenly told them all to take the map from him if they really wanted it. "Little brother, you have some sense," Ziyu Hui said to BeiMing. "However, there's only 1 copy of the map and so many people want it. Who should I give it to? Should I give it to the Ghost Palace or to the Wu family?" BeiMing asked, which makes the other people dumbfounded. He then pointed to Ziyu Hui and said that he'll give the map to this old man. Cheng Sheng behind him was puzzled as he really believed that BeiMing would give the map to these people. Ziyu Hui then extended his arm with a smile on his face as he was about to get the map from BeiMing, but before he could get it, someone stopped him. It was Leiabai, telling Ziyu Hui that he cannot take the map. Ziyu Hui becomes mad and answers that the map has been given to him. Leiabai won't agree and even scares Ziyu Hui that he'll destroy Ziyu Hui's whole Ghost Palace if Ziyu Hui won't not give the map to him. Because of it, they both argued while BeiMing, Cheng Sheng, and Yuru were staring at them. Ziyu Hui was clenching his fist and stated that Leiabai is not capable of destroying his palace. He then punched Leiabai's face and told him to get lost. Leiabai fell on the ground and his guards were worried for him. He then grits his teeth out of annoyance and calls Ziyu Hui a trash who's tired of living. He stood and gave a demand to his guards to go together and destroy the Ghost Palace. "This old man is bluffing. Give the map to me," Ziyu Hui uttered while pointing at Leiabai. Just because of the map, the fight between Leiabai and Ziyu Hui's minions has begun. They were attacking each other with killing intent using their swords, and seeing them fight makes Cheng Sheng confused about why these people started to fight. Yuru and BeiMing beside him slightly smiled since BeiMing intentionally let these people battle by lying to them that he'll give the map. "Old man Wu, you're dead," Ziyu Hui screamed with his body produced a scary aura. Leiabai was shocked as he has an idea what aura Ziyu Hui is releasing. A dark smoke came out from this aura and a ghost appeared from it. Ziyu Hui then ordered this ghost to help him deal with Leiabai, and Leiabai was terrified by this. Dealing with ghosts all day, no wonder the lifespan of the ghost place is so short, Leiabai uttered while pointing to Ziyu Hui. One guard of Leiabai then asked him if they should still continue the fight, but since Leiabai believes that they cannot be able to defeat the ghost king of Ziyu Hui, he decided to order his minions to retreat. They started walking away while Ziyu Hui laughed at him, thinking that Leiabai is just a useless old man who dares to fight with him. "Anatobo," Shunyan suddenly uttered while holding his rosary. For him, the map BeiMing has is not something Ziyu Hui should have, so he asked Ziyu Hui to instead give the map to him as a token of their friendship. Ziyu Hui's guard behind him told him that Shunyan is also clearly messing with them. Ziyu Hui becomes annoyed and turns his head to BeiMing as he believes that BeiMing is cheating with him. He then throws the map to BeiMing and BeiMing instantly catches it with his hand. "Lord of the Ghost Palace, this map is the only copy left. Are you sure about this?" BeiMing asked. "You dare cheat the Wu family and me, you will surely be punished in the future," Ziyu Hui answered. He then shouted Shunyan to tell this old man that he can find the map on BeiMing. Cheng Sheng then whispered to BeiMing to say that BeiMing's scheme might have failed since Shunyan from the Manjushri temple is hard to deal with, which he believes that BeiMing cannot be able to win against this man. BeiMing looked at Cheng Sheng and asked once more if these people from the Manjushri temple are really great. And as per Cheng Sheng, powerful or not, the scripture in Shunyan's hands is very good. It is said that as long as he thinks about it meaninglessly, he will be like a lost soul. There are several ancestral gates and families in Star City which belong to this man, and he's been also called a god by some. BeiMing was staring at this old man since this is the first time he heard about this scripture of lost soul. "Little brother, hand over the map and I'll spare you," Shunyan said. But up until now, BeiMing won't let anyone get this map from him, and he said that Shunyan can only take this map if he has the strength to take it. Shunyan then stated that BeiMing has a loud and disrespectful tone. He also asked if BeiMing is not afraid of retribution from him. BeiMing senses something is coming behind him. When he looked behind, a man of Shunyan is ready to attack him. But then, Yuru won't let it happen and instantly pulled the man using her whip and strangled it until he fell on the ground lifeless. Shunyan then screamed the man's name and said, "How brave, you dare kill one of my men." Chang Sheng then told him that he was the one who tried to hurt them first, so they're not at fault. "Don't speak nonsense. Today, I'll make you repent for what you've done using Dharma," Shunyan declared with a different aura surrounding his body. "Good, I would like to see if your Dharma is as strong as the knife I'm using," BeiMing answered. Shunyan was very positive that he can make BeiMing kneel down and beg for mercy since no one can ever resist his brainwashing ability. He started chanting words to cast his technique, but to his surprise, BeiMing instantly attacked him using the crossbow, so he immediately activated a scripture shield and blocked the arrows. "Buddha's will is boundless. Eat this," Shunyan screamed and pushed away the scripture he created to BeiMing. BeiMing still had the guts to smirk and said that Shunyan had a useless trick. He then jumped above to avoid the scripture of Shunyan, and Shunyan started to rattle, seeing that BeiMing easily dodged the scripture. BeiMing landed on the ground and asked the old man what else he had up to his sleeve. Shunyan now becomes frightened, thinking that BeiMing will be more than just a threat to them in Star City soon if this kid will still live. Because of his conclusion, he is now very determined to eliminate BeiMing. "Enlightenment scriptures, come together," he uttered as he was casting another skill. There's a golden light emerging from above, and together with it are scriptures. Yuru and Chengsheng were jaw-dropping seeing it, and the people of Shunyan suddenly kneeled down and were very happy as they believe that the Buddha has been reborn. As what Yuru can see, these people's minds have been controlled by Shunyan's words, and she wondered why the three of them aren't affected. BeiMing then explained to the lady that this low-level hypnosis only works on hunters below the middle level, and it's useless to them as a higher-level hunter. According to him, in the Star League's library, hypnotic drugs like these are eaten by insects and are illegal. Chang Sheng was confused while Yuru was also puzzled. At this moment, Shunyan is very confident that BeiMing will wish to die once he sees Shunyan's next move. "Enlightenment, go," Shunyan said, and Chang Sheng panicked seeing the scriptures started flowing towards BeiMing. The scriptures entered BeiMing's body, but nothing happened to him, and he even dared to smile just to tease Shunyan. Shunyan was annoyed as he cannot believe that BeiMing wasn't affected by his enlightenment scriptures. He was trembling in anger while BeiMing already made a move and said that since Shunyan's heart is as hard as stone, this technique is just nothing. He rushed to Shunyan and ordered the old man to call him useless once again. "Go to hell," he screamed as he jumped towards Shunyan while holding his dagger. Shunyan then screamed in pain after BeiMing attacked him without any mercy. Meanwhile, BeiMing with Yuru and Chengsheng were heading to the old Buddha town by following the map. While BeiMing was checking the map, Chengsheng suddenly spoke by saying that Shunyan suffered a heavy loss this time. He added that Shunyan is a stubborn old man and the other families are too scared to pull something, but luckily BeiMing actually pulled some tricks to win against this old man as well. "However, boss, you shouldn't have only left him with a broken hand, you should have ended him," Chengsheng uttered. "Killing him?" While others were busy fighting, a certain young Master Gu didn't dare to even look. Yuru replied while staring with annoyance at Chengsheng. Chengsheng then responded that he was only being cautious to avoid his mind being controlled by Shunyan. All of a sudden, Snowball was chirping numerous times, and BeiMing immediately looked at him with confusion. He instantly got what Snowball is trying to say, so he focused on checking the surroundings. But then, he was annoyed as Chengsheng had the guts to joke around by asking if there were pirates. Yuru then said that there is a war-level monster in this area. After knowing it, Chengsheng was mad knowing that Ziyu lied to them that this route was safe. BeiMing was still silent and checked the map once again. He then smiled after checking the map, and Yuru asked him what next step they should do since there are monsters on this route. This might actually be a blessing in disguise. "We could find a shortcut to the site of the ancient Buddha," BeiMing answered. Chengsheng was shocked as he concluded that BeiMing will try to fight the monster. Several birds above fly, and this is a signal for BeiMing that the monster is coming. He then told both Yuru and Chengsheng to get ready as the monster was heading their way. While they were just standing, the monster landed in front of them. They clearly saw that it was a three-tailed red fox. After seeing it, Changsheng and Yuru felt nervous as they never expected to face a high-level monster like this. On the other hand, BeiMing still smiles and calls Snowball, then orders his pet to attack the fox. Snowball then rushed to the fox with excitement, but surprisingly, the fox hit him before he could attack first. Snowball flew back to BeiMing, and BeiMing then carried Snowball with his hands while Changsheng was worried about what happened to Snowball. BeiMing then turned his head to Changsheng and said that the three-tailed red fox won't back down even if it meets a monster that is much more stronger. This three-tailed red fox is extremely fast, so it often breaks into caves and steals monster eggs. Aside from that, BeiMing knows that surrounding these kinds of monsters won't work at all. This beast is strong. After all, it has the guts to break into beast caves alone, Yuru said. At the same time, Changsheng was scared to deal with it, and he kept on asking BeiMing how BeiMing could face this high-level monster. Despite the fact that Snowball was being hit by the fox, he still asked Snowball if this pet of him still wanted to try again for the second time. Snowball was chirping and stared at BeiMing with a smile on his face. BeiMing then said that he has an idea which he still needs Snowball's help. After explaining his plan, Snowball then rushed to the three-tailed red fox and tried to hit it with his small fist. The fox is good at dodging away. The moment Snowball landed on the ground, he immediately looked at BeiMing, and BeiMing then smiled as he knew that there's already an opening. Snowball went back to the fox and attacked it. BeiMing also rushed to the fox using the ghost steps, and the fox was startled upon seeing him at a fast speed. BeiMing was able to slash a little bit of part of the fox's arm, and because of the pain, the fox was roaring loud and suddenly blew a flame. BeiMing was shocked as he never knew that this fox could breathe fire. Since the fox was already in pain, it suddenly ran away to the bush and tried to escape. BeiMing then turned his head to Changsheng and Yuru and told them not to let the fox get away. Yuru immediately summoned his two-headed bird and ordered it to chase the fox. As per BeiMing, this three-tailed fox is very vengeful, and if they can't catch it now, then they'll possibly have more trouble in the future. Yuru smiled as she answered that her two-headed bird will catch it no matter how far it runs. After just a few minutes, Changsheng was so surprised while pointing something in front of them. He then declared that the fox had been caught by the two-headed bird of Yuru. The bird dropped the fox on the ground, and it seemed like it was not moving even a bit, so Changsheng asked BeiMing if it was already, but as per BeiMing, the fox is very cunning, so it's probably only playing dead. For them to make sure, he ordered Snowball to check if it's alive or not. Snowball then hopped at the back of the fox and jumped hard to make the fox move. But still, the fox didn't give any response, but it was sweating. BeiMing kneeled down and told the fox not to worry as they didn't intend to hurt it. After hearing this word, the fox instantly opened its eyes. BeiMing then told this fox that they just only want to make a deal with this monster. At this moment, BeiMing handed a pill to the three-tailed fox, and the fox instantly stood while staring at the pill. As long as you're willing to take us to the ancient Buddha kingdom, this bone pill is yours, BeiMing stated. The fox closed his eyes while thinking. Yuru and Changsheng feel a little bit annoyed while waiting for the fox's decision. The fox raises his hand, and BeiMing concludes that this fox wants the 10% of the spoils. But then, the fox roared, and BeiMing was shocked as he knew that the fox wanted to say that it wanted the half of the spoils. BeiMing cannot believe it, as this is the first time he has seen such a greedy beast. The fox was standing still, but Changsheng was still annoyed. The cost of this trip is too high. Aren't you afraid of death? He said to the fox angrily. The fox only got down and scratched its ear. At the end, BeiMing accepted the deal and even gave the bone pill to the fox wholeheartedly. On the other hand, Changsheng was worried, thinking that this fox might just be lying to them and doesn't even know where the Buddhist kingdom's treasure really is. Since it is said that this fox used to steal from the treasures, BeiMing believes that this fox has started guarding the treasure and stopped anyone from entering. He whispered to Changsheng to say that he only agreed with the fox so they will have a guard going to the treasure, and he has a way to make the fox give up its share. Changsheng then makes a thumbs-up sign as he was impressed with the plan of BeiMing. At this time, the fox started running, leading the way to the treasure, and since it's too fast, he informed Changsheng and Yuru to try to keep up as he knew that it'll be bad for them to get lost. They all ran as fast as they could until they arrived at the entrance to the ancient Buddhist kingdom. In this place, a gigantic statue of Buddha can be found. The fox then slightly smiled as he really believed that BeiMing would give him 50% share of the treasure. Are we there? BeiMing asked. Changsheng at this point was staring at the fox, and he was glad that this fox was injured by BeiMing beforehand, as he was afraid to think that this fox might kill them since it's too powerful. On the other hand, Yuru and BeiMing were observing around, and Yuru asked if this place is the so-called Thousand Buddhas City. As Changsheng recalled from the book he read in the Star City University archive, this place doesn't look like a city with thousands of people. BeiMing then believes that there should be a street towards it. What a street? It's so large, Cheng Sheng shockingly stated. All of a sudden, Yuru told them to look below as she saw the people from the Wang family. The moment they went down, Jun saw them instantly. He immediately told her sister Zi, and at this point, BeiMing together with Yuru and Cheng Sheng fearlessly stood in front of them. It's all right. I know how you feel. I hate them more than you after all, Zi stated. Jun is now rattled, thinking that Zi's plan won't work anymore since BeiMing already appeared in the area. Still, Zi dared to smile and walk towards BeiMing. But then, before she could approach BeiMing, Cheng Sheng blocked her way and teased her. Oh, I'm sorry that we're still alive. I bet you're pretty mad, Cheng Sheng uttered. Zi then lied that she's happy seeing people safe and well. She even asked BeiMing's comment, but then BeiMing turned around and only replied to her that it's glad she's happy. He then told Yuru and Cheng Sheng that they should now go and move for the treasure, but before they could leave, they heard Jun order them to stop. According to him, the map was sold by their Wang family, so for him, no one can enter without their permission. Since when did the Wang family own this city? Cheng Sheng answered. She showed the map to Jun while saying that this map was already sold to him and now it's his property. He even added that Zi is not his wife, so the lady cannot stop him. Because of what Cheng Sheng said, Jun thought of it as an insult. He was clenching his fist while trembling and dashed towards Cheng Sheng while saying that he'll teach Cheng Sheng a lesson. Cheng Sheng was alarmed by Jun's movement, so he managed to dodge Jun's attack. He then opened his folding fan and struck an attack on Jun. Jun panicked upon seeing it. The moment Cheng Sheng threw an attack, a huge explosion happened that made Jun flew but still managed to slide away. Why was the Gu family's treasure given to this loser? Jun uttered angrily, and he was referring to the folding fan Cheng Sheng was using. Cheng Sheng smiled at him as he heard Jun called him a loser. Let me show you the power of this loser then, Cheng Sheng added. He then tries to gather Mountain Soul, and there's a lightning strike that appears from the explosion Cheng Sheng made. He was startled as someone attacked him with it, but he managed to avoid it. Later he knew that it was Zi. Zi even said that it's too bad as she wasn't able to hit Cheng Sheng. Zi was standing still while controlling the lightning. Yuru at this time cannot believe that the Wang family can really control lightning. BeiMing beside her was also surprised and knew that this lightning Zi controlled is called Yuan lightning. By condensing the true elements in the body in the shape of lightning, Gongfu is also known as Kung Fu as per BeiMing. He added that it's only a trick to trick their opponent into believing that they're controlling lightning. But in the end, this is only an ordinary technique since its power is 8,000 times less than real lightning techniques. It's also not as good as the normal lightning techniques used by Buddhist monks. But the most important thing is, maintaining the lightning uses too much true Yuan energy, so it won't last long. At this point, Cheng Sheng becomes annoyed at Zi after seeing that his mountain soul skill has been destroyed by this lady. Zi smirked and accused Cheng Sheng of bullying them using the mountain folding fan. She also stated that Cheng Sheng is so dumb for thinking that she won't fight back. She was still controlling the lightning and spread her hand. After pointing it to the land, a smoke appeared, and witnessing it made Cheng Sheng dumbfounded. When he saw a beast appear, he was startled. When it was completely visible, they saw that Zi summoned a lightning beast. Cheng Sheng was pointing to the beast and he rattled as he still doesn't know what kind of beast it is. Yuru behind him then answered that it's called a lightning beast. According to BeiMing, this beast of lightning is a strange beast formed from heaven and earth. This beast can control lightning and is a notoriously known beast. He then glances at Zi and believes that Zi is indeed a talented hunter for being able to tame a lightning beast and use it as a pet. As he was staring at the lady, Zi also caught his attention. So, it's like that, BeiMing uttered and smirked. At the same time, Jun became alarmed at Cheng Sheng and immediately told his sister Zi to kill Cheng Sheng, as he thought that their Wang family could no longer stay in Star City if Cheng Sheng would remain alive after what happened in this area. Come if you dare. We've fought monsters that are 4 times, no, 5 times stronger in one, Cheng Sheng boasted. But then, he heard BeiMing telling him that they should now go to the city ruins before venting their anger. BeiMing also reminded them that they're all here for the treasure, so there's no reason for them to fight. Aside from that, he proudly added that even the beasts couldn't stop them from getting the treasure. After hearing BeiMing's statement, Ziyu was clenching her teeth out of annoyance. You better go die in the ruins then. If you put your foot even half a step out, I'll threaten you to a fate worse than death, she uttered. BeiMing only smiled at her without giving any response. Despite what Zi said, he was still very determined to enter and search for the treasure instead of fighting with Zi and Jun. As they were leaving, Cheng Sheng was very confident that they could fight against Zi and Jun, so he wondered why BeiMing chose to let these two go. BeiMing then answered that Zi is just a woman who has exhausted her true Yuan energy and is struggling to even stand. Chang Sheng was confused as he was so clueless as to what BeiMing was trying to say. BeiMing then glanced at them and stated that there are enemies in the ruins other than the Wang family, and for him, they must deal with these enemies first. He also reminded Chang Sheng and Yuru that the treasure of the ancient Buddhist kingdom is their goal. While they were leaving, Juan asked Ziyi about why the lady let those three leave instead of killing them. He was afraid that the Gu family head would be furious at them. Shut up. What do you know? Pass on the order that we will rest and go in later. Ziyi only replied. Since Ziyi is older, Juan doesn't have a choice but to follow his sister's demand. At this time, Ziyi glanced at her lightning beast as she heard that it was growling. After listening to her lightning beast, she was shocked as she understood that her beast was afraid to BeiMing's pet. Ziyi becomes silent as she was thinking, how is it possible that BeiMing's tiny pet makes a high-level beast so afraid? Because of it, she started to wonder about BeiMing's real identity. On the other hand, BeiMing, Yuru, and Chang Sheng have entered the ancient Buddhist kingdom. As they were walking in the aisle, they were observing everything inside, and as Chang Sheng could describe, the place is too big and cannot be compared to his mansion. According to BeiMing, this place is the temple of Buddha's heart, a place of monks to meditate and set aside their thoughts. Yuru then asked BeiMing about where they could find the treasure, but before BeiMing could answer, the three-tailed red fox suddenly made a sound while looking at the Buddha statue. BeiMing then glanced at the statue and came up with some thoughts that there might be a passage behind it. BeiMing then instantly pushed the door and opened it wide. As they entered, a lot of things were inside. Chang Sheng at this moment was impressed by the fox for being useful, who was able to find a hidden door behind the Buddha statue. In this room, there are a lot of treasures inside and outside of the boxes. Upon seeing all of these, Chang Sheng becomes too excited while saying that they could buy all the three major cities if they will take all these treasures back to Star City. Despite the fact that there's a lot of treasures inside, one thing that only caught BeiMing's attention was a weapon called the Frozen Star Gauntlet. But then, the moment BeiMing was about to pull it, he was startled as he saw someone attacking him with an arrow. He managed to dodge, and this time, he found out that it was Juan who smiled at him and asked him if he wanted to take the treasure. You better ask us first, Juan added with crossed arms. He clenched his fist and proudly said that his sister Ziyi followed BeiMing and didn't even get noticed. Ziyi was thrilled after seeing a lot of treasures which she didn't even expect, since these treasures weren't even mentioned on their map. Juan then told her that it might be a secret treasure, so it wasn't mentioned on the map. He pointed to Chang Sheng and said that he'll forgive everything Chang Sheng has done to him if Chang Sheng leaves the treasure. Chang Sheng was annoyed at Juan knowing that they came here first, and the Wang family only followed them to take the treasure. Behind Juan, there a man suddenly uttered that treasures aren't found but taken by force. It was Wang Liu Yunzi. This old man pointed to Chang Sheng and said that nobody cares if Chang Sheng's team has come here first. Thank you, niece. If it wasn't for you, our family would have died on the way here, Yunzi said to Ziyi. Master Chen, you said that my lightning beast couldn't stop you, but now all of the fighters of the Wang family are here. I wonder if I can stop you now, Ziyi said to BeiMing. At this point, they heard a loud and painful scream, and as they turned around, they saw that it was the old man Yunzi. Yunzi was screaming in agony, and he suddenly fell on the ground with his body that became too weak. He slammed the ground with his hand and he was drooling while his body was shaking. The people with him have wondered about what happened to him, and since they recalled that Yunzi had touched the treasure, they conclude that Yunzi was poisoned and also believe that this is the curse of the ancient Buddha kingdom. After hearing their conclusion, Chang Sheng becomes frightened knowing that he almost touched the treasures. At this moment, Yunzi almost looks like a skeleton. He suddenly uttered that he hadn't tasted blood in a very long time. His body suddenly floats and there's a light surrounding his body. The people were terrified as they could see that Yunzi became a zombie. BeiMing was staring at Yunzi's body and said that Yunzi was affected by a ghost mother corpse or a ghost corpse control. The fighter from the Wang family rushed to Yunzi's body with killing intent. They stabbed Yunzi without any hesitation, but they were shocked after seeing that Yunzi remained fine. Yunji screamed and these fighters flew away and died. Since these fighters died instantly after attacking Yunzi's body, Chang Sheng rattled and asked BeiMing if what this ghost corpse control really is. And as per BeiMing, it's just a corpse being controlled by a ghost and it won't stop until it kills everyone. BeiMing believes that there should be more than one of these ghosts, so he suggested that they should leave before these ghosts arrive. Chang Sheng was shocked and terrified as he couldn't believe that there were more of this ghost. Alas, that was a good meal, Yunzi uttered. He screams once more and a sudden hand comes out from the ground. The people started retreating, and at the same time, a lot of ghosts were summoned. The ghosts were growling loudly and there were already a lot of them together with Yunzi's body. Yuru was irritated as she knew that it's hard to deal with one of these ghosts, but then it turns out that there's more. Behind her was Cheng Sheng, who's still frightened by these numerous ghosts. BeiMing then found a stone door, so he immediately ordered Snowball to smash it. Ziyu and Juan overheard BeiMing, and for Juan, he feels that BeiMing is crazy for thinking that his tiny pet can break open the stone gate, which cannot even be broken by those king-level monsters. Snowball at this rate followed BeiMing's demand and prepared himself by punching the air several times. After doing it, he then rushed to the stone gate and punched it hard. At least, Snowball was able to break it with one hit and create a big hole. BeiMing then stepped forward and entered this broken gate. After checking, he then gave a signal to Cheng Sheng and Yuru to enter and leave together. After seeing it, Ziyu also ordered her people to follow BeiMing, and while BeiMing is leaving with Cheng Sheng and Yuru, the Wang family also chased them inside the tunnel. As they entered, they saw an illusion beast, and as per BeiMing, it's a monster that creates hallucinations and confuses people's minds. He believes that it usually waits for prey to show their flaws and then attacks. Since Ziyu and Juan followed them, they both heard what BeiMing said, and Juan was frightened as he didn't know how to escape from this illusion beast. All of a sudden, something caught their attention. BeiMing then closes his eyes as he is listening to where the sound is coming from. BeiMing was too focused and was able to know where the illusion monster was. He then activates his crossbow and immediately attacks. Cheng Sheng and Yuru then both looked at the area where BeiMing was attacking. BeiMing successfully hit the monster, and when it's completely visible, they clearly saw that it was a bullfango. The Wang members were terrified upon seeing this beast, since this is their first time seeing a monster like this. At the same time, Yuru concludes that it's the beast BeiMing was talking about a while ago. At this moment, Cheng Sheng saw something uninteresting. He rattled while telling everyone to look at the front area. Juan and Ziyu instantly looked to where Cheng Sheng was pointing and saw that the road ahead was blocked. Juan grits his teeth out of annoyance, knowing that they don't have a choice but to fight instead of running away. He then asked his sister Ziyu for a plan, but even Ziyu was clueless at this rate. Because of it, she called BeiMing and politely asked to forget about their past arguments and drop the suspense between them, then work together to escape from this place. Suspense? We do not want you to use us to escape and then backstab us, Cheng Sheng replied. Juan then clenched his fist while saying that their side chose to be allies with them because of survival. Cheng Sheng didn't want to agree with them, so they ended up arguing while Yuru, Ziyu, and BeiMing were annoyed listening to them. Master Chen, what do you say? Ziyu asked to BeiMing. BeiMing crossed his arms and said that Ziyu is finally becoming a human for his help. Ziyu instantly agreed to him, and she then looked to her people and declared that all Wang members that are with her should listen to BeiMing's command like the Wang family's head. Her people then agreed, while Juan was hesitant to believe that his sister would really join hands with BeiMing. He whispered to Ziyu, but Ziyu only glanced at him with annoyance, so he became silent at the end and followed what his sister ordered. At this moment, Ziyu asked BeiMing's plan, and BeiMing then smiled and said that they should not fail the other party's good intentions, since the other party is now good to them. We shall send a big welcoming gift, he added. After that, the fight against the zombies started. Cheng Sheng was slashing the zombies using his folding fan, and he even gave some orders to block all the zombies and not let them pass. Because of his demand, Juan became more mad at him and asked him to stop giving some orders. Cheng Sheng ignored him and instead opened his fan and started activating his technique called Mountain Feign. He attacked it to the zombies, and it created a powerful explosion, and Cheng Sheng was able to eliminate the zombies in the area, which annoys Juan once more. At this moment, Cheng Sheng was thinking that he needed to buy time for BeiMing, as he knew that BeiMing had something else in mind. BeiMing then ordered him to lead the rest to distract the zombies. He smiled and suddenly punched the tunnel wall, and the bullfango suddenly rattled and fell on the ground. It's not just that, but this bullfango also became a small monster which shocked everyone. BeiMing then carried this small bullfango and told everyone that this bullfango will lead them to the nest, and the mother won't be a threat after it's destroyed. People of the Wang family, obey Master Chen's order. Those that will not obey will not be shown any mercy, Ziyu declared. Her people then answered yes, but Juan was only forced. He was now mad that her sister wanted them to bow down to the people of the Gu family. Since he doesn't have a choice, he chose to agree, but told himself that he'll take his revenge soon. At this time, Snowball was riding the bullfango while heading to the nest that BeiMing mentioned. BeiMing and Ziyu followed Snowball, and while they were heading, Ziyu asked once more if this fantasy beast will really take them to the nest and won't take advantage of them. BeiMing then answered that this beast lurked in the underground for a long time, and it's very familiar to this place, so he's very confident that they will not face any problem. Also, if this beast would play tricks, Snowball is ready to give this beast a punishment. While they were on their way, Yuru was also with them and she's observing around, and as for her, the ancient Buddha country would have never dreamed that the palace would become the nest of the ghost mother. BeiMing then responded that maybe the ghost mother was kept by the ancient Buddha palace as a guardian beast. Before Yuru could give any comment, she was speechless after seeing the bullfango trembled and suddenly stopped from running, which made Snowball flew away. Yuru was still confused, but as per Z, they have arrived in the area where the nest can be found. They are finally at the old nest of the ghost mother corpse. BeiMing decided to enter by himself, so she asked the ladies to stay outside and stop the bugs from entering. Z was shocked as she couldn't believe that BeiMing is very brave to go inside the nest alone. Aside from her, Yuru was worried for BeiMing, so she offered herself to accompany BeiMing inside so she could help if something bad were to happen. But then, before BeiMing could answer, a sudden strong blow of wind happened coming from inside the nest. The three of them felt how strong it was and they focused themselves to see where it was coming from. A haunted bear demon king then appeared, and it was roaring so loud. It was a tall beast with sharp nails and dark fur. This bear also has a hole on its body that makes his bone visible. Upon hearing the roaring sound of the bear, the small bullfango was crying and tried to make a sound to ask for some help from the bear. But then, Snowball was annoyed, so he immediately punched the bullfango. Yuru was staring at the haunted bear demon king while BeiMing advised them to be careful and let them know that the corpse worm can perfectly restore the strength of the controlled corpse. For the second time, the bear roared again. BeiMing then pointed his crossbow to the bear and attacked multiple arrows. The bear continuously roared, and BeiMing was shocked after seeing his arrows crippled before it could strike the bear. BeiMing was standing while saying that this bear was indeed impenetrable and is much more stronger than he thought. The bear took a step forward, going towards BeiMing while still creating a roaring sound. Snowball immediately interfered and rushed to the bear, but the bear was alarmed and hardly stomped the ground, which made Snowball fall and wasn't able to attack the bear. The bear crumpled the ground and BeiMing was worried for his pet, but he wasn't able to go near Snowball as he was surrounded by several ghosts. These ghosts are ready to attack him with killing intent, and BeiMing was annoyed knowing that he was now trapped with these ghosts. He then slashed these ghosts using his dagger. At the same time, Ziyu was also fighting with these ghosts, and she was using her cold jade rod as a weapon. She tried to attack the ghost with it, but at the end, the ghost grips the rod and it turns out that this weapon doesn't have an effect on these ghosts. The ghost in front of her was slashed to pieces and she was shocked when she saw that it was Yuru who helped her. She gave thanks to Yuru, but there's still an awkwardness between the two. As they were standing still, Yuru saw a ghost coming their way. They both rattled as they were unprepared, but Yuru immediately attacked it with her whip. The upper part of the ghost's body flew away while the other half fell below Yuru. At this time, they heard a voice ordering the bear to capture BeiMing alive. The bear roared while drooling, and BeiMing was dumbfounded after hearing the mysterious voice. He knew that it was dementia, a bloodline talent of the ghost bear, so he ordered the ladies to run away. The bear roared once more and a lavender flame surrounded its body. BeiMing rattled as he believes that it will be dangerous for them. "Run away and take cover," he said. "The flame from the bear is spreading in the area, and good thing that the ladies were able to hide." But then, before BeiMing could run away, a ghost from the underground pulled his foot. He panicked and tried to pull it away, but it was impossible for him. "It's too late for me," he uttered, and the flame already entered his body. Yuru witnessed it and saw how BeiMing kneeled on the ground. BeiMing was sweating and started to become weak until he lost consciousness. At this point, Yuru tried to attack the bear with her whip, but the bear easily catched it with a bare hand. Yuru was shocked and the bear pulled her whip, which made her fall on the ground together with Z. After it, they heard the mysterious voice again, who was now laughing. BeiMing was still unconscious and the mysterious voice challenged both Yuru and Z to fight him and show what they've got. After the commotion, the bear entered the nest while carrying BeiMing on its shoulder. Since Yuru and Z's strength is not enough to fight the bear, they are indeed held captive by the bear. As they entered, Yuru asked if they were now at the mother's nest, and the bear behind him roared as a response. Yuru side-eyed and was puzzled as she wasn't sure what the bear was trying to say. They continuously walked, and after a minute, the bear slammed BeiMing's body on the tunnel wall, and a lady smiled while seeing BeiMing's fresh body. She was so excited to eat BeiMing alive together with the bear. Yuru was staring at this creature and she concluded that this lady is the mother of the ghost insects. This mother of the ghost insects is sitting on her throne. It has a sharp long horn with a larva type on its lower part of the body. "That brat is naughty, let's take him as an appetizer. Bring him here," she uttered. But then, BeiMing suddenly moved and stood up. "Appetizer, huh? Are you not afraid of death?" he said. Snowball was on his shoulder and his body is now flaming. Ziyu and Yuru were surprised after seeing BeiMing alive. On the other hand, the mother of the ghost insects cannot believe that BeiMing was able to wake up from the bear's dementia. As per BeiMing, he woke up long ago and let the bear bring him here so that he wouldn't have to waste his effort to find this mother of the ghost insects. After hearing it from BeiMing, the mother becomes furious and orders the bear to destroy BeiMing as soon as possible. The bear then roared loudly while rushing to BeiMing, but Snowball fearlessly faced the bear and also rushed to the bear to stop it from attacking. Snowball hopped to the bear's head and readied his fist. The bear widely opened his mouth, but Snowball was able to hit him in the head. At the same time, the ghosts started appearing again, so BeiMing fought with these ghosts using his dagger. Numerous ghosts were dashing to him from behind, but as he turned around, he saw these ghosts paused and suddenly became ice. As these ghosts fell on the ground, it broke into pieces. It was because of Ziyu and her cold jade rod is finally working. BeiMing slightly smiled as he was grateful to see that Ziyu is really sincere this time. Ziyu also smiled at him while she's spreading her weapon. Up until this time, Snowball was still fighting the bear and hit the bear multiple times. He hopped on the ground with excitement, but as he turned around, he was shocked to see the bear perfectly fine. The bear was staring at Snowball with anger, and Snowball was annoyed that he wasn't able to defeat this bear. The mother of the ghost suddenly laughed and said that the bear's body has been tempered many times by elixirs. She added that BeiMing was being too ridiculous for thinking that he can beat the bear with the help of Snowball. I really want to wear his bearskin, so why not? BeiMing uttered and snapped his finger. The mother of the ghost was confused as she was clueless as to what BeiMing was trying to do. BeiMing then cut himself to put some blood on his dagger. He pointed the dagger to the bear and activated a soul arrow, then attacked it to the bear. The bear was terrified upon seeing these flaming arrows. It then roared so loud after the arrows struck on his body. The bear feels the pain, but then his mother ghost was very confident that this soul arrow is just useless. BeiMing raised her hand and clenched it while he uttered break. The bear suddenly exploded and its body broke into pieces. "My son, how did you kill my precious son?" the mother ghost said with a shocked voice. BeiMing breathed deeply and he was glad that he finally defeated the bear. "Those arrows can easily penetrate the ghost bear. Are they magical?" Ziyu asked in confusion, but Yuru was speechless as she was still shocked, knowing that even mid-rank war-level hunters can only master a few magical skills. She cannot believe that BeiMing actually cultivated a magical skill, and she's afraid that everyone will be shaken once this news will be spread. BeiMing then stared at the mother ghost while the mother ghost wondered what BeiMing wanted this time. BeiMing smiled and told her that they should now talk about business. He stepped forward going to the mother ghost, and the mother ghost asked him to stop and told him not to hurt children. BeiMing believes that this mother ghost is the guardian beast that the monks of ancient Buddha town assigned to protect this town. At this moment, he asked the mother ghost to tell him where the secret treasure of ancient Buddha town can be found. The mother ghost was confused and answered that she didn't know anything about secret treasures. According to her, all the treasures of the ancient Buddha town are all in the hall, and she's now willing to let BeiMing and the others to get all of the treasures without stopping them. BeiMing was disappointed and believes that this mother ghost seems like doesn't understand the situation yet. He glanced at Yuru, and Yuru smiled as she understood what BeiMing was trying to order. She then swung her whip on the mother ghost's eggs, and the mother ghost went down on the floor and was trying to stop Yuru from destroying her eggs. Since she's now afraid that BeiMing will be really willing to destroy all her eggs, she decided to tell BeiMing about the secret treasure. "Alright, stop. I will show you where. Just don't hurt my children," she said. She then pointed to an area and said that the secret treasure can be found behind this wall. BeiMing and Yuru then stared at it, and BeiMing ordered Snowball to break the wall. Snowball immediately followed BeiMing's demand and hardly punched the wall with bare hands. After breaking the wall, Snowball was so thrilled as he saw shimmering treasures. The mother ghost was mad and she now asked BeiMing to let her and her children go. BeiMing smiled while holding his dagger and said that if he let this mother ghost go, she might have killed more people. The mother ghost screamed that BeiMing is not afraid of karma. BeiMing didn't listen to him at all and instantly slashed her using a phantom slash without any hesitation. At the end, the mother ghost sliced into half, and after it was being killed by BeiMing, the bestial core appeared in front of Snowball. Snowball immediately swallowed it with excitement, and the small bullfango behind him felt envious and cried. While Snowball was eating the bestial core, BeiMing felt a sudden pain on his chest. He found out that his body in cultivation isn't the same as before. Even the initial phase of soul arrows consumed too much energy. After a minute, the pain instantly went away, and he then told the ladies that the other insects can't live for long since the mother ghost is now gone. Since BeiMing felt a sudden pain, a part of Yuru was worried and wondered what happened to BeiMing. At the same time, Ziyu was so speechless while staring at the dead body of the mother ghost. After it, they immediately entered the area of the secret treasures, and BeiMing saw a treasure that made him more surprised. Star City's pinnacle power is Emperor Zhen Wu, and he is considered the best even among the 5 great emperors. But before, he was at the bottom of the Star City until he went to the ruins. Emperor Zhen Wu accidentally found a scripture inside the ruin called Nirvana, although some pages were torn. Then the emperor managed to control the city, and the people started calling him the Great Emperor. Now, the scripture is in BeiMing's hand, as this is the treasure he unexpectedly found here in the tunnel. BeiMing was staring at the scripture while wondering if this scripture was really that strong. As far as he can remember from his past, the spirit beast of Emperor Zhen Wu got stronger very fast. BeiMing is afraid that nothing in here is that valuable except this ancient scripture. Because of it, BeiMing immediately hid the scripture behind him and told the ladies that they both can get any treasure they want and hurry up. The ladies were hesitant, so BeiMing told them that the mother ghost is already dead and those ghost insects will also die soon, so they can take treasures as much as they want. Both ladies were too excited and immediately found some treasures they could use. All of a sudden, BeiMing feels something going on behind him, and as he turned around, he saw his pet Snowball attacking the small Bullfango using a soul-refining bell he found in this place. BeiMing then grabbed it while asking Snowball what he was doing. Snowball was enjoying bullying the small Bullfango, and on the contrary, the Bullfango was already crying in pain and had several lumps on his head. After grabbing this bell that Snowball used to hit the Bullfango, BeiMing feels some pain and he concludes that this item is absorbing his yuan energy. He tried to let go of the bell, but he wasn't able to do it. He then instantly heard a rumbling sound and he was shocked as he saw himself in a different area. In front of him is a giant golden Buddha and several monks. He deduces that the scripture indicates that the ghosts were because of the soul refining bell, and he believes that he must refine the bell quickly or else he will get sucked by it. As he turned around, he saw the Nirvana scripture float in the air and was creating a golden light. He then sat and started refining the soul-refining bell with the help of the scripture. He closed his eyes and focused on himself. The scripture continued to open and BeiMing was absorbing each word from it. Yuru was not aware of it, so she rattled upon seeing BeiMing. She was calling BeiMing's name, but BeiMing was focusing on refining the bell. He then grabbed the bell and his eyes widely opened. The golden light comes out from his body and creates a strong blow of wind that passes by to the ladies. BeiMing then widely smiled as he successfully refined the bell. Both Yuru and Ziyu were clueless as they didn't know what BeiMing just did. Soul refining bell. From now on, your master's name is Chen. BeiMing screamed with excitement while raising the bell above. Yuru was still clueless about this bell, and as what Ziyu concludes, the bell might be the last magic weapon. At this moment, the ground suddenly crumbled and the place was shaking. Yuru was terrified as she deduces that there's an earthquake. At the same time, Chengsheng and the other Wang family members also feel the shaking. Rocks started to fall and they were all clueless of what was going on. At this moment, BeiMing and the two ladies immediately went back to the others and Chengsheng instantly saw them coming. The three ran as fast as they could and BeiMing ordered everyone to hurry up and leave this underground palace as he knew that it's going to collapse at any moment. Everyone rattled upon hearing it and they then followed what BeiMing said for them to survive. As they were running, huge rocks were continuously falling and others were hit by it. Not just that, but their way was blocked by super huge rocks. They were now frightened, thinking that there's no chance for them to get out. BeiMing and Chengsheng turned their heads behind and saw a hole. BeiMing was closely staring at it, and while he's looking at this hole, Yuru asked him what they should do now since all the ways out are blocked. At the same time, Juan and Chengsheng hugged each other and were scared as they thought that they didn't have any chance to survive. At this moment, BeiMing was focusing on the hole, and the three-tailed red fox appeared from it. BeiMing was surprised as he thought that this fox had already left the tunnel. The fox then gave him a signal and BeiMing knew that this fox dug this way to get out of this tunnel. He then ordered everyone to follow, and after a few minutes, the underground palace collapsed and the fox was able to get out from the hole he dug. BeiMing and the others were able to make it, and Chengsheng was so glad knowing that he's still alive after what just happened. Since he was so clueless about why the underground palace suddenly collapsed, he decided to ask BeiMing about it, and as per BeiMing, there were thousands of ghost insects in the underground palace and might have figured out that their mother is already dead, so to kill the humans inside and avenge their mother, they might have tried to bury the humans with them. BeiMing then remembered and he was so grateful that this fox really helped them to survive. "I thought you ran away. I didn't expect you to come back and save our lives," BeiMing said. He then handed 5 pills to the fox and said this is what he can give in the meantime, since half of the treasure that he promises to give to this fox are buried underground. The fox instantly accepted the pills and gave a response to BeiMing. BeiMing was shocked as he clearly understood what the fox said despite the fact that it uses its own speech. Changsheng was intrigued with what the fox responded, so BeiMing told him that the fox said that the underground palace did collapse, so people will stop fighting for the treasures that were in it, and also all the beasts guarding the palace are gone. Aside from that, the fox is also confident that he can dig out all those treasures later on. All of a sudden, they heard a sound of a beast coming from above. It was a bird heading their way, and as per Juan, it's King Wang, the elder of the law enforcement. While the beast had not landed yet, BeiMing was staring at it and he wondered about who this person really is. They were patiently waiting at the cliff while Juan instantly asked this person about why he suddenly came to this place. The person Juan called as the law enforcement elder named King Wang hopped from his beast and landed on the ground. According to him, he came here as he was asked by the Wang family head to report to their people that something happened in Star City. Both Juan and Ziyu looked at each other, wondering about what really happened in Star City. Aside from that, King Wang also asked if Ziyu got anything from the ancient Buddha town. Ziyu was silent as she didn't want to give any answer from this elder. "Elder, my big sister was here with us. How can we not reap some booty?" Juan suddenly answered. He then handed a treasure to King Wang and explained that they found these treasures while running away from their death. King Wang then got one of this treasure and he said that this treasure is a pure Yuan energy and an aura of an emperor hunter on them. He believes that this treasure is indeed priceless and concludes that this can help their family head increase by many levels. Juan this time smiled ironically and without thinking, he told King Wang that those aren't the only treasures that were in ancient body. While saying this, he was staring at BeiMing, which made Chengsheng feel that something was off. Wang Shen, Juan, shut up. Did you forget everything just because you got out of the underground palace? Don't you know anything about shame? Ziyi screamed with annoyance. Juan also got mad as he answered Ziyi that BeiMing, Chengsheng, and Yuru stole their royal family treasure, and he wants to take back what belongs to them. He was also confident this time to betray the three just because their elder King Wang is here with them. For him, King Wang can help them forcibly take the treasures from BeiMing if they want to. At this time, Ziyi slapped his brother Juan and told him that he's being so arrogant. She was so furious at this moment knowing that his brother is being so ungrateful. "Ziyi, you are a descendant of the Wang family. How could you do this to your brother for the outsiders?" King Wang said. He also said that Juan can tell him everything that happened inside the underground palace since he's in charge of the law enforcement. Juan pointed to BeiMing, Chengsheng, and Yuru while saying that these three got some treasures from the underground palace and believes those treasures are more powerful than what he gave to the elder. BeiMing was just silent and didn't give any words to clear their names. But then, Yuru spoke. She said that she now knows how a person can be shameless and ungrateful. "Did you just know? I have known for a long time that the Wang family are a group of animals. Like I told you before, if we let them get buried, that would have saved us from a lot of trouble now." Chengsheng said, "Blame yourself for being stupid. I will make you regret everything." Juan answered. King Wang then extended his arm and ordered the three to hand over the treasures they collected from the underground. "Hey little kid, give me all the treasures you got and I will give you a painless death," he uttered. BeiMing smirked and answered that King Wang should come and get the treasures from BeiMing if he really wanted to get it. King Wang was triggered by what BeiMing stated. He can see that BeiMing is indeed brave, but he's very determined to show BeiMing what happens when they mess with the wrong person. He showed his real aura to everyone and a flame surrounding his body. Chengsheng was shocked upon seeing it as he now sees that King Wang is a peak warrior level which he never expected. King Wang raises his finger as he activates a Soul Slayer skill which creates an axe above him. He then pointed it to the three while Yuru and BeiMing were alarmed upon seeing it. The three managed to jump away when the axe slammed in front of them. "Old man, don't get full of yourself," Chengsheng said. He then activates his mountain river folding fan and casts a shattering wave, then attacks it on the old man. The old man remained calm and belittled Chengsheng's skill. He was able to activate a soul shield and block shattering wave. Chengsheng was dumbfounded with the old man's movement, and as per BeiMing, the old man used a magic skill which he believes that Chengsheng is no match for this person. "Leave this old man to me," he confidently uttered. He then gets the soul refining bell he got from the underground palace and activates it. The bell creates a golden light and a strong sound which scares both King Wang and Juan. Ziyi then warned King Wang and informed this old man that BeiMing got this bell from the ancient Buddha town. King Wang was still in shock as he didn't believe that a young man like BeiMing could easily use a magic weapon. BeiMing smirked and ordered the soul refining bell to suppress King Wang. While the bell is heading to King Wang was just so calm. "It's unfortunate, although you got such a weapon, but at your current cultivation level it will only be a piece of rubbish," he stated. After it, he activates his magic called Withered Vine. BeiMing was shocked upon seeing it. This magic creates a green light and veins come out from the underground. These veins arise, and while BeiMing stared at it, he witnessed how these veins easily grab the bell. Since it's a treasure left by the ancient Buddha town, this old man won't go easy on you, King Wang uttered while raising his hand. "Dream on," BeiMing replied while cutting his finger once again, just like what he did at the Mother Ghost Nest to put his blood on his dagger. He then casts a blood sacrifice soul arrows, then attacks it on the old man. King Wang was so dumbfounded knowing that BeiMing can really understand magic. But still, he's willing to defeat BeiMing, so he fights back using his Soul Slayer skill and attacks it towards BeiMing's direction. The moment when the Soul Slayer and the Soul Arrow collided, a golden explosion happened above. Both BeiMing and King Wang were confused. King Wang then ordered his Lord Griffin to tear BeiMing to pieces, and his pet then rushed to BeiMing's direction. But then, Snowball was summoned and instantly rushed to the enemy's pet. Both beasts were ready to attack each other, but another beast appeared and blocked both pets of BeiMing and King Wang. King Wang and BeiMing were shocked upon seeing it. It turned out that it was Gu Boi's beast, and Gu Boi was together with his people. "Old man, I didn't expect you to be still alive," King Wang uttered. At this moment, Gu Boi's beast stood beside him and replied to King Wang that Wang's watchdog is also still alive, so he is. He glanced at BeiMing and stated that BeiMing is his family's guest, and he asked King Wang if the Want family dared to touch BeiMing. "Little brother, are you hurt?" he asked to BeiMing, and BeiMing then smiled at him and gave thanks for his concern. As per King Wang, the Star City has a current big problem, and for him, it wouldn't be good if a war started between their families against the Gu family. Upon hearing it, BeiMing started to wonder about what big problem of Star City right now that King Wang mentioned. "Do we dare to start a war? If we killed all of you, nobody would know what happened here," Gu Boi answered, which made King Wang annoyed. "Master Gu, what happened today is our family's fault. I'm apologizing to you and to little brother Chen," Ziyu politely said to Gu Boi. However, she added that if Gu Boi insists on seeking justice according to their current status, she believes that Gu Boi may not be able to fight the Wang family, so she suggested that they'll compensate the Gu family with half of the veins. Gu Boi was thinking about it, and also, he asked BeiMing's opinion, but BeiMing said that he wants the whole vein, and if Ziyu won't agree with what he wants, then he doesn't want to accept the agreement. The Wang family was mad with BeiMing's statement, and Juan was triggered as he shouted to BeiMing that BeiMing would not find this place in his whole life if not because of their family. At this moment, Ziyu ordered his brother Juan to shut up and blamed him for everything that happens now. Juan was trembling in anger, but he couldn't do anything. As per Ziyu, without BeiMing's help together with Yuru and Chengsheng, they wouldn't get out alive from the underground of the ancient Buddha town, and she doesn't like how his brother acted towards these three instead of giving thanks to them. "You're a disgrace for our family," she angrily said to Juan, and Juan remained silent as he couldn't dare to fight against his sister. Ziyu glanced at King Wang and ordered the old man to give the vein to BeiMing. She also added that there are more important things going on now, and families of Star City shouldn't fight between them for some treasures. At this moment, King Wang was speechless and sighed while thinking. He was currently holding a document of the 19th vein and immediately threw it to BeiMing. BeiMing instantly catched it and checked what's inside. While he was checking, King Wang explained to him that this document of the 19th vein is the strongest vein in Star City, and he's now willing to give it to BeiMing. He also added that whether BeiMing is worthy of it or not, it still depends on his strength. After the argument, King Wang then ordered his clan to go back to Star City, and BeiMing then turned around to Gu Boi and asked about what really happened to the Star City right now. Before Gu Boi could answer, he asked first to BeiMing if BeiMing knew Tanfeng City. BeiMing was surprised upon hearing it, as he knew about this city from his past. According to Gu Boi, Tanfeng City is one of the 3 major cities, and it's in a remote place. This city is 10,000 miles away from Star City, and it is said that there are a lot of monster caves and dangerous places on the road, and even the strong ones that are in King Hunting Realm should be careful when passing there. Now, a few ancestors of Tanfeng City suddenly came to Star City to set up a challenge stage, saying that they will fight with all the ancient families. BeiMing was dumbfounded upon hearing it, as he can remember that no such thing happened like this in his previous life, and he concludes that it could be a butterfly effect. He tried to think of more memories from his past, and he recalled that in his previous life, he should be competing with King Wang at this time, and the challenge stage has nothing to do with him. He was so confused about what the purpose of the people from Tanfeng City coming here was, despite the fact that Star City is far away from Tanfeng City. All of a sudden, something came to BeiMing's mind which startled him. Chang Sheng then asked him what's wrong, but BeiMing didn't give him an answer but instead asked Gu Boi if what's level of those ancestors from the Tanfang city that came to Star City. Gu Boi then answered that he didn't fight those people but heard that those people were all at war level. Tianming smiled and uttered that his guess was right. He recalled once again that the Emperor Zhen Wu got the Nirvana scripture from the ruins, and BeiMing wondered how Zhen Wu know about it. Aside from that, the ancestors of Tanfang City had set up a challenge stage to fight with other families. Moreover, BeiMing was thinking about how these people succeeded in traveling to Star City by using only war-level warriors. BeiMing then instantly concludes that there might be a great relationship between Tanfang City and the Star City, which is extremely secretive. Meanwhile, they went back to Star City in the Gu family's mansion. A man named Zhuo Yuan, who is the Yuan family's young master, is waiting outside. As he saw that Gu Boi finally came back, he then rushed to the old man and reported that something big happened. Gu Boi and his people were terrified as they were thinking that there might be another issue that currently happened. "Something's gone wrong, please follow me," Zhuo Yuan stated. Even BeiMing and Cheng Sheng were confused. As they were heading their way, they noticed their surroundings had been destroyed and the shops were all closed. As per Zhuo Yuan, the ancestors from Tanfang City ordered that nobody should do any business before the gamble is finished, and those who will insist will be punished. He also mentioned that his grandfather wanted various companies to discuss countermeasures. BeiMing was still thinking things, and Yuru even thought that BeiMing was worried about the Heiyu house. BeiMing then answered that he was thinking if Qingshuan and his sister Sui were bullied by their enemies' ancestors. Other than that, Star City is in trouble and the war conference isn't going well, which worries him more. To help him check his loved ones, Yuru volunteered to go to Heiyu house and check herself if the people inside were safe. Before she left, BeiMing held her shoulder and gave thanks for her hard work. Yuru then smiled at BeiMing and instantly jumped away. While she's leaving, both Cheng Sheng and BeiMing were worried for her safety and hoped that she'll be safe on the way. Meanwhile, they arrived at the Yuan family mansion and BeiMing was impressed with the ancestral home of the Yuan clan. Cheng Sheng then mentioned Lao Tizu's hero, which he believes is a waste, and for him, the current owner of the Yuan family, which is Yuan Zhen, is the best person in Star City, stronger than his father even though he is only a top general. According to him, the forever number 3 Yuan Hua destroyed the Yuan family's number 1 title in Star City, which they have held for ages. While listening to him, Yuan Zhuo became furious and warned him not to say any words again about his family. "Is that all you got? Even the Wang family can't do anything against me," Cheng Sheng confidently answered. As they entered, they saw the head of the Wang family, Wang Xianli, young master of Dugu family, Dugu Kan, head of the Kong family, Kong Chenghao, and young master of the Kong family, Kong Minglong. "Yuan, you expect a coward like Gu to come up with some countermeasures," Wang Xianli stated, which annoys Gu Boi. "Why can't I participate? I can't remember who lost the Wang vein to me," he answered. Wang Xianli became furious and slammed the table. He said that he doesn't want to talk about the vein, but since Gu Boi mentioned it, he decided to talk about it. Gu Boi teasingly told Wang Xianli that he's not scared of him. "If you add up the ages of those two old things, it'll add up to hundreds of years, and they still fight like kids. They're not afraid of the younger generation mocking them. When the trouble is solved, you guys can talk about this in private," the Yuan family head suddenly said. Gu Boi then told him that there's nothing to talk about, and he honestly added that those who disrespect their Star City shall die. Wang Xianli spoke again by calling Gu Boi a coward. He stated that he saw the head of the Kui family get torn to pieces by the opponent earlier because the head opposed the opponent's gambling. According to him, the enemy's head is also a general warrior like him and is clearly stronger than all of them. Yuan's family head then said that he already asked around to find some information about the enemy's leader, and he found out that the leader seems to be the son of a person named Feng Chengsang. After hearing this person's name, BeiMing was shocked, and even Gu Boi. "I thought their strength was already hard enough to deal with, but I didn't expect them to have a relationship with Feng Qingsang," Wang Xianli uttered. At the same time, Cheng Sheng was seriously listening to the discussion, and he was so clueless about this person named Feng Qingshan, so he asked BeiMing about it. According to BeiMing, he has heard a lot about this person, who is the lord of the Tanfang city. As per BeiMing, legends say that the only king of the ruins is the strongest. BeiMing was overthinking, knowing that the ruins are not limited to only this person. Someone suddenly slammed the table and shouted that those people from Tanfang City were just a bunch of small animals without a single fur, and he meant to say that they shouldn't be afraid of these people. It was Dugu Kan. He was confident that their enemies couldn't turn their Star City upside down despite the fact that their enemy's leader is Feng Qingsang. At this time, Kong Minglong laughed and said that it would be like killing an ant for the enemies against Dugukin, as he knew that the guards of the second generation ancestors of enemies are at the level of peak general while Dugukin is only at the middle general. Dugukin felt insulted, but Kong Chenghao agreed to Kong Minglong. He said that even if they will win, they might be able to afford the costs, and besides, he knew that Tanfeng City won't give up even after killing the ancestors. Yuan had then asked for his opinion and he instantly answered trade. BeiMing and Cheng Sheng were both confused, and as per Kong Chenghao, he assumed that Tanfeng City's ancestors came to Star City for resources. He believes that if they can please those ancestors by giving resources, maybe those people will leave for them too. It's better than death for all of us, he added. Wang Xianli then agreed and asked who would negotiate with those ancestors. Without any hesitation, Kong Minglong raised his hand and volunteered himself, since the idea was given from his grandfather, and the matter of negotiations naturally came from their Kong family. There is also Lao Xian's nephew, but if you have no opinion, then Yuan's family head uttered, but before he could complete his statement, someone called BeiMing with a rattled loud voice. Cheng Sheng and BeiMing turned their heads to check who it was, and they saw Gaoxing. Gaoxing was panting as he was in pain. He got some wounds in his body, and BeiMing then rushed to him and asked about who did it to him. As per Gaoxing, there was a man who didn't know where he was and drove up a group of people into Heiyu Mansion. He added that neither Yuru nor the others couldn't match these opponents. BeiMing was shocked that Yuru and Kingshuan can't deal with the enemy together. At the Heiyu house, everyone was held captive by Qin Yong, the second ancestor of Tanfeng City. I can't believe there is such beauty in a remote place like Star City. It seems like this trip isn't so boring after all, he uttered. He was smiling while staring at the ladies, and after a few seconds, he went near to Kingshuan and held the lady's chin. He told Kingshuan not to resist and just follow him so the lady could enjoy the riches and endless enjoyment instead of suffering in a place like Star City. But then, Kingshuan pushed his hand, which made him mad. A man behind him said that Kingshuan might not understand anything. He also suggested going straight to the kind instead of wasting some time with these girls. Master Louis, when did you have anything to say about your master's affairs? Shut up, Qin Yong replied. Louis was shocked with how Qin Yong acted. He was frightened and trembled while apologizing for his behavior. Even if the overlord bows down, he has to wait for them to lose their mind and save the young master's will, so as to save others from saying that the young master is violent. Isn't that right, beautiful? Qin Yong added, but Kingshuan only stared at him with anger. All of a sudden, numerous arrows are heading their way. Louis saw it and he was able to block it and told Qin Yong to be careful. Qin Yong was shocked and asked who dared to attack him. Who? Of course it would be the one who wants to take your life, BeiMing answered, and he was together with Cheng Sheng and Gaoxing. Qin Yong then said that he thought Gaoxing had run away in fear of losing his life, but in fact had actually gone to ask for help. He smirked and belittled Cheng Sheng and BeiMing as he was confident that these two would not be able to hurt him even a bit. Instead of mocking him, BeiMing only asked him if they were the people from Tanfeng City, and Qin Yong instantly answered yes and concluded that BeiMing is now scared after hearing his answer. It's too late, don't think about leaving this place after killing my men, he added. He then ordered Liu to tear Cheng Sheng, BeiMing, and Gaoxing to pieces and not to let him see these three again. This old servant received the order. Liu answered while summoning his magic power. He activates his 8-armed fire demon fist and strikes it towards BeiMing. BeiMing was just calm with an angry look. He jumped away to avoid the fists made of flame and get the soul refining bell to suppress his opponent. Liu was shocked as he never expected that BeiMing had quite the skill and was able to obtain a treasure. He was controlling his 8-armed demon fist and believes that BeiMing's soul refining bell can be broken easily with his skill. He attacked the bell with the flame, but he was shocked as he witnessed how durable the bell is. The bell dropped in the ground and he immediately jumped away. At this moment, he already felt annoyed while wondering about what level and ranking this soul refining bell is. BeiMing smirked while looking at this old man, while Liu was sweating while thinking that his skill was not able to break the soul refining bell despite the fact that his 8-armed demon fist is a godly skill that is considered as one of the most powerful ones in Tanfeng City. He grits his teeth out of annoyance and he calls out his draft demon, ordering it to kill BeiMing. The demon's fist comes out from the underground, and when it completely appears, it shows that it's like a lizard with long tongue, sharp nails, green skin, and a long tail. You old fart son of a freak, aren't you afraid of retribution for using such a monster refined from corpses and wraiths as a war pet? BeiMing asked to Liu with anger. What a joke. As long as I can get your treasure, I won't mind even if I have to go to hell, Liu replied. BeiMing becomes more mad, but then, the draft demon instantly rushed to him with killing intent, so he immediately summoned Snowball, and ordered it to fight back. Snowball rushed to the demon while squeaking. He tried to punch multiple times, but smoke appeared and the demon was gone. As he turned around, the demon attacked him with a tail and Snowball flew away. The draft demon then went back to his master Liu, and Liu laughed while saying that BeiMing has no other ways to go against his draft demon now. He then demanded BeiMing to hand over the soul refining bell, and after it, he's willing to kill BeiMing as a complete corpse. BeiMing then answered that the draft demon Liu refined already had corpse poison penetrating it long ago, and it can at most live for another 3 years. He teases Liu by saying that Liu will not be able to enjoy the soul refining bell for more than 3 years even if he will give it to this man. Liu becomes annoyed once again, and he doesn't care as long as he will still enjoy the soul refining bell for a few years. Because of his annoyance, he said that BeiMing will not be able to step out of this mansion alive. He then again ordered his draft demon to assassinate BeiMing, and the draft demon instantly dashed to BeiMing, but BeiMing still dared to smile while confidently saying that a draft demon that has no intelligence will not be able to do anything against him. Up until now, the little Bullfango is still with him, and he ordered it to use a disoriented heart. The Bullfango then activates it and uses all his force to create an illusion of a giant him which the draft demon can only see. Liu belittled this little Bullfango as he believes that it cannot stop his draft demon. He ordered his draft demon to tear the Bullfango into pieces, but he was shocked as his draft demon isn't moving and seems scared now. His demon is shaking while staring at the Bullfango, and BeiMing then orders the Bullfango to activate confusion. The Bullfango then roared loudly, which made the draft demon more scared. Liu was confused as he could not understand why his draft demon felt fear now. BeiMing then smiled at him to tease him, and Liu was already trembling in anger. He activates his 8-armed demon fist again while saying that no matter what black magic BeiMing had used, as long as he's dead, all of it can be dealt with and solved. He tried to attack BeiMing with his 8-armed demon fist, but BeiMing wasn't scared at all. This again. Without draft demon, you old dog still dared to carry your fangs against me. Since you're not giving up, then I shall do as you wish and send you off to the afterlife, BeiMing stated. He used his bell once more and suppressed Liu's 8-armed demon fists. Liu tried his best to control his skill, but his whole body is already shaking. BeiMing screamed while controlling the bell, and Liu was shocked as his 8-armed demon fist was defeated and struck by the soul refining bell. BeiMing extended his hand and pulled back the bell. He catches it with his hand and he stares at Liu, who is now too weak and shaking in pain. Old dog, just go to the underworld and repent your sins for the thousands and millions of souls that were tainted by you, BeiMing said. Liu was staring at him and he suddenly vomited blood and fell on the ground lifeless. The guards together with him were scared, knowing that the strongest among them was defeated by BeiMing, which means that they are no match to BeiMing's strength. To think that you have an imaginary beast that has its bloodline talent awakened as your war pet. No wonder the draft demon was not able to fight against you, Qin Yang stated. He's also expecting that BeiMing already uses all his trump cards in his hands, and on the other hand, he has yet to do anything. He demanded Chengsheng, Gaosheng, and BeiMing to come and attack him all at once, as he was confident that he could easily kill them and steal BeiMing's imaginary beast. He glanced at his people and asked them why they're all just standing. His people then said that their leader Liu wasn't also able to defeat BeiMing, and they also wondered why Qin Yang is very determined to steal BeiMing's imaginary beast. Qin Yang then told them that BeiMing was only able to win by a close margin due to the fact that Liu's body was penetrated by the corpse poison and didn't have any more time to live, and for him, this thing cannot be applied to all of his guards. His guards look at each other, and Qin Yang added that if his guards will combine their strength, they can still be able to defeat BeiMing. He smiled as he mentioned a lady named Mu Yang who always wanted to have an imaginary beast. He said that if he'll be able to get the lady's favorability, he will reward his people with anything they want, no matter if it's vain or treasure. His guards were all greedy to get what they want, so they were forced to fight against BeiMing despite that they are all scared. While they were discussing, Chengsheng and Gaosheng were staring at them in confusion. These people then rushed to them with killing intent, and they were very determined this time due to the reward Qin Yang promised to them. At this moment, Yuru and Ziyu blocked the enemies, which surprised BeiMing. Are you bullying us with numbers? Yuru asked. The thing with you sneaking an attack with sister has not ended yet, Ziyu uttered. BeiMing behind them smiled and said that leave the enemy to him. Surprisingly, there's an unexpected attack coming from the roof, causing the wall to crumble and drop to the enemies. The enemies were screaming in pain, and BeiMing was staring at it in confusion. Is anyone injured? He asked. Seems like I have somehow overdone it, Guboi uttered. BeiMing was staring at him as he hadn't expected that Guboi would rescue them. Guboi is together with his beast, and they land on the ground and ask about what mere clowns jumping around do to their city. Grandfather, you have finally come. If you're slightly a bit later, you will have to send the young ones off before you, Cheng Sheng said. At this moment, the remaining guards of Qin Yang called Gu Boi an old fart, which makes Gu Boi mad and activates his power while saying that he'll need to teach all of these people basic things such as respecting their elders. He extended his hand towards Cheng Sheng, and Cheng Sheng then handed the mountain river folding fan to his grandfather. While holding this folding fan, Gu Boi instantly casts a skill of the souls of mountains and rivers, then attacks it on all of the guards of Qin Yang. The guards threw away from the wall above Qin Yang. Gu Boi then stared at him and told him that he's the only one now left. You old thing, if you dared to touch even a single strand of my hair, my Qin family would kill your family, Qin Yang uttered. Upon hearing his family name, Gu Boi then asked if he's the eldest young master of the Qin family in Tanfeng City. Qin Yang pointed to Gu Boi and said that since Gu Boi knows he should hurry and slam his head against the ground and apologize to him and also turn BeiMing into a crapple. And if Gu Boi will not follow his demand, he said that he will not be hesitant to do things his way. A family that's like that of a dog dared to display your might in front of me. Do you believe that I will tear you from limb to limb and bury you under Heiyu residence? Gu Boi replied with anger. Qin Yang clenched his fist as he felt humiliated by Gu Boi. He activates his power while saying that he'll kill Gu Boi today. After seeing his power, Yuru cannot believe that this man is indeed at the peak of war general level. Gu Boi casts a skill while stating that Qin Yang is an ignorant fool who knows no death. While casting skill, he was unaware that there were several swords going towards him from behind. Both Cheng Sheng and BeiMing rattled while trying to warn Gu Boi. After hearing them, Gu Boi was able to turn his head and saw the swords. As he is trying to deflect this attack, a big explosion happens which worries Cheng Sheng and BeiMing for Gu Boi. On the other hand, Qin Yang smiled as he knew that this sword skill is from the Raksha clan of Tanfeng City that belongs to the 7th young master. At the same time, a man wearing a mask appeared and he was about to attack once more, but someone tapped his shoulder and ordered him to retreat. Yi Yang, we were looking for you everywhere. What are you doing here? The man said. It was Feng Wuque together with Luo Huo, the man who's wearing the mask, and the lady named Zhang Ziyan. From the outside of the Heiyu house, people from the other family saw these people and they were shocked to see Feng Wuque as they believed that this person is in the 7th position of the Saint Path ranking and surely a quite strong man. Saint Path ranking is the one that Tianmo City's old Hunter King made to measure the total strength after he came back from his journey to the 3 cities. Other than that, these old men wonder if there's even any other saint ranking. At this point, Wuque asked Qin Yang if what's going on. Qin Yang then rushed to him and told him that if he had come a little later, he might not even see the ashes of his bones. Wuque doesn't understand what Qin Yang means to say, so Qin Yang explained that their opponents openly humiliated the Qin family, which made him angry and attempted to teach them a lesson. He lied that he never thought their enemy would use numbers as an advantage and not only killed his guards but also threatened to bury all of them under Tianfeng City. You're lying. It was you who was drooling for Sister Black and sister-in-law Qingshuan's beauty and did a sneak attack on us. Shui screamed with anger. Ziyu was also mad and agreed to Shui. She also added that when Qin Yang set his eyes on her, his eyes were about to pop out of its socket. You imbecile, I see you want to die. Qin Yang replied. Wuque wasn't one-sided at all and asked first to Qin Yang if Shui and Ziyu's statement is true, but then Qin Yang became silent. If I were to say, it is really possible. Our eldest young master of the Qin family here is known for being a pervert in Tanfeng City. Is he even willing to move his legs after seeing such beauties? Ziyan stated. Qin Yang was annoyed with her and asked her not to slander him. He defended himself by saying that he's here to sincerely help Wuque. He turned his head back to Wuque while saying that he doesn't care about beauty at all. Wuque was hesitant to believe Qin Yang. He just sighed and accepted the fact that it was really Qin Yang's fault. He then asked the people of Star City to brush the incident off since it will be the day of the gambling fight in a few more days. It was all of you who attacked us first and now you wanted to retreat just like that. I don't think so, Cheng Sheng replied while clenching his fist. Retreat. I think all of you have misunderstood. Although Yi Yang is in the wrong, the people from Tianming City are not those that you can simply kill. If all of you won in the gamble fight, this of course shall be settled. But if you lose, then I shall use your life and treasures to be the sacrifice of the souls in Tanfeng City, Wuque said. They then walked away while Wuque stated that he appreciated the gamble fight this time. He also mentioned that there's an important guest from Tianmo City who will arrive which he needs to meet for now. While leaving, Qin Yang glanced at BeiMing and he's very mad for what just happened. This time, since they overheard that Tianmo City would also be participating in the gamble fight, Gu Boi concludes that it'll be a hard fight for their Star City. All of a sudden, Wang Xianli screamed and asked Gu Boi what he did. The Yuan family head also reminded Gu Boi that they're here to negotiate for peace, and he's now hopeless to settle this problem peacefully because of what Gu Boi has done. Kong Chenghao also spoke, saying that he had sent his grandson Minglong over to negotiate with the people from Tianfeng City. He pointed to Gu Boi and declared that he'll make sure that Gu Boi will pay once his grandson will face any trouble. Meanwhile, at the outskirts, Wu Kuei has arrived here together with the others. Wu Kuei then asked Yi Yang about the strength of those that fought with him. Yi Yang then answered that Gu Boi is a strong fighter of the war general level which easily killed his guards who are also a war general level. Luo Huo then said that Gu Boi was able to accept his sword skill, so he concludes that Gu Boi's body must have been refined with the level of at least level 8. Yi Yang then told them that they should also take note of BeiMing. Wu Kuei was confused why, so Yi Yang explained that BeiMing is a high level with 2 mysteriously strong pets and also has a powerful treasure. He let everyone know that it was BeiMing who killed his head of guards. Wu Kuei then smiled upon hearing it. He said that Star City is quite interesting for having a strong fighter who has his body refined to a level 8, and a high-level hunter that is around the level of war general. At this moment, Zhang Ziyan suddenly smiled as something came up on her mind. A few days later in Heiyu Mansion, BeiMing old and new pet were peacefully sleeping on the bed while BeiMing is cultivating using the scripture he found in the underground palace. The powerful flame surrounding him, and this aura comes out from his room, which makes Cheng Sheng surprised, as this is the first time seeing such a fierce aura in his whole life. He said that if no one knew what was up, they would have thought that this place is where the most ferocious beast in the world is at. Yuru then suddenly hit his head using a feather duster. Cheng Sheng held his head and he was annoyed while asking Yuru why she did it. Yuru smiled and answered that he should not bother BeiMing, as BeiMing might practicing some sort of special techniques. She also ordered Cheng Sheng to just clean up all the trash instead of observing BeiMing's doing. That's so dirty, Black Widow. I am still the young master of the Gu family regardless, so why should I work like those workers? Cheng Sheng replied. Isn't it all because of those second-generation brats that no one dared to come here and work anymore? Just hurry and do your work if you have the time to chatter, Yuru said. Together with them cleaning the house are Shui and Gaoxing. Shui then suddenly mentioned that BeiMing locked himself in his room for a few days already, and she's worried that something danger might happen to her brother. Someone tapped her shoulder. It was Kingshuan, who widely smiled at her and was about to say something to calm her, but then they heard a voice of a man shouting to ask where's the people in this mansion. Both ladies were startled, and as they checked it, they saw a man who is unfamiliar to them. It was Kong Minglong together with his guards. Cheng Sheng teasingly smiled upon seeing that it was only Minglong. He also noticed a wound to Minglong's face. Minglong clenched his fist and grits his teeth out of annoyance. He then replied to Cheng Sheng that this wound is rewarded by the young master of the Qin family. According to him, he came to this mansion to inform everyone who's here that the gamble fight has begun, so everyone must head over. He also added that Chen BeiMing should come since Qin Yang ordered him that BeiMing should be present. If anything went wrong, none of you will get out of this unscathed. He uttered, Young Master Qin, so you became the dog of others, Cheng Sheng said, and Minglong proudly answered that it's the greatest glory for him to be the dog of young Master Qin. He also makes fun of Cheng Sheng by saying that a cripple man like Cheng Sheng cannot even be a dog of the Qin family. They were all laughing out loud, not until they heard a bombing sound. All of them suddenly flew away, and Minglong grits his teeth as he felt some pain. His guards also passed out due to this explosion. Pardon me, you cripple, my hand slipped. Since a cripple like you takes wounds as glory, then I shall reward it to you. You don't need to thank me, in case other people misunderstand that I steal other people's dog. Chang Shen uttered to tease Kong Minglong. After what he have done, Yuru, Gaoxing, and Shui feels proud of him. On the other hand, Minglong was mad and screamed Cheng Sheng's name. He slowly stood despite that his body is trembling. I see you're not willing to take the easier way, so I shall teach you guys a lesson for young Master Qin, he uttered. He then ordered his guards to demolish the Heiyu mansion, kill the people inside, and drag Chen BeiMing out. You came at the right moment. I was threaded like a worker these past few days, so I shall help your master teach you a lesson, Cheng Sheng confidently said. Behind Cheng Sheng is a mountain, and in this mountain, several people were watching them over. Young lady, it seems like they have begun fighting, a man uttered. He then side-eyed as he heard the young lady chuckle while saying that Kong Minglong does have some use. The young lady she's referring to is no other than Zhang Ziyan. The lady was sitting at the branch of a tree, and she said that she should see whether the high-level hunter, which is BeiMing, is really of war general level as what Qin Yang had said. She was staring to the Heiyu mansion while waiting for the battle end. After a while, Changsheng was able to almost defeat all of the opponents, and he told Minglong to surrender if he wants. Surrender. Is it not certain who's the winner and who's the loser? Minglong replied, but Changsheng was confused. A huge explosion then happened to BeiMing's room, and Changsheng rattled upon seeing it while Minglong ironically smiled. That long ago, Kong Minglong was kneeling on the ground while vomiting blood in front of Qin Yang. Aside from him, Zhang Ziyan and Liu who are with him. Isn't this the dog of Qin Yang? Are you being hit by Qin Yang again? Poor you, Ziyan said. Young lady Zhang, pardon my rudeness. To be hit is the luck that I've collected from my past 9 lives. Minglong answered. He smiled while staring at the lady and added that he feels happy every time he is beaten up by Qin Yang. Ziyan also smiled at him and asked him if he already had an idea about why Qin Yang was so angry. Minglong then responded that he had heard Qin Yang face off against BeiMing, which made him mad. He grits his teeth as he was annoyed that Qin Yang's guard couldn't clear Qin Yang's name in shame, and he mentioned that he wanted to help Qin Yang by himself. Looking at how loyal you are, let me tell you some good news, Ziyan uttered. When the others are not around, she immediately informs Minglong that Chen BeiMing shut himself into train for many days, and according to her, many hunters are vulnerable during their training, so she believes that if BeiMing were to be assaulted at this moment, worse would come to worst. She offered to give a hand to Kong Minglong, and Minglong gave thanks to the lady and promised her that he'll finish BeiMing by himself. While he's leaving, Ziyan evilly smiles while staring at him, and she's glad that she's able to give an order to Minglong for them to get rid of BeiMing. Going back to the present time, BeiMing's room exploded, and it was because of Kong Minglong. Changsheng and the others were staring at BeiMing's room in shock, and Changsheng was about to rush to BeiMing's room as fast as he could, but he heard Minglong guffaws, which annoyed him. Kong Minglong, you've been aiming for the boss since the beginning, he asked angrily, and Minglong answered yes and said that those who had offended anyone from Tianfeng City would all die. At the same time, he's also confident that BeiMing will also die if he will join the gamble fight. He also added that he never expected everyone from this Heiyu mansion to get lured in so easily, making it easier for the assassins with him who's hiding to enter BeiMing's room. Everyone was so triggered by Kong Minglong while Minglong smirked, thinking what reward he can get now from Qin Yang for being able to get rid of BeiMing. He stared at BeiMing's room in surprise as he saw someone in shadow carrying someone's head. Since it's not visible yet who really this was, he instantly assumed that it was his assassin who carried BeiMing's head, so he extended his arm and ordered this person to hand over the head to him. The man in the shadow then throws the bag towards Minglong, and Minglong was thrilled as he really thought that it was Chen BeiMing's head. But shockingly, the bag was full of his minion's head, which he never expected. The man in shadow then reminded him that it was him who gave an order to hand over the heads of these people. It was Chen BeiMing who ironically smiled and asked Minglong why he looks like he doesn't want these heads now. After seeing him alive, the others, especially Yuru and Changsheng, were so glad to see him. Minglong became terrified and stumbled on the ground. He was stuttering the moment he saw BeiMing's level, who's now in War General level. BeiMing was flaming, and this aura made Minglong so scared. On the other hand, Ziyan was still staring at them from afar, and instead of getting mad, she was so interested to see BeiMing still alive and able to break through to War General level and kill those assassins who were about to assassinate him. I'm liking him more and more, making me want to destroy him all the more, she uttered. Going back to the Heiyu mansion, Minglong concludes BeiMing is only at the beginner range of War General level while he has already entered the middle range. He grits and clenches his teeth out of annoyance while thinking that he can still win against BeiMing. He then summoned his pet, a trigreen pterodactyl, and ordered it to pull BeiMing's head out. BeiMing then stares at this trigreen pterodactyl and believes that this beast is belonging to the middle range War General level. As what he recalled, this beast is a ferocious beast known for its speed, and their existence is like a nightmare for low-level beasts, but is only limited to low-level beasts. He summoned Snowball, and Snowball instantly jumped towards the enemy and punched it hard, and it instantly fell down, which made Minglong shocked. At this moment, Ziyan was sighting Snowball, and this is the first time she saw this kind of beast, which impressed her after seeing that Snowball's speed and strength outruns the trigreen pterodactyl a few times and is also a War General level pet. She started to wonder if BeiMing's pet is an ancient beast, so she come down from the tree and uttered that she wants this beast right now. While she's running away, her personal guard tried to stop her, but then her guard didn't get any response from her as he cannot do anything. BeiMing at this moment grips into his dagger and challenges Minglong to come and cut his head. If you don't come and get my head, then I will come and get yours, BeiMing said, which scared Minglong and asked him not to come over. All of a sudden, someone makes a surprise attack to stop BeiMing. Together with it is a smoke, and Changsheng and BeiMing were both wondering who's behind this. After the smoke slowly disappeared, they saw Ziyan kneeling on the ground in front of Minglong. I'm going to have both your head and also that cute little fella," she uttered. Minglong was so glad after seeing the lady, and he even got teary eyes knowing that the lady came to rescue him. "Didn't I say before, I will come and help you when things won't hold anymore?" Ziyu replied. She glanced at Minglong and belittled Minglong by saying that Minglong is a dog who wags its tail to gain sympathy, can't be someone that can't achieve great ends. Minglong felt insulted, but he didn't give any response to the lady but instead stood and ordered all his people to leave. "Now the ones in the way are gone. Do accompany me and let's have some fun. I heard from Kindy Young how great you were earlier, and I was watching from somewhere far away. To be honest, you did bring some surprises for me, so go and die," Ziyu uttered. BeiMing was startled after seeing someone make a sneak attack using a flame, but he immediately managed to dodge away. This flame came from Gulao, Ziyun's personal guard, and he told Ziyun to step back, and he's confident that he can be able to deal with BeiMing by himself. After seeing his powerful aura, Yuru concludes that this man is already at the final range of war general level. On the other hand, Cheng Sheng was pointing his finger to Gulao as he was mad that Gulao dared to sneak attack BeiMing. Because of it, he offered some help to BeiMing, but then, they were shocked after they heard BeiMing tell them not to come over or give any assistance. BeiMing was currently staring at Gulao, and he can see that Gulao is using a flame blade. He recalled that any normal hunters in his previous life that saw this skill will be scared, but then in Star Alliance, this type of low-level technique is not something they would mind about. He believes that Gulao is trying to kill him with this skill, but he doesn't have any plan to back out but instead try it out. "Want to play? I myself will be more than enough," he confidently said. Gulao was still flaming, and he made a blade using this flame. He was staring mad at BeiMing while gripping this flaming blade. He then rushed to BeiMing with killing intent and tried to cut BeiMing's head, but surprisingly, BeiMing dared to smile, and he couldn't cut BeiMing instantly. He tried to push his sword more, but he ended up trembling. As he removed his blade, BeiMing didn't get any wounds or bruises, and his clothes were the only thing that was cut off. Cheng Sheng and Yuru were shocked as they can see that BeiMing is allowing Gulao to cut BeiMing on purpose but didn't get any injuries at all. While Ziyu is confused, her sister Qingshuan was smiling and seems like already has an idea what BeiMing is trying to do. Gulao didn't give up and jumped towards BeiMing. This time, BeiMing blocked Gulao's flaming blade using his hand. Gulao was surprised while BeiMing was smiling at him. He then landed on the ground in confusion, and he wondered why his flaming blade couldn't manage to cut BeiMing easily. He was dumbfounded knowing that BeiMing is unscathed even after accepting so many slashes from him and not even any marks of being burned. After thinking for a minute, he instantly got an idea of what BeiMing was hiding all this time. BeiMing then smiled when he noticed that Gulao finally found out his secret. According to him, when he was breaking through to war general level, he had also tempered his body and never thought the effect would be this great. Cheng Sheng was surprised while Yuru smiled and uttered that BeiMing has indeed trained himself with some unique techniques. Since he trained using the scripture he found in the underground palace, he has read that there are a total of 9 realms within the Nirvana scripture. The first realm is body tempering. It is to temper the body to its finest, making sure no weapon can pierce through it, and even Taudi and Kyonki are not able to even scratch it. It is also suggested that it should be trained when breaking through, as it can create mystical effects. The time he trained himself, both his pets witnessed everything changes to him. While he's standing still, Gulao concludes that BeiMing was able to temper his body to at least level 4. But according to the information he had, BeiMing had never tempered his body before, so he comes to the conclusion that tempering the body at the same time with breaking through causes the tempered body to directly go to level 4. This time, he can say to himself that BeiMing is way too out of the ordinary. While he was thinking, Ziyun suddenly guffaws and said that tempering the body at the same time breakthrough is indeed something no one has ever done. BeiMing was able to surprise her again this time, and she wondered how many surprises BeiMing could still give her. BeiMing smirked and suddenly vanished. He rushed to Gulao at a fast speed, and Gulao was unable to react. BeiMing then instantly slashed him, and Gulao was dumbfounded after he saw his hand was cut off. His hand fell on the ground and let go to the flame blade. "Old mister, you don't really think you're going to lose only one arm, are you?" BeiMing asked while rushing to Gulao for the second time. They both stared at each other's eyes, and BeiMing then slashed Gulao all over his body. Gulao was shocked as he wasn't able to fight back, and at the end, he fell on the ground lifeless while Ziyun was standing near him. Ziyun didn't help his minion but instead chuckled as it gives her more interest to see BeiMing this way. For her, it's more worthy to kill a strong person like BeiMing and in a hole, not just to cut his head. She raises her finger while casting a skill while saying that no weapon can pierce BeiMing now since he already has tempered his body. "Obediently be my beloved pet's food and be swallowed while she uttered. Together with it is a strong lightning and tornado consisting of black smoke. Her pet then appeared beside her, which is a razor serpent. Isn't that just a razor serpent? What's so great about it? It doesn't compare to my war beast, Changsheng uttered. Yuru then asked if Changsheng really had a war beast since she didn't see Changsheng summon it even once. Changsheng was annoyed as he felt insulted, so he answered that he's a high-level hunter, so he surely has a war beast or two. He started to summon his beast, which startled Yuru. "Come out," he said, and his water corpse dragon then appeared instantly. It roared loudly while facing to Xian's razor serpent, but the moment this razor serpent also roared, Changsheng's water corpse dragon trembled in fear and hid behind Changsheng. Changsheng clenched his fist as he was disappointed with his dragon for making him lose face. At this time, an arrow was aimed at them. This arrow creates lightning, and enchantment has been made from it. "You little fishes, stay out of this, don't spoil my main dish," Ziyu uttered while holding a bow. She stared at BeiMing and let him choose to jump into the razor serpent's belly or get beaten by her. BeiMing smiled and answered that those choices were both bad, and the lady said that BeiMing doesn't have any other option. BeiMing rushed to the lady and said that his own choice is to kill Ziyu and live longer. Ziyu was staring at him and instantly jumped above and attacked BeiMing with her bow while saying that BeiMing is being reckless. BeiMing was alarmed by these arrows, while Changsheng at the same time was very confident that these arrows couldn't hurt BeiMing, just like the flame blade. Ziyu overheard him and smiled. These arrows entered the enchantment and created a chain which made BeiMing confused. After seeing BeiMing's situation, Yuru and Changsheng were now worried, but they both couldn't do anything. BeiMing is now tied up by the chain, and he stared up above as he saw Xian's razor serpent going towards him. The serpent landed his mouth on the ground, attempting to swallow BeiMing, and Changsheng got more scared for BeiMing. But then BeiMing was able to slash the chain and managed to free himself. Ziyu was shocked by it, but then she chuckled and said that BeiMing wanted to suffer more. BeiMing tried to stab her, but she managed to dodge away. Yuan then pointed her bow to BeiMing and struck an arrow on the ground. BeiMing thought that the lady missed her attack, but the lady laughed and asked, "Did I miss, or was it on purpose? What's the right answer?" BeiMing was staring at the lady, who's giving him an order to guess the answer. On the other hand, the gamble battle at the Colosseum didn't start yet since BeiMing and Ziyu didn't arrive at this moment. Everyone was waiting and some were already annoyed. Qin Yang and Feng Wuque were also waiting for those people who's still not present yet, but a person named Wei Tianjing asked Wuque if when will the battle start. "It's almost time. We can begin when everyone arrives. In the meantime, enjoy a cup of tea," Yang answered. Someone then said that they just don't have enough patience this time since they has traveled far just for this battle but ended up waiting for too long. It was Wei Tianjing sitting beside Wuque. He was complaining, but Wuque only sighed. At the end, Tianjing decided to wait more patiently during tea time. However, if the battle doesn't begin after done drinking his tea and found out that they're waiting for some insignificant people, he said that Wuque should know what will happen. Wuque only crossed his arms and didn't give any response to avoid an argument. Going back to the Heiyu mansion, Yuru and Changsheng wanted to help BeiMing, but since they were stuck, they still couldn't do anything but to watch. At this moment, BeiMing was holding his dagger as he was slashing the razor serpent's mouth. He grits his teeth as he was trying to survive. His other hand was holding the sharp fang of the razor serpent, and looking at her makes Ziyu giggled and asked him if how long he can survive. Deep down inside her have never expected for BeiMing to counterattack under those extreme circumstances. BeiMing was already annoyed as he was having a hard time dealing with this razor serpent who's eager to swallow him. Ziyu then pointed her bow to BeiMing and said that she'll show some mercy by helping BeiMing end his suffering. She aimed BeiMing with the arrows, but she heard Snowball's chirping. As she glanced on her side, she saw Snowball coming her way. Snowball was able to smack Ziyu's arrow, and since the lady already shoot arrows, these arrows were deflected and instead hit her own razor serpent's red eye. She was shocked upon seeing it, while BeiMing sees it as an opening. He then jumped towards the razor serpent, who is now roaring in pain, and grips into his weapon and is ready to attack the serpent using his shadow strike. He smirked, but something he saw changes his reaction. The serpent still roaring loudly, but it creates a powerful aura. As he tried to attack, he dealt no damage, so he concluded that this razor serpent scale armor might be strong enough to block his attack. Its tail suddenly moved at a fast speed, which startled BeiMing, but then he was too late to react as he already fell on the ground in front of the razor serpent. BeiMing held into the rock while saying, "Let's see if you can handle my next attack." While the razor serpent was roaring, it was blowing a lightning ball, and BeiMing was shocked by it. The razor serpent then attacks this lightning ball to BeiMing, and BeiMing prepares his blood sacrifice soul arrows. He then cut himself and attacked the soul arrows to the razor serpent. After the soul arrows and lightning ball collided, a strong explosion happened. The razor serpent felt some pain and once again, he roared in agony as his body was now flaming. BeiMing was standing still while the flame on the razor serpent became strong and its blood started dripping. Chen and Yuru were dumbfounded while staring at the serpent, and they saw the serpent aiming at BeiMing at this point. Qingshuan was scared of BeiMing while Yuru wondered if the razor serpent wanted to take BeiMing down with it. "Wanted me to die with you. Dream on," BeiMing said with a smile on his face. While gripping his dagger, he confidently declared that he'll send this razor serpent to hell. He readied himself to attack while the razor serpent is blowing a lightning ball once more, but BeiMing didn't give him any chance to attack as he slashes this razor serpent numerous times. The serpent is cut into pieces and every part of it dropped on the ground. BeiMing was standing still, staring closely at the razor serpent's head while Ziyu clapped her hand, and she's behind BeiMing, stating that BeiMing did a simply magnificent. BeiMing was not staring straight at the lady, but instead, he was focusing on the power Ziyu was casting. Kai, blood, and other magical powers. "How excited are you going to make me before you die?" Ziyu uttered. While casting her power, she managed to summon a long axe, and she said that it is now the time she should crash BeiMing to pieces. She carries the axe on her shoulder, and together with it is a strong aura. Chen and Yuru became more shocked while BeiMing remained calm. The lady then jumped towards. She smiled and was ready to attack BeiMing. BeiMing managed to block her weapon, and he grits his teeth after he felt the real strength of Ziyu. He slid backward and Ziyu suddenly disappeared, which makes BeiMing annoyed. As he looks above, Ziyu is now ready to kill him. Ziyu was very confident, but at this point, BeiMing was still able to jump away, and the lady ended up striking the ground. "It's not enough, it's not enough. Such excitement is not enough, I need more," Ziyu uttered. BeiMing currently kneeled on the ground with his one leg, and as he glanced on his shirt, he saw that it was cut off by Ziyu's weapon. At this time, he feels that his soul power is being sucked out. He stood, and together with it, he asked the lady if her sickle was half Horcrux. Chen was clueless about it, so Yuru explained to him that this is a field product which was made while trying to make a magic weapon. She added that it might not be as strong as a real one, but it's still really powerful. As what she can see now, Ziyu's half Horcrux in her hand is much stronger than BeiMing's magic soldier. While she's explaining, her voice was too loud, which made Ziyu overheard and smiled, stating that she never expected Yuru to know about half Horcrux. According to her, Yuru is right that her weapon is a failed soul scythe half Horcrux. She told BeiMing that this weapon of hers can ignore his body and directly absorb his soul power. And no matter how strong BeiMing's body is, it will make no difference. "I can't wait to see the look on your face when you're sucked dry," she uttered. But BeiMing replied to her that she will never get a chance. He immediately attacked the lady with his blood sacrifice soul arrows, and the lady then instantly struck the ground with her weapon, and a strong purple flame came out from it. She ironically smiled at BeiMing and asked what more tricks he still had. BeiMing didn't give any response, but instead summoned the soul refining bell. Ziyu didn't feel frightened at all, and she even knew that treasure is a magic weapon. While staring at it, she's confident that it's still a useless weapon in front of her. Surprisingly, BeiMing suddenly appeared behind her and asked her if she's sure of her conclusion. BeiMing instantly cut her weapon, and she was so shocked while staring at it. BeiMing extended her arm to get Ziyu's neck, and Ziyu was startled before she could react. BeiMing successfully pulled Ziyu's neck and pushed her on the ground. He then smiled as he declared that it will be over now for Ziyu. After he catched Ziyu, the enchantment also disappeared. Ziyu was trembling in pain while BeiMing strangled her. BeiMing didn't kill the lady, so the lady asked what he's waiting for. "You already won. This Miss Life is in your hand," she added. BeiMing didn't give any response, and Ziyu challenged him to give more force to kill her. "Do it quickly, taking over everything the loser once had. This is the reward that you deserve for being the winner," Ziyu said, but BeiMing this time let go of her neck and told her that he's not interested in taking her life, but he just wants to know her motivation for coming to Heavenly Star City. The lady was surprised that BeiMing didn't end her life. She chuckled and said that BeiMing constantly exceeded her expectations. "The winner can take over the loser's everything, so answer me honestly," BeiMing stated. Ziyu was staring closely at him with wide eyes open. She blinked and said that she will tell everything to BeiMing. The lady mentioned the demon refining tower, and after hearing this, BeiMing was shocked. At the same time, both Yuru and Chen were clueless. As what BeiMing recalled, this demon refining tower is one of the Star Alliance's 9 treasures, divided into the inner tower and the outer tower. Rumor has it that it was refined by a powerful ancient hunter and is used to store his treasures in Kung Fu. BeiMing once borrowed the demon refining tower from the 5th Emperor for a training session and got a chance to witness the secret treasures within it. Needless to say, any of the treasures could make even the most useless of men become gods. The Demon Refining Tower is the Star Alliance's treasure. What's the connection between Heavenly Phoenix City and the Star Alliance? What does the Star Alliance want with the Demon Refining Tower? BeiMing asked to Ziyu. He also mentioned a play on words name which is Spicy Mongol. Yuru was shocked after hearing the Star Alliance from BeiMing. She was so annoyed at this point as she recalled that BeiMing mentioned the first time they met that her brother might be in Star Alliance. While Chengsheng glanced at her, he wondered if this spicy Mongol was indeed powerful. On the other hand, Ziyu also curious about this spicy Mongol BeiMing mentioned to be able to make BeiMing this anxious. She becomes so interested to know about it while BeiMing can see that this lady doesn't really know about Star Alliance at all. Spicy Mongol treasure, this is the first time this miss has ever heard of it. This miss only knows that the Demon Refining Tower is the Phoenix family's treasure. What does Spicy Mongol want to do with the Demon Refining Tower? This miss doesn't have a clue, Ziyu uttered. Once again, BeiMing was surprised and at the same time confused about how the Star Alliance's treasure became one of Phoenix family's treasure. Before something else, he asked Ziyu about Feng Wukue's plan for the Demon Refining Tower. And to their surprise, the lady answered that Wu Kuei planned to conquer Heavenly Star City. At this moment, Wei Tianjing and Wei Tianqing were talking about Wu Kuei. According to Tianqing, Wu Kuei is only a concubine-born son and can't compare his status or abilities with others like him. As such, when striving for the seat of the Phoenix City's lord, he concludes that Wu Kuei would naturally accomplish it using special means. For him, if Wu Kuei can manage to conquer the Heavenly Star City and win the war against this city, then the chances of him becoming the city lord will greatly increase. If so, aren't we being used? Tianjing asked. While sitting, Tianqing was staring at Wu Kuei and he said that his goal is to obtain the Demon Refining Tower. He believes that they were not being used if he will be able to obtain the secret treasures within the tower by tailing Wu Kuei's plan. Since the Demon Refining Tower has been in the Phoenix family's hand for a couple of years now, Tianjing concludes that the treasures might have been cleared out by the Phoenix family some time ago. But according to Tianqing, the Phoenix family has tried for many years yet they only had managed to ascertain the outer tower. On the other hand, only the first 3 layers of the inner tower were ever explored despite containing various amount of treasure, so he was confident that the Demon Refining Tower is not cleared out yet. He believes that he would be able to meet up with the great treasures if he'll be lucky enough. Almost 15 minutes have passed. I assure you, we just have to watch the show, he said. Going back to the Heiyu mansion, Chengsheng got mad after knowing that Wu Kuei wanted to conquer their city. If it's just the successor of the Phoenix family's conflict, why are you an outsider partaking in it? Yuru asked and Ziyu answered that she's only here for fun and now that she has fought against a worthy person like BeiMing, she can say that coming here isn't a waste of time after all. BeiMing at this point gave Ziyu permission to leave and Yuru with Chengsheng couldn't believe that BeiMing really intended to let Ziyu go. You want me to leave? I won't allow that, Ziyu replied. BeiMing was confused about why, not until the lady pointed to a direction near BeiMing as one of her pets, which is a steely, was stolen by Snowball. She said that without this pet, she won't be able to properly explain to his clansmen, especially to Wu Kuei. BeiMing asked her what she should do if this steely of her died and without thinking, she instantly answered that if this happened, she should stick to BeiMing's side forever. BeiMing was disappointed with her answer so he called Snowball and ordered to let go of Steely. Snowball listened to his order and BeiMing then asked the lady once more to leave and go back to her companion. Before leaving, Ziyu glanced at Snowball and she hugged it tightly. At the same time, BeiMing was thankful that Snowball didn't kill Steely as he was afraid that Ziyu would ruin his life once the lady was really stick by his side. Ziyu glazed to BeiMing with a smile on her face and he threw a present to BeiMing, telling him to treat this as his reward for letting her go and considering that they both now equal. She then rode to her Steely and bid goodbye to BeiMing. Next time when you come to Heavenly Phoenix City, come find me, I'll make sure to rip you into shreds, she said and drove her pet away from Heiyu Mansion while loudly laughing. After the lady left, BeiMing opened the present and found out that the lady gave him an elixir, half of a horcrux. He got the round item and wondered what it was. He was staring closely at it until he realized that this thing is engulfing his soul force and is much more vigorous than the soul scythe. He then confirmed that this thing is definitely a horcrux. He was so annoyed that he couldn't let go of it even if he wanted to. He believes that if this continues, not just his soul force be engulfed but even his flesh will be devoured. Yuru rattled after seeing the item. She told BeiMing to be careful as she's also sure about this item. She got it from BeiMing and she saw that this thing is sucking his blood. While staring at it, BeiMing witnessed that this thing is refining itself. Has it become a spirit? Yuru asked. Her hand is still at this item that continues to create a red flame. BeiMing guessed that this Horcrux's material resulted in the birth of the spirit. According to him, most Horcruxes of this class can claim their own masters, and people that did not receive their approval will not be able to use them at all, and he concludes that this might be the reason why Ziyu didn't use this during their fight. Claim their own masters, Yuru uttered in confusion. At this moment, BeiMing recalled that the bloodline of the Jiang family held a great secret. The reason the Star Alliance has been holding Jiang Yufan hostage is also to explore and understand said secret, and he deduces that this might be connected to the Horcrux claiming its owner. While the item is still at Yuru's hand, BeiMing notices something, and that is the ancient Sura tribe's language. According to him, it's a forgotten tribe from long ago. Compared to other tribes, it is smaller in size, but the weapons forged by the clansmen of the ancient Sura tribe are one of a kind, especially the Horcruxes. As what Yuru can see, the words written on this thing is the seal of the Sura tribe. As per BeiMing, the seal of the Sura tribe is a mythical Horcrux made by the blacksmith of the ancient Sura tribe throughout their lives. Yuru was still staring at it in surprise, and at the same time, BeiMing heard his sister Shui call him. Shui saw Ziyu's stuff who was left behind by the lady. As they opened it, they saw more quality weapons and elixirs. BeiMing then smiled and declared to everyone that they should divide these items. Qingshuan gets the Firestone dagger, Chengsheng and Ziyu receive some elixirs, and Gaoxing gets the hammer. BeiMing slightly smiled at them, not until he saw someone come. After seeing this man, Yuru immediately clenched her fist. By the order of the young master Feng Wuque, I am here to inform everyone that the gamble fight will begin soon. Please hurry on your way. Attendees who are late or who refuse to participate in the gamble fight will receive repercussions. Luo Hu said, I know, we will definitely arrive on time. BeiMing answered. At this point, Luo Hu saw something that surprised him. It was the treasure BeiMing was holding, as he knew that this treasure was owned by Ziyu. But then, he didn't give any comment about it, but instead turned around and walked away. BeiMing smiled once again and declared to everyone that they should now head to the Colosseum to attend the gamble fight. At the Colosseum, everyone are still waiting for the fight to begin. Didn't you say it was only a 15-minute wait, Feng Wuque? This lord has finished almost 8 pots of tea now. Where are the people you said we were waiting for? Are you just playing with us? Changqing said with annoyance. Luo, who is already here and heard Changqing's statement, that makes him triggered. He wanted to hit Changqing, but Wuque stopped him. In just one stare of Wuque, Luo Hu instantly followed his order. At this moment, everyone saw the grand entrance of BeiMing together with his family. BeiMing straightly saw Ziyu here in this Colosseum, and Ziyu widely smiled at him. At the same time, Wuque smiled as he was glad that BeiMing, the person he waited for too long, had finally come. He then stood and declared to everyone that this gamble fight will now begin. To his surprise, he heard Tianjing stopped him. Tianjing called BeiMing a trash, and he was annoyed that Wuque made them wait for too long just for BeiMing. Acne face, who are you calling trash? Chengsheng said. That makes Tianjing more mad. Changqing stood and gave Tianjing an order to back down. He was staring at BeiMing with anger, and he said that he thought they were waiting for someone important. By coming so late, you all have made this lord wait. He added and summoned his soaring 9-corpse python while ordering BeiMing to explain the reason why they're late. Everyone were startled upon seeing his corpse python, and the elders from the other clan agreed why Changqing was called the young lord of the dead because of his battle sprite that looked so deadly. You want an explanation? Why would I have one? Do you want me to slice your python's head off? BeiMing fearlessly replied. Both Y men were triggered by what BeiMing said. Changqing then stated that BeiMing must be tired of living. He dashed to BeiMing with killing intent, but Wuque doesn't like what he's trying to do. Wuque then grabbed Changqing's arm to stop him, but Changqing became mad and was about to kick him, but he's able to block it with his hand. Wuque screamed loudly while pushing Changqing away. Changqing stares at Wuque in anger, and his python was also alarmed by Wu Yu. They both stared into each other's eyes, and Wuque spoke to remind everyone that they're here only to gamble. He proclaimed that if there are any acts of vengeance or explanations that haven't been dealt with, they should leave it for the end. If you lost your qualifications because of this, you'll miss out on a lot. He added, well then, this lord will share your puny lives for the time being. Changqing replied and walked away while BeiMing and Chengsheng were both staring at him with a teasing look. At this point, Wuque ordered Qin Yiyang to bring the stuff to use in the gambling fight. Qin Yiyang followed his order and brought out several dark items that had sharp edges. As per BeiMing, he can still remember that this item is called the Demon Contract. Qin Yiyang opened one contract and Wuque declared the rules of this gamble. He said that each family sends out a participant, starting from the subordinate city which also functions as the camp. The participant will then enter the Demon Refining Tower. The first person to reach the 9th level of the outer tower and grab the flag he left there in under an hour will be declared as the winner. He summoned the demon refining tower and said that this treasure will be the reward for winning this gamble fight. On the contrary, losers will become slaves under the Feng family forever. After selecting, the participants will sign the demon contract to avoid anyone backing out. Some people disagreed with the term and condition that Wu Kuei declared, as it is too much for them to be slaves of the Feng family once they lose. At this moment, Qin Yiyang noticed something at the contract. He whispered to Wu Kuei that the preparation is incomplete as there is a missing one demon contract. As expected, Wu Kuei was shocked upon hearing this bad news. People overheard it, and a part of them were expecting this gamble fight to be cancelled as they don't want to become slaves of the Feng family forever once they lose. Some also asked if participating was necessary, and at this moment, Wu Kuei asked for Xian's help and Xian smiled and answered, "Leave it to this miss." He then glanced at the people inside the Colosseum and pointed to Kong Chenghao. "Congratulations, you lucky fellow, you have been chosen to not participate in the gamble," she said. She then activated her power and rushed to Chenghao with killing intent and sliced this old man mercilessly without any hesitation. "What are you doing, you witch?" Gu Boi asked with anger. After killing one family member of the Kong clan, Wu Kuei then declared that the amount of the demon contracts now matches with the number of participants, and he then asked everyone to decide who is going to participate in each family. Chang Sheng suddenly screamed and called Wu Kuei a suppressor. He was so mad, but BeiMing asked him to hold his grudge for now, as he's very confident that he can make Wu Kuei pay back what he has done after this gamble ends. Since it was BeiMing who asked him a favor, he doesn't have a choice but to be silent and not to start a war. Master Gu and the head of every family here. Heavenly Star City has a quota of 15 participants. We of the Oceanic Delight Mansion will take up 4 of the slots. What do you think? BeiMing said, and the other families were glad of BeiMing this time for being too impulsive, since their families also don't wish to join the gamble. On the other hand, Gu Boi told BeiMing that the other parties have clearly prepared for this, so he should not be impulsive. BeiMing answered got it and asked this old man to take good care of his sister Shui, and also whom she called a crazy brat Ziyu. Gu Boi then gave an assurance to BeiMing that no one can ever touch even a single strand of this kid's hair as long as he's alive. At the same time, Ziyu was so annoyed after hearing BeiMing called him a crazy brat, but then BeiMing just ignored him for once and went directly to the table where the demon contract piled. He picked up one of these contracts, and as he opened, he saw a faint scent on the paper, presumably Feng Wu Kuei's. Cheng Sheng also participated in this gamble fight, and he was complaining about why the demon contract has a horrendous smell. He also asked what's written on this contract, and BeiMing answered that these are the words of the headless demon race. Also, he believes that the scent of this contract is the distinct smell of the blood of the headless demon. According to him, the demon contract is made by writing the language of the headless demon race using their blood. He added that even if it's just a little bit of one soul force that's bound to the contract, it will make its mark on their soul. And when the contractor violates the content of the demon contract, they will receive severe repercussions. He deduces that even the emperor level probably can't handle the demon contract's punishment, so this is mostly used to sign pacts. These headless demons have already turned into a puddle of blood, yet they can still manage to curse people from beyond their grave. How ruthless. Cheng Sheng commented. At this time, Wu Kuei raised the demon refining tower and he announced that the gamble fight should now begin. The demon refining tower is surrounded by a purple flame, and this treasure suddenly floats and becomes a gigantic tower inside the Colosseum. There's also a numerous purple door where participants can enter. 8 families. After you finish preparing, the representative chosen can go into the tower, Wu Kuei said. Cheng Sheng at the same time was observing the door in this tower, since this is the first time he saw this kind of passage. Because of his curiosity, he tried to put his finger on this door, but shockingly, he couldn't pull it out. After it, his whole body was pulled inside and he rattled while screaming in fear. BeiMing tried to pull him out, but it was too late for BeiMing to hold Cheng Sheng's hand. As much as he wanted to help, but he can't go in as there's a strong force preventing him from doing so, and he has never seen such a thing at the Star Alliance before. Behind him is Xian, who suddenly laughed and uttered it's useless. According to her, once someone goes into a door, after some time it will close forever, and he said that if BeiMing went in sooner, he might have been able to join Cheng Sheng. One thing that shocked BeiMing is when Xian added that the people who went in together may not be able to be together on the other side. He cannot utter any words, and he was annoyed after he learned these details from Xian. The moment Cheng Sheng completely entered the tower, a sudden loud noise coming from the tower happened. Everyone was staring at it, even Tianqing. He clenched his fist while trembling, and he said that great opportunities don't appear every day, so he's very determined to enter and win the prize of this battle. He then entered the door of the tower, and the next person who's trying to enter is Luohu. But before he could enter, he paused as he heard Wu Kuei asked him if he memorized the map. Wu Kuei told him that after entering the demon tower, participants will be transported to a random place inside it. He believes that Luohu will be lost if he doesn't memorize the map, and even those in the emperor rank may not be able to get out. Luohu then told him not to worry as he's very confident that he has memorized the map. No matter if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire that I was transported to, I'll always be able to find the correct path. He added, to prevent the worst from happening, Wu Kuei decided to give Luohu a map, and he was hoping that Luohu will take good care of it and not let anyone see nor steal it. Understood. This slave will go all out and not lose any of the young master's face. Luohu answered. Then, let us go as well, Wu Kuei uttered. Before they could enter together, Wu Kuei glanced at BeiMing's for family and told them that each one of them must choose a door and enter the tower alone without working together. BeiMing then told Qingshuan that they must all be careful inside after entering the tower. Careful, my ass. You must have gone crazy. The opponent had prepared beforehand, and the heavenly demon city isn't that easy to prove either. If we meet them while exploring, then aren't we better off dead? Ziyu angrily answered. As per Qingshuan, even if they'll go together, the moment they come face to face with the enemy, it'll be harder to escape, and they can't be sure that the enemy won't have a secret alliance with them. She believes that if they'll go in a separate ways, with the exception of traps and monsters inside of the tower, they can be sure that two of them with BeiMing will be able to reach the 9th floor if they'll encounter opponents along the way. She then asked BeiMing if he considered her conclusion when making decisions. BeiMing then smiled and said that the lady is the only one who understands his intention, unlike Ziyu that only knows how to complain. He then asked for Yuru's opinion, and Yuru answered that she agreed to go in a separate way and that they should try fighting with the enemy so that they can drag them down. Before they could enter the door, Ziyu pointed to BeiMing with anger and said that if anything bad happens to her sister, she will never forgive BeiMing even after her death. Worry not, the women of my Chen family will not have accidents this easily. Even if something does happen, I'll be sure to bring her back. BeiMing answered, this miss really hates this part of you. You took my sister away from me and stole her heart, Ziyu said, and her sister feels thrilled recalling her past with BeiMing. BeiMing then ordered both Yuru and Qingshuan that they should now enter the tower. They were standing in front of each door and entered together. BeiMing was left behind as someone called him. It was Ziyi together with a member of the Wang family. Ziyi told BeiMing that the grudge from before is their Wang family's fault, and now, since the Star City is suffering from calamity, she hopes that Chen BeiMing will forget about their past grievances and permit them from going with him. She even promised that she'll never drag BeiMing down. BeiMing was speechless while thinking. At the end, he decided not to stop Ziyi if her clan wanted to follow BeiMing, though whether or not they'll be able to meet on the other side will have to depend on their luck. Let's go in then, BeiMing added. He then entered the demon refining tower and landed inside together with the Wang family. They stood and slowly walked, but they didn't see anyone around. One thing they noticed is a door inside that created a golden light. This door blew a strong wind and they suddenly transmigrated to a swamp. They were confused if they were inside the tower as they can't even see a single silhouette. BeiMing was alarmed as he saw the swamp suddenly bubbles. Who said that there's nothing here? He asked while ready himself to fight using his dagger. At this point, a mixed elemental ancestral alligator comes out from the swamp, roaring so loud. While staring at this alligator, Ziyi was thinking that this monster is at the later levels of the war general rank. According to her, it's an ancient beast and is at least a couple hundred years old. Some were frightened and were ready to run away while BeiMing glanced at Ziyi and asked the lady if she knew how to cook. Kinda, Ziyi answered, but she's confused why BeiMing asked her this question all of a sudden. That's good. I'll be leaving the mixed elemental ancestral alligator's remains for you to cook, BeiMing said. He then rushed towards the alligator with killing intent, and Ziyi together with the others were scared of what BeiMing was trying to do. You sure can talk, brat. Are you not afraid of biting off your tongue? The alligator suddenly asked. Trash like you, if I had to compliment you, I would say you are an ancient beast, but the truth is that you are just a rusty piece of garbage, the leftovers that time had abandoned, BeiMing answered while cutting his own. He then rushed to the alligator and confidently said that he'll never be scared when fighting against a garbage monster like this alligator. You speak bold words for a twat. This prince wants to see if you could truly pack a punch, the alligator answered. BeiMing then attacked this alligator using the power of the blood arts, but after hitting it, his skill didn't even leave a scratch to the alligator, but it only made him stumble. BeiMing already expected it since this monster is the ancestor of the alligator race, and he admitted that this alligator is much stronger by a margin compared to the thunder pythons. The alligator suddenly becomes shocked when he sees BeiMing dashing towards him with a clenched fist. Except for the fact that your skin is thicker than average beasts, you're pretty useless, BeiMing uttered and punched the alligator's body using his obliterating earthquake punch. To his surprise, his punch didn't make the alligator fall. The alligator then laughed and proudly said that his armor is the best in the world. At this point, the alligator suddenly screamed when someone punched him. It was Snowball who dealt a surprise attack. BeiMing then ordered Snowball to shred the alligator's armor and completely destroy its defense. Snowball, as usual, was too excited while rushing to the alligator and attacked it together with BeiMing. The alligator then hopped on the swamp because of the pain. He was so mad at this point knowing that BeiMing and Snowball helped each other to bully him in his own territory. Because of his anger, he said that he'll never be able to live past this happening if BeiMing and Snowball aren't ripped into shreds. BeiMing was staring at the alligator and he saw how it jumps and swings its dragon tail towards BeiMing. The alligator smiled as he was expecting that he could make BeiMing suffer with his tail, but then BeiMing easily catched it with his hand. Impressive, you actually managed to wake up the dragon bloodline in you. If you were an actual member of the dragon race though, this trick would have sent me flying, BeiMing uttered. The alligator was so surprised as he could see that BeiMing is only at the beginning levels of the war general rank, yet the refinement of his body is at such a level which the alligator never thought. BeiMing was pulling the alligator's tail and confidently said that this sort of thing can't do anything to him. He also told that alligator that he was struck by the tail of the thunder python and he won't fall prey to the same skill twice. He then throws the alligator above and it falls on the ground with the tongue out and he's shaking when Snowball hopped on his head and was too excited to beat up this alligator. The Wang members were surprised by how Snowball beat up the alligator and BeiMing then told Snowball that the meat of the mixed elemental ancestral alligator is extremely good tonic. Since the alligator overheard BeiMing, this monster was begging for mercy, and he even said that he's willing to give everything and do anything for BeiMing in exchange for BeiMing will spare his life. Anything I want, BeiMing asked with a wide smile on his face. When the night comes, BeiMing is grilling some meat that comes from the flesh of the alligator for them to eat. The alligator is still alive together with them. At this moment, both Snowball and Ziyu were enjoying their meal and Ziyu paused as she overheard BeiMing and the alligator's conversation. The alligator said that he's the prince of this swamp and he proudly told BeiMing that he can still deal lots of damage to his foes though his level is not as high as his peers. This alligator just wants to leave the demon refining tower. If Master is willing to bring this alligator alongside him, even if you had to burn me at the stake, I'd still be content. He added, since this alligator is the prince of the swamp, BeiMing concludes that this prince knows where the entrance of the second floor is at. And luckily, the alligator answered yes and he's willing to lead the path and help BeiMing. BeiMing then said that they should all rest now and after resting, they'll count on the alligator to lead the way going to the second floor of this tower. Before they could rest, the alligator stared at BeiMing evilly. The next day, everyone headed their way and saw fog becoming denser which made the Wang guards feel uncomfortable. And of course, the alligator is the one leading the way while BeiMing and the others followed him. While walking, Ziyu whispered to BeiMing that the motivation of this mixed elemental ancestral alligator can't be that simple and she asked BeiMing if BeiMing really thinks that this alligator can easily be trusted. BeiMing then answered that the ancestral alligators are known for their ruthlessness and would do anything to get their revenge. He also claimed that he's being so stupid if he'll believe anything that came out of this alligator's mouth. He only go with flow as he wanted to see what sort of tricks the alligator would pull this time. He chuckled like a demon while Ziyu was still confused. The guards of the Wang family asked the alligator how far until they reached the entrance of the second floor and the alligator answered that they should wait a little bit as it's just right around the corner. He was ironically smiling and seemed like he had an evil plan to trap the humans. The Wang guards were planning to chase the alligator as they sensed that this monster was getting further away from them. Up until this point, Ziyu was still staring at BeiMing, wondering what BeiMing was planning to do despite the fact that he knew this alligator would betray them. After walking for so long, they noticed a temple right in front of them. They were confused why there's a temple inside this demon refining tower. Other than that, they noticed that the alligator disappeared. All of a sudden, a gigantic foot stomped on the temple's roof and he laughed while saying that some tasty dishes made their way to him. Behind him is also another monster who was focused with Ziyu while saying that Ziyu is smooth and soft, which makes her quite delish. Who's there? Come out, the guards of Wang screamed. The monster then jumps out from the roof and is ready to attack the humans. The guard in front was scared the moment they saw that it's the mountain bear king. As what Ziyu could see, this monster is at the later level of the war general rank, which is on par with the mixed elemental ancestral alligator's cultivation. At this point, the alligator also appeared and was glad that his plan succeeded. He was about to say something about these people, but the bear choked him out of anger as he doesn't like how this alligator came to the tiger god temple just to let them fight a couple of humans. Do you think the law of the tiger god? He asked madly. BeiMing then tried to think about the tiger god that this bear mentioned. I was forced to do this. These humans are way too arrogant, especially the one leading them. He is extremely agile and was the one dealing the most blows to me. He even ate my flesh and drank my blood. The alligator answered. The bear won't believe that BeiMing can stand even a single swing of his axe, since he can see that BeiMing is only in the beginner levels of the war general rank. He grits his teeth and told his beast companions that no one should dare to touch BeiMing aside from him. Then the others are ours to claim. Another beast who's hiding in the smoke answered. Because of it, the Wang guards were frightened after knowing that there are more monsters in this temple. They then run away to hide as they don't want to die in the hands of these monsters. Ziyu was worried for her people, but she stayed with BeiMing and didn't choose to run away. At this moment, the bear pointed his axe to BeiMing while saying that this bear will send BeiMing off. BeiMing was just staring at the bear while waiting for its next move. The bear then roared loudly while raising his axe and attacked BeiMing with it. To his surprise, BeiMing still dared to smile and remained unharmed. A red flame like blood comes out from BeiMing's body. The bear was dumbfounded as he couldn't believe that there's no damage dealt from his attack. This savage beast dares to cause havoc in front of this young master, BeiMing uttered while rushing towards the BeiMing with a clenched fist. He punched the bear's face and the bear couldn't resist and instantly slid backward. He slammed on the huge rock and is already too weak with just one attack from BeiMing. Because of it, the other monsters were alarmed, especially the monkey that was still on the temple's roof. He grits his teeth and even he cannot believe that BeiMing easily beat up their companion. His co-monsters behind him then told him not to get full of himself and instead go together and kill BeiMing. Come, this master has better things to do, BeiMing said after he overheard the monsters at the roof. What an ugly stubborn bug, the lady purple spider uttered. She then cast her skill and screamed the net that enslaves the sky and the earth. After it, her net skill called Bone Corrosion appeared in front of BeiMing. BeiMing was very serious while staring at this spider, and he jumped towards the remaining monsters, making the net strike the guards instead of BeiMing. When BeiMing was above the monsters, he got a chance to stare eye to eye with the lady spider. He then sliced it from behind while the toad jumped away from BeiMing. The lady spider screamed in agony, and the monkey was speechless after he witnessed how BeiMing made the spider pass out in just one attack. BeiMing landed on the ground and he noticed someone was dashing towards him with killing intent. It was the monkey with a clenched fist while telling BeiMing not to be full of himself. BeiMing was able to dodge away from the monkey's fist, and the monkey once again couldn't believe that BeiMing easily dodged. At this point, the toad interfered by spitting his scalding saliva to BeiMing, and BeiMing turned his head behind after hearing the toad uttered. BeiMing slightly smiled and grabbed the monkey's arm. He then exchanged the monkey's position to where he was standing. The monkey was terrified, but he couldn't resist. At the end, he was the one burned out because of the saliva coming from the toad. He screamed in agony and his body was trembling in pain. The people witnessed it was jaw-dropping and felt gross. At the same time, Snowball comes out with excitement and the monkey feels nervous upon seeing Snowball as he knows that something uninteresting will happen to him. Snowball then punched him in the face and the monkey ended up dying and fell on the ground. Upon seeing him, the toad was already shaking in fear as he couldn't believe that a tiny pet of Snowball was able to kill the monkey in one punch. BeiMing then spoke to remind him that he's the only beast remaining this time. The toad tried to move backward due to his fear, but BeiMing grabbed him with an ironic smile. He then screamed loudly in agony and his voice was heard all around the temple. The toad was lying on the ground and he was so dizzy after BeiMing hit him. The power of this lad is way too horrifying, the guard uttered behind BeiMing. Who dares cause chaos in front of this Lord's Tiger God temple? Someone asked in a loud voice. BeiMing side-eyed and confused about who it was, but the lady spider gained consciousness and said with excitement that the Tiger God is coming. BeiMing didn't utter any words, but he was waiting for this Tiger God to exist. The golden-winged tiger that devoured souls then appeared and BeiMing together with Ziyu stood still in front of this tiger. While BeiMing was staring at this tiger, he believed that this creature was the lord of the monsters in this area. At this moment, the lady spider bent down in front of the tiger. Her body was shaking in fear while uttering the lord. The tiger was side-eyed as he saw the bear. He then turned around and swung his arm, then struck the bear's chest. The bear was dumbfounded and the tiger pulled his heart, which the spider witnessed. The tiger was staring at the bear's heart and he's complaining that his subordinates, which are these monsters, cannot even beat a couple of humans. What use is there for you all? He asked while squeezing the bear's heart. The lady spider felt nervous, so she immediately asked the tiger lord to calm down. We only lost to these ants because the bug was too good at scheming, she said. She also reasoned out that there's a pet or BeiMing which they were unsure of its origin but managed to kill the bone monkey demon. The Tiger Lord then glanced at Snowball and concluded that Snowball might be an extinct species. Impressive. You managed to defeat this lord's subordinates. I'll treat you as if your cultivation isn't as easy as it seems. This lord will let you all go, he said while pointing to where BeiMing was standing. Both Ziyu and BeiMing were shocked after hearing it from the Tiger Lord. BeiMing smiled and told the tiger to say the requirements needed for them to leave. As per the Tiger Lord, his subordinate's cultivation is at the later levels of the war general rank and still managed to be beaten by BeiMing, and he was worried as to how he can show his face in the tower anymore in the near future. So as his requirements, he told BeiMing to split Snowball's spirit blood by half and give it to him in exchange for forgetting what commotion happened in this temple now. Hearing those words makes Snowball angry. At the same time, Ziyu is asking BeiMing not to agree with the Tiger Lord since she believes that the Tiger Lord's strength will take a big hit after taking Snowball's spirit blood, and if that happens she concludes that the Tiger Lord would take the chance and beat them all to the ground. She can see that this Tiger Lord's bloodline is very pure, and if he wasn't trapped in this tower, his cultivation level would have gone past the Demon Emperor rank. As per Z, this Tiger Lord must know that his strength isn't enough, and she also knows that this lord only wants to use this chance to reduce their power, so she doesn't want BeiMing to agree. Overhearing her statement makes the Tiger Lord tremble in anger. You're only an ant. Shut your mouth, he said angrily while rushing to Z with killing intent. Z rattled upon seeing the Tiger Lord who's ready to attack her, but fortunately, BeiMing blocked the tiger's hand and deflected his arm. My men aren't yours to discipline, BeiMing uttered with a serious look, which makes Z thrilled. BeiMing this time was triggered and activates his power coming from his hand. He was screaming loudly and punched the Tiger Lord using his rumbling obliteration punch. The tiger slid backward and he said that there's nothing for them to talk about. He also added that he wants to test out BeiMing's abilities and see if BeiMing really do live up to what his subordinate said. BeiMing then smiled at him and challenged him to come and fight while his pet Snowball was on his shoulder. This time, the tiger was challenged and immediately cast his art of the sunken earth pierce, which made the Wang members all scared. Long sharp edges rock then comes out from the ground, and together with it is yellow flame. The Tiger Lord was raising his hand and BeiMing was shocked after seeing the gigantic rocks. He then jumped away to avoid it and the tiger asked where he was going. These rocks continued to come out from underground and BeiMing tried his best to avoid being struck by it. His sweat dropped from his forehead and a dark smoke appeared in his direction, which made him unable to be seen. From this smoke, he instantly comes out with a clenched fist and rushes directly to the Tiger Lord. The tiger was startled and didn't have the chance to react since BeiMing was able to punch him strongly on his tummy. But then, BeiMing was dumbfounded after seeing the tiger become stronger after dealing a punch at him. This tiger suddenly disappeared, and when he came out, he had a terrifying look and he prepared himself to attack BeiMing using his Tiger God's Claw. At this point, his intention is to kill BeiMing, but BeiMing won't let it happen as he jumped towards the tiger and stomped on its head. He then landed on the ground in front of the toad, and the Tiger Lord felt insulted as he couldn't accept that BeiMing was playing tricks on him. This lord is going to murder you, he screamed angrily, but BeiMing still dared to smile evilly while looking at the nervous toad since he had something on his mind. Before the tiger could get near him, he kicked the toad's ass and the toad flew away towards the Tiger Lord. Another moron that got in my way, the Tiger Lord uttered with annoyance. Without any hesitation, he sliced the toad and killed it. The toad fell on the ground lifeless while the tiger is staring at BeiMing's direction. Tut tut, so majestic. You just killed your bear and now you've murdered your toad. If this gets known by your ancestor, the Tiger God, I bet he would get so mad that he'd run out of his tomb, BeiMing said to the Tiger Lord. The Tiger Lord then told him to care more about his position right now instead of caring what will happen to this lord. BeiMing then smiled at him and told him that he should take his own advice. He then glanced at the lady spider and asked if this spider still wanted to be under the tiger's thumb after witnessing how this Tiger Lord has the blood of the two of his subordinates. The lady spider was thinking about what BeiMing said, but the Tiger Lord suddenly guffaws while saying that BeiMing is trying to cause a revolution now. I'll tell you the honest truth. To die for this lord is their glory. Even if I took hundreds of their guts, they still would not dare to betray me. The Tiger Lord confidently said. She may not be able to bet you on her own, but what if I team up with her? BeiMing answered. The Lady Spider was shocked after hearing it, and the Tiger Lord then asked him if she wanted to team up with BeiMing. The spider bent down in front of the Tiger Lord. She's shaking in fear while telling the Spider Lord to calm down. She said that she doesn't have a second heart and she's not willing to quit even if she is used as a horse or if her blood is spilled. The Tiger Lord was not surprised at all since he already expected this Lady Spider to always stick by his side. He was pointing at the spider while giving an order to snatch BeiMing's pet for him. This given task from the Tiger Lord makes the Lady Spider more nervous as she knows that BeiMing's pet is hard enough to deal with. Didn't you just say you would even spill your blood for this lord? Show them your loyalty to this lord, the Tiger Lord stated. The Lady Spider tried to say something as she doesn't want to accept the order, but the Tiger Lord cut her off, and is already mad as he deduces that this spider disobeyed his order and wanted to rebel. The Lady Spider bowed down and answered that she's not trying to rebel. The tiger then turned around while telling her not to forget about their lives that were given by him. He also reminded the spider that it was because of him why these monsters didn't die in the swamp back then, and he wants the spider to repay the favor now. Follow in their steps and die for me, he stated. The spider couldn't believe how merciful the tiger was. Because of it, she becomes mad while staring at the Tiger Lord who is now in front of BeiMing. He told BeiMing to wait until he drinks the extinct species blood of Snowball and break through to the Demon Emperor rank, and if that happens, he's very confident that this demon refining tower can't hold him down any longer. All of a sudden, the Tiger Lord feels someone behind him. As he turned around, he saw the Lady Spider telling him sorry and admitted that she doesn't want to die. The Lady Spider then attacked the Tiger Lord with her claw, and because of it, the Tiger Lord gone mad and screamed that this spider is clearly seeking death. He roared so loud and blew a powerful flame towards the spider. The spider was terrified, but this flame still hit her, which made her fall on the ground. You weak little thing, you dare betray this lord, the tiger uttered. He then jumped so high and was intending to hit the spider once more with killing intent, but this time, BeiMing interfered, clenched his fist as he activated his rumbling obliteration punch, and before the Tiger Lord could land, BeiMing punched his foot, but he landed perfectly on the ground. The Tiger Lord was dumbfounded as he couldn't believe that BeiMing really helped his subordinate. On the other hand, the Lady Spider feels touched and she's very glad that her opponent is sincere in helping her. Tiger Lord, do not forget that your opponent is me, BeiMing said. Since you want to be reincarnated that badly, this lord will fulfill your wish and send you and that traitor to hell, the Tiger Lord replied. BeiMing then gets the soul refining bell, and the Tiger Lord was triggered this time knowing that BeiMing had another weapon. He also accepted that he really underestimated BeiMing, and since he's now very determined to beat BeiMing, he immediately summoned a weapon. It's a pity that the demon refining tower doesn't only have your Horcrux. Originally, this lord didn't want your death to look disgraceful. You're the one that forced my hand to twat, the Tiger Lord uttered while holding his Horcrux bow that had a fitch miasma, which surprised BeiMing and the other Wang family members. BeiMing can see that this bow has the Tiger God's aura on it, and he was thinking that this bow is made out of the Tiger God's bones. According to the Lady Spider, she has heard that this bow is the soul-devouring tiger's legendary weapon that has exterminated various races in the past, so she advises BeiMing to be careful. In the whole of the demon refining tower, you're the first person to force this lord to take out his skeleton bow, and also the last, the Tiger Lord uttered while aiming at BeiMing. He then cast an attack on BeiMing using his soul-devouring arts Perishment. BeiMing then used his soul-refining bell to suppress the Tiger Lord's attack. The soul-refining bell became huge and a strong explosion happened the moment when the arrow from the Tiger Lord's bow and the bell collided. Everyone rattled by it while the Tiger Lord was enjoying it. It is only a lesser Horcrux that is only good at defending. When faced with the Tiger God's skeletal bow, it is as weak as a piece of paper, the Tiger Lord stated, but then he was shocked after seeing BeiMing's soul-refining bell that didn't get even a single scratch from the Tiger Lord's arrow. The Tiger Lord couldn't believe it, and BeiMing then asked him if he still looked down at this soul-refining bell. He also proudly informed the tiger that this bell is an ancient treasure from long ago with a power that is much higher than the Tiger Lord's bow. The Tiger Lord was still in shock and couldn't accept that BeiMing had a strong weapon than him. At the same time, a loud noise of announcement that the gamble has been ended. Wu Kuei then declared that the winner of the gamble fight was none other than Gu Changsheng from Heavenly Star City. Changsheng was standing in front of everyone with the demon refining tower floating above his hand together with the cheering of the ladies in the Colosseum. While he's standing, he heard BeiMing called him master and offered to him that he's now BeiMing's boss starting from now on. We are all brothers here, don't worry. Firstly, make 100 bone elixirs for me. he replied, and BeiMing instantly handed him hundreds of bone elixirs. Young Master Gu, this slave doesn't have taste, and had insulted the young master in the past. This slave hopes that young master can forgive her, Yuru stated. The others who insulted him back then also asked for his forgiveness, and Chang Sheng smirked as he answered that these people will be forgiven if they will lick Chang Sheng's feet. These people then followed his order, and Chang Sheng was so thrilled about it. Not until he gets back to his senses, as it turned out that all of it was only his imagination. In his point of view, after entering the demon refining tower, he ended up being in the middle of a snowstorm, and he believes that his chance of surviving here is pretty slim. He's lucky enough as he managed to defeat a monster when entering this tower, and he was confident that he got something to eat, but when he looked behind him, he was annoyed after he heard his pet burp and already ate all of the meat that should help him survive for more days in this place. Because of his anger, he ended up punching his own pet, as he was very disappointed that his pet didn't think of him. All of a sudden, they heard a loud stomp on the ground, and Chang Sheng was so scared after seeing that it's a gigantic boar staring at them. Chang Sheng then ordered his pet to kill the boar, but as he turned his head behind, his dragon was also shaking in fear and didn't want to fight. This Yin corpse dragon of Chang Sheng already accepted his defeat despite the fact that he didn't try to attack yet. Whatever, it seems that everything must be done by this young master, he uttered. He was standing in front of the boar, and he suddenly kneeled, which made the boar confused. Chang Sheng became emotional while asking the boar to let him live, and he even promised that he'll be in the boar's care from now on. The boar closed his eyes and suddenly threw meat at Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng was dumbfounded, so he asked the boar if it's for him, but the boar didn't give an answer and only turned around. Chang Sheng was so thrilled as he concluded that the boar wanted to lead them the way. The boar pointed a direction, and Chang Sheng deduces that this direction that the boar is pointing was the exit that leads to the next floor. The boar started heading the way, but he paused when he heard Chang Sheng ask him to stop. He turned around to Chang Sheng, and Chang Sheng only asked for his name. The boar then smiled at him after giving him an answer and then walked away. This boar is called a bloodstained boar, one of the more calmer beasts. Though it may look beastly, its soul is one of goodness, as it will help people who's in trouble. Because of his kindness, Chang Sheng promised to himself that he'll repay this boar for saving his life once he will win this gamble fight. At the same time, Yuru was fighting using her whip against the monsters they passed by. She was able to defeat numerous monsters with the help of Qingshuan, as they both met in this area unexpectedly. Since these ladies were both together, Qingshuan decided that they should rush out together, since she knows that the exit on this floor is already nearby. All of a sudden, they heard the soul refining bell. At this moment, BeiMing's bell was attacked by the Tiger Lord using its bow. The Treasure Lord said that he doesn't care if this soul refining bell is an ancient treasure, as he doubts that this bell can stand repeated attacks from him. BeiMing was standing still while staring at the bell. He then yawned to tease the Tiger Lord, and he said that the Tiger Lord is just wasting his time. He pushed the bell, and the tiger was rattled while staring at it. The bell bumped to him, but he used his arms while holding his bow to block it. He slid backward while he already felt a little bit annoyed at how powerful the bell is. To his surprise, his bow that was made from the flesh and bones of the tiger god broke. BeiMing then seized the opportunity to dash towards the Tiger Lord and activated his shadow execution to completely destroy the bow of the Tiger Lord. The Tiger Lord was so dumbfounded while BeiMing was not satisfied yet, and still cast his rumbling obliteration punch and used it to attack the Tiger Lord. The Tiger Lord flew away and fell on the ground helplessly. BeiMing then turned his head to the Lady Spider and ordered it to trap the Tiger Lord using her net that enslaves the sky and the earth imprisonment. The Tiger Lord was too stunned to speak. He tried to get loose by the net, but he couldn't do anything. The Lady Spider was staring at him with confused emotion, and the Tiger Lord was screaming at them to warn them that he'll make sure BeiMing, the spider, and the others will be trapped in a state between life and death. The Lady Spider didn't give any words to him, but instead tightened up the net, which caused the Tiger Lord to scream in pain. Ziyu then asked BeiMing's plan on how to deal with this Tiger Lord, and he answered that since this Tiger Lord is still the descendants of the Tiger God after all, then he decided to gouge its spirit pearl out for Snowball to devour it, and the leftover meat will be divided evenly to them. After hearing what BeiMing said, the Tiger Lord becomes furious, but BeiMing didn't give him a chance to survive. After executing the Tiger Lord, the people were all shocked as they witnessed the bell full of blood had a golden light emerging and red dots. Even BeiMing himself was clueless of what's going on, and as per one guard of Ziyu, he saw the bell suck in the shards of the tiger skeletal bow just now. The bell was also creating a loud noise, and BeiMing was shocked as he concluded that the Tiger Lord is refining itself in this soul-refining bell. Surprisingly, a face of a tiger appeared in the bell, and the guards were so scared, thinking that the Tiger Lord had become a spirit. The tiger started to come out from the bell and heads towards BeiMing. BeiMing was currently holding his sword, but the golden light struck him, which made him kneel on the ground. He becomes weak and unable to speak. A blue flame comes out from BeiMing's body and he's sweating while wondering if what is happening now. At the same time, Ziyu was worried for him. He felt dizzy while staring to the lady until he blacks out. After a while, BeiMing consciousness came back and he immediately opened his eyes and found his body floating in a water. He gets up and recalls that a tiger made its way into his body. BeiMing then heard something strange below the water. He immediately stood and was in shock when he saw the water becomes ice. The lion then appeared and roared loudly while spreading its wings. While it's roaring, it was staring furiously to BeiMing. BeiMing was shocked as he was thinking that this tiger is doing a tiger apparition. At the same time, inside the tiger god temple, the lady spider together with Ziyu were waiting for BeiMing to woke up. According to the lady spider, once a member of the soul-devouring tiger race dies, their vengeance will be stored into the bow as a grudge. And once the bow is broken, the grudges held inside it will leak out and attack whoever is inside. This is also known as the tiger apparition. She added that once the tiger apparition is inside one's body, it will begin ruffle one's soul and try to devour said person's soul. And even the strongest hunter can't avoid the tiger apparition's attack. "You want to devour my soul?" BeiMing asked to the tiger. The tiger then gave him an answer using its own words, and BeiMing smiled while telling the tiger to do it if he really had a chance. He even called this tiger a weakling, and the tiger becomes more mass and immediately dashed towards BeiMing. BeiMing activates his rumbling obliteration punch while standing still, waiting for the tiger to land into him. He punched it with his fist, but the tiger suddenly vanished and only left a smoke, which confused BeiMing. This time, he was rattled as he saw his hand become ice. With this ice, he felt such a strong energy from it. He was so annoyed while staring to the direction where the tiger stood. The tiger claw comes out from the smoke and BeiMing was unready with it. The tiger sunk BeiMing in the ground and started blowing an ice attack to BeiMing. BeiMing's arm also becomes ice going to his face, which makes him unable to move. He becomes hopeless and he was so disappointed knowing that he haven't gotten his revenge to this people from his past, so he doesn't want to die yet. This time, the tiger roared loudly. At the tiger god temple, they witnessed BeiMing's body became ice. Together with it is a red flame while BeiMing was still unconscious. The ladies were worried and wondered what they should do. At the same time, Snowball felt sad for BeiMing. He was so worried while staring to BeiMing and he can't hold it, so he hopped to BeiMing's shoulder. Seeing him makes Ziyu rattled, knowing that BeiMing shouldn't be disturbed since he has been inflicted with the tiger apparition. She tried to stop Snowball, but the lady spider asked Ziyu not to touch BeiMing's pet, and explained that Snowball already attached to the aura of the tiger apparition and Ziyu might get attacked too once she will touch Snowball. All of a sudden, the aura becomes more strong and Snowball is trying to lick it. Shockingly, he swallowed the aura and both ladies were dumbfounded with it. Snowball swallowed all the aura and he was even enjoying it. On the other hand, the tiger got near to BeiMing while he keeps blowing some ice to BeiMing to keep BeiMing unable to move. All of a sudden, the tiger feels something unusual. BeiMing's body at the tiger god temple continuously flame, and BeiMing at the same time sees an opportunity to survive by using the ancient nirvana versus refinement. He was enchanting the verses and the lady spider with Z senses something to BeiMing. The ice at BeiMing's unconscious body started crumbling. The verses also came out from his body and the ladies were clueless. Other than them, the tiger also wondered about what's going on and he was shocked after seeing the ice from BeiMing's body had melted. "This king shall now devour you," he uttered while dashing to BeiMing. But then, before he could get near to BeiMing, he was attacked by the verses that BeiMing enchanted. He roared as he slightly flew away, and he was so mad at this point while staring to BeiMing's body that is now above him together with the scripture verses. These verses suddenly flew and attacked the tiger once again. The tiger grits his teeth due to his anger at BeiMing, but BeiMing doesn't care as he continuously uses the verses and there's a golden ball appearing from his chest. This ball suddenly became dazzled and started to flame, and after it, a strong explosion happened in the area. The ice from BeiMing's body completely broke, and he landed on the floor while the flame was still on his body. As he opened his eyes, he smiled ironically while saying that the refinement is completed. On the other hand, Chengsheng was still in the bone-freezing place inside this demon refinement tower. He was still heading to the direction that the boar pointed at. He feels that he's about to freeze to death because of how cold the place is. But then, his hope came back after seeing a portal. He was so thankful and immediately hopped to enter, hoping that he still had a chance to survive. After entering, he wondered if this area is the second floor of the tower, and he becomes disappointed again knowing that he's basically at the polar opposite of the bone-freezing place. All of a sudden, a lady also entered the portal and unfortunately stomped on his head. It was Yuru together with Kingshuan. Is this the second floor? There's no one in sight, Yuru uttered while the lady beside her was staring at Chengsheng below. Yuru, look below you, Kingshuan said, but Yuru didn't have a chance to react since someone suddenly attacked them with arrows. Kingshuan was alarmed with it and she immediately used her dagger to deflect all the arrows. After doing it, a man clapped his hand and the three instantly looked above to check who it was. They all then saw the people from the heavenly demon city with the lead of Wei Tiancheng. Just now, if it weren't for Feng Wuque blocking my brother from attacking, you all wouldn't have been spared. But the case is different here in the tower, Tianzheng stated. He then ordered his men to kill Chengsheng and capture the two ladies alive. The men then instantly dashed towards Chengsheng and Chengsheng still dared to smile while telling them that they can try if they believe that they can really kill him. Mountain River Fan, suppress, he said while attacking his enemies. His enemies were very confident that Chengsheng can't fight against them, and they even told Chengsheng that he can have the taste of the striking difference between a high-leveled hunter and a hunter of the war general rank this time. One man activates his nether claw while dashing to Chengsheng, and Chengsheng panicked knowing that these people are much stronger than him. Unexpectedly, the nether claw suddenly exploded and the owner of the skill was so dumbfounded. Yuru was holding her whip and it turned out it was her who helped Chengsheng. You two aren't the only war general ranked hunters here, she said. The two men trying to assault Chengsheng had landed on the ground while Tianzheng slightly smiled while staring at the ladies. Kingshuan then whispered that they should escape since the difference in the amount of people between them and their enemies is too big. Yuru then added that they don't need to face these people head on but instead lead them on and drag out their time, and as to ensure that BeiMing can rush the tower without worry. Damn, I'll just have to use my trump card, Chengsheng replied. He then ran away together with the ladies while teasing Tianzheng by calling him pockmark face. Tianzheng was so annoyed and immediately ordered his men to chase Chengsheng and the two ladies. They ran as fast as they could but unfortunately, they saw new people causing them to pause. A man was standing in front of them. It was Luo Hu. Chengsheng and Yuru were annoyed and Yuru said that it looks like they were now cornered by these two groups. She also concluded that these groups might have a secret alliance, and for her, they can't back out of fighting after all. Because of this scenario, Chengsheng remembered BeiMing and he said that they don't have to worry about fighting against these people if BeiMing is with them. After hearing BeiMing's name, Kingshuan felt sad as she was worried for BeiMing's situation this time. Going back to the Tiger God Temple, BeiMing gets back to his senses after defeating the tiger and completing his refinement. He was currently showing the bell while telling his pet Snowball that he almost lost his co-life when this bell took in the shards of the skeletal bow, and can only rely on Snowball to take care of this bell now. Snowball then immediately swallowed the bell with his mouth widely opened. The people with them were all shocked after seeing the tiny pet of BeiMing who easily swallowed the soul-refining bell. After swallowing it, BeiMing then gave Snowball an instruction to destroy this bell if it dared to swallow anything random. He grabbed Snowball while saying that he feels relief knowing that the soul-refining bell is in his pet's care. On the other hand, the lady spider was staring at BeiMing, thinking that BeiMing is not an ordinary person to have his cultivation break through suddenly to the mid-levels of the war general rank, and manage to refine the soul of the tiger apparition at the same time. She also deduces that the Tiger Lord lost so badly after fighting against BeiMing. At the same time, Ziyu was holding a meat and called BeiMing as her master. She said that the meat she's holding is the Tiger Lord's meat. And according to her, while BeiMing is unconscious, they went along and decided the portions. She gave this to BeiMing since BeiMing need to have some food to nurture his body as is just woken up. BeiMing gets the meat while giving thanks to the lady. While he's eating, he hears some men from the Wang guards telling him that Ziyi is the one taking care of him during the period when he was unconscious. They also said that Ziyi cried a lot when BeiMing has woken up and even concluded that Ziyi was really in love with BeiMing. Ziyi overheard them and she felt so shy and denied what her guards said. She explained that she only cared since BeiMing is one of the Gu family's men, and for her, if BeiMing died then, the Gu family would definitely be enraged and Chengsheng would never forgive that. She was thrilled and added that there's also the Wang family's reputation to uphold. All of a sudden, another man entered, telling them to come out and take a look as he found the Tiger Lord's treasury. BeiMing and the others were all surprised and as expectedly, they immediately ran to the treasure and when they arrived, they saw a broken wall while Snowball was in front of it. The Tiger Lord's treasury, Ziyi uttered. Since Snowball is here before they came, BeiMing then concludes that it was Snowball who opened the wall. But then, when the smoke slowly disappeared, they saw nothing. Some people were disappointed in the Tiger Lord, while the Lady Spider cannot believe that the Tiger Lord has no treasure. She recalls that the various treasures the Tiger Lord brought back were all stored in this wall. BeiMing then told her that a couple thousand of years have passed, and no matter how much treasure the Tiger Lord had, they're probably all used up already as per BeiMing. On the other hand, Snowball was so thrilled as he was staring into something. He then hopped inside the wall, and BeiMing was clueless of Snowball's action. He was searching for something from the ground until he found something which excites him. BeiMing and the Lady Spider were surprised, and Snowball then went back to BeiMing. BeiMing then clearly sees that this thing Snowball got is an egg of a beast. He also noticed that it has the same fierce aura as the Tiger Lord within. Young Master Chen, is that egg something important? The man asked BeiMing. BeiMing then explained that this egg is a direct descendant of the Tiger God, and it may very well be the son or daughter of the Tiger Demon race. He believes that it's definitely more important compared to the Tiger Lord. If this egg landed in the wrong hands, they would have been hunted down by members of the Tiger Demon race. As per BeiMing, there's a tiger cub inside that seems to be pretty stable, so he decided to bring this egg for now along with them. What's important right now is the bet. Let's move on to the second floor, BeiMing declared. But before they could leave, a new monster appeared in front of them. BeiMing was startled upon seeing it, and this monster then concludes that it was BeiMing who killed the Tiger Lord. While BeiMing is staring at this fox, he can say that this fox is at the top of the war general level, but he instantly deduces that it may be higher, possibly at the rank of the Demon Emperor. He also believes that this fox talent and bloodline are also considered ancient. Fox Demon Emperor, when you lost to the Tiger Lord, you swore you would never again set foot on the swamp. Are you trying to get back on your word? The Lady Spider suddenly said. BeiMing was confused after hearing from the Lady Spider that this fox had lost against the Tiger Lord. According to the Lady Spider, this fox and the Tiger Lord had fought for the swamp, and the fox had later lost and swore to never come back. And since this fox appeared all of a sudden, she concludes that this fox had some kind tricks up his sleeves. The fox laughed and agreed that he vowed to the Tiger Lord, and now that the Tiger Lord has died, he believes that he no longer needs to follow that vow. Since this fox lives far away, the Lady Spider wondered about how this fox knew that the Tiger Lord already died. The fox then answered that the aura of the tiger apparition is thick and overbearing, and sensing it for a while can give a lot of information. You think you can forever hide his death? Don't worry, this old man isn't here to reclaim the swamp, he added. He then declared in front of everyone that the reason for his sudden visit is just the egg. A tiger race's beast egg that's hidden within this temple. He pointed to BeiMing and Snowball, ordering them to hand over the egg in exchange that he'll never interrupt BeiMing's business in the near future. This elder has thought too much of us. We know nothing about the beast egg. If there is nothing else, may elder let us go. BeiMing politely replied. But the fox slammed the ground while accusing BeiMing of lying and needs to be punished. This purple light from his stick suddenly creates a smoke that looks like him. BeiMing was staring at it, and he rattled the moment this fox roared loudly while dashing towards him. BeiMing immediately jumped away to avoid the fox claws. He then grabbed his dagger and attacked this fox using his shadow execution. The fox then howled loudly after he felt some pain from BeiMing's attack. The fox's eyes sparkled due to his anger after witnessing BeiMing had good reflexes and could dodge the attack. But for how long can you dodge? He asked. Shockingly, the fox above him became a triple head. The Lady Spider then warned BeiMing, since this triple head is a phantom conjured up by the Fox Demon Emperor, and normal weapons can't do any damage to them. BeiMing instantly recalled that he had heard about this monster during his time in Star Alliance. These triple head foxes were growling. BeiMing then concludes that the old fox might have used some dishonest method to conjure them up. He believes that if he were to end these phantoms off, killing the old fox himself would be the most efficient way. While he was thinking, the old fox noticed that BeiMing had figured out about his method, but he didn't at all, since it's still part of his plan. For now, he decided to act like he can't defend himself to lure BeiMing in. While holding his stick, there's a dagger that appeared, and he planned to use this dagger to mess BeiMing once he'll decide to strike. And after it, he'll use the phantom triple head fox to finish BeiMing's life. He chuckled as he was expecting that this plan of his will be successful. His phantoms were howling in front of BeiMing while BeiMing was just calm staring at it and activating his rumbling obliteration punch. At this moment, the old fox was dumbfounded after seeing his phantoms' whimpers when BeiMing struck a punch on them. The phantoms exploded and vanished, leaving the old fox in fear. Elder, you didn't really think that I'll fall for your trick now, did you? Even living beasts can't defeat this young master, so how can a bunch of spirits defeat me? BeiMing uttered. He then smiled and clenched his fist as he said that phantoms are one of the finest ingredients for refining that even within the market of Star Alliance are sold for millions at a time. He said that he can take this chance to catch some alive and he wonders how much money he can make. That's your reason? The old fox asked. While BeiMing is standing still in front of him, he was shaking but he's still very determined to defeat BeiMing. He was holding his stick and raising it. BeiMing was staring up above and witnessed one phantom that was much larger this time. You tried to be haughty, huh? Now you're backing out once you've finally seen this old man's true strength. It's too late, so now quietly become the food of these phantoms, the old fox stated. The people with BeiMing were scared after seeing this gigantic phantom while BeiMing was just calm. Tut tut, how much am I going to price this? If I sell it with the price of one, would it be my loss? BeiMing asked. The old fox then answered that it would be a huge loss. This damn twat still can't count even when he's this old. Rip him to shreds now, or else I'm going to die of rage, the old man uttered. The gigantic phantom then followed his order and instantly rushed towards BeiMing. BeiMing immediately jumped away to avoid being swallowed by the phantom. He then activates the blade of the blood arts and he smirks as he tries to slash the phantom. But then, he wasn't able to deal even a single hit. The smoke coming from this phantom captured BeiMing. The ladies were both rattled upon seeing it. BeiMing was kneeling on the ground while his hands were tied up behind him. The old fox is laughing while teasing BeiMing. He said that the result would have been different if BeiMing had honestly handed him the beast egg. Now, I'll give you a good thrill. Phantom, rip him to shreds, he ordered. The phantom then rushed to BeiMing from behind with killing intent, but BeiMing still had the guts to smile. And the phantom was unable to bite him, which shocked the old fox. Elder, is your dog trying to give me a message? I don't think it has enough skill in this department, BeiMing said, and the old fox suddenly flew away after a huge explosion happened. Everyone was almost blown away by this while BeiMing was standing still in the middle as it was because of him. He was smiling ironically and the fox was so confused how BeiMing made it. BeiMing was holding a bottle and he was using it to sip in the air phantoms. He then suggested the old fox try to up his messaging skill as it's very uncomfortable for BeiMing when it's not itchy or painful. What sort of monster are you? You only had a human body, yet you can block the violent attacks from the phantoms. I have truly underestimated you, the old fox said. BeiMing only smiled at him and he then asked BeiMing if BeiMing had actually refined his body. And as per BeiMing, he had only played around with his refinement a little bit, and believes that this little trick is just nothing in the elder's eyes. The old fox was so annoyed and said that he doesn't care if BeiMing had refined his body as he deduces that BeiMing can't still be able to block the phantom's attack. He also told BeiMing to wait until his soul gets devoured by his phantoms. He was shaking in anger while BeiMing was staring at him with a teasing look. While BeiMing is standing still, he hears the fox asking him why he's still not dead all this time. He also stated that whoever the phantoms touch will be unable to move and suffer under the freezing cold. And in the blink of an eye, they would have been dead, so he was so confused why BeiMing still had the energy to jump around. If I had been inflicted with an apparition of this level before I had met the Tiger Lord, I would have died, as Elder had said. But since this junior had already refined the even more vicious tiger apparition, your phantoms wouldn't be able to do anything to me, BeiMing answered. After sipping the phantom in the bottle, he immediately closed it while saying sorry to the old fox for disappointing his expectation of winning. The old fox was sweating and he was thinking if BeiMing really is a human. He suddenly laughed and then threw something tiny thing on the ground. An explosion happened after it and the short old fox suddenly became muscular, which surprised everyone. Even the birds in the area fly away as they were startled by this old fox. The old fox fearlessly stood while clenching his fist, and Ziyu wondered if this is the true power of this Demon Emperor rank. As per Ziyu, although there is only one rank difference between the rank of Demon Emperor and the War General rank, both Old Fox and BeiMing clearly had astonishing differences in strength. This time, the Old Fox is saying that BeiMing is just a fool in the War General rank. He also vows that he will show BeiMing the difference between the War General and the Demon Emperor's rank. Bow down and tremble in fear, he screamed while dashing towards BeiMing. Unfortunately, his bones were suddenly in pain while running and his heartbeat started to get weaker. He transformed back to his original appearance as an old weak fox and he kneeled on the ground while suffering the pain. BeiMing and Ziyu were both disappointed while seeing him in pain, and he angrily said that BeiMing has some nerve to deceive him. The men were confused about why this old fox is blaming BeiMing since they're sure that BeiMing didn't do anything to him. You're lucky this time, he said while his body was shaking. He suddenly vomited blood and fell on the ground in front of BeiMing and Ziyu. Is he really in the Demon Emperor rank? Ziyu asked with disappointment. Beside her is the lady spider, who already realized why this old fox had lost against the Tiger Lord. According to BeiMing, he has some knowledge about medicine, and as far as he can see, the sickness of this old fox isn't the result of his old age, nor is it the result of a serious illness. Perhaps it's the repercussions of using dark arts. BeiMing has previously studied its repercussions and also knows how to treat it. He's even willing to help this old fox if this fox isn't disgusted with him. Can you really treat it? The old fox asked. Of course, Elder's foundation is stable, so it wouldn't be very difficult to treat his sickness. BeiMing confidently answered. He whispered to the old fox, telling him that if he's willing to give BeiMing some phantoms, BeiMing will definitely cure his illness. The fox ordered him to be quiet and even called him a greedy bastard. He said that he has spent half of his life training these phantoms. He also treated his phantoms as his family, and he told BeiMing to just dream on instead of making him betray his phantoms. He then turned around and walked away, but BeiMing raised his hand and ordered him to slow down. The old fox glanced at BeiMing with anger, and BeiMing then showed him a bottle of medicine and explained that this is one of the Luo River's specialties with a potent hair restorer of Miss Chen. As per BeiMing, even if it's hair or fur that's falling because of repercussions or sickness, it can restore it. Other than that, it can also prevent more hair loss after using it, and it will help the hair slick and shiny. After explaining it, the old fox stick dropped on the ground and he cried as he remembered those years when he had slick and shiny fur. Because of this medicine, he asked if how many phantoms BeiMing's wanted. How many does Elder have? BeiMing replied. Meanwhile, inside the Tiger God's temple, the old fox now achieved the slick and shiny hair because of the medicine he got from BeiMing. He was thrilled while looking at his own reflection in the mirror. After using the hair medicine, he felt truly refreshed. His back and legs are no longer in pain, and by this, he gave thanks for BeiMing's help. Brother Fox, you flatter me. This insignificant action isn't something to take note of. BeiMing answered. For a while I wondered, why are you humans in the demon refining tower? Can you please explain, Brother BeiMing? The old fox said. BeiMing and Ziyu glanced at each other, but at the end, BeiMing decided to explain everything to this old fox. After knowing everything, the old fox offered some help to guide BeiMing, and the others climbed to the tower's top as he also wanted to see the gambling skills of those attending. He asked BeiMing's opinion about his offer, and BeiMing was thinking that those who have no business here would suddenly declare that this old fox is either a rat or a thief joining the group. Even if they had a beast in the rank of Demon Emperor, he believes that they could scare the lower ranked demons that would have gotten in their way. Then we'll have to trouble Brother Fox. BeiMing replied, and the old fox was glad that BeiMing agreed with him. The next day in the Demon Refining Tower, BeiMing is still together with the others and of course with the old fox and the lady spider. The old fox leads the way and brings them to a castle. BeiMing then asked him if they're now in the ruins, and the old fox widely smiled as he answered yes, and that they are now in the entrance to the second floor of the Demon Refining Tower. After hearing what he said, BeiMing was shocked as he never thought that this old fox would really bring them instantly to the door of the second floor. BeiMing then observes the surroundings and touches the ground. He concludes that these ruins seem to be from a tribe a long time ago. Ziyu behind him then added that it must have been some kind of god that created this demon refining tower and was able to contain an entire ruin in it. A man behind her then reminded her that the treasures in this tower are theirs to claim as per the rules. Another man also deduces that there might be a lot of treasures since this place is ruins. As what BeiMing observed, these ruins were damaged before they came here, so he believes that all the treasures have been stolen no matter what treasures were there. He comes to this conclusion knowing that this ruins connects to the second floor entrance, and he wouldn't be surprised at all if the treasures have really been stolen by the others. At the same time, he guessed that it's either the Feng family or some lost beast that did it. People then agreed to BeiMing that it might be the Feng family since this family owns the tower, and it might also be a beast for them with the same rank as the Tiger Lord, which can possibly damage the ruins like this. But you've seen the Tiger Lord's storeroom yourself. There was nothing but that egg there. Could it be possible that the one who did this was a beast of the same rank as the Tiger Lord? Perhaps even higher, Ziyu commented. She was shocked while thinking about this, and the lady spider beside her had someone on her mind. Ziyu then added that it might really be a beast with a higher rank than the Tiger Lord that destroyed the ruins. With her conclusion, the lady spider also agreed with her. BeiMing this time slowly walked towards the portal while thinking that the elites that had constructed the demon refining tower must have wanted to store the ruins as a treasure in the tower, and didn't think that some tasteless fool would destroy it in the future. Let's hurry. Maybe we can find untouched ruins on the second floor. he said. After entering the entrance, they found themselves standing at the cliff, and the old fox then declared that they are now finally at the second floor of the demon refining tower. All of a sudden, they heard something that startled them, especially BeiMing. After checking it, they saw a huge explosion coming from below. The ladies were shocked while BeiMing deduces that it might be Qingshuan together with his other colleagues. He immediately jumped from the cliff and Ziyu was worried and tried to stop him, but it seemed like BeiMing didn't hear anything, so Ziyu just asked him where he would go. BeiMing landed below and just told them all to hurry up and follow him. At the same time, Chengsheng, Yuru, and Qingshuan were already surrounded by their enemies. Tianjing also catched them and he clenched his fist while saying, "Let's see where you can run off to." Chengsheng and the two ladies were just staring mad at them, and Chengsheng then screamed that these enemies were bullying them with numbers and still wanted to pick on them individually. "Pick on you individually. My men can handle you all. Why would this lord waste energy on you? Do you think I'm stupid?" Tianjing answered and guffaws. He then glanced on his side where Luohu was standing. He then asked these people if they wanted to share their victory together, as he believes that they can overcome their enemy faster if they'll team up. But then, Luohu answered that this is just a grudge between Tianjing and Chengsheng, so he's not interested to be involved in it. Tianjing then stated that he will not waste his time as he's willing to eliminate Chengsheng as soon as possible. He smiled and snapped his finger and he said that he has someone to introduce, to which is his new friend. An aura comes out from his force and looking at him makes Chengsheng and Qingshuan shocked. The ground crumbled as something strange came out from the underground. When it completely appeared, it turned out that it was the demon snake king. Tianjing then ordered it to greet everyone, and this time, Luohu was shocked and wondered how Tianjing could have the snake demon king. As per Tianjing, he happened to meet this snake king in some ruins and made a deal with him. As long as this snake helps him with the match, he will get him the blood talent of the nine-headed snake who belongs to the Wei family. Considering Fang Wuque's friendship, he had originally planned to join forces with Luohu's heavenly Phoenix City, and unfortunately, he was rejected by Luohu. "Since we can't be allies, you can only be my enemy," he added. He then pointed to Luohu and ordered the Snake King to kill all of them. "Huh? A piece of cake, I was getting bored," the Snake King said. He then spit some venom and the people hit by it melted like a candle. Luohu at the same time was trying his best to avoid this attack, and he activated his power while he uttered that this Snake King is crazy. Before he could escape, the snake was able to hit him with a tail, causing him to flew away and slam on the rock. Chengsheng, Qingshuan, and Yuru rattled after seeing how powerful the Snake King is. Chengsheng then asked the ladies to stay back and he used his mountain river folding fan, hoping to suppress the Snake King. He then attacked the Snake King and the Snake King hissed and vanished with only Chengsheng's power left. Yuru smiled as she thought that Chengsheng succeeded in defeating the Snake King, and even Chengsheng feels thrilled not until the Snake King spoke, stating that Chengsheng is a delusional pest trying to beat him. Chengsheng looked up above and he rattled knowing that the Snake King was still alive. The Snake King then comes out from the smoke and he continues to hiss, and his hiss creates a strong blow of wind that almost makes Chengsheng flew away. One man of Tianjing pointed to Chengsheng while saying that Chengsheng together with the others won't be able to beat the Snake King. "There is only death for those who stand against me, but it's a pity for those two girls," Tianjing replied. He then told the Snake King not to waste a lot of time and directly kill Chengsheng and the two ladies. "Ah, yes, I'm getting tired of this," the Snake King replied. While he was dashing towards Chengsheng, he noticed someone grumbling while heading on his way. Someone then attacked him fearlessly, and it turned out that it was Snowball, who smiled widely while punching the Snake King. After seeing him, Chengsheng becomes hopeful as he concludes that BeiMing, his boss, is now here to rescue them. Yuru was also surprised after seeing Snowball, and at the same time, Tianjing with his people were dumbfounded as they saw this tiny pet of BeiMing who strongly attacked the Snake King. "What a heavenly technique, aren't you afraid of dying?" BeiMing said as he appeared in front of the ladies. One guy from Tianjing command rattled after seeing that it was BeiMing again, as they can still recall that BeiMing had a conflict against Tianjing. Tianjing then told BeiMing that he arrived on time. He said that no one can stop him now from assassinating BeiMing, and that he wants to use BeiMing's skull as a wine glass to serve his brother some wine. The Snake King was hissing loudly in front of BeiMing and asked him about where he came from. He also accused BeiMing of disturbing his feast. "Feast? How can a low-leveled mudfish have the balls to feast on the Chen family's women? Think about where you're standing first," BeiMing replied. "You're seeking death, you foolish rabbit." The snake angrily screamed and rushed towards BeiMing. But before he could get near BeiMing, the old fox blocked him and told him that he should fight with this old fox before he could land his hand to BeiMing. The Snake King then stated that this old fox had gotten bored in the swamp and decided to disturb his feast here. The old fox was annoyed and pointed at the Snake King while saying that he can go wherever he wants to. He also told the Snake King to think before moving and not pick a fight that he's bound to lose. The Snake King asked what if he refuses, and the old fox replied that if it happens, he shall make the preparation for braised mudfish for dinner. Do not get full of yourself, you old demon fox, the Snake King said with anger. He was very to execute the old fox while the old fox remained calm, holding his stick, and ordered his phantoms to rip the Snake King into shred. But then, no phantoms came out, which shocked him. He then looked at BeiMing while scratching his hair as he recalled that he already traded his phantoms for the hair restorer. The Snake King then attacked him without any words, causing him to flew away and sunk to the ground. BeiMing and Chengsheng were both disappointed while the Snake King uttered that the Demon Emperor rank can only do so much. He then glanced at Snowball and told this tiny pet that it's his turn to fight now. BeiMing then smiled while cheering Snowball. This time, the Snake King was very challenged to defeat BeiMing's pet as he cannot get over how Snowball surprisingly hit him a while ago. He then spit a venom, trying to hit Snowball with it, but Snowball even dared to smile and easily blow this venom. The venom turned back going towards the Snake King, and the Snake King rattled upon seeing it, but he didn't have the chance to react and only howled loudly after he was affected by his own venom. He continuously screamed in pain while complaining that his venom was scorching his skin. He couldn't hold the pain longer and he fell on the ground, which caused Tianjing and his people to be dumbfounded, especially that this Snake King has an agreement with them. After the snake was defeated by Snowball, Tianjing was so mad and he's shaking in anger. BeiMing then told him that the Snake King's soul has already been destroyed and that if Tianjing wished to defeat him, then Tianjing should train for a couple of thousand years first. BeiMing can also feel that the Snake King is one of Tianjing's men, so he wants an explanation from Tianjing for hurting his woman. Tianjing was annoyed, but he couldn't even utter any words. At this moment, there's a nether claw going towards BeiMing and BeiMing was aware of it. He immediately jumped away to avoid this surprise attack. BeiMing kneeled on the ground while he's staring at Tianjing, who suddenly appeared, saying that he would give the explanation BeiMing wanted. While he was floating above, there's a purple flame surrounding his body, and the people in the area were all shocked to see that Tianjing was still here on the second floor. Luohu's man rattled after seeing Tianjing, knowing that no one can defeat Tianjing, and he was hopeless since he believes that they cannot beat Tianjing even if they attack together. Luohu then told him that their goal is to get into the 9th floor and secure the flag, and that they don't have any reason to fight against Tianjing. He gave an order to everyone to leave the place, but as they tried to run away, Tianjing clearly saw them and asked them who gave them permission to leave. He then declared that no one can leave this area without his permission. He blocked the way by attacking the area in front of Luohu using his nether claw. Luohu then turned around and saw Tianjing walking towards them. This lord has been waiting for the heavenly Phoenix City. Knowing Wu Kue's personality, he must have some sort of plan if he was willing to bet on his family heirloom. Tianjing stated. He was so furious while ordering Luohu to spit out the truth. Because of this, Luohu and his people felt an oppressive force. Luohu then concludes that Tianjing might have gotten his hands on some treasures, and he doesn't even think that the 7th young master or Wu Kue can defeat this man now. Tianjing was standing still in front of Luohu, so Luohu didn't have any reason but to speak. He said that the Feng family has a scret transporter here on this floor that can transport people to the 9th floor where the flag is at. BeiMing and the others were all shocked after knowing that there's a shortcut. Some of Yuru and Chengsheng were disappointed because for them, this secret is cheating. BeiMing at the same time was just staring at Tianjing, and Tianjing then turned around while laughing out loud, saying that he had known that the Feng family would pull some dirty tricks behind their backs. He also added that he'll take some time out to admire Wu Wu's look of defeat after securing the flag and winning the gamble fight. He side-eyed to BeiMing and activated his nether claw. He then attacked BeiMing with it, and BeiMing managed to immediately dodge away, and the nether claw ended up hit on the rock. Tianjing then smirked and admitted that BeiMing is really good. BeiMing landed on the ground while seriously stared at Tianjing. Tianjing recalled that BeiMing wanted to get an explanation from Tianjing, and that he also wanted an explanation from BeiMing about why he's late at the gamble fight. This time, he summoned his pet as he's very determined to beat up BeiMing. All of a sudden, BeiMing's new pet comes out, which confuses BeiMing. After seeing BeiMing's new pet, Tianjing teases him by saying that this pet is a free meal of ham and sausage. He then ordered his battle sprite to kill BeiMing and his pet, but both BeiMing's two pets instantly rushed towards the enemy's pet with killing intent. Snowball punches the opponent while the little piggy with him activates its power. He becomes a gigantic boar and the enemy's pet is the only one that can see it. Everyone was too focused watching the scene and Tianqing was thinking that these two pets of BeiMing are both unknown species. Though his python is a descendant of a wise and supreme bloodline, he believes that there's no reason for him to be afraid of BeiMing's pet. He then activates his Coffin of the Undead Solidify skill, and a coffin then appears above him. He then declared that BeiMing should pay the price for letting Tianqing wait in the gamble fight with his life. BeiMing was dumbfounded after seeing this powerful skill from Tianqing. Tianqing then opened the coffin and he smirked as he activated his heavenly demon blade. Numerous blades from the coffin then appeared to strike BeiMing, and BeiMing then cut himself and struck his dagger on the ground. After doing it, he managed to make a shield that protects him from the blades. A strong explosion happened and Tianqing was speechless, waiting for BeiMing to appear. From this smoke comes from the explosion. BeiMing's dagger comes out and Tianqing clearly sees it. He then easily dodged his head while saying that BeiMing got a little tricks. Is it? BeiMing asked, and he suddenly appeared near Tianqing at a fast speed. Tianqing was surprised after he saw several clones of BeiMing. Tianqing was startled as he saw the real BeiMing in front of him, activating a shadow execution and striking an attack. Tianqing managed to dodge and immediately activated his dark spirit claw. He attacked BeiMing with it and BeiMing was captured by these claws. The coffin also threw to BeiMing and was slammed to the ground. Tianqing ironically smiled as he was expecting that he defeated BeiMing. He goes near to the coffin while saying that BeiMing is just a small fry who dares to show off in front of him, and he proudly added that having the courage to challenge him is a worthy praise. I shall show you my kindness by using your flesh and blood to nourish the coffin of the undead, he uttered while raising up the coffin. To his surprise, he didn't see BeiMing below the coffin. Master, who are you performing that monkey show for? BeiMing asked, who is now behind him. Tianqing was jaw-dropping as he couldn't believe how BeiMing managed to escape. He told BeiMing that nobody can escape the clutches of the coffin, so he concluded that it might be BeiMing's clone who was stuck by the coffin. Could it be that you were so heated up, your common sense was also fried? When did I get captured by you? BeiMing replied. Tianjin behind Tianqing said that Tianqing is fighting the air for quite a while. As per Tianjin, he wants to tell Tianqing about it, but Tianqing is unleashing attacks so none of them dared to approach him. Tianqing was shocked after hearing that he was only fighting in the air. At the same time, Chengsheng teases him by saying that he was surprised to see Tianqing acting so aggressively by himself over the air. He couldn't have driven himself crazy by going for all those demons, could he? Chengsheng added, which made Yuru laugh. Tianqing was so annoyed and he was accusing BeiMing for what happened to him. BeiMing then told him that he only made a small test to Tianqing. Firstly, he secretly harnessed a bit of essence from the piggy. Then he combined it with his own essence and put the enchantment on the dagger. The higher Tianqing sees himself, the easier it is to get tricked by the illusions. He dodged BeiMing's dagger, but the enchantment still managed to trick his mind. After knowing this technique, Tianqing screamed in anger. He then activates his dark spirit claw while dashing towards BeiMing. BeiMing smiled while he prepared his rumbling obliteration punch. Tianqing was speechless after BeiMing managed to hit him. He flew away at the corner and his people were worried for him. The rocks crumbled after he was slammed at it. He was in pain while trying to stand, and he's already annoyed while admitting to himself his carelessness. All of a sudden, BeiMing saw something that caught his attention. It was the star stone that dropped from Tianqing. BeiMing then seized the chance to pick it up while saying that Tianqing found some goods in the castle. BeiMing showed the star stone and it seems like Tianqing wanted to get it back. Do you have more? Give me some, BeiMing said. You are looking for trouble. The only worry was that you would not have the luck to experience it. Tianqing replied and then activated his heavenly spirit, red spirit jade. BeiMing was staring at Tianqing and he witnessed how Tianqing's eyes became red. A powerful aura surrounded him and he was blowing something above. He then smirked as he successfully summoned a red spirit jade. As what BeiMing can feel, this kind of jade has quite a strong soul force, so he believes that it must be a high-end Horcrux. Other than that, he concludes that the Heavenly Demon City sure does have a lot of toys like this. Tianqing originally planned to use this red jade to defeat the Feng family, yet now he has to use it on BeiMing, which he never expected. Now die, he screamed angrily. He was about to attack BeiMing using the jade, but he rattled when he saw something unusual. He suddenly flew away while he was still holding the jade and noticed that it was preventing him. He was thinking of the demon refining tower as his true goal, and now the red spirit jade won't let go of him. Yes, Tianqing shall obey your command, he uttered. He then jumped and said that BeiMing is too lucky this time as he decided to let go of BeiMing. He went to Luohu and reminded them that they don't have the permission to leave yet. He looked straight into Luohu's eyes and told him to take him to the transporters. Luohu was in fear, so he didn't dare to disobey Tianqing. BeiMing this time used his crossbow and attacked Tianqing. When the arrows were going towards Tianqing, Tianqing easily catched it and he told BeiMing not to make a move now. He said that after he obtains the demon refining tower, he'll definitely come and get BeiMing. Before leaving, he said that BeiMing can enjoy his life for now while he can. He then called his Python, who's still currently fighting against BeiMing's pets. The Python then glanced at him and instantly followed his order. Play and why yourselves, I'll be going, Tianqing stated. BeiMing together with the others rattled seeing Tianqing leave together with his people. Tianqing smirked and called BeiMing a small fry once more. He then blocked the way using his dark spirit wall, and BeiMing was so annoyed as he wanted to chase Tianqing. Tianqing together with his people and Luohu successfully left the area. And Ziyu then asked BeiMing's opinion about what they should do now, knowing that Tianqing can easily be able to snatch the flag after taking the shortcut here on the second floor. BeiMing then told them not to worry since the arrows he shot to Tianqing are filled with his essence, so wherever Tianqing goes, BeiMing can still track him down. Following his trail of essence, BeiMing will be able to find the transporter. No wonder you're the boss. You've played the men of Heavenly Demon City right into your hands, Cheng Sheng proudly said to BeiMing. Yuru also suddenly stated that Tianqing's expression before was concerning since he was about to attack BeiMing before stopping abruptly, almost as if he's being commanded. Cheng Sheng then said that Tianqing must still be confused by the hallucinations BeiMing has done to him. That's why he keeps talking to himself. He also suggested not to put so much thought into it. BeiMing then replied that what Yuru said is right. He explained that by that time, the hallucination had already dispersed, so there shouldn't be any effects on Tianqing, and that it's not normal for Tianqing to talk to himself. Because of it, he concludes that there might be someone behind the scene. After a while, Tianqing together with the others had teleported to the 9th floor of the Demon Refinement Tower. As they enter, someone is sitting on the throne. Luo, who led the way, and Tianjing pointed to something and informed his brother Tianqing about it. It was the victory flag of this gamble fight. Ziyan was also here and she smiled after seeing someone come. Tianqing together with his people continuously walked at the aisle and they saw that it was Feng Wuque who sat on the floor together with Ziyan and Qin Yiyang. Congratulations to you all for making it to the 9th floor, and coincidentally an hour had passed. Yiyang uttered. According to him, their heavenly Phoenix City had successfully captured the flag and secured it for more than an hour. Everyone from the Y family was shocked after they all heard that the heavenly Phoenix won and they lost according to their rules. The people rattled upon hearing it and they became frightened knowing that they were going to become slaves of the heavenly Phoenix City. On the other hand, Tianqing suddenly guffaws, which confused his brother Tiancheng. Of course, it's you Wu Kuei. Only you would pull such a dirty trick, Tianqing said. He then grabbed Luohu from the neck and concluded that Wu Kuei used Luohu as a bait, creating the illusion of fair playing ground, and secretly went ahead to the 9th floor to secure the flag. He also added that Wu Kuei used Luohu as a bait, so he will not be the only one who will take the shortcut to the 9th floor to secure the flag, and that even he were to be left behind and other people were to show up first to get the victory. You could show up anyway and claim victory. With Heavenly Start City's current power, they wouldn't even dare to touch you even if they knew you were cheating. You've done your preparation quite well, he uttered while pointing his finger to Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei slightly smiled and said that Tianqing exposed them. By what he said, Yiyang himself was also surprised. Wu Kuei walked down the stairs and admitted to himself that he really cheated, but seems like he isn't bothered. He even explained that there's nothing in the rules that said he couldn't cheat. You were dumb enough to fall for this trick, you can't blame anyone else, he said to Tianqing. He demanded Tianqing to accept his defeat since the contract had already been signed. He also ordered Tianqing to release Luohu, kowtow to him, and call him grandfather if he still wants to live. Tianqing smirked at him and instantly activated a nether claw while saying that Wu Kuei is just trying to scare them. He was ready to attack Wu Kuei with killing intent, and he even evilly smiled while stating that he knew all along that time passes differently within the Demon Refining Tower compared to the outside that hasn't even been an hour. For him, as long as he can get the flag now, Wu Kuei will be the one that should call him grandfather. Wu Kuei was just staring at him without giving any words. Tianqing was dumbfounded the moment he saw a different aura coming out from Wu Kuei. At this time, Wu Kuei screamed with force and together with it is a tiger made of flame that appeared who's also roaring loudly, causing Tianqing to flew away and slam on the ground. Wu Kuei was standing fearlessly because of this 8 Empire Tiger Demon Spirit with him. Seeing this tiger makes everyone from the Y clan frightened, as they all knew that this is the tiger god's attack. Tiger god spirit, I thought you only knew how to pull tricks, but it seems that your fighting ability has improved quite a bit, Chanking uttered. He also confidently added that this is the time for him to see for himself how much improvement Wu Kuei had made. Wu Kuei smiled as he was challenged by Tanking's bravery. From the other's point of view, BeiMing and his companions were all here outside the castle on the 9th floor. BeiMing is following the essence he made towards Tanking, and he declared that they finally arrived. Boss, this couldn't have been a trick, right? Chen Sheng asked. But then, BeiMing doesn't care if this is just a trick, as he was very confident that he can still make a solution, so he told Chen Sheng not to worry. He then told everyone that they should now enter, and upon entering, Chen Sheng feels strange with the smell coming from inside. Since he can't hold it himself, he decides to tell BeiMing that the aura in this place is strange. BeiMing also wondered about it, but he didn't give any response to Chen Sheng. We're here, he said while they were all standing in front of a door. He slowly opened it and entered, but then they were all shocked after seeing many corpses inside. BeiMing was so speechless as he felt something unusual. They continuously walked inside and passed by the corpses while wondering about what really happened. Yuru herself can also feel that these dead people were all killed brutally. BeiMing at this point is very sure that there's something that could help him, and it should be near. He believes he can end this gamble in a different way once he can find it. All of a sudden, Snowball chirps with excitement. He was also pointing to a direction, and BeiMing concludes that Snowball is referring to the things he needs. BeiMing then ran with excitement, and also Snowball hopped from his shoulder. At this point, Chen Sheng saw something that made him rattled. He then hides in the pillar and peeks while asking BeiMing to head over. Oh, what now? BeiMing asked, and after peeking, they saw Wu Kuei in pain while the Y brothers were standing in front of him with the flag. Yuru asked if these people were fighting for the flag, and BeiMing then said that nobody cares why these people were fighting, but they just have to watch the show. Wu Kuei is already full of wounds, and he was holding his arm and heard Chanking telling him that it's useless even if he used up all his tricks. You are destined to be under this lord. The past, the present, and the future as well. Thou screamed for your grandpa, Chanking stated. BeiMing then comes out behind them, and seeing them makes Wu Kuei conclude that BeiMing also discovered the transporters for coming quickly on this floor. While Chanking is staring to BeiMing, he believes that it will be a waste of time for him if he will fight against BeiMing, so he planned to just take the demon refining tower for himself. He then pointed his finger to Wu Kuei and ordered him to give control of this demon refining to him. You want the demon refining tower? Dream on, Wu Kuei replied. At this point, Chanking feels someone rushing to him. Upon checking, he saw Ziyan and Luo, who with killing intent. Annoying pests, Chanking uttered. He then activated his heavenly soul red spirit jade and roared loudly, causing Ziyan and Luo, who flew away and slam on the ground. Chanking then said that the demon refining tower is going to be in his hands no matter the cause, and he was very confident that any abilities that his enemies have is nothing in front of his absolute power. At the same time, Yi Yang is assisting Wu Kuei to get up, and Wu Kuei stated that this red spirit jade Chanking has is the #1 Horcrux of the heavenly demon city. Then, are we doomed, 7th young master? Yi Yang asked with a stuttering voice. Ziyan, Luo Hu, and the ladies with BeiMing felt a little bit frightened. Chen Sheng then agreed that this jade is strong, knowing that this is no match against the witch from Heavenly Phoenix City. BeiMing still dared to smile while saying that this red spirit jade is a high-class Horcrux and would be a waste of money if Chanking wasn't ruthless with it. BeiMing's biggest concern right now isn't this Horcrux, but he wondered if Snowball found the thing that he needed yet. He only remembered that that thing was located at the top of the tower in his past life, but now he's not so sure. A lord of the heavenly demon city actually dares to do whatever just because he has a ruined jade. If this was spread out to the outside world, it'd become a joke, someone suddenly said while laughing behind BeiMing. He was the 3rd grandfather of the Feng family. He was standing fearlessly with a powerful aura. BeiMing was staring at him while Yi Yang and Wu Kuei were surprised to see this old man. This old man walked towards them, and Wu Kuei called him an uncle, which confused Chen Sheng since the uncle for them is an in-law. But this old man had a surname Feng. Ziyu then explained that the rules of the Feng family is to take their surname once someone will enter their family. Even if it's a noble, if their daughter is married into the Feng family, the whole family must change their surnames. Chen Sheng was surprised upon hearing it. He then pointed his finger to the ladies and concluded that if they have the same rules, then Kingshuan will have the surname Chen once she'll marry BeiMing, and from then on, Yuru will be called Widow Chen. The lady spider was thinking in confusion while Yuru was so annoyed with Chen Sheng. Who are you calling Widow Chen? Are you cursing me to become a grass widow? Yuru angrily said. At the same time, Ziyi becomes thrilled thinking that Chen Zi suits her well. While they were talking behind BeiMing, BeiMing was wondering what they were all doing. On the other hand, Tianjing explained to Tianking that this third Master Feng is among the warriors of Heavenly Phoenix City with a power definitely in the tall three, and even at the Emperor Hunter rank. You coward, it's not like they're the top, there's nothing to be scared about, Tianking replied. He was confident as he believes that he can really get the demon refining tower as long as he has this red spirit jade. This time, Wu Kuei was trying to explain everything to their third grandfather, but the old man cut him off and said that he already knew what Wu Kuei was going to say. Look at yourself, I shouldn't have let you learn from the old man Feng. You are always pulling such low and dirty tricks. Now you know that the first speaks louder than anything, right? He said to Wu Kuei. He also stated that he knew what Wu Kuei was thinking, so he made the deal with the Heavenly Alliance and made him watch over Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei was sweating while Yi Yang was dumbfounded after the old man said that if he never did it, the demon refining tower would belong to someone else now. At the same time, Wu Kuei was still confused, especially that his father was part of it. The old man then told him that he'll explain everything after he has taken care of their enemies here, and now he wants Wu Kuei and the others back down first. He was staring at the youngsters inside while Ziyu was asking BeiMing what they should do now, knowing that this old man is an emperor rank hunter. BeiMing was staring above as he was checking if Snowball came back. They don't know the extent of the enemy's strength, so he believes that they shouldn't start a fight unless it comes to it. For now, he planned to just wait and see what happens, but a part of him is worried as was hoping that Snowball will find it. Even at Heavenly Demon City, I have heard my elders speak of the deeds that the third Master Feng has accomplished. I hold a lot of respect for third Master Feng. But today, third Master Feng, you stuck your nose into the disagreement between the two of us, bullied me, are not afraid that you will be laughed at. Tianking stated. Why Tianking? You even brought the red spirit jade to the fight, and you still have the audacity to call it a disagreement. Do you think I'm stupid? The old man replied. He also proclaimed that Tianking will either follow him back to the Phoenix City to become a slave or die here today. He asked Tianking to choose between these two, and Tianking laughed and screamed that he'll choose to kill this old man. He activates the power of the red spirit jade, and the old man also activates his own power while saying that this jade can't be able to kill him. Then again, it is the best Horcrux in the Heavenly Demon City. If you're so hasty to use the red spirit jade on me, I must do something to save the face of my people, he added while clenching his fist. He then screamed heaven-seizing hands loudly, and a gigantic fist made of a purple smoke appeared. With this, he believes he can steal Tianking's red spirit jade. If you want it so bad, I'll give it to you, Tianking answered while throwing his jade to beat the old man. Their powers collided in the middle, and both of them widely smiled while staring at the jade and the heaven-seizing hand. This time, Tianking ordered the jade to crush the seizing hand of the old man. The jade was about to explode, and it was near the old man, who was standing still below it. At this point, this spirit jade and the seizing hand exploded in front of the old man, causing Wu Kuei panicked and wanted to run to his uncle, but Yi Yang stopped him. Cheng Sheng behind BeiMing also thought that the old man died just like that. At the same time, BeiMing didn't give a comment as he wasn't sure that the old man was already defeated. Tianking guffaws while saying that the third grandfather of the Feng family is also a small fry to his red spirit jade. Tianjing behind him was so proud of him not until they heard the old man speak, saying that he never thought that after so many years of experience, he'll be looked down upon by a kid today. He came out from the smoke and surprisingly got the red spirit jade of Tianking. He said that it is comforting for him to know that this jade is at least in his hands now. While staring at this old man, Tianking couldn't believe that this old man remained unharmed after taking an attack from the red spirit jade. He screamed so loud with anger while ordering this old man to give back his jade. He then activates his coffin of the undead, and the old man just smiled upon seeing it. Tianking then strikes an attack, and the coffin is going towards his opponent. But then, the old man easily stopped this coffin by his hand, and seeing it made Tianking dumbfounded. Yi Yang and Wu Kuei smiled, especially when they heard their third grandfather saying that this coffin is just too cheap for his taste. On the other hand, BeiMing with the others were speechless. They witnessed how the old man controlled this coffin and said that he will return the favor to Tianking and let Tianking use the coffin himself. The coffin exploded and crumbled to pieces. Tianking was so shocked, and his brother Tianjing was worried for him. Let's see how long the men of the Heavenly Demon City can stand against me, now that they have lost the red spirit jade, the old man uttered. He was staring at the red spirit jade while trying to control it, but he noticed that it was resisting his control. The jade suddenly moved towards him and it hit his face, causing him to fall on the ground. Cheng Sheng and BeiMing were both confused, and they saw this red spirit jade rise up above the old man. This jade slowly became a form of a human, and this human came down while telling the Feng third grandfather not to speak of things that he doesn't know. He stated that even without the red spirit jade, the men of their heavenly demon city aren't so weak that the Feng third grandfather can just step on them. When the man completely appeared, it turned out that it was General Y, the previous city lord of the heavenly demon city. You're wanted by the Star Alliance, yet you still dare to show yourself, the Feng third grandfather said, but General Y didn't give any response. After hearing the Star Alliance, Yu becomes shocked once again. This time, since the third grandfather of the Feng family knows about the Star Alliance and General Y is wanted by the Star Alliance, he concludes that they might get some information by listening to these two old men. Seeing General Y makes Tianjing excited by telling his brother Tianqing that their grandfather has been in the red spirit jade the entire time, but Tianqing replied that he knew of this already. He was so annoyed, thinking that BeiMing would have been doomed if it weren't for his grandfather being in the red spirit jade and telling him to stop. General Y spoke, saying that he didn't think that someone would still remember him after so many years. The Feng third grandfather then replied that General Y is very popular back then. According to him, General Y killed a member of the Adder Alliance for a Horcrux and faked his death for 10 years. He concludes that the long silent heavenly demon city will surely become very lively if the fact that General Y is still alive was reported to the Star Alliance. General Y laughed and replied that a dog of the Star Alliance, which is this third grandfather of the Feng family, is about to die and still loyal to his master. Oh, then we shall see, the Feng family's third grandfather uttered. He was activating his power while saying that both of them were in the Emperor rank with a strength that is almost on par with each other. This time, his powerful aura comes out and he proclaims that the winner and the losers aren't decided yet. General Y agreed to him. He opened his black eyes and said that he will have a taste of this Feng family's third grandfather's true strength. They were ready to battle, but someone asked them to stop. They wondered who it was, but found out that it was just an unknown man, which is BeiMing. I am Chen BeiMing, and there's something I'd like to ask you about, seniors. BeiMing uttered politely. Both Chengsheng and Yu were clueless as to what BeiMing was trying to do, but BeiMing was too calm while staring at the old men. Both old men were confused about who's this Chen BeiMing is, and Yang then interfered, telling their grandfather to be careful and explained that BeiMing was able to kill all of his soldiers that were in the war general rank when he was still in the advanced rank. He also let their grandfather know that BeiMing also reached the war general rank in just a few days. The old man is side-eyed to BeiMing and he cannot believe that a person like BeiMing exists. The same as Tianqing. He also warned his grandfather, letting him know that his brother Tianjing also didn't manage to defeat BeiMing. BeiMing overheard them and he became speechless and a little bit annoyed at the people for exposing him. Two old men were staring at him with confusion, and this third grandfather of the Feng family can see that BeiMing is truly formidable for being able to kill off war general rank hunters when he was still in advanced rank and already risen to war general rank in a short period of time. He smiled since he was an emperor rank hunter with much more experience than BeiMing, so he's confident that BeiMing can't defeat him. While General Y is looking at BeiMing, he can say that BeiMing has a lot of potential, and he concludes that BeiMing may be able to single-handedly wipe out Heavenly Phoenix City if he'll bring BeiMing to their Heavenly Demon City. This time, the third grandfather of the Feng family called BeiMing and said that BeiMing thinks that he's a big shot just because he's a war general rank hunter from the Heavenly Star City. He also boasted that there's a lot of war general rank hunters back in their Heavenly Phoenix City. After him, General Y also said that BeiMing's power is strong but unrefined and impulsive for interrupting a fight between two elders without an explanation, which is unforgivable for him. BeiMing was just staring at them and thinks that he was right to expect that these old devils will not talk so easily. Although the time is not right yet, BeiMing had no other choice but to attack. All of a sudden, a huge explosion happened inside, coming from the roof. Everyone was startled and they were all staring at it with confusion. They then all saw Snowball, holding some treasure with a wide smile on his face. Snowball fly towards BeiMing and hop to BeiMing's hand. BeiMing widely smiles after seeing Snowball successfully find this thing on his hand that BeiMing is waiting for. Snowball was holding the treasure and the old elders saw this thing that also surprised them. Even Wu Kuei himself was shocked while saying that this thing is the heart of the demon refining tower. Once the user has refined this heart of the tower, he will become the owner of the demon refining tower, controlling the tower at wish. Small fry, the demon tower is mine, don't you dare contaminate it with your touch, Tianqing angrily said while trying to go near BeiMing, but Tianjing stopped him and asked him to calm down. General Y also blocked him, and this old man asked BeiMing to hand over the heart to him in exchange that he will tell everything BeiMing wants to know. He also said that BeiMing's potential is shocking and that he could bend the rules and make BeiMing second in command of the Heavenly Demon City. BeiMing shows to the old man that he was thinking about the offer, but he was distracted by the third elder of the Feng family. Kid, the demon refining tower originally belonged to the Feng family. If you hand over the heart of the tower obediently, your rivalry with Heavenly Phoenix City will be erased. I can even take you in as a part of the Feng family. I will give you whatever you want, the old man stated, trying to get BeiMing. Whatever I want, BeiMing asked, and Yuru behind him really thought that BeiMing will really believe these people. BeiMing was staring at the heart of the demon refining tower and said that the conditions of these two old men offered are very tempting, but then he chose to refuse all of their offers. Both old men were annoyed, and BeiMing said that he likes this tower a lot too, so there's no reason for him to give it up if he can be the owner. BeiMing started activating the power coming from this heart of the demon tower. As for the mentoring, after I finish refining the center of the tower, it won't matter if you tell me or not, BeiMing uttered while raising the heart of the demon tower. Wu Kuei was shocked after witnessing the scene as they saw the tribe symbol that his father left behind. According to Wu Kuei, if the tribe symbol is broken, the demon refining tower will no longer belong to the Feng family. He was afraid, knowing that once BeiMing finishes refining and puts his own symbol on it, the demon refining tower will belong to him and will completely be under his control. The old man with him was furious and decided to invite General Y to ally together and just finish their business after beating up BeiMing. General Y was thinking about it, but he didn't give any response. BeiMing was still raising the heart of the demon refining tower, and Wu Kuei rattled while looking at BeiMing. BeiMing screamed so loud and summoned all the phantoms he got from the old fox. Seeing all these phantoms makes the old men more surprised. These phantoms then rushed towards the current symbol of the tower and crushed to pieces in front of everyone. The grandfather of the Feng family becomes furious, knowing that their family's symbol is now broken. An elite of the emperor rank made that tribe symbol, but it seems that it isn't what it's made out to be, General Y uttered, which made the elder Feng more annoyed. At this time, the color of the heart of the demon refining tower became yellow, and BeiMing was able to refine the tower in a short span of time. Since BeiMing successfully refined the tower, Tianqing was worried and asked his grandfather about what they should do. General Y then answered that BeiMing is still in the war general rank despite having the demon refining tower in his hands. For him, BeiMing can't be able to cause trouble in front of the hunters in the emperor rank like him. But the fact that BeiMing was able to destroy the symbol made by the strongest hunter in the Heavenly Phoenix City makes General Y wonder BeiMing's origin. You rotten monkey, return me the heart of the tower, Elder Feng ordered angrily to BeiMing. Senior, what did you mean by return? The heart of the tower clearly has the tribe symbol of my Chen family on it, so it's clearly in the Chen family's possession. Why would you want me to return you something that is mine? BeiMing replied. Elder Feng then told him to stop joking around. He also reminded BeiMing that BeiMing's cultivation is only at the war general rank while he is in the emperor rank, which he confidently believes that BeiMing's strength is nothing compared to him. He threatened BeiMing's life in exchange for the heart of the demon refining tower, but BeiMing told him to try calling the heart of the tower to see if it will respond to him. Elder Feng was mad and said that he would definitely make sure that BeiMing would be ripped to shreds. He then activates his power and summons his gigantic old goat demon emperor. He ordered it to finish BeiMing's life, and this goat then instantly rushed towards BeiMing with killing intent. How brave. Maybe my strike from before was too soft on you. After the scabs have healed, you've forgotten the pain, BeiMing uttered and fearlessly faced the goat of his old opponent. The goat tried to strongly punch BeiMing, and since BeiMing isn't visible due to the smoke, Cheng Sheng and Yuru were worried for him. Surprisingly, BeiMing appeared behind the goat and attacked it using his shadow execution. The goat's horn was cut off and flew away, and the goat was howling so loud because of the pain he felt. BeiMing's position is in front of the old goat demon emperor, and he said that this goat has really had a pretty tough head. After cutting the horn of the goat, two brothers of the Y clan were shocked as they couldn't believe seeing BeiMing easily cut the goat's horn. What are you stalling for, old goat demon emperor? Quickly finish that rotten monkey, Elder Feng ordered to his own pet. The goat's eyes become purple and a clone comes out from his body and is rushing to BeiMing. BeiMing was staring at it, and the area where he was standing crumbled after the goat's clone hit him. Elder Feng smiled widely as he thought that he successfully killed BeiMing. But then, BeiMing spoke, saying that the old goat demon emperor can only do so much. BeiMing was at the top of the pillar, and seeing him alive makes the Elder Feng dumbfounded, knowing that BeiMing dodged everything. At this moment, BeiMing activates his rumbling obliteration punch while rushing to the goat. The goat rattled upon seeing BeiMing with killing intent. A huge explosion then happened the moment BeiMing's fist landed on the enemy's pet. The Feng members were jaw-dropping and speechless seeing the old goat demon emperor pass out in front of BeiMing. BeiMing smiles while staring at the goat. Shang at the same time was clueless about the situation, so Ziyu explained that the phantom was formed from the condensed energy from the old goat demon beast stone. According to her, once the phantoms are dispersed, its strength will also take a blow. You are just a beastly monkey with a knife. Why won't you just die already? Elder Feng screamed with anger. He then glanced at General Y and asked this old man if he's really satisfied letting BeiMing take the demon refining tower. He believes that they could definitely defeat BeiMing if both of them teamed up, and after it, they can have their fair duel, and whoever wins will obtain the demon refining tower. But up until now, General Y didn't give any response to his offer. BeiMing was standing in front of the goat. He turned his head around the moment he heard General Y call him. You have so much potential. I do not want to be your enemy. If you are willing to hand over the heart of the tower, our agreement for you to become second in command of the heavenly demon city still stands. General Y stated. You're very generous. Unfortunately, I have no intention of handing over the heart of the tower. BeiMing replied. He then offered that he could spare General Y a limb from the old goat demon emperor. The old goat was frightened while his owner was mad at BeiMing, as he didn't want BeiMing to dare lay a finger on his goat. At this time, General Y stated that if BeiMing's mind is set, he will not force BeiMing anymore. He then ordered his grandson Tianqing to hold the people from Heavenly Star City and not let them interfere. The same as the Elder Feng. He also ordered his grandson to make the people in Heavenly Star City behave a bit. You want to gang up with me? Fine. If you like to compete in quantity, let's compete, BeiMing said, and he then ordered the demon refining tower to open. Both old men were dumbfounded and they saw several porters above them. Both Y brothers were annoyed while thinking about what BeiMing was trying to do. Tianjing then concludes that BeiMing might want to release all the demons in the tower. At the same time, Elder Feng was shocked to feel some thick demon energy, and he wondered about how many demons are there that are going to appear. His hopes came back and told the people with him not to panic, as they only need to slaughter BeiMing and get the heart from him, so everything will be fine. General Y interrupted him by telling him to save his plan. Look at the goat. You still have the audacity to say that you want to kill that monkey, General Y stated. Because of what he said, Elder Feng was trembling in anger while clenching his fist. On the other hand, Yuru felt that General Y was hiding his true power, so she told BeiMing to be careful. BeiMing replied okay to her, and he was staring mad at the old men. All of a sudden, General Y guffaws. Of course it is you who I have chosen, he uttered. Yuru then said that this old man is planning something again. Tianjing, on the other hand, was telling his brother to stop their grandfather since BeiMing is a monster for him. Tianqing was annoyed at him and told him to shut up and stated that his grandfather cannot have put any consideration to BeiMing. Interesting, that's the spirit. I will not give you my serious reply, General Y uttered while there's a powerful aura surrounding him. Both Y brothers were shocked to see their grandfather's power. This time, General Y is activating his emperor's coffin. He was floating above BeiMing while his red coffin was also on top of him. He then attacked BeiMing with his coffin, trying to suppress him. The emperor's coffin heads directly to BeiMing, and BeiMing uses his two hands to push back the coffin. He grits his teeth while General Y is telling him that he's doing good. This old man shall send you off with this, General Y said. He screamed explosion, and BeiMing rattled by this. The area where BeiMing was standing exploded and his people panicked. Elder Feng smiles as he thinks that General Y successfully killed BeiMing. Wu Quan and Yi Yang were jaw-dropping while General Y's grandson was so happy, thinking that BeiMing is now finally doomed. General Y is in front of them, and he was alarmed the moment he saw BeiMing kneeled on the ground together with his pet Snowball. Y brothers couldn't believe that BeiMing managed to block General Y's attack. BeiMing slightly smiled and gave thanks to his pet Snowball for the help during the explosion. He stood while Snowball was on his shoulder. General Y was in front of them and was thinking that the master of the battle sprite truly determines what the battle sprite does in battle. He can say that BeiMing's pet can take a hit of his phantom axe and still live on unharmed. Even though Snowball species is unknown, he felt interested in this tiny pet of BeiMing. He became more and more interested in taking BeiMing with him, and he was currently thinking of a plan to make BeiMing a part of the Heavenly Demon City's forces. While he was thinking, Elder Feng was so annoyed thinking that General Y doesn't have any plans to kill BeiMing in the first place. He also felt a miasma that gets thicker, and he believes that all of them here will surely die once it continues, so he decided to make a move. He then activates his own power behind General Y, and General Y was thinking that Elder Feng is planning on using his all power. All of a sudden, someone called BeiMing's attention. It was the old fox that also appeared from the portal. Elder Feng was annoyed thinking that the demons of the tower had come so fast. On the other hand, Chengsheng and Yuru really thought that this old fox had died. Do you all really want this old man to die? The old fox angrily asked. He then told the enemies of BeiMing not to touch even a single strand of BeiMing's hair since he's now here. He was calling BeiMing a brother, so General Y laughed and said that BeiMing is really an interesting man to make a beast in this demon tower become his brother. If you hadn't killed him just now, would it turn out like this? Elder Feng said. He added that nothing really changed even if a beast of a demon emperor rank appeared, as he believes that they can still fight against BeiMing together win even if it is now 2-2. The old fox overheard him and said Elder Feng miscounted. Both General Y and Elder Feng were confused not until the old fox declared that he didn't come in this area on his own. From the portal, several monsters are about to appear. BeiMing widely smiles as he already expected this to happen. His enemies have mixed emotions, and Wu Kuei is asking his third grandfather if what they should do now, knowing that numerous demons were going to appear. Elder Feng was clueless, so he decided to just leave first and just think up a plan after they left the tower. Di Yang then reminded him that they would not be able to leave the tower if BeiMing won't allow them. Wu Kuei then said that they entered through a book door, which is a specially made transporter set up by his father for emergencies. Then that BeiMing can only control already existing doors in the demon refining tower, but can't control doors made by the Feng family. He smiled and said that this is the door where they'll escape. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and leave, Elder Feng stated. He ironically smiles while saying that they should let BeiMing and the others play by themselves. Wu Yu started opening the door while calling Liu Hu and Xian to also bring them back. He raised his hand and the portal then appeared that shows their family symbol. He then pointed to the gate to ask his uncle to enter the gate first. While Elder Feng was entering the portal, he was calling General Y to come with them. General Y then told his grandsons to follow, and everyone ran as fast as they could. Cheng Sheng rattled and immediately told BeiMing that their enemies were trying to escape. BeiMing then ordered them to chase the enemies and not let a single person escape to avoid any consequences. Xian and Liu Hu also ran away until they were all able to leave the tower. At the Star City Coliseum, people were waiting for the gamble fight to end. Du Bois was wondering about how the gamble fight was right now, but before he could get an opinion, a portal opened behind them and BeiMing with Cheng Sheng came out from it. BeiMing was looking around, but he was shocked as he never saw those people they chased. Brother Chen, you're back. What happened? How was the gamble? Du Bois asked. BeiMing then answered that it's a long story for him to tell, so he will only tell it to everyone once he can have some time for it. For now, he asked Du Bois if this old man saw the people from the Heavenly Demon and Heavenly Phoenix cities. Du Bois then stated that those people came out before BeiMing and ran towards outside of the city, and concluded that all of them probably left the city by now. BeiMing was so annoyed knowing that those people were too fast to escape. He was also thinking that Heavenly Phoenix City will definitely seek military help from the Star Alliance if he will let these people get away. He also concludes that once these people manage to get a few Emperor rank hunters, he won't be able to take them on with his current power. He then told everyone with him that he'll send some fast demons from the tower ahead to follow the people of the Heavenly Phoenix City, and he wants each family to hurry and send people to capture their enemies so they will avoid disasters once they will be able to catch those people. We're talking about Heavenly Phoenix City. Go ahead and seek death by yourself. Don't even think about making me go. The Kong family is reliant on the Feng family, Kong Chenghao angrily said. All of a sudden, a strong howling sound came from the tower. Du Bois then glanced at the tower and wondered how the demon of the demon refining tower got out. He rattled upon seeing that these demons were attacking the humans, and he believes that these demons might destroy their Heavenly Star City before Heavenly Phoenix City can get to them. The man with him was doubting if these demons will be obedient to them. As per Z, these demons are a pack brought by the old fox, and if the old fox can make them submit, they don't have to worry. BeiMing then glanced at the old fox, and he was so annoyed seeing the fox busy with something else together with a rhino. This fox was aware that BeiMing is calling him, but he told BeiMing to wait until the rhino with him finishes drawing his memorial portrait. He was also excited to make a souvenir since they finally left the demon refinement tower. Cheng Sheng then told BeiMing that all these demons from the tower were unreliable, and BeiMing's head is in pain knowing that he cannot control these demons. Outside of the Star City, Feng and Y family members successfully escaped from BeiMing. They were all standing at the cliff, and Wu Yu is asking his elder how they could explain everything at the Heavenly Phoenix City since they have lost the demon refining tower. Di Yang also whispered to the old man that General Y seems like he wanted to ally with BeiMing. Elder Feng was annoyed while listening to them, but he didn't have the chance to reply as he was staring at the airship above them. He then told Yi Yang and Wu Kuei not to worry since this fight hasn't ended yet. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Star City, the city got destroyed because of the demon from the tower. People were scared and screamed in fear. This old man was starving in the tower, the monster stated. He was about to swallow the man, but BeiMing kicked his face so the man got a chance to run away while still screaming. BeiMing this time asked the old fox to take good care of the beasts and make sure they don't harm the citizens. The old fox then told him not to worry because he knew that these beasts with him are just being playful by destroying stuff, and he's very sure that these beasts won't harm anyone. BeiMing then asked this old fox to gather every beast to prepare in defeating Heavenly Phoenix City's people. No matter how many Demon Emperor rank beasts come, I can deal with them. As beasts aren't vegetarian, you can relax. Everything is under control. The old fox answered. The beasts from the tower have gathered behind him. Chang Sheng was staring at this old fox, thinking if this fox was really sincere in helping them. At this point, BeiMing smiled as he concluded that the fox is implying that if the enemies will bring an elite of the Emperor rank, which is higher than the Emperor rank, this old fox can still beat those enemies. What did you say? Emperor rank? Do those fools have an Emperor rank at their side? The old fox asked, and BeiMing answered that their enemies could gather a lot of higher hunters if they managed to escape. The monster behind the old fox was furious while the old fox was scared when BeiMing told them that it'll be another story if anything happens to them. You got him, brat. Stop trying to give us face warnings. You are the one that triggered them, and they brought elites in the Emperor rank to defeat you. What does it have to do with us? We only followed you out of the tower, that's all. The beasts angrily screamed at BeiMing. He also advises BeiMing to give the demon refining tower to those enemies that wanted to get this treasure, as he believes that nobody will care once they'll get scram in this place. You'll scram? It won't be that easy, BeiMing said. He then activates the power from the heart of the demon refining tower and ordered all the beasts to surround both the men of the Heavenly Demon City and Heavenly Phoenix City, and if there's a beast that will try to disobey his command, they'll be thrown back inside the tower and not allowed to step out again. He declared that he would only say it once, and he told the beasts not to force his hand. Because of this powerful aura BeiMing had, some beasts became terrified of him. But there are also some who think that BeiMing is just joking and cannot be able to make them all go back to the tower, since they won't believe BeiMing. BeiMing activates a chain and ties it to one beast that disagreed with him. He then said that he was originally saving face for the old fox by not using force, but since these beasts do not know what's good for them, he decided to become harsh and told them not to blame him for this action. The demon refining tower, confinement, he uttered, and the beast he tied up was already sweating in fear. This beast grits his teeth out of anger, but he never tries to say more words to BeiMing again. If you can come out of the tower, surely this young master can send you back. Who here wants a try? There is no limit to how many I can send back, BeiMing stated. At this point, the beasts were now frightened of him and decided to be a servant of BeiMing until they'll die. All of a sudden, a big explosion happens and Cheng Sheng concludes that it's from the city gates. BeiMing then told Qingshuan to follow Gu Boy and the others to help evacuate the citizens, and he also wants this lady to take good care of his sister Shui. BeiMing also asked the old fox to lead the beasts while following him. Cheng Sheng and Yu go to the gates. As they arrived, they found the airship and the one attacking explosions in this city. BeiMing and Cheng Sheng were staring above, and Cheng Sheng glanced at BeiMing since he noticed BeiMing's face became serious. Inside this airship, someone is looking at them, and one of them is the Elder Feng, together with a lady whom he calls Overseer Mei. Elder Feng was telling the lady who's the leader that tricked them. He was referring to BeiMing, and he let the lady know that BeiMing isn't as easy as he seems. BeiMing was still staring at the airship as he knew that the people inside were from Star Alliance. The lady smiled while looking at him, and she said that she's very interested to know more about BeiMing. Outside the Heavenly Star City, the airship went down and the lady came out. She's the Star Alliance Overseer Mei Ruoting. BeiMing was staring at the lady's leg that has an armor. He said that it's the first generation, black gold robotic armor. According to BeiMing, it's a piece of technology that dates back to a few hundreds years ago. At that time, martial arts and Buddhism were almost nothing compared to it. If it wasn't for the research and development done by the Star Alliance, it would have been lost long ago in the river of history. Yo, what a surprise, Mei Ruo uttered. She said that she never thought that in this wasteland, there would be someone who knows the Star Alliance so well. She then asked Elder Feng if this old man was really sure that BeiMing has the demon refining tower. I only speak the truth when it comes to these situations. It was this brat that took advantage of the chaos and stole the demon refining tower that was supposed to be offered to the Star Alliance. Elder Feng replied. He also added that he's willing to offer this demon refining tower to the Star Alliance. Everyone was dumbfounded while Wu Kuei told his uncle that this demon refining tower is their heirloom and he doesn't know how to explain it to his father if they're going to give it to the Star Alliance people. Elder Feng becomes mad and tells him that what he will do now is Wu Kue's original plan all along, to let Wu Kue take advantage of this chance and join the Star Alliance. He said that if it happens, it will be more convenient for Wu Kue to take over. Wu Kue was speechless as he never thought of joining the Star Alliance. At this time, Mei Ruo was called by her man and told her that the beasts in front of them might possibly be tamed by BeiMing, so he wants Mei Ruo to be careful, especially with the Phantom Thunderstrike Fox, as it has the highest rank power among the demons. The old fox overheard them and he smiled as he was overwhelmed. A war general rank hunter that managed to take the demon refining tower from the hands of the third Feng and General Y, who are both emperor rank hunters. Not only that, but you were also able to tame the strongest demon. Your abilities are not small, Mei Ruo said. She then offered BeiMing to be referred to in Star Alliance, and she'll bend the rules in exchange for BeiMing giving up the demon refining tower. Both Yuru and Chengsheng were shocked knowing that BeiMing will be referred to the Star Alliance. Mei Ruo then asked for BeiMing's decision, but she was startled and BeiMing was annoyed when they both heard Elder Feng scream to say that BeiMing should be an enemy of the Star Alliance. He was about to say some words, but Mei Ruo has a bad aura while she's asking if Elder Feng has an opinion. Elder Feng bowed down to him and politely answered that he wouldn't dare to take more words. This time, Mei Ruo's subordinate told BeiMing to give thanks to Mei Ruo instead of just standing still. BeiMing was just silent as he was thinking that Mei Ruo's tricks are only to deceive others who don't know the inside story. He knows that once Mei Ruo finds out where the treasure of the demon refining tower is, she'll find all kinds of ways to kill him. He smiled while telling himself that Mei Ruo is just a mere errand runner who dares to abuse this authority right in front of him. Because of it, he decided to play this lady for a bit and have some fun. Can I really join the Star Alliance? He asked with excitement, and Chengsheng behind him rattled seeing him have interest in joining the Star Alliance. Of course, Mei Ruo Ting always keeps my words, Mei Ruo answered. BeiMing then showed the heart of the demon refining tower and declared that he'll hand this demon refining tower to Mei Ruo right away. Chengsheng and Yuru panicked and were trying to stop BeiMing, and the subordinates of Mei Ruo were laughing at BeiMing as they thought that BeiMing is frightened of them. Those who know what's best for them will become great men. You will surely accomplish many things here in the Star Alliance. Now hand over the demon refining tower first, Mei Ruo stated. Understood. I'll give it to you immediately, BeiMing replied. He ironically smiled and rushed to the lady with his shadow execution. The lady rattled while BeiMing didn't even think twice while gripping on his dagger. The lady blocked BeiMing's dagger using her armor, and BeiMing then held his dagger with his both hands while saying that Mei Ruo will mistaken if he can still block BeiMing's attack entirely. Mei Ruo was dumbfounded and BeiMing then instantly swung a blow causing Mei Ruo to slide away. Her subordinate rattled and was worried for her, but she didn't care at all and said that BeiMing doesn't know what's good for him. I was kindly giving you a recommendation, yet you dare hit me, she uttered. A powerful flame came out from her hand and she pointed it to BeiMing while she vows that she will kill BeiMing today. BeiMing, Chengsheng, and Yuru were shocked upon seeing this powerful aura from the lady. Mei Ruo then aimed at the three and BeiMing then told both Yuru and Chengsheng to be careful. A strong explosion then happened and BeiMing kneeled on the ground. He was so worried and asked the two if they were all fine, and the two answered yes. At this point, Mei Ruo called all her people and her subordinates then rushed towards her. Since you're so insistent on being a bug, what's the use of having you here? She uttered. You speak so pridefully, brat. You dare put insults on this old man's head. The old fox replied. He then gave an order to all the demons with him to kill their enemies, and BeiMing together with Chengsheng and Yuru go as well. Mei Ruo was smiling evilly while repeatedly said to fire and kill the opponents. They shot BeiMing and the others, and BeiMing glanced at the enemy near him. Die, you brat, the man said while aiming at BeiMing. Who are you pointing at? I'm over here, BeiMing replied as he suddenly teleported behind his enemy who aimed to kill him. BeiMing then readied his dagger with his skill shadow execution and slashed the enemy without any hesitation. The enemy's arm was cut off and he died easily. He was staring at the man he killed while saying that these people had good weapons but were given by Mei Ruo to some trash people. Mei Ruo was so furious at BeiMing after seeing him kill one of her people and even stole the black gold robotic armor. Because of her anger, she vows once more that he will rip BeiMing into shreds. She then called everyone's attention and divided her people. The half will be their team for protection and the other half was tasked to man the cannons and bomb the entire war zone. Now, go, kill these pests, she said with an ironic smile on her face. A man behind her suddenly said that he's afraid they all won't be able to survive if they bomb the entire war zone. What's there to be afraid of? If you aren't dead, once we return to the Star Alliance, I can make sure you return to your normal condition, Mei Ruo replied. She then screamed prepare, and Cheng Sheng wondered what their enemy was currently doing this time. All the people from the Star Alliance raised their hands and activated their fire powers. BeiMing was alarmed upon seeing it. A strong flame appeared from these people's armor, and Mei Ruo then ordered everyone to release it. BeiMing then shouted to tell his people to go underground quickly. And after releasing this flame, a huge explosion happened in the Star City, and this was also heard inside the Heiyu mansion. Shui was startled upon hearing it, and seeing her worried face makes Kingshuan wonder if she's fine. She then told the lady that she's alright, but was only startled by the sudden explosion. Kingshuan also wondered about what really happened outside the city, and a part of her was worried for BeiMing's safety. After a while, the bombing continues until the people from the Star Alliance are already at their limits. After firing an explosion, they never see any of their enemies, so they thought that they were able to defeat BeiMing. But some of them were in pain and were complaining of how hurt they were. Mei Ruo glanced at her people and was thinking that her men were hurt because of the aftermath of their black gold robotic armor. But Elder Feng suddenly spoke, congratulating her for managing to capture the highly wanted General Y and managed to eliminate one of her Star Alliance's biggest enemies while getting the Demon Refining Tower back. For Elder Feng, Mei Ruo got this as a big accomplishment which deserves to get a promotion. Mei Ruo then replied that she made it with the help of Elder Feng's Heavenly Phoenix City, and she believes that Elder Feng will also be rewarded after she'll report to the higher-ups. Elder Feng bowed down to her together with Yi Yang and Wu Kuei while giving thanks to the lady. All of a sudden, the Star Alliance men felt something strange. They all rattled after seeing the ground start crumbling. Both Mei Ruo and Elder Feng were clueless, and someone then declared that there's something approaching from the underground. Another explosion then happens once more, and the demons of Demon Refining Tower then comes out and is rushing to their enemies with killing intent. Mei Ruo's men were all dumbfounded as they couldn't believe that these beasts were still alive all along. They were about to aim the beasts, but the beasts hit them one by one. This time, Mei Ruo then concludes that their enemies have gone underground to avoid the bombing. One of her men pointed to a direction in front of them, and she was shocked after seeing BeiMing together with Yuru and Cheng Sheng still alive. BeiMing was currently carrying Cheng Sheng on his shoulder since Cheng Sheng unfortunately passed out. Seeing them manage to survive makes Feng Elder and Wu Kuei annoyed. Not just them, but also Mei Ruo, knowing that their black gold robotic armor's firepower is only enough to blast through 1 meter of the ground and won't take any damage deeper than that. She believes that the demons of the Demon Refining Tower managed to survive because they already knew the fact, but she wondered how these demons knew. At this moment, BeiMing dropped Cheng Sheng on the ground, and Cheng Sheng was so emotional while asking if he's still alive. On the other hand, BeiMing was fearlessly standing while staring at Mei Ruo together with the demon beasts. BeiMing slightly smiled at the lady, and Mei Ruo concluded that it might be BeiMing who gave knowledge to the demons. Sister Mei, what do we do? We will be doomed if this continues. The aftermath of the black gold robotic armor's attacks will be too much for us, Mei Ruo's man stated. Some of them were now scared, seeing that the demons aren't even afraid of them and are clearly willing to drag them until they die. Mei Ruo clenched her fist and ran away together with her people. She said that those who can still go on should continue pressuring the enemy while the rest can retreat to the righteous for now, which is the name of their airship. Wu Kuei is waiting for his uncle's plan, and his uncle then tells him to follow the people of Star Alliance and leave. While they were running away, Yuru wondered about the reason for these people for a sudden retreat. BeiMing then answered that these people are only the Star Alliance's cannon fodder. Plus they are using first-generation black gold robotic armor, which is highly defective, so for BeiMing, it's only reasonable for their enemies to retreat. Since this technology is unreliable, Yuru wondered why BeiMing still dared to steal some of this armor, and BeiMing then smiled at her while saying that Yuru will be able to know the reason later on. The enemies continuously ran away while the demons were chasing them. Mei Ruo freely ran as fast as she could since she had someone protecting him from being attacked. While running, she told her people to hold their enemies down, and at the same time, the old fox is asking them to just surrender. The beasts with him also beat up the enemies one by one. Some men were trembling in fear seeing so many beasts alive and wanted to kill them all. Mei Ruo successfully managed to go back to their airship, and her man told her that some of their task force to suppress the beast might not be able to board their airship. Mei Ruo then answered that she understood. She still glanced at the outside and witnessed some men who really died from the hands of their enemy. She grits her teeth out of annoyance as she couldn't do anything but to order the control panel to start flying their righteous. Their airship fly above, leaving the corpses of their people, and the old fox was staring at their airship and felt annoyed seeing their enemies who were able to run away. Inside the righteous, Mei Ruo was so annoyed and punched the screen. He was cursing words while Elder Feng was beside her. Elder Feng smiled and was about to say something, but Mei Ruo cut him off once again, as she already had an idea what this old man was going to say. She said that if they were just to run away like this, their Star Alliance will lose its reputation and it will be harder for them to conquer abandoned wastelands. Don't worry, I, Mei Ruo Ting, will never let such a thing happen while I'm still in the Star Alliance, she added. She then ordered her men to prepare their soul-destroying bomb, as she wants their enemies to disappear from the face of the earth. The roof of their airship opened and their soul-destroying bomb started to come out. This weapon creates a dazzling light, and the monsters below panicked, knowing that the Star Alliance is going to drop another bomb. The bomb dropped at them and the old fox screamed to order everyone to quickly hide in the underground again. The moment these bombs completely dropped on the ground crumbles to pieces, and the beasts were clueless of what they should do since this bomb is in the air, and none of their attacks will be able to hit it. On the other hand, Yuru is doing her best to avoid the bomb. She grits her teeth out of annoyance, and she called BeiMing's attention and said that she has something important to say to BeiMing. She walked towards BeiMing and reminded BeiMing that all the beasts with them would die if this bombing continued. But then, BeiMing didn't give any response, as he was focusing on trying to assemble the armor he got. At this moment, the old fox is running towards him while screaming that they need a backup plan, as he knows that they cannot handle it any longer. BeiMing was holding a blue crystal and told the old fox that he understood. He asked for 15 minutes to refine the crystal so they could turn the tables. Yuru and the old fox were both hesitant, and the old fox became mad while saying that they aren't even able to last for another minute. He believes that BeiMing will die before he can be able to turn the table, but someone interrupted them, telling them not to worry. It was Gu Boi, together with the other Star City's elders. "We are still here, just leave it to us," Gu Boi stated. He then commanded his people to be in their positions. Up until this point, bombing still continues. Mei Ruo was enjoying it, and she was greedy to kill all their enemies, especially BeiMing, as she wanted BeiMing to know the consequences of offending their Star Alliance. While she was enjoying the bombing, one of her men came to give some report to her. According to this subordinate of Mei Ruo, they have detected high energy levels in transit. Upon hearing it, Mei Ruo rattled. They were flying peacefully, but their airship suddenly flamed and shook. They panicked while wondering what's going on, and the pilot of their airship pointed out something at the land, and Mei Ruo was shocked after she found out that their enemies were firing them using cannons. Gu Boi is the one leading the aiming of people of the Star Alliance. The pilot controlling the firing declared that the second wave of attacks were now ready. "Those who dare offend my heavenly Star City will be executed no matter the distance," Gu Boi uttered and ordered his man to fire. The Star Alliance's airship received numerous attacks, and some of their airships already exploded. At this point, the pilot reported to Mei Ruo that the rear of their airship was being attacked. Mei Ruo grits her teeth out of annoyance, and she turns her head to her people and orders them all to prepare for a battle. She also gave a command to them to take out the soul-destroying bombs in the control panel and destroy the oncoming enemies and the cannons on the city walls. At the same time, Y family, whom they held captive, witnessed how busy the men inside were. "Quick, you guys follow me to the front lines and hold back those barbarians," the man said while running. Because of his order, the man that was guarding the Y family also followed him, so Tianqing smiled as he saw this as an opportunity to escape. He then told his grandfather General Y to escape while the people inside were too busy with the Heavenly Star City. Even Tianjing agreed with him, but General Y said no, because for him, even if they were to escape, they would still be pulled up by the roots if they won't deal with the Star Alliance right now. Tianqing insisted, as he knew that they were plotted against by Heavenly Phoenix City and Star Alliance. He believes that fighting these people will only lead them to death based on their current power. General Y disagreed once again and explained to his grandson that dealing with a few of the Star Alliance people will be a breeze if they were able to activate the Red Spirit Jade again. Tianjing then told him that it's impossible to activate the Red Spirit Jade in his current condition. "If it's only about activating the Red Spirit Jade, I might have a plan," Tianqing stated. At the ground, the Star Alliance still threw a bomb, and the old fox was staring at the airship while telling himself that he never thought their enemies would have a backup plan. He then smiled as he believes that their team can still hold on a little longer. Him and Yuru were also worried for BeiMing, so they asked BeiMing themselves, but BeiMing only told them not to rush and said that there will be a show coming. Since the Star Alliance didn't surrender yet, Gu Boi also continued giving an order to fire these people. But unfortunately, Gu Boi's man came to report to him that there's only a small amount of gunpowder left. Gu Boi understood, but he didn't give any response to his man. All of a sudden, their cannons were being attacked by the Star Alliance people, and every cannon in the city gates exploded. Everything was damaged, and Gu Boi felt annoyed. When the smoke slowly disappears, Gu Boy and the people with him were shocked after seeing their surroundings being damaged. Continue firing. I want that city to fall, Mei Ruo said, and her subordinates are following her order. All of a sudden, their airship shook and Mei Ruo panicked while asking what just happened. According to one of her men, their airship was being attacked by something unknown. They were attacked by a new weapon that was made by BeiMing using the Star Alliance's armor he got. He put this weapon in his hand to fire it, and he said that he made this weapon at the 11th hour. He smiled and said that the next shot will definitely hit the target. He then aimed at his enemy and struck a fire. After shooting, a powerful straight flame is going toward the airship where Mei Ruo is riding. BeiMing successfully hit the airship and some parts of it exploded. Mei Ruo rattled and she heard his man reporting to her that the manual control system had been damaged and they would now try to start the backup engine. Yuru was so speechless as she was surprised to see from BeiMing's hand the black gold robot armor that possesses power, great enough to damage one of Star Alliance's airships in just one attack. She was so annoyed while clenching her fist, and she ordered her people to prepare every single soul-destroying bomb and obliterate BeiMing. All of a sudden, General Y walked towards Mei Ruo and Mei Ruo was startled by this old man's sudden appearance. General Y still had the red spirit jade with him and Mei Ruo was shocked to see this old man with his two grandsons manage to get out of their cell. General Y continuously walked towards the lady and he was very confident since he managed to activate the red spirit jade again. Not only did you poison the people of Star Alliance, but you also killed the pilots of the righteous. Even if I rip you to shreds, it won't be enough to douse my hatred for you, Mei Ruo uttered while activating her power and rushed to General Y with killing intent. General Y then activated his red spirit energy and summoned his coffin. Mei Ruo still dared to smile and strike a fire to General Y while saying that this old man only has a little trick. At this point, General Y's attack exploded and the old man was shocked. He was standing still in front of the lady and his grandsons were worried for him. General Y suddenly became weak and kneeled on the ground while holding his chest. A few minutes ago, Tianqing informed his grandfather that they should put all of the spiritual energy and essence into the red spirit jade so they would be able to activate it. According to Tianqing, by inserting the rest of his spiritual energy and essence into the red spirit jade, they will be able to make it. Tianqing was hesitant as he knew that all the cultivation Tianqing have done till today will be for naught if he will really do it. But then, it was not a big deal for Tianqing and he reasoned out that his cultivation will just drop from war general rank to junior rank. Also, for him, nothing's wrong with starting over again. And if the heavenly demon city is destroyed, he knows that not only will all of its foundations be lost, as the future ruler of heavenly demon city, he will be left with nowhere to go. 10 years of cultivation for a city, it's my gain. He added, no wonder you are a descendant of the Y family. Rest assured Tianqing, I will guide you and make sure the position of the ruler of Heavenly Demon City will be yours. General Y stated, and Tianqing then confidently told him that he can still get the position without the guidance of this old man. The old man then asked him to start activating the red spirit jade and Tianqing followed his demand and started to put his spiritual energy and essence to the jade. At the present time, General Y realizes that relying on forcibly activating the red spirit jade is a wrong decision. Plus, after getting plotted against, he's unable to unleash his full power. This time, he was so afraid thinking that he might die today. He was staring at Elder Feng and Wu Kuei as he was blaming these people from Heavenly Phoenix City for what happened to him now. If they weren't powerful enough to face Star Alliance, he told himself that he cannot let these people get away with this commotion so easily. Suddenly, a huge explosion of airships happened and the pilots were so annoyed after seeing that their people stopped firing their enemies. They were ordered to keep firing but BeiMing easily dodged it. Not a single one hit their target. You guys suck at this, BeiMing uttered. Stupid creature, you are but an ant. Do you really think you are invincible just because you got a bit lucky? Mei Ruo replied angrily. She told BeiMing to stop dreaming and she then gave an order to her men to keep firing. This time, General Y saw a chance to take revenge. He immediately rushed towards Elder Feng and grabbed him from the shoulder. Mei Ruo was startled the moment General Y passed through her, and as she turned her head around, she saw Elder Feng and Wu Kuei inside General Y's red coffin. General Y declared that he'll take these two people now. Elder Feng and Wu Kuei were panicked but General Y instantly closed the coffin. Mei Ruo this time asked General Y the reason why he's taking the two people from Heavenly Phoenix City, but General Y told her that it's none of her business and that he has his own plans. Upon saying this, he also attacked the ship to create an exit. After creating an exit, he told his grandsons to follow him and he was controlling the coffin to bring it with them. The three of them left with Wu Kuei and Elder Feng, and seeing them escape with these two important people of Heavenly Phoenix City makes Yi Yang rattled and wants to chase them, but he doesn't have enough power to do it. Report, the Righteous has been damaged, requesting to retreat immediately, the pilot declared, and hearing it makes Mei Ruo annoyed, especially to BeiMing. On the other hand, Ziyu is flying above together with a purple hawk. She's also with her subordinates, and one man told her that there's something on their left side. After seeing that it was the men of Heavenly Demon City, Ziyu became interested, so she ordered her people to go together and take a look. Going back to the Star Alliance's airships, Mei Ruo gone mad at the people of Wu Kuei. She said that these people's masters have already been captured, so she wondered what uses she had for these people. Are you here to help us? Aren't you supposed to rescue the 7th young master and 3rd grandfather in this situation? Yi Yang asked. Help you all. Pathetic. I'm only here to take back the demon refining tower that you, the Heavenly Demon City, have given to the Star Alliance. Why should I care for the likes of you all? Mei Ruo answered. Now that the demon refining tower is in the hands of someone else, she said that she does not have any use for all of these people from Heavenly Phoenix City, so she ordered these people to get out from their airship before she made it herself. Yi Yang felt sad about it. He stood and told both Ziyan and Luo Huo to leave together. Luo Hu jumped out with Yi Yang from the airship, but before Ziyan left the ship, she showed her disappointment first to Mei Ruo and said that she was disappointed in Star Alliance because even BeiMing can make Star Alliance tremble. She also thought that Star Alliance people were supposed to be all-powerful. Seems like I was wrong, she added, and finally jumped out from the ship, leaving Mei Ruo with annoyance. Mei Ruo cannot accept the fact that Ziyan said that the Star Alliance were afraid of BeiMing despite their strength hadn't fallen to such a point. She also wondered once again about why BeiMing knew a lot about their alliance. Other than that, she wondered what BeiMing did to their black gold robotic armor that is now becoming more stronger than the original they have. Because of all these, she comes to the conclusion that BeiMing is some sort of god. Her goal now is to exterminate BeiMing for offending their Star Alliance, and now she decided to report the situation first to the higher-ups. Control panel, flee immediately, return to the Star Alliance at full speed, she ordered. All of them started leaving the Heavenly Star City, and BeiMing together with the others were staring at their airships. Yuru is waiting for BeiMing's plan, but then BeiMing can't do anything to stop the Star Alliance since the 2nd generation of the black gold robotic armor is at its limit. He believes that these people wouldn't be able to flee if he had more materials to make the 3rd generation. Based on his knowledge of the Star Alliance, even if they were to be kept in this city, they would still be able to find a way to report the situation to the Star Alliance. At that point, if they continue to bombard them with blows of sizzling jades from the black gold robotic armor, BeiMing concludes that not only him, but also the old fox wouldn't be able to withstand the black gold robotic armor's self-destruction. While he was thinking, someone called him. It was Z, who suddenly came together with their enemies from the Heavenly Phoenix City and Heavenly Demon City. Cheng Sheng and Yuru were surprised to see Z manage to capture these people, while BeiMing said that his plan on these people will depend on their behaviors. These people became terrified, especially Z since she already fought against BeiMing. At this time, Yuru saw something behind them. She then told BeiMing about it, and all of them saw something strange was walking towards them. BeiMing was shocked as he knew that this was only a human but is already at the cultivation of the Emperor rank. This man continuously walked towards them, and he said, "Refrain from harming my mistress." Upon hearing this voice, Ziyu was surprised as it was familiar to her. It was the man whom she knew, Zhang Qinhu. The moment Qinhu got near to them, he immediately activated his power and dashed towards BeiMing with killing intent. Yuru, the old fox, and everyone were worried for BeiMing's safety. Qinhu punched BeiMing, but BeiMing easily blocked Qinhu's fist. They both have a strong force while their fists collide. Yuru was too focused on the scene, so Elder Feng seized this opportunity to cut off the rope that was tied up on him. He then swung his hand and instantly slashed the ropes to the youngsters with him. "Take this chance and run," he screamed. But before they could leave, someone kicked him in the face, causing him to slam on the ground. "Old man, I knew you were bad news from the start. You want to escape while I'm here," Cheng Sheng uttered. He then ordered someone to grab these men, but Luo, who was too prepared as he was holding something in his hand and used it to create a huge smoke. When the smoke was getting bigger, they then seized the opportunity to quickly run away. While running, Yi Yang informed Wu Kuei that their 3rd grandfather was captured by Cheng Sheng. Wu Kuei grits his teeth while thinking of a best way, but at the end, he decides to return to Heavenly Phoenix City first before rescuing Elder Feng. They have the advantage right now. Going back is just a death wish. We'll come back with reinforcements and kill them all, he stated. At the same time, Ziyan is screaming, stopping Qinhu from attacking BeiMing, and she declares that BeiMing is her friend. Chinu glanced at him with confusion and he looked back at BeiMing without ang words. I have eyes yet I am blind. This slave has offended you. I hope young master forgives me. Chinu politely said and BeiMing told him that there's no problem at all. BeiMing was also confused why Ziyu called him a friend and he comes up with the conclusion that this lady is up to something. They cut the tie to Ziyu's body and BeiMing was staring at the lady thinking why she stayed behind rather than following the people from Heavenly Phoenix City. Ziyu then went to Chinu and she called this person as Grandpa. She reminded Chinu about her order to clear all the animal caves from Heavenly Phoenix City all the way to Heavenly Star City and she wondered why this man is now here. Chinu then answered that he had already cleared most of the caves and noticed that something was happening here in this area so he came to protect the lady. After what Ziyu said, Elder Feng was so mad knowing that Ziyu betrayed the Feng family despite that her family was treated well in Heavenly Phoenix City. Zhang Ziyu, this is a matter concerning the future of the Zhang family. If you order your slave to kill these monkeys, I will forget about this matter and report that you have contributed a lot to the battle. Elder Feng stated, Third grandfather speaks too heavily. I do not represent the Zhang family. I do not have any say in business that concerns the family. I would like to help but I cannot. Ziyu answered. This time, Elder Feng glanced at General Y and admitted that he was wrong for plotting General Y and his two grandsons with the Star Alliance. He was inviting General Y to help together once more and get rid of BeiMing and the others in exchange for him to plead to the Star Alliance and ask them to pardon General Y's crimes. General Y laughed at him and asked about what kind of people are the Feng family. As for him, Feng family are only a group of unruly crows in the eyes of the Star Alliance, and he never believes that the Star Alliance will really pardon them just because Elder Feng pleaded for it. At this moment, BeiMing ordered some people to untie General Y and his two grandsons. The men immediately untied the old man, and this old man gave thanks to BeiMing, and he stated that he didn't have any intentions of going against BeiMing. Since we both are enemies of the Star Alliance, why don't you consider coming to the Heavenly Demon City and become Deputy City Lord? We can fight against the Star Alliance together. General Y offered. BeiMing was grateful for this offer, but he had grown accustomed to being free, so he rejected the offer of being the Deputy City Lord of the Heavenly Demon City, as he also believes that he wouldn't even be able to hold on to the position as long as the Star Alliance exists. General Y understood BeiMing, so he didn't dare to force him. BeiMing was surprised the moment he heard General Y declare that they shall now follow BeiMing starting from now on. As expected, both of his grandsons panicked and asked him to think about it first, but General Y is very sure, knowing that BeiMing is a rare genius and he even became a nuisance to the Star Alliance as well as their ally. Because of it, he doesn't have any reason to go against BeiMing, as he was also thinking that they can learn from each other in the future. You think so highly of me, I am surprised. I will not let you down, BeiMing politely said. Seeing them in good terms makes Elder Feng annoyed, but then he suddenly kneeled on the ground as he became afraid, since he never expected BeiMing and General Y to ally together, and he admitted that he was so blind of BeiMing's power until now. He also begged BeiMing to let him go, and he promised that their Feng family will not bother BeiMing, and the Star Alliance will also leave BeiMing alone. BeiMing then crossed his arms and said that it will depend on this old man's sincerity to believe him. Believe you, that depends on your sincerity. I more or less understand the Star Alliance. They always lurk by the skies, suddenly coming to help you guys. Could it be that you two have made a deal with each other? BeiMing replied with crossed arms. Elder Feng wanted to say the truth, but he stuttered and it took longer for him to say, so he was cut off when BeiMing said that he would not believe him. BeiMing also declared that he will let General Y decide on what to do with Elder Feng. Because of it, Elder Feng rattled and decided to immediately speak. According to him, he's not exactly sure about the actual contents of the deal between the Feng family and the Star Alliance, but for him, it seems that the Feng family and Star Alliance already had a relationship since a few decades ago. Ziyu never knew about this, so she was surprised. Chinu beside her then said that he recalled that the current ruler, Feng King Zhang, had not reached Emperor Hunter rank yet, and wasn't the ruler either. Ziyu then smiled as she concluded that the reason the Feng family got the position of ruler was because of the Star Alliance's help. BeiMing at the same time was surprised after hearing from Elder Feng that their city and Star Alliance had a relationship decades ago. From his past, he never heard about the Star Alliance maintaining a connection with the Heavenly Phoenix City. Though he did have a gut feeling that the Star Alliance had a plan for the abandoned wastelands, he was too invested in his cultivation to ask them. He then asked Elder Feng about the motive of the Star Alliance, but then Elder Feng said that it's all he knew about the Star Alliance, nothing else. He was begging BeiMing to let him go back to their city, and he promised that he'll convince the Feng family to join BeiMing's cause and resist the Star Alliance together. Ziyu chuckled and said that she wouldn't believe Elder Feng will be able to do what he promised. Elder Feng is already screaming while begging BeiMing to let him go, but all of a sudden, he felt some pain, and BeiMing was shocked as he witnessed this old man vomit blood. He was struck in the chest using vines and he was dead in an instant. Someone then pulled out this vine and Feng Elder's blood splattered around. This vine suddenly turned into a hand, and it turned out that it was owned by Chinu. "What are you doing?" BeiMing asked with anger. Chinu didn't give an answer since Ziyu explained to BeiMing herself that it was her who commanded Chinu to do it. She also forced BeiMing to believe her that Elder Feng doesn't know anything else, so for her, this old man will be useless for them. "You aren't actually thinking of teaming up with the Star Alliance now, are you?" she asked. "Whether or not he has any use and who we're planning on teaming up with is not your decision," BeiMing abruptly answered. Chinu then asked BeiMing to calm down, and he said that he had heard the head of the family before, so he was sure that Elder Feng knows a lot about the Star Alliance's secrets. "Secrets? What secrets?" BeiMing asked in confusion. "Hello? Since it's a secret, of course we can't just tell you, and my grandfather, who is the head of the Zhang family, has also never talked about the Star Alliance in the family," Ziyu answered. She added that if BeiMing really wanted to know, he should ask Ziyu's grandfather himself. This time, BeiMing couldn't hold it any longer and asked the lady about what she's planning. In an instant, Ziyu answered that she wants an alliance, and that is the Heavenly Phoenix City in her possession. Behind her is General Y, who said that she's so ambitious for thinking that Heavenly Phoenix City is easy to deal with. Ziyu then glanced at him and said that once they're allies, with the help of the Heavenly Demon City and the recreator of the Star Alliance, Chen BeiMing, defeating Feng family for her will be a breeze. General was thinking about it, and he asked BeiMing's opinion. With BeiMing's understanding of the Star Alliance, he knew that this alliance has secret plans between the three cities, clearly has a bigger plan than just making a hunting ground, and is also planning on catching someone. On that note, he concludes that Yuru's younger brother, Yufan, is perking up BeiMing's interest, and the Star Alliance has been researching the secret of the blood. This time, he was hoping that Yufan isn't a part of the Star Alliance's bigger plan. BeiMing was trying to think of a plan, and at the end, he decided to help Ziyu get the Heavenly Phoenix City, and he was hoping Ziyu to tell him everything about the Star Alliance after helping this lady. Ziyu was so glad, and she then said that she will now go and inform her grandfather in Heavenly Phoenix City. "We'll meet at Heavenly Phoenix City. Let's go," grandfather knew, she uttered and left. After she left, General Y also informed BeiMing that he'll go send his two grandsons to their Heavenly Demon City, and they shall meet at the Heavenly Phoenix City after dealing with some stuff. BeiMing then bowed down his head to General Y and bid farewell to them. Yuru at this moment was hesitant to believe Ziyu, as she was afraid that Ziyu's family has a connection with the Star Alliance, so she told BeiMing about it. But as for BeiMing, it's better for him if Ziyu really has a connection with the Star Alliance so they can know more information about the Star Alliance. Yuru didn't insist, but she was so silent. Since she's doubting a little, BeiMing tapped her shoulder and told her not to worry, as he never forgot his promise to help the lady. "I will definitely save your younger brother, Yufan," he said, and Yuru then smiled at him as she chose to trust BeiMing's plan. Since everything is fine with her now, BeiMing then commanded her to go and tell the others to prepare. He also told the old fox to let all the beasts take a break. "Get ready to go to the Heavenly Phoenix City," he uttered. A few days later at the Heavenly Phoenix City, people were busy in this place, and at the same time, Ziyu finally came back. Chinu asked her how they were going to tell everything to Ziyu's grandfather, and Ziyu answered that she was sure her grandfather won't say anything about it as long as the old man hasn't gone senile. Other than that, the ruler of the Heavenly Phoenix City has been passed through the Feng family for years, so she wants to have a change. "Once Feng King Zhang's head is in my hands, I can already imagine the expressions of the arrogant people of the Feng family," she uttered. Chinu wanted to say something, but he didn't have any chance to speak. Ziyu was so excited for BeiMing to arrive, as she was looking forward to meeting BeiMing more and more. Chinu was so nervous at this moment, as he was afraid that someone might overheard Ziyu's plan. While they were walking, someone suddenly congratulated Ziyu. Ziyu was so confused since she doesn't have any idea about what these people heard about her. One man then stated that Zhang Ziyu has become the 7th young master's wife, and upon hearing this, Ziyu was so surprised. She immediately went to the Zhang family's mansion to check it herself. Upon arriving, she angrily kicked the entrance, and the people inside panicked as they thought someone was attacking them. "Grandfather, what's all this about marrying Feng Wuque?" she asked with anger. The Jiang family's head named Jiang Shaocheng smiled at her and showed his happiness to see his granddaughter still alive. According to this old man, he has heard everything about the Heavenly Star City. He said that he had never thought that a big star like Star Alliance would face such consequences, and he was glad that Ziyan and Wuque were both fine. This time, Ziyan showed an impolite reaction and reasoned out that she doesn't want to marry Feng Wuque. Everyone inside were shocked as they cannot see any reason for Ziyan to not marry a man like Wuque. According to this one man of Shaocheng, it was Feng Wuque who requested a marriage proposal immediately after returning home. Wuque also said that it didn't matter if it was Ziyan's cenotaph, as he always had deep feelings for the lady. This man was also excited, telling Ziyan that this will be her chance to be with the 7th young master. Right, based on the 7th young master's qualifications, the next ruler will definitely be him. When that time comes, you will be the wife of the ruler. This will be the pride of the Jiang family for generations to come. The man uttered. Ziyan was so annoyed as she knows that Wuque only had some stupid idea, and she doesn't want Wuque to ruin her own plans. Since Ziyan doesn't want to marry Wuque, an old man is asking Shaocheng to persuade Ziyan since the marriage contract has already been signed, so everyone in the city knows about this. As per this old man, if they overturn their decision now, the Feng family would never accept it, and they'll have to leave Heavenly Phoenix City. Because of it, he was begging their family head, Shaocheng, to force his granddaughter Ziyan. Everyone was talking about it, so Ziyan came up with a new idea. "Grandfather, I can make it if you want, but there's something important that you should know," she stated. Shaocheng was so curious to know about what it was, so he stopped the lady from talking more and told her to talk inside privately. Ziyan felt a little bit nervous, and the people inside were also curious why the two left. Chinu was still here, and he overheard someone stating that they can now finally chase Ziyan out of the Jiang family and let her be miserable in the Feng family. Because of what they said, Chinu was so worried and was hoping that everything would go well. Few days have passed. The day of the wedding has come. In the Feng family's mansion, Wuque suddenly screamed so loud after knowing that Jiang Ziyan is still alive. His subordinate Luo, who is the one reporting to him, and Luo, who said that it was already confirmed and was the topic around the city. Wuque was so annoyed as he never thought that Ziyan would still be alive, and he hoped to use this trick of proposing marriage to Jiang Ziyan to force the Feng and Jiang family together. Coming out alive, isn't that good? An old man suddenly stated. It was Feng Wuque's father, Feng Qingxiang, who is also the Feng family head. At the same time, Ziyan is riding in a luxurious vehicle, and seeing this vehicle makes the people from this city so excited and thrilled while cheering Ziyan as the new bride of the Feng family. On the other hand, BeiMing and the others were also here, observing the surroundings and waiting for a signal to start their plan. While the beautiful lady, Ziyan, is sitting in her vehicle, she was startled when her personal driver informed her that they finally arrived at the Feng family mansion. Going back to Qingxiang and Wuque's conversation, since old Qingxiang mentioned that Ziyan coming back to their city is a good thing, Wuque becomes confused as he couldn't understand what's good about it. Since he knew more about Ziyan's behavior, he's afraid that Ziyan will protest and do everything to make the Feng family lose face. Protest? If she does, I doubt it'll cost the whole Jiang family. Furthermore, I've never seen anybody oppose the Feng family in Heavenly Phoenix City. Qingxiang replied. After sipping his tea, he put down his cup and said that if Ziyan is really that bold, he would like to see it himself firsthand. This time, he ordered his son Wuque to send some people to pick up Ziyan, and he added that Wuque doesn't have any choice but to marry the lady and dispatch some people to go to their third grandfather. Wuque didn't resist anymore, and at the same time, his subordinate came to report that Ziyan had already come. Ziyan went down from her vehicle and walked on the red carpet of the Feng family, going inside the mansion. Wuque went directly to the Ziyan with an unhappy face, which was noticed by the lady. "Seventh young master, aren't you happy to see me? You look like you've seen a ghost. Do you despise me that much?" Ziyan asked. Wuque was so annoyed after hearing the lady bring up the word ghost, as he thinks that Ziyan is trying to spite him, since it's bad luck to mention things like ghosts during the wedding. But then, he never let Ziyan notice his emotion, and he lied that she was overjoyed to see Ziyan still alive. Ziyan then said that she thought Wuque wanted her to die. She also brings up how Wuque prepared such a grand affair. "The deal is set. Your nitpicking will only hurt the peace within our families. Behave a bit. We can talk after the ceremony." Wuque replied. "The 7th young master is overthinking. How could I dare defy the Feng family and you?" Ziyan uttered, which made Wuque more annoyed at her. The crowd were staring at them, and they noticed that both of them were fighting. At the same time, they all heard Qingxiang's voice, asking the lady to enter the mansion. Before Ziyu could enter, a powerful aura appeared and Ziyu was covering her face because of the strong blow of wind. She can also feel a Phoenix Emperor rank from this person and she knows that it was King Zhang who raised his rank again. Despite the strong spirit energy, she was so excited to battle against Wu Kuei's father. All of a sudden, her grandfather came. This old man screamed loudly and he knows that King Zhang is trying to bully her grandson. At this moment, everyone was shocked to see the spirit energy dissipated. Together with King Zhang completely appeared and uttered Xiaocheng's name. He was standing still in front of everyone with both his hands behind him. He then ordered Wu Kuei to show their guest inside and Wu Kuei answered yes to his order. On the other hand, BeiMing with Yu behind him was staring at these people. The crowd was also waiting for the ceremony to begin. King Zhang's subordinate then told him that the time has come since everything is all set. This time, one guard is rushing towards King Zhang at a fast speed which startled everyone. He declared to begin the ceremony, and both Ziyu and her grandfather looked at each other's eyes. "My lord, something bad has happened," the guard said, and King Zhang was mad and told him not to cause an unnecessary ruckus. But then, his guard was trembling and he was stuttering as he mentioned the third grandfather of their Feng family. King Zhang was curious, and he rattled while asking his guard about what happened to their third Feng. As per the guard, the situation cannot be described, so he wants their city head King Zhang to see it himself. Since their third Feng is very important to him, he immediately went to the area that his guard pointed to and found a red coffin. He was so shocked and slowly opened it. Then there he saw Elder Feng's dead body. Wu Kuei was so sad while holding the coffin while their people wondered about who dares to kill this old man. King Zhang's guard found a red note, stating that this coffin with the dead body of Elder Feng is a gift. But then, there's no name, so they were all clueless as to who dares to send it to them. King Zhang was so mad and immediately gave an order to his people to lock up Ziyu and Xiaocheng. He was about to walk away, but old man Xiaocheng is asking him about what's going on. King Zhang then declared that he had always known that the Zhang family held a grudge towards them and he was very sure that Xiaocheng clearly had a part in killing Elder Feng. He also added that he will never be hesitant to eradicate the Zhang family here in Heavenly Phoenix City if old man Xiaocheng won't give him a clear explanation. Lord Feng dares to blame others without proof. Are you not afraid of people's sneers? Xiaocheng replied. Someone then suddenly laughed and both Wu Kuei and King Zhang were startled. It was General Y. Everyone was startled upon seeing him. While he stated that King Zhang is just a mere city lord but dares to use his authority to oppress his own people. He also proclaimed that King Zhang accused people whom he doesn't like to remove them from his life. Do you think that someone like me would not revolt against you? He asked. King Zhang was so confused as he didn't have any idea about who this man was in front of him. Little Feng, you've been negotiating with the Star Alliance for years, yet you don't know who I am. Xiaocheng replied. He also brought up King Zhang's father and mentioned that if King Zhang's father knew that he sold the abandoned wastelands, his father might jump out of his grave in anger. Upon hearing him speak more, King Zhang instantly concludes that this person in front of him is no other than General Y. He was so surprised, and at the same time, a sudden huge explosion happened inside the city. As what the crowd observed, it was coming from the Feng family's backyard. King Zhang deduces that someone is trying to destroy their treasure vault, so he commands Wu Kuei and Liu to bring some men to protect their vault. Wu Kuei forwarded the order to Liu, but before they could move, someone was blocking their way. It was Ziyu, telling him not to leave. She was removing her dress while saying that the Feng family shouldn't worry because her friends are now at the treasure vault. We're about to become husband and wife, let's use this time to get to know each other better, she uttered. Wu Kuei was shocked to hear that Ziyu has a friend and he wondered who it was. Ziyu only answered that it was her trustworthy friend, and she added that Wu Kuei can definitely trust the vault to her friend. All this time, she was referring to BeiMing, and BeiMing destroyed the Feng family's vault with the help of Yu and Changsheng. After seeing what's inside, BeiMing stated that the Feng family indeed has a lot of good loot. During this time, King Zhang immediately activates his power. Upon activating it, their Feng symbol appeared and old Xiaocheng can see that King Zhang has this Golden Crow Soul technique. He believes that this technique was given to King Zhang from the Star Alliance, and he concludes that King Zhang got this for doing a great job as a Star Alliance son. King Zhang then answered that he'll send General Y to the Star Alliance so he can get more techniques from them. At this point, he attacked General Y with this Golden Crow technique, and General Y didn't feel scared at all and even got more challenged to see what this King Zhang could do. He then rushed towards King Zhang with killing intent. A huge explosion then happened which startled Wu Kuei and worried for his father. Liu then suggested that they should attack separately as he wants to hold back Ziyu while he will let Wu Kuei go to the vault. This time, both of them run in a different direction. Wu Kuei managed to pass through Ziyan, and Ziyan was about to chase him, but then Luo Huo dashed towards her with killing intent. She immediately activates her scythe fetter and strongly attacks it on Luo Hu. Luo Hu grabbed the chain of Ziyan while telling Wu Kuei to quickly go to the treasure vault while he will give his best to hold Ziyan. Ziyan suddenly smiles and strikes an attack to the wall near Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei was dumbfounded upon seeing it, especially when the broken wall fell in front of him to block his way. Ziyan then teases Wu Kuei by saying that he needs to take another path since the path where he was going has already been blocked. To make Wu Kuei more annoyed, she suggested Wu Kuei go to the nether path, which is a path that the dead take after they die. Basically, this lady is telling him to die. Wu Kuei is now becoming serious. He then activates his power while saying that Ziyan is just forcing him to do this. At the same time, BeiMing, Chengsheng, and Yuru successfully entered the Feng family's treasure vault. Upon entering, they grabbed different kinds of treasure and Snowball was enjoying it with them. While searching for some good ones, Snowball was able to find a weapon and he immediately showed it to BeiMing. As what BeiMing has observed, there's a lot of good loot in this vault, but he can say that these are like market goods to the Star Alliance. He also concludes that the Feng family couldn't have persuaded the Star Alliance with these. Other than that, he recalled one of the 5 lords, the Great Crying Crane Emperor, managed to get the skeletal demon gun from the abandoned wastelands and terrorized the Star Alliance, becoming the head of the 5 lords. BeiMing was searching long for this skeletal demon gun, but then he still hasn't found it yet after searching for half a day. He was wondering where he could find it as he was very sure that this weapon shouldn't have gotten in the hands of the Great Crying Crane Emperor at this time. He tapped his head as he was thinking that he'll get screwed once he still couldn't find this skeletal demon gun here. All of a sudden, BeiMing saw something useful. He was staring closely at the treasure box and slowly opened it, hoping that it was the weapon he needed. Surprisingly, he was right. It was indeed the skeletal demon gun. BeiMing then smiled after successfully finding the weapon. He grabbed it and noticed that it's slightly different from the one he saw in the Star Alliance since it was worn out. Because of it, he was hesitant to believe that this was really the Great Crying Crane Emperor's skeletal demon gun. At the same time, some part of him won't believe that this weapon is just a fake one that was intentionally put there by the Feng family. For him to make sure, he decided to try and check it himself. As he closed his eyes, he felt a dragon's aura from it. BeiMing opened his eyes and saw the golden dragon. He raised the weapon above, and even Yuru, Chengsheng, and Snowball felt this powerful aura. At this moment, BeiMing feels the weapon keep sucking in his soul force. He unintentionally struck the weapon on the ground and he kneeled while trying to concentrate his soul force. BeiMing was focusing on himself and Chengsheng was shocked to see BeiMing use his soul force to suppress the weapon. Unfortunately, he let go of the weapon and he was sweating heavily. This skeletal demon gun is flaming and BeiMing can say that it's indeed too dangerous. Yuru was worried for him, but he told that lady that he's fine. Before he could show the power of the dragon arts, half of his soul force was already stolen by the skeletal demon gun. He believes that he would have died before any attacks were shot if this continued. BeiMing then immediately got one bone pill and swallowed it. He was glad as he recovered some of his soul force. He glanced at the skeletal demon gun and realized why the Great Crying Crane Emperor had his eyes on it. Although it hasn't been refined, he can clearly see that its material and luster is as beautiful as a horcrux. Even Snowball was affected by the noise and BeiMing was sure what beast's bones were used to make this. He then grabbed it once more and decided to wait until he achieved the Emperor rank to use the dragon arts. He then told both Yuru and Chengsheng to go and meet up with General Y and the others for now. Snowball, we should be meeting up with the others now, let's go, BeiMing uttered. Snowball was too sad to leave as he was enjoying the treasure inside, so BeiMing promised him that they will get all the treasures inside after dealing with the Feng family. To make Snowball happy, BeiMing gave him permission to get some treasure that caught his eyes before they left. Snowball was so thrilled, and Yuru and Chengsheng were both staring at him with a shocked face as they were dumbfounded how Snowball swallowed multiple treasures from this vault. Snowball's stomach vault is bottomless. It can store any kind of treasure inside of it and can spit them out when needed. Even Chen BeiMing doesn't know how much stuff Snowball's stomach can store. After just a few minutes, Snowball was able to swallow all the treasures inside. Chengsheng was cheering for Snowball and he was impressed knowing that this tiny beast is his master's battle beast. After swallowing all the treasures, Snowball hopped to Chengsheng's shoulder and at the same time, they suddenly heard someone screaming so loud. BeiMing knew that it was Zhang Xian's voice, so he told Yuru and Chengsheng to go and have a look. At this moment, Xian was beaten up by Wu Kuei. She gritted her teeth out of annoyance and she was holding the wound on her arm. "You witch, I'll make you and the Zhang family disappear today." Wu Kuei uttered, but then, before he could hit the lady, he heard someone's voice behind him. After checking, he saw BeiMing, holding the skeletal demon gun, and he's together with Cheng Sheng and Yuru. Wu Kuei was shocked after seeing BeiMing here in their heavenly Phoenix City. He then ordered Ziyan to get behind him, and Ziyan was so touched knowing that BeiMing really came to rescue her. Well, if it isn't the young master of the Feng family, I didn't think that you were still alive, BeiMing said with a slight smile on his face. Wu Yu pointed to BeiMing while asking why BeiMing came here. He was so mad knowing that Ziyan is not only colluded with the Heavenly Demon City to try and overthrow them, but is also allied with the people of Heavenly Star City to steal from their treasure vault. On the other hand, Luo Hu is telling him that BeiMing doesn't have any other treasures with him other than the skeletal demon gun. While they were whispering to each other, BeiMing was wondering what they were talking about. Since Wu Kuei doesn't have any idea about this weapon, Luo Hu let him know that the Feng family got this weapon from a soldier's tomb, and he believes that it is so useless although it seems like it's a rare item. Wu Kuei then smiled upon hearing it, and he said that BeiMing seems to know fear. Luo Hu was confused what he was talking about, and he then explained that his father was well known in the abandoned wastelands, and he can see that BeiMing might have many advantages in Heavenly Star City, and he was confident now since BeiMing is starting a fight here in their Phoenix City. Now, he concludes that BeiMing wants to please the Zhang family and at the same time, scared of Wu Kuei's father, so he only took a skeletal gun and didn't dare to touch any of their other treasures. Wu Kuei really believed what he was thinking. He slowly gets a scroll from his cloth while saying that he'll make BeiMing die comfortably. What are you guys mumbling about over there? This time you won't run away with your tails between your legs. Are you not afraid that you're going to end up like your uncle? BeiMing said while pointing to Wu Kuei. Don't think a monkey like you can do whatever you like. This is Heavenly Phoenix City, not Heavenly Star City. Your atrocious behavior is unacceptable. Luo Hu answered while activating his own power. He then attacked BeiMing with killing intent, and BeiMing immediately prepared himself to battle using the skeletal gun. He spinned it with his hand, and by doing this, he was able to deflect every attack coming from Luo Hu. Luo Hu was shocked upon seeing it, and BeiMing teases him by asking if he still has any other tricks other than what he just used. Luo Hu didn't give any response as he heard Wu Kuei commanded him to back down. Luo Hu immediately went back behind Wu Kuei, and Wu Kuei then opened the scroll he was holding while saying that he'll give new tricks to BeiMing as what BeiMing wanted. Both Cheng Sheng and Ziyan were shocked as they already have an idea what scroll Wu Kuei is currently holding. It was the Absolute Celestial Scroll, and Wu Kuei used it to suppress his enemies. The ground suddenly crumbled, and BeiMing felt that the scroll Wu Kuei activates is an ancient Horcrux. According to Wu Kuei, this Absolute Celestial Scroll was handed down to him by his father. He believes that its power is unparalleled to the skeletal gun BeiMing has that was stolen from the Feng family's treasure vault. This will let an ant like you witness ancestral power. Be good and let me chop you into minced meat, he uttered and struck an attack towards BeiMing. BeiMing felt a strong pressure from it. He grits his teeth out of annoyance, and Cheng Sheng and Yuru were worried for him. Wu Kuei then smiled while telling BeiMing that this is their Feng family's absolute power. Absolute power? Don't make me laugh. You think you're invincible just because you have an ancient Horcrux. BeiMing replied with a wide smile on his face. He started activating the power from the skeletal demon gun he was holding while saying that he wanted to wait until he'd reach Emperor Hunter rank to use it. Though there's risks, this change doesn't come by often for BeiMing, so he decided to practice it on Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei was confused upon seeing this different aura from BeiMing. BeiMing then added that he really wanted to see the true power of the Feng family. Upon hearing it, Wu Kuei becomes more confused not until BeiMing starts to cast an attack going towards him using the real power from the skeletal demon gun, combined with the dragon destroys the heavens skill. Wu Kuei was staring at it, and he clearly witnessed the power of the skeletal gun he underestimated. BeiMing then attacked Wu Kuei with it, but Wu Kuei was able to make a shield and protect himself and Luo Hu from being attacked. Wu Kuei guffaws while confidently stating that BeiMing's skeletal demon gun is no match against his ancient Horcrux. Are you sure about that? BeiMing asked, and at this point, Wu Kuei saw it himself how his absolute celestial scroll easily ripped. BeiMing then stepped forward and jumped while still holding the skeletal gun. He then threw it to his enemies, and his enemies were dumbfounded seeing how their ancient Horcrux exploded. Wu Kuei was so speechless and didn't move as he was still trying to think about what really happened. Luo Hu beside him rattled and warned him to watch out. The skeletal gun is going towards him, but surprisingly, Luo Hu blocked the weapon to save the Feng family's young master. Luo Hu slammed on the corner, and Wu Kuei immediately ran towards him with a worried face. But then, he saw that Luo Hu is already lifeless. Luo Hu was not moving at all and didn't even breathe. Wu Kuei becomes emotional and kneeled on the ground while uttering Luo Hu's name. BeiMing then commanded the skeletal gun to return at him. The skeletal gun was pulled out from Liuohu's chest and Wu Kuei witnessed it himself. BeiMing was now holding the weapon with a smile on his face. "Now it's your turn, seventh young master," BeiMing stated. Wu Kuei was so annoyed while asking himself why he kept losing against BeiMing. "The demon refining tower, my uncle, and even my ancient Horcrux, you're just some lowborn scamp," Wu Kuei answered. This time, BeiMing pointed to Wu Kuei and admitted himself that his birth status isn't as magnificent as Wu Kuei, and that he's just a lowborn. And yet, Wu Kuei wasn't even able to defeat someone like him. And for him, it just shows that the Feng family isn't as powerful as he had thought. Wu Kuei was already shaking in anger. He clenched his fist while asking BeiMing for some mercy. He then made a deal. If BeiMing can spare his life, what happened today will be forgotten. And he gave BeiMing permission to get everything he wanted from the treasure vault. He also mentioned the statement of Heavenly Demon City for granting BeiMing the place of the Deputy City Lord. And now, he promises that he can make BeiMing as their City Lord of Heavenly Phoenix City by asking his father. While saying this, he was already holding a dagger and hiding it behind. "I know that our city is more powerful than the Heavenly Demon City, so being a Deputy City Lord is better here than the one in Heavenly Demon City. What do you think?" he asked. BeiMing agreed that the terms are quite good, but since he has the power to fight the Heavenly Phoenix City Lord, he doesn't have any reason to settle down for a Deputy City Lord rank. After what BeiMing said, Wu Kuei then rushed towards BeiMing with the dagger with killing intent while telling BeiMing to stop dreaming for something that won't happen. BeiMing was just staring at him. Yuru at the same time was screaming BeiMing's name, trying to warn him. But then, BeiMing was prepared as he was able to avoid Wu Kuei's dagger. BeiMing then grabbed Wu Kuei's arm and ironically smiled. "You think you can pull a sneak attack? This can't be really the Feng family's power," BeiMing asked to tease Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei was startled when BeiMing reversed his hand. He screamed in agony and was sweating in pain. BeiMing then let go of him and he was holding his arm that is now still in pain. He was so furious at BeiMing and cast an attack to end BeiMing's life. BeiMing was alarmed by it. He immediately tossed his dagger using his foot and spun it around, then kicked it towards his opponent. Wu Kuei rattled upon seeing it, but he wasn't able to react as he was already struck on his chest. He started to vomit blood while wondering how BeiMing managed to beat him. He fell on the ground with his blood splattered, and before he completely died, he was still asking how BeiMing possibly made it. At this point, BeiMing was able to end Wu Kuei's life, who is now lying in his own blood while BeiMing was staring at him. All of a sudden, BeiMing spit some blood. His chest is suddenly in pain and Chengsheng was worried for him. His body's spirit energy and essence was heavily impacted by the skeletal demon gun and he feels that he can't hold on any longer. He was squeezing his own chest and kneeled on the ground while thinking that the after effects of using the gun are starting. This time, he concludes that he has to restore his spirit energy and essence before he is ravaged by the after effects. He was about to get some pill and take it, but he unintentionally dropped the pill container, causing it to be broken. He also felt that he cannot be able to move his own body. Because of this severe pain he felt, he suddenly fell on the ground and passed out. Everyone was worried for him, especially his own pet Snowball. Meanwhile, BeiMing regained consciousness and Chengsheng immediately assisted him to get up. BeiMing was holding his head while asking them how long he was out. And as per Chengsheng, BeiMing passed out for a few hours, causing them to be scared to death. He pointed at Snowball and stated that Snowball is the one who helps BeiMing to be healed using the elixir pills and medicines. BeiMing was so glad and grabbed Snowball while giving thanks to him for saving his life again. While he was holding Snowball, he heard someone coming. Ziyu also turned her head to check and saw her grandfather together with General Y. BeiMing then immediately asked General Y about what happened to King Xiang. And as per General Y, he can only say that it's no wonder King Xiang was chosen by the Star Alliance. Even with both his powers and the Jiang family combined, they barely got the advantage. But then, King Xiang escaped when General Y and Jiang family let their guard them. General Y then concludes that King Xiang will probably report to the Star Alliance. He asked BeiMing's plan, and BeiMing told him to relax for now as he already have a plan and he wants them all to go at the Jiang family's mansion and discuss everything there. Two old men were staring at each other's eyes and agreed. Meanwhile, they arrived at the Jiang family's mansion, specifically at the tea room. Both BeiMing and General Y were sipping tea in silence, and old man Xiao Cheng then came. "Apologize for making you wait," Xiao Cheng uttered. He sat at the couch while informing the two that he had checked his granddaughter Zian, and was glad that the lady is perfectly fine. That's a relief. If anything happened to Lazy Zhang, this old man wouldn't be able to forgive himself. General Y answered. Since nothing's wrong with Z's health, he asked everyone to start discussing their plans. He then asked BeiMing to tell them a way to defeat the Star Alliance since he recalled that BeiMing had mentioned about it. According to BeiMing, they have loosened the grip that the Star Alliance has on Heavenly Star City, and now they've ruined their plans for the abandoned wastelands. BeiMing believes that in under a year, the Star Alliance will definitely send out armies of men and force them to submit. And now, he proposed that they should combine the three cities into one, and work together to defeat the Star Alliance strategically. General Y and old Xiaocheng were confused. The room becomes silent while BeiMing is waiting for their decisions. He put down his cup of tea and said that General Y can be able to easily convince the people of Heavenly Demon City to join their alliance since he is the previous City Lord of the Heavenly Demon City, and the current City Lord is also a member of the Y family. General Y wanted to say something, but he was cut off when BeiMing still spoke, stating that the Heavenly Phoenix City is now in the hands of the Zhang family since the Feng family has already lost their influence. With the power of the Zhang family, BeiMing believes that Xiaocheng can certainly be able to make the Heavenly Phoenix City to also join his alliance. After what BeiMing explained, General Y still disagreed. According to him, the place of City Lord may be in the Y family's hands, but he isn't the City Lord anymore. And there are over hundreds of families in the city, convincing the people to follow them is not as easy for him as what BeiMing thinks. Xiaocheng agreed with General Y. He added that building a new city is not an easy feat, especially in under a year. He also believes that what happened to the Feng family is still fresh in the people's minds. He was afraid that his Zhang family would be threading on the Feng family's path. This time, BeiMing was thinking that the problem of who's the city lord and who's the follower will arise when building a new city. As what BeiMing can see, these two old men are used to being on top of others and will not give up easily. But then, since their goal is to defeat the Star Alliance, he really believes that combining the three cities and working together is a must. He smiled and was thinking of using other tricks. He stood and declared that he understood what the seniors meant. Now, he just wants to let the cities remain the same and only make an alliance by word. If one of the three cities was attacked by the Star Alliance, he believes that the two other cities should send their men to provide help. After telling this new plan of BeiMing, the two seniors accepted it and didn't complain even a little. This time, the Heavenly Demon City has General Y who is wanted by the Star Alliance, while the Heavenly Phoenix City got rid of their puppet and was replaced by the Zhang family. Now, BeiMing concludes that the chances of the Star Alliance attacking either the Heavenly Demon City or the Heavenly Phoenix City are big. He also believes that it would take days to get there if they were to send out rescues. BeiMing smiled as he recalled that the Star Alliance had taken a hit at the Star City not long ago, so when attacking this time, the Star Alliance might use stronger weapons and bring in more aircrafts or even bring an elite of the Hunter God rank. The two old men were shocked upon hearing BeiMing's conclusion, and to make them calm down, BeiMing told them that with their combined strength and intelligence, they would surely be able to defuse the Star Alliance's attacks. Other than that, even if these two seniors fail at doing so, waiting 10 to 20 days for the rescue troops to come is definitely manageable as per BeiMing. Brother Y, your younger brother thinks that building a new city is a good idea. A year's worth of time is good enough, Xiaocheng stated. This old man may not be the Heavenly Demon City's city lord anymore, but convincing, and leading the Heavenly Demon City in the alliance is still doable. General Y replied. BeiMing was annoyed hearing these two seniors comment, and Xiaocheng then advises BeiMing to look towards the far future and not dig up what has happened in the past. General Y agreed and told BeiMing to tell them about the plans for the new city. BeiMing smiled knowing that he was able to make these seniors hear him out. I'll use these teacups to represent the cities and talk about the gist of it, he said. He then put the teacups on the table while explaining that his plan is to separate the new city into 4 smaller cities, which are the north, south, east, and the west. These cities will be connected with the city wall, and it will have protection methods set in every corner. As per BeiMing, on normal days, the smaller cities will rule by themselves and are not allowed to partake in the ruling of the other smaller cities. Only when war comes will they combine forces. BeiMing then decided to give later on the two seniors a blueprint for the new city, and for now, he wanted to hear any comments from them. At this moment, Xiaocheng said that he doesn't understand why they have to set up 4 smaller cities. According to BeiMing, during the war in the Heavenly Star City, the beasts had fought bravely, so he wants to take this chance to make the beasts be of complete use. He has decided to set up the city of beasts of which they'll rule by themselves. He knew that this would make the beasts feel at home and would also lure other beasts there, preventing any harm to the people of the other cities. The beasts were certainly very brave during the war. This old man has no objections on this. General Y replied. Xiao Cheng also commented that they can rule themselves and be able to tame the beasts, and have avoided a lot of trouble by doing so. This old man also asked BeiMing if where BeiMing wanted to build the city. BeiMing then mentioned the lake he knew that is about 900 miles from Heavenly Phoenix City. According to him, this lake has steep terrain with mountains and water present, so it's a place that is easy to defend but hard to attack. He thinks that it is suitable to build the new city there. There are also the ancient ruins located there which are far more important. At that time, the Star Alliance didn't even take a look at it, and he wants to take this chance to visit it. Since two seniors already agreed with BeiMing's plan, Xiao Cheng decided to send some men to deal with the task of the new city, while General Y will also go back to his Heavenly Demon City and talk to the people. This junior will return to Heavenly Star City with the news, "May the two of you take care," BeiMing uttered. A few days later, Chen BeiMing returned to the Heavenly Star City and held a discussion with the families at the Yuan family's meeting hall. He told the family heads about Heavenly Phoenix City being under a new rulership and that the three cities were going to combine into one big city. After further discussions, the owners of the families agreed to move out of Star City to settle in the new city. After that, Chen BeiMing to the Heiyu mansion in preparation for the continuation of the battle against Star Alliance. He went directly to his room and he was holding the skeletal demon gun. He will need to be able to use this weapon if he wants to be ready for the next fight. To do so, he will have to reach Emperor rank. He was staring at his pets as he remembered the time when he was at the Feng family's treasure vault and tried to use the skeletal demon gun and was almost destroyed since he didn't have enough cultivation. He was grateful to his pet Snowball who was there to help and save him. But if that happens again, he's afraid he might not be so lucky anymore as he's up against the Star Alliance. He was telling himself that he should not make the same mistake again. Before wiping out the Star Alliance, he cannot die. He then closed his eyes and started cultivating. While he was cultivating, Shui passed by his room and noticed that he's cultivating again. All of a sudden, Shui felt sad thinking that she's deadweight since back then she could still help her brother BeiMing with chores, but now she feels like she can't help with anything. Gaoxing tapped her shoulder and told her not to say something bad to herself. For him, if Shui is a deadweight, it means to say that he's worse than shit. He also mentioned that Shui is already a middle-rank hunter with the help of Kingshuan, unlike him whose skills are still like a newbie's, so he called himself pathetic. Even if we are shit now, if we put in the effort, we can catch up to them one day, so don't worry about your concerns, he added with clenched fists. He also promised Shui that he will always be by her side so she doesn't feel alone in her concerns. After hearing what he said, Shui became thrilled and was grateful for the comfort that Gaoxing gave to her. At the same time, Changsheng suddenly came and praised Gaoxing for comforting Shui. He said that he has heard everything that Gaoxing and Shui talked about. For him, no matter how hardworking a person is, if they don't have a talent or a good teacher, it'll be all for nothing. Well, you guys are lucky that you meet me. Even if my cultivation level isn't as great as boss, my talent and my teaching abilities are top-notch, Changsheng said to them. He then demanded Shui to call him Big Brother in exchange for Changsheng helping her to immediately get an advance rank. Shui didn't give any response to him since she saw the Kingshuan and she asked the lady to help her cultivate. Okay, go call for Ziyu and cultivate together. Ask me if there's anything you don't know, Kingshuan replied. Changsheng becomes disappointed knowing that Shui didn't trust him in terms of cultivation. But then Gaoxing asked him if he would still teach Gaoxing to cultivate. He then answered that he will give Gaoxing some cultivation tips since he can see that Gaoxing has a good body and is a genius in cultivation. He said that it won't be long for Gaoxing's cultivation to skyrocket with his tip, and it won't be a dream to reach War General rank. He suddenly grabbed Gaoxing and Gaoxing rattled as he wanted Changsheng to reach the War General rank first before helping him. He was begging Changsheng not to bring him, but Changsheng didn't even listen to him. After a while, they arrived in an arena, and according to Changsheng, this arena is where the Yuan family train their skills. He then handed a kin replenish elixir he got from the Yuan family. He said that there will be a time Gaoxing will need it since the arena isn't a walk in a park. Gaoxing accepted it and asked Changsheng why he wanted to help him in the cultivation. Changsheng then answered that he only did it since they were in the same team. For him, their abilities will be the factor that decides their authority once they move into the new city eventually. And if they were all a bunch of weaklings, he's afraid that they will get screwed over before the Star Alliance strikes again. Plus, seeing the people around Gaoxing improve, he wouldn't want to be left behind, dragging everyone else down at the most important times either. He chuckled while thinking that once Gaoxing will improve, his position under BeiMing's command as first in command will be secured by then, and he wants BeiMing to think of him first when it comes to all the elixirs, Horcrux, and whatnot. Gaoxing was thinking for a few seconds, and at the end, he realized what Chengsheng wanted to happen, so he decided to enter the arena to boost his cultivation as what Chengsheng wanted for him. Yes, if you've made up your mind, then hurry up and enter, Chengsheng replied. When Gaoxing was about to enter, someone suddenly stopped him. It was Chengsheng's cousin, telling Gaoxing not to enter since the arena is their Yuan territory and outsiders cannot enter as they please. Chengsheng, don't screw around, he said. Chengsheng didn't listen to him and ordered Gaoxing to go inside the arena and do his cultivation. He then jokes around to make Gaoxing have the chance to leave. His cousin was so annoyed at him, but Chengsheng still gave a go signal to Gaoxing. Gaoxing then immediately ran as fast as he could, and Chengsheng's cousin then commanded his men to chase Gaoxing. His men ran towards the arena, but Chengsheng blocked them. Don't touch him. If you mess with him, you will receive my wrath. Try to get close to him if you dare, Chengsheng stated, causing his cousin's guard to be frightened. His cousin was confused about what Chengsheng is doing, and Chengsheng then explained that Gaoxing is BeiMing's best friend, who is also like a brother to him. He added that Gaoxing is also helping their Gu family, so they were now technically repaying BeiMing by letting Gaoxing cultivate in their arena. His cousin sighed because for him, Chengsheng had made a huge mistake of letting Gaoxing go inside their Yuan arena. He reminded Chengsheng how dangerous the arena is, which shouldn't let anyone enter like a beginner rank to roam around. Calm your shit, cousin. Even though there are lots of beasts in the arena, they are all domesticated by our family for helping with our cultivation. Even if he is just a beginner rank, there is no harm done since those beasts won't really hurt him much, Chengsheng replied. His cousin is telling him that he doesn't know that much. According to him, their family had imported wild beasts not too long ago inside the arena, and warned them not to wander and to avoid danger. Nice job. You sent your ally to his death. Why don't give yourself a cookie to congratulate yourself, he added. Chengsheng rattled upon hearing what his cousin told him. This time, he was so worried for Gaoxing's safety inside the arena. He decided to look for Gaoxing together with his cousin and their men. They all tried to search for Gaoxing, but after an hour, no one was able to find him. Chengsheng was so tired, and he's annoyed that he wasn't able to find Gaoxing despite the fact that Gaoxing's body is so big which should easily be seen. This time, his cousin told him that there are untamed beasts inside this arena which are in the middle and advanced levels of cultivation, so it's impossible for them to fight against these beasts, so he decided to tell it to the elders and hope that the elders can help assemble a more competent team to rescue Gaoxing. He also advises Chengsheng to cross his fingers and wish Gaoxing can live for more days. On the other hand, Gaoxing was hiding in the bamboo trees inside the arena. He was hearing Chengsheng calling his name, so he kept turning around his head but didn't find Chengsheng. In front of him is a dazzling light, and a part of him was thinking that he might only be hallucinating. He was expecting to find a lot of beasts here as Chengsheng told him, but then, up until now, he didn't find any. He was looking around without knowing that there's already one beast behind him. The beast suddenly roared so loud, and Gaoxing was startled upon hearing it. The beast is still in the shadow, causing Gaoxing unable to identify what's the origin of this beast. When the beast was clearly visible, he found out that it was a wild bear. He then smiled after seeing it, as he was too excited to try his strength and taste the meat of this bear, as he can make a stew out of it and share it with BeiMing and his team. The bear suddenly dashed towards him with killing intent, but he still managed to smile and stay calm. At the same time, in the Heiyu mansion, Yuru was startled when someone suddenly approached her and asked if she's the Black Widow of a black pagoda in Luo City. Before she answered, she asked first who this man was. The man then politely answered that he's only a worker from the Heavenly Star City Black Pagoda. He came to inform that he was ordered to invite Yuru for a meeting tonight with his boss. Yuru was curious about it, as she doesn't have any idea who the one wanted to talk to her. After a few minutes of fighting against the bear, Gaoxing was able to hit it and throw it at the bamboo trees. He was staring at the bear's direction and was thinking that the bear might be unconscious after receiving a hit from many times. But then, the bear punched the ground and got up, then roared so loud. Gaoxing was so shocked as he couldn't believe it. This bear then dashed towards him while continuously roaring, and Gaoxing realized why the big family controlled a demon like this. He clenched his fist and activated his power once more. He grits his teeth out of anger and then fearlessly rushes to the bear. He punched it on the face and the bear fell once again. Gaoxing was so glad as he thought that he finally made it. He even screamed with excitement, thinking that his attack really works on his opponent. Unfortunately, the bear still stood and ran towards Gaoxing again. Gaoxing already rattled upon seeing the bear with killing intent. The bear then hit him, causing him to flew away and slam on the ground. He spits some blood and he becomes mad at this point since he already used up too much spirit energy. He was holding the Gu family's elixir that Chengsheng gave him and was planning to use it to quickly restore his spirit energy to survive. He immediately swallowed it and focused himself to refine it. This time, he smiled while staring at his flaming fist as he felt his spirit energy replenishing quickly. He becomes more motivated and determined to defeat this bear by himself. When he glanced behind him, he saw a boulder. He then comes up with some bright idea. He fearlessly stood in front of the bear that was also standing while staring at him. "Come, let Grandfather Xing see if your life is tougher than his fists," Gao Xing uttered. He grabbed the boulder with his bare hands alone, and the bear was so panicked upon seeing it. Gao Xing carried the boulder in his back and gritted his teeth. He then threw the boulder going towards the bear, and the bear blew a blue flame and attacked it to Gao Xing. Because of this skill, the bear was able to crumble the boulder, and after it got broken, he was confused as he didn't see Gao Xing. But then, Gao Xing suddenly appears behind him. "Grandfather is over here," Gao Xing uttered. He then struck the bear from behind, and the bear's blood splattered around and also vomited blood. This time, Gao Xing finally defeated the bear alone, and he took a deep breath while thinking if he really won against the bear. When the night came, Chengsheng with the Gu family's guards were still searching for Gao Xing inside this arena. Chengsheng is commanding his people to find Gao Xing as quickly as possible. He was so annoyed at this point and was hoping that nothing happened to Gao Xing, as he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain it to BeiMing. He then instructed everyone where they should search for Gao Xing, and his men were just following his order. In a short while, they finally found Gao Xing, and Gao Xing was dazzled by the flashlight. He was standing fearlessly while carrying a basket behind him. Someone then told Chengsheng that Gao Xing has been found. Chengsheng immediately ran towards Gao Xing and panicked while asking Gao Xing if he's fine or in pain. Gao Xing smiled and said that he's fine because of the elixir Chengsheng gave to him. One thing that Gao Xing noticed is the basket behind him, but he didn't see the bear meat inside. According to Gao Xing, there were a lot of bamboos in this arena, so he took some time to weave a basket. He also informed Chengsheng that there is bear meat inside of it that he got from a demon bear that he just met on the road. For him, using his bare hands to fillet the meat is very hard. Chengsheng and his cousin were shocked to hear that Gao Xing was able to farm a bear. Even their guards couldn't believe it, knowing that the demon bear Gao Xing defeated could only be a member of the chaotic bear demons. According to them, the Gu family and the elder bear have a good relationship for a long time, and that if the elder bear knew that his grandson died, it would never forgive them. Chengsheng also recalled that the elder bear their guards mentioned made it to the demon emperor rank a year ago. He knew that its grandson at the very least is in the middle or advanced rank. He was staring at Gao Xing, and he still couldn't believe what Gao Xing did. "I didn't think I'd get lost afterwards, but I've managed to hang on, and with my luck, I met you, young Master Gu," Gao Xing stated. "You've made this young master worry. When you go back, you better repay this young master," Chengsheng answered. All of a sudden, another beast roared so loud. Chengsheng's cousin was startled upon hearing it. He then told Chengsheng that they should all leave this arena now and just continue talking once they'll be back in the city. He was very confident that something is dangerous, as he has a bad feeling. Before they could leave, a smoke appeared in front of them. It also became so windy all of a sudden. Chengsheng's cousin said that this strong blow of wind is clearly caused by the beasts, so he believes that they might have been spotted. According to him, this Asura battleground is the gathering place for the beasts. Everything that happens in here will soon be known by them. He then demanded everyone to be on high alert and not get separated, and must leave the place quickly. At this point, the beast's noise gets nearer to them. A gigantic serpent appeared and was hissing, but they weren't able to clearly see it and only feel its presence. Everyone gets terrified while Chengsheng wonders what is going on. The serpent strongly moved, which startled everyone. Chengsheng and his cousin were staring above with a wide mouth open as they saw several eyes. Several serpents come out, and they say that it was the lurking mist serpent. Some serpents started swallowing people mercilessly, causing everyone to panic. Gao Xing also rattled while telling Chengsheng about this several serpents. "No shit, Sherlock," Chengsheng answered, and he meant to say that Gao Xing don't need to tell him, as he also saw it himself. His cousin at the same time was so silent while staring at the serpent. Since he's the most familiar in these battlegrounds, Chengsheng is asking him for any backup plans in this sort of situation. His cousin closed his eyes while thinking, and after a few seconds, he told Chengsheng that he really had a plan, and that is to leave everything to fate. Chengsheng and Gao Xing were both disappointed, as they were expecting a good plan from this man. The serpents were hissing together once more, and once guard of Chengsheng was asking him what they should do. Chengsheng grits his teeth while thinking of a plan, and he then comes to an idea and asks Gao Xing how much bear meat he has in the basket. Gao Xing smiled and realizes that they can use the bear meat to lead the serpents away and have a chance to escape. He was so proud of Changsheng for thinking of this plan. But then, Changsheng answered that he only wanted to have one last meal before he went, and he was asking if there was enough bear meat for everyone. His cousin was so annoyed at him as they were all expecting for him to have a plan. I heard that the Gu family of Heavenly Star City are valiant warriors, but it seems that's not the case, the lurking Miss Serpent Demon King uttered. Another beast was howling, and again, the three were startled by it. The beast then jumped in front of them and they saw that it was the rabid bear demon emperor. The guards panicked despite the fact that there's a lot of them. As per Changsheng's cousin, this lurking Miss Serpent Demon King is the untamed demon he mentioned before, and the rabid bear demon emperor is the dead bear demon's grandfather. Gaoxing got more scared since he's the one who killed the rapid bear demon emperor's grandson. Gu family, I have helped you with your cultivation for so long. Today you killed my grandson without a word. I won't rest until you give me a proper explanation. The rabid bear screamed angrily. Changsheng's cousin bravely stepped forward and told the rabid bear that they were regretful for the death of his grandson. He was also telling the rabid bear that everything that happened was only an accident, but the serpent cut him off and stated that Changsheng's cousin is lying. My follower saw it himself. The young master bear was helping them train at that time, but he didn't think that they were out for his flesh and blood. They killed him together. Such a pity that the young master even thought that it was a normal fight for training. He didn't even fight back. Who would have thought that he would lose his life to these lying criminals? The serpent stated. At this time, Gaoxing pointed at the serpent and admitted that it was him who killed the bear for a reason, that it was the bear who attacked him first. He then explained that he's not one of the Gu family and doesn't have any relationship with the Gu family, so he doesn't know the rules of the Asura battleground. But then, he's willing to face the consequences of his own actions. It was him who killed the rabid bear's grandson, and he didn't want the Gu family to be involved since the Gu family has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with the Gu family. Who was the young master Gu that said he wanted to eat bear meat just now? Could it be that he's not of the Gu family? The serpent replied. Changsheng was too silent as he knew himself that the serpent was referring to him. The serpent also mentioned that the young master bear was of the middle rank cultivation, that's why he couldn't believe Gaoxing, a beginner rank hunter, was able to defeat the young master bear. All of a sudden, they were startled when the rabid bear commanded them to stop talking. Gu family, do you have anything else to say? The rabid bear asked. Old bear, we have worked together for so long. Are you going to believe that snakes lie so easily? Changsheng's cousin asked. He also claimed that it was really their fault for letting an outsider enter the Asura battleground, and they are willing to give the biggest compensation for what happened. The rabid bear then angrily asked if they could make his grandson come back to life. On the other hand, the serpent is asking the rabid bear not to bicker with the Gu family anymore, as he believes that these hunters have always been sweet-talking foxes. He also reminded the rabid bear that it was the humans who killed his grandson, and might also be the one to kill him. Because of his bad mouthing, Gaoxing becomes annoyed and throws something at the serpent. The serpent was startled, but he didn't have the chance to react since Gaoxing was able to hit him on the face. The thing that Gaoxing threw at him dropped in front of the rabid bear, and the rabid bear was shocked to see that it was a bear palm. Didn't you want us to give you your grandson back? Grandfather Xing will pay you back now, Gaoxing stated while pointing at the rabid bear. He dropped the basket and told the rabid bear that his grandson is inside this basket. The rabid bear became furious and screamed that Gaoxing was looking for death. At this time, Changsheng's cousin sees this as a chance to escape. He activates power coming from his hand and is able to cast a descending wind. The monsters were blocked by this wind, so everyone sees the opportunity to run away. Because of this descending wind, the rabid bear was unable to chase them quickly, but he was able to see the humans run away. He was so mad and screamed to command every monster with him to chase the Gu family and never let them run away. Changsheng's cousin lead the way since he's the one who's very familiar in this arena. Changsheng sat unsure how long they should run, so he asked his cousin if how far they were from the exit. But then, his cousin cannot be able to say if they were near or far, but he advises Changsheng to just run as fast as he could. At this moment, the serpents were chasing them and the rabid bear created a howling sound. Changsheng was so annoyed as he could feel these monsters running so fast. After a few minutes of running, they were able to see the exit. Changsheng's cousin ordered them to quickly run at the exit, but he was shocked and stopped as he saw something uninteresting. Changsheng was confused why his cousin stopped, but both him and Gaoxing saw it themselves that the exit they saw was a cliff. They both rattled knowing that they were at the end of the road. The bear also came behind them, telling them that there's no way for them to escape now. Gaoxing and Changsheng grit their teeth, and at the same time, They were thinking of a way to survive from these demon beasts. At this moment, Shui and Ziyu were in the backyard of Heiyu Mansion. Shui mentioned about BeiMing cultivating in his room for a long time, causing her to be worried. Ziyu then smiled while telling Shui that cultivating is not an easy task, especially if the hunter is trying to break through to the emperor rank. Up until this point, she still didn't believe BeiMing's ability, and even said that it will take 3 to 5 years for BeiMing to break through to the emperor rank. While they were talking, Kingshuan came and asked if they had seen Lady Yuru. They both then answered no by shaking their heads, and Kingshuan wondered why both Yuru and Gaoxing were nowhere to be found. She was not aware that Yuru went to the Star City's Black Pagoda. The person who picked her up is also the one who guided her to enter. According to this man, his boss, or whom he called Lord, is waiting for Yuru at the observatory room. Yuru is just following him and she didn't bother to respond. When they came to the observatory room, they saw someone grilling meat and adding spices to it. This time, he saw Yuru coming together with his subordinate. "My lord, the Black Pagoda Master has arrived," his subordinate politely stated. The lord of this Black Pagoda then gave him the permission to leave the room, and this subordinate instantly followed his order. As what Yuru recalled, the master of Heavenly Star City's Black Pagoda is one of the most secretive masters there are, and she can say that the master's true strength is unknown. The matter of her betraying the Black Pagoda is already known within the masters. To suddenly invite her here, she can say this master clearly wants to finish off what she started. It's hard to tell for you whether she'd win or lose, but for her, she might as well end this. At this moment, he didn't trust the master in this pagoda, so he was holding something behind her to prepare in case something dangerous would happen. She was still staring at the master of this Black Pagoda, who was also greeting her. The master put his hand on the table and he said that it would be accurate to call Yuru a traitor of the Black Pagoda instead of calling her Luo Black Pagoda's master. This man is the master of the Heavenly Star City's Black Pagoda named Lei Jiuming. Yuru didn't beat around the bush but instead instantly asked Jiuming's purpose of inviting her here. "If you want to kill the Black Pagoda, then I will stay here with you until one of us dies," she added. Jiuming faced his grilled meat and laughed while saying that Yuru understood him. He prepared the meat and put it on the table, preparing to slice it. "I invited you here simply to chat, not to kill the pagoda. If I really wanted to kill the pagoda, I would have done it the moment you stepped into Heavenly Star City. There was no need to wait until now," he stated. Yuru then asked him what he wanted to talk about, and he then directly bring up the topic about BeiMing wanting to build a new city and move all the people from the 3 big cities there. He was worried that if it happens, his Black Pagoda will face a big loss, so he was thinking about the future of his pagoda and decided to have a chat with someone who is also a master of a Black Pagoda, and that is Yuru. "I am not too sure about the new city either, everything is up to BeiMing. If you want to talk about this, you may as well wait until BeiMing comes out. I will personally recommend you to have a talk with him. How is that?" Yuru replied, but she was confused when she heard from Jiuming that she's given Jiuming a problem. He thought that even if Yuru betrayed the Black Pagoda, she would still remember all the help that the Black Pagoda has given to her, and would be able to help him. He also never thought that Yuru wanted to get rid of her relationship with the tower so easily. He appreciates Yuru's offer to recommend him to have a talk with BeiMing, but for him, it's not enough. He told Yuru that the Black Pagoda wanted half of the industries of the new city and all of the business that goes on in the city must be controlled by them. Other than that, he wanted to have a 20% split of the profit made every year in the new city. "Since you can't make a decision, pass on my words to young Master Chen, let him decide. This should be acceptable, right, owner of the Black Pagoda?" he said. Yuru was shocked and annoyed at how ambitious Jiuming is. She was very sure that BeiMing wouldn't agree to what Jiuming wanted to happen, and a part of her wondered what Jiuming was aiming of doing all these. All of a sudden, there were fireworks that were clearly viewed at where Yuru was standing. She was staring at it in confusion, and Ziyu also saw it from the Heiyu mansion, so she was thinking what occasion was on this day. She suddenly stood with excitement and invited Shui to watch the fireworks together and informed the kid that she will let BeiMing know. At the same time, Gu Boy saw these fireworks and his subordinates asked him if this firework was the Gu family's distress signal. From the direction, they can say that this firework came from the Asura battleground. Going back to the battleground, it turned out that it was Cheng Sheng's cousin who used a flare to ask for some help. Unfortunately, he only brings one flare, but the distress signal has already been let out, so for now, they should need to hold on for a while longer since he's confident that their backup will arrive soon. Gaoxing was fighting against the rabid bear, but he was punched in the face, causing him to fall on the ground. Cheng Sheng was worried for him and wanted to help him, but the bear grabbed his neck and carried him above. The rabid bear was mad at Gaoxing for being brave enough to challenge him. Gaoxing is having a hard time breathing and has been vomiting blood since the bear strangled him. Changsheng is asking his cousin for a plan, and his cousin grits his teeth and is forced to ask the bear to stop and let him know that the family head and the families from Heavenly Star City are arriving soon. But then, the rabid bear saw it as a threat, so he answered that he will kill everyone who will dare to come at him and vows that everyone will die together with his grandson. While listening to him, the serpent was so glad for this bear's actions, as he wanted this bear to kill off the whole Heavenly Star City. He was planning all of this to take the Heavenly City as his own. Dirty little thing, you killed my grandson. I want to grind all the bones in your body into dust, and I want you to feel the pain of being ripped to pieces. The rabid bear angrily screamed to Gaoxing. For every bone he loses, I will wipe out a bear cave. We'll see if he has more bones, or if the bear family has more caves. BeiMing uttered as he suddenly came to this battlefield to rescue his best friend. He was standing at the cliff and he challenged the bear to do what he wanted to Gaoxing. The rabid wolf glanced at BeiMing while still strangled Gaoxing. Upon seeing BeiMing's presence, Changsheng widely smiled. At this moment, both monsters were curious to BeiMing's identity as they heard Changsheng calling him boss. What's happening? The serpent asked. He was staring at BeiMing while thinking how BeiMing arrived without being noticed, despite that he had been placed in the Asura battleground, so whatever happened should pass on to him. The Gu family and the rest of the Heavenly Star City are likely to arrive soon, and he would like to use this chance to eliminate these people in one go, and he doesn't want BeiMing to ruin it. There, Emperor, what are you waiting for? Go and kill that lad to avenge your grandson. Or perhaps you're afraid of him, he said to the rabid bear. What nonsense. Even if God himself came to face me, this emperor still won't be scared at all, so how can a brat of beginner rank even face me? Rabid bear replied. He also said that he can make his own decision, so he wants the serpent to just watch and make sure no one dares to flee. He then glanced at BeiMing and said that he doesn't believe BeiMing's confidence is as great as his tribe's cave. Now this brat will be ripped apart in front of your face, he added. He was about to scratch Gaoxing's face, which rattled the two Gu masters. BeiMing was annoyed upon seeing it. He then threw the flaming skeletal demon gun, and the bear was hit on a little part of his arm, and the demon gun then struck on the ground. Both the bear and the serpent were shocked upon seeing it, and BeiMing this time jumped from the cliff and was aiming at the bear. He slashed the bear's hand, and the bear screamed in agony and unintentionally let go Gaoxing. Gaoxing fell on the ground, and the rabid bear was so furious at BeiMing for hurting him. BeiMing then pulled the demon gun, and he said that he doesn't care if he hurt the rabid bear, as he doesn't like this bear for hurting his brother Gaoxing. He swung the demon gun and warned the bear by telling him he will not only be attacked but will also turn into bear meat and hold a banquet for Heavenly Star City to enjoy him. You rogue, don't get full of yourself, the rabid bear replied. Surprisingly, his wound has healed, and Changsheng was shocked upon seeing it, and he was asking what magic the bear is using. To answer his question, his cousin informed him that the bear is not using magic to heal himself, but it was his bear palm. The Asura battleground has a lot of demonic bees residing in it. The demonic honey that their nests produced is a great remedy, and the bear tribe has a liking for honey. As the days go back, their bear palms, which had been in contact with honey for a long time, gained healing powers. This was the first time BeiMing heard about it, so he became more interested, as this was a useful thing. Even Snowball loved it and was thrilled to hear about this bear palm. BeiMing can see how his pet Snowball wanted to get it, so BeiMing promised to get it for his pet. He raised his skeletal demon gun that creates a powerful flame. He then struck it on the ground, and the ground started to crumble. What's that? The serpent asked. The rabid bear screamed so loud the moment this flame went towards his body. You rascal, don't think that these sorts of tricks can't hurt this emperor, the rabid bear screamed. BeiMing smiled after hearing the bear called his skill a trick, and at this point, the bear slowly swallowed by the ground, and he admitted himself that BeiMing really has unbelievable strength. He grits his teeth out of annoyance as he cannot move even if he wants to. BeiMing then dropped his own dagger in front of the bear and commanded it to pick it up and choose. Either he'll cut his own bear palm or BeiMing will do it for him. Up until this point, Snowball was waiting for this bear palm. But then, the rabid bear screamed in anger and he didn't want to give his own palm. BeiMing then struck the skeletal demon gun in front of the bear's face and advised it not to move. The rabid bear was so mad while looking at BeiMing. Everyone was also staring at BeiMing, and Changsheng's cousin was impressed at BeiMing's strength. He has heard from their family head that BeiMing is strong, but today, he can see that BeiMing is stronger than he thought. No wonder he's my boss, so cool, Changsheng said. You being so weak, are you not ashamed as his followers? Gaoxing answered. He was staring at BeiMing and called his name. BeiMing then glanced at him and he was about to admit his own mistake, but BeiMing cut him off as he already knew what Gaoxing was about to say. He also feels that Gaoxing thinks that everything that happened today, a big disaster that arose, was caused by him. If that's what you are thinking, then you are very wrong, he said, which confused Chengsheng and Gaoxing. BeiMing then told them that they have to face many demons as cultivators in order to improve and grow by battling against demons. Remember, at the abandoned wastelands, the fist is the only thing that matters. The world of the hunters is more brutal and bloody than you imagine. BeiMing added. He was smiling at Gaoxing while saying that he will not stop Gaoxing if he wants to give up being a hunter. For him, no matter what Gaoxing decides, he will still always be BeiMing's brother. Gaoxing was so touched by what BeiMing said, and he gave thanks to BeiMing's kindness. Since the Bear Emperor has been defeated by BeiMing, the serpents were asking their king what they should do, knowing that the Gu family's backup might be on their way too. The Serpent King was speechless while staring at BeiMing, as he didn't think that BeiMing's weapon would be so strong that was able to defeat the Bear Emperor so quickly. Until this point, he still doesn't want his plan of conquering Heavenly Star City to be ruined by BeiMing. He didn't want to attack, but since the Bear Emperor was so useless, he had no other choice but to make a move and kill BeiMing with his own hands. They all thought that the rabid bear was already dead, not until it stood and laughed loudly. Gaoxing rattled upon seeing the bear still alive, and even BeiMing himself was surprised. The bear was flaming and he screamed, causing BeiMing to flew away and slid backward while still holding the skeletal demon gun. Gaoxing was worried for him, but he said that he was perfectly fine. Shockingly, there were sharp things that appeared behind the rabid bear. Chengsheng and BeiMing were dumbfounded, and the bear this time slowly walked towards BeiMing. Bear Emperor, I cannot stand their violence anymore. Let's attack together for the sake of revenge for your grandson, the Serpent King said. The bear laughed and agreed to his plan, and the Serpent King then ordered the other snakes to surround the humans. The rabid bear grabbed a huge rock and stared at BeiMing with anger. BeiMing was just staring at it while Chengsheng beside him rattled. You little brute, didn't you want my bear palm? I'll give it to you now, the rabid bear uttered while carrying the huge rock. He then threw it to BeiMing, and BeiMing was thinking about the dragon art. He fought back using the skeletal demon gun combined with his dragon art, and he managed to crumble the rock easily. Since the rabid bear didn't make it, the serpent then made a move as he saw a blind spot. He then spit some venom to BeiMing, but BeiMing easily avoided it by jumping away. BeiMing kneeled on the ground while still holding the skeletal demon gun, and the serpent has the guts to say that BeiMing is just a dead man if he doesn't have a strong weapon, despite that he's an emperor rank. For BeiMing to be able to defeat the snakes, he assigned the rabid bear to Snowball. Snowball, as usual, has a wide smile on his face while dashing towards the enemy. As expected, the rabid bear also belittled Snowball for being tiny. He even told BeiMing to watch him how he will flatten Snowball. Despite his scary words, Snowball still continued to rush at him, and this bear readied his palm while asking BeiMing to watch. As he was about to catch Snowball, Snowball easily dodged and activated his powerful aura. He prepared his fists and punched the rabid bear's balls without any hesitation. The bear screamed in agony and fell on the ground. He grits his teeth out of annoyance and screams to die with killing intent. He expanded the sharp things behind him and intended to use it to kill Snowball, but then Snowball easily pulled it away, causing the bear to be dumbfounded. Snowball didn't waste a lot of time and immediately broke these sharp things and threw them towards the rabid bear. The rabid bear didn't have the chance to dodge and was easily struck and slammed on the corner. How can this be? He asked in confusion with a stuttering voice. He didn't expect that a tiny pet would be able to defeat him. Snowball was thrilled while at the bear palm. Even Chengsheng himself was surprised to see Snowball defeat the bear in a short span of time. It seems I'll have to take it seriously if I want to finish this quickly, he uttered. While Snowball was fighting a while ago against the bear, BeiMing was also able to slice most of all the serpents. He then advises the Serpent King to unleash all his moves now. The Serpent King was irritated and he was staring at his underlings while thinking how BeiMing finished it all in a short amount of time. BeiMing was about to hit the remaining Serpent King with his crossbow, but he found out that he doesn't have any arrows left. Since BeiMing doesn't have any arrows left, the remaining serpents saw this as a chance to take him down. BeiMing at this point cut his palm and held his skeletal demon gun that is now flaming. He then rushed towards the serpents and the two serpents rattled. BeiMing then sliced them into halves and the Serpent King immediately activates his soul-devouring curse. BeiMing suddenly felt dizzy and he saw himself surrounded by the serpent. Several serpents' heads appeared, but BeiMing believes that these are all an illusion. Now do you understand, you twat? This is the difference of our strength, the Serpent King uttered. He called BeiMing as nothing without his weapons on his side, even if he's at the Emperor rank. You're actually flaunting a cheap illusion spell like the soul-devouring curse in front of this young master, BeiMing uttered. The Serpent King hissed and BeiMing then attacked him with the flaming skeletal demon gun. The weapon was struck on the serpent's mouth and the Serpent King was screaming in agony. If you're comparing illusion spells, this young master has played with much more powerful ones during my time in the Star Alliance. Do you think something like this can come close to mine? BeiMing stated and smirked. BeiMing controlled the skeletal demon gun to twirl, and went back on his hand. He slightly smiled while staring at the dead Serpent King. Chang Sheng and Gaoxing then rushed towards him while asking if he's fine, but BeiMing didn't give an answer as he saw someone coming. He then saw Gu Boi together with Yuru and the others. Gu Boi was shocked after seeing dead beasts, and he was asking everyone to explain what just happened. He walked towards the rabid bear and seeing their Asura Battlegrounds monster die, he realized what happened. BeiMing then apologizes to him for destroying the battleground of the Gu family and he is willing to pay for the damage caused. Gaoxing also interfered and blocked Gu Boi as he was afraid that this old man would hurt BeiMing. He then explained to this old man that everything that happened has nothing to do with BeiMing and was all caused by him for killing the elder bear's grandson. He claimed to take all the responsibilities, so he was asking Gu Boi to take it out on him instead of BeiMing. Instead of being mad, old Gu Boi suddenly laughed loudly and concluded that this fat young man in front of him is Wu Gaoxing. No need to panic, we are in debt to the Chen family. In comparison, the Asura battleground is nothing, he stated. He was also grateful that the Serpent King's plan was exposed as he was afraid that if the Serpent King successfully made his plan, Gu family would have lost more than just the Asura battleground and a few people but the whole Heavenly Star City. By this, he was so thankful to Gaoxing, and upon hearing his statement, Gaoxing was surprised while BeiMing is happy for him. Gu Boi was standing near the elder bear. The elder bear was coughing and he said that he wouldn't attack without any reason if Gaoxing didn't kill his grandson. Gu Boi didn't feel pity for him. He believes that the commotion was also caused by the bear's own evilness. The elder bear was so mad at Gaoxing. He said that a word of thanks won't cover up the crime, and he told Gaoxing not to forget that the people of the Gu family died because of him. He called Gaoxing a murderer and Gaoxing was so guilty. Seeing his guilty face makes the elder bear guffaws. To stop him from laughing, Snowball punched him on the face, and Snowball stood on his head. BeiMing then told the bear that it was him, a merciless bear who killed the people of the Gu family, so he should stop blaming Gaoxing. As I said, the world of hunters is brutal and bloody. In the process of cultivation, you and the people around could die anytime. It's not too late to give up on the path to becoming a hunter, BeiMing stated to motivate Gaoxing. But still, some part of Gaoxing is guilty, so he remained silent. While they were discussing, they were all unaware that the Serpent King is still alive and still very determined to kill BeiMing. He was so furious at BeiMing for ruining his plan and injuring him. Because of it, he vows that he will kill BeiMing with him using his venomous fangs. He was about to attack BeiMing, but Gaoxing was able to see him. Gaoxing immediately pushed BeiMing away, and the Serpent King ended up biting Gaoxing's arm. BeiMing rattled and saw Gaoxing carried by the Serpent King using its fangs. He then rushed towards the serpent and activated his shadow execution. Without any words, he sliced the Serpent King's head, causing Gaoxing to fall on the ground. Gaoxing grits his teeth out of pain and he is holding his wound while BeiMing is quickly running to him. BeiMing, Elder Bear was right. If I was as strong as you, if I had the power of 100 people, they wouldn't have died. I don't want to give up on becoming a hunter. I want to become stronger, so strong that I can protect you, Shui, and the others. That way you guys don't have to face danger when you're cultivating. I will do it for sure, BeiMing, Gaoxing stated and passed out. BeiMing was screaming Gaoxing's name, but he didn't receive any response. Brother, hold on, he screamed. He was afraid that Gaoxing would die, so he didn't waste a lot of time and immediately used his essence to cleanse Gaoxing's body of venom. I believe in you, lazy bug. A long time ago, in my past, I already knew that you were going to be able to do it, BeiMing uttered as his answer to Gaoxing's statement. Gaoxing still didn't give any response, and at the same time, Gu Boi is asking BeiMing what he was doing to Gaoxing. BeiMing carried Gaoxing and answered that he cleansed Gaoxing's body from venom. He also asked the old man to help him bring back Gaoxing to the Gu family for first aid and let Gaoxing rest. No problem. Brother Wu is skilled, and it just so happens that the Gu family has a job that suits him after he recovers. Brother Chen, won't you come to the Gu family and sit with us for a while? Gu Boi answered. But then, BeiMing saw Yuru together with the people from the Heavenly Star City Black Pagoda, so he didn't accept the invitation of Gu Boi, and reasoned out that he suddenly had something to take care of. Ziyu was staring at BeiMing with a slight smile on his face as he already had an idea that BeiMing will have a chat with him. After making sure that Gaoxing will be treated, BeiMing went back to his Heiyu mansion together with Yuru, and their visitor, the Heavenly Star City Black Pagoda's master. Yu then introduced BeiMing to BeiMing, and BeiMing politely greeted BeiMing and asked for forgiveness for coming without informing first. He also brought some of his people. BeiMing was staring at BeiMing while thinking that this Black Pagoda master is known for being well hidden, that even the Star Alliance wasn't able to find out his every information. A while ago, Yu already told BeiMing what BeiMing wanted to happen, and he mentioned it to BeiMing and asked this master if he's not afraid of overstuffing himself. Young Master Chen can really joke. The market for the Black Pagoda spans through the entire abandoned wastelands, even to places that are void of people. There would still be a Black Pagoda set up there. Managing another new city isn't as hard as it seems, BeiMing said. BeiMing can see how confident this Heavenly Star City Black Pagoda's master is. He also heard from Yu that if he agreed to the terms of BeiMing would give him the 2 shares of his profit, and BeiMing was thinking that BeiMing only wanted to bribe him with such a little money. BeiMing's people couldn't believe how BeiMing could say that these 2 shares are only a small amount of money, knowing that their Black Pagoda gains over 1 billion per year. While they were gossiping behind, BeiMing glanced at them with annoyance, so they stopped talking in an instant. Since 2 shares of the profit is not enough for BeiMing decided to ask how much Chen BeiMing wanted. BeiMing then twirls his finger and answers that he wanted the 9 shares of the Black Pagoda. "I want the 9 shares profit every year," he confidently said. Aside from that, he also has more conditions. Once they arrive at the new city, he wants all the men in Black Pagoda to be under his rule and have to listen to his commands. He also planned to save vacancies for BeiMing in the new city. The Black Pagoda's men were mad at BeiMing's condition, and they were their master BeiMing not to agree. "Young Master Chen, are you not afraid of overdoing it?" BeiMing asked, and BeiMing told him not to worry, as he has a good understanding of his boundaries and knows better than to devour a Black Pagoda. He then asked BeiMing to decide quickly, or by the time they arrive at the new city, he'll be setting up a white pagoda. BeiMing laughed, as he didn't believe that BeiMing had the power to set up a white pagoda. "Since young Master Chen doesn't appreciate our Black Pagoda's sincerity, there is nothing more than to be said," he added. He then snapped his finger, and this signal is to command his people to start a battle. His people then grabbed their swords, and Yu was annoyed at their actions. They pointed all their swords to Yu and surrounded her. Yu was still silent and didn't even dare to say something. "What is the meaning of this?" BeiMing asked in confusion, as he never thought it would come to this situation. "Do not fret, young Master Chen. We're just taking this chance to finish off the Black Pagoda's pest. I was going to spare this traitor's life for young Master Chen's reputation. But since young Master Chen doesn't want us as allies, we can only be enemies. Now that the time has come, I have by use of keeping her alive," BeiMing answered. Yu was just standing still while the sword was still pointing at her. Instead of being worried, BeiMing suddenly laughed, and a powerful aura came out from his body while saying that BeiMing has the guts to kill his own men as his own territory right in front of him. BeiMing was surprised that BeiMing didn't act as he imagined. One thing that he also instantly noticed is BeiMing made a breakthrough in such a short amount of time. "We must change our playstyle then," he uttered, and activated his power. BeiMing was shocked upon seeing this powerful aura from BeiMing, especially when the Thunder Battle Beast owned by BeiMing has been summoned. BeiMing was staring at BeiMing, as he believes that the only people that can call upon this Thunder Battle Beast is a member of the Lei tribe and Star Alliance. He then asked BeiMing himself about it, and BeiMing widely smiled at him. BeiMing recalled that the Lei tribe standing within the Star Alliance doesn't fall short. They're an authentic olden tribe and are famous for their ancestral bloodline and the intricacy of their imperial thunder arts. There have been various records of the Emperor rank hunters coming from their tribe. BeiMing didn't expect someone from the Star Alliance to be lurking in the Heavenly Star City, and is a master of the Black Pagoda too. But there's something he's more interested in, and that is why BeiMing didn't appear when Mei Ruting was attacking the Heavenly Star City. He concludes that if BeiMing helped Mei Ruting at that time, the Heavenly Star City would have been easily conquered. But there's someone that BeiMing deduces that might be a reason. At this point, BeiMing said that BeiMing really knows quite a bit, and even knows about the Lei tribe. "Well, now that you've realized the fact, how does young Master Chen plan on explaining that impudent remark you made? Maybe if you're sincere, my deal of giving you 2 shares of the profit will still apply," he added. "You're only the disowned son of the Lei tribe. You think you are able to make this young master explain himself? Fine, this young master will drop this conversation here. Scram for as far as you can, never touch my men again," BeiMing answered. He crossed his arms and advised the BeiMing to also keep those 2 shares of profit to his coffin. BeiMing felt insulted. He clenched his fist while screaming that he's being extremely courteous by giving BeiMing 20% of the profits. He doesn't like the fact that BeiMing refused and insulted him, and he stated that he will not just take it if BeiMing is just going to be like this. He then ordered his men to unleash the Beast Mountain. His men then ran as quickly as they could, and after they came out from Heiyu Mansion, one man whistled and the Heavenly Star City suddenly shook. Gu Boi together with two elders were curious what was going on, and Gu family's guard pointed at the window, and there they witnessed the Black Pagoda's Beast Mountain was unleashed. Gu Boi felt nervous knowing that their city's Black Pagoda would not unleash the Beast Mountain unless they backed into a corner. Since BeiMing already experienced this back then in Luo City, he didn't feel frightened at all. You're even bringing out the Beast Mountain. It's been so long, I almost forgot that the Black Pagoda has this ultimate weapon with them, he uttered. He then noticed that Snowball wanted to go to the Beast Mountain, so he gave Snowball permission. According to him, the Heavenly Star City's Black Pagoda is more luxurious than Luo's, so the beasts inside of their Beast Mountain would definitely have a much higher rank than Luo's. Snowball was too excited and BeiMing told him to bring Piggy with him. Snowball then rode at the Piggy and they were heading to the Beast Mountain with excitement. The Black Pagoda's men tried to stop them, but they were too fast to run. Because of their movement, the men of Black Pagoda were so curious to know their origins, and a part of them believes that both of these beasts will be killed in the Beast Mountain. You bastard, do you think that you can call upon the waves just because you have some skills and two barbaric battle beasts? Today, I'll see to it myself your actual capabilities. Ziyu uttered and ordered the Thunder Beast to rip BeiMing into pieces. The Thunder Beast rushed towards BeiMing, and BeiMing said that he had thought that a descendant of the Lei family with the cultivation of the Emperor rank hunter, Ziyu would unleash some unexpected attacks, but up until now, he only released a Thunder Beast that's in its primary form, which disappoints BeiMing. He summons the flaming skeletal demon gun and grips to it while waiting for the Thunder Beast to come near him. Seeing this weapon of BeiMing makes the Black Pagoda's men chuckle, as they were expecting this weapon to be useless. Whether it's any good is not something outsiders can decide, BeiMing uttered. He then threw the skeletal demon gun to the Thunder Beast, and the Thunder Beast fearlessly faced it. Ziyu was waiting for what would happen, as he was curious what capability of this broken weapon BeiMing had. BeiMing smiled and activated a dragon art called the Rope that bundles dragon and combined it to this skeletal demon gun. The Thunder Beast was in flames after he was hit by the skeletal demon gun. Both BeiMing and Ziyu were staring at it, and Ziyu was shocked to see how the Thunder Beast was almost defeated by just one attack of this skeletal demon gun that he underestimated. Come, unleash all of your toys. This young master will accept them all, BeiMing said, and he even stepped his foot above it to intentionally annoy Ziyu. Ziyu this time wondered about this weapon of BeiMing and his unbelievable movement. He still has the guts to smile despite that his Thunder Beast was beaten up, as he trusts his Beast Mountain. All of a sudden, the ground shakes, and the Black Pagoda men are telling Ziyu that this is not good. Ziyu felt nervous, and his guards found out that the Beast Mountain exploded. They were so confused at this point, knowing that there were no explosives in the mountain, so they could not think of a reason for this sudden explosion. Inside the Beast Mountain, several monsters were killed by Snowball. He was enjoying himself while the Piggy with him was trembling in fear. Snowball was also excited as he raised a lot of beast stones. Going back to the Heiyu Mansion, Ziyu is already mad at BeiMing, and he also concludes that their Beast Mountain exploded because of BeiMing's two pets. BeiMing then smiled after seeing the explosion, and he sighed and said that he already told Snowball not to overdo it. One man from the Black Pagoda reported that their Beast Mountain had become the hunting ground of those two demons. Ziyu screamed in anger while activating his power. He then rushed towards BeiMing with killing intent and proclaimed that one of them between BeiMing would die today. BeiMing didn't feel frightened at all, and he even dared to smile with his crossed arms. The moment Ziyu was about to attack him, he was able to jump away, causing Ziyu to be surprised. BeiMing then seized the opportunity and strongly punched Ziyu, which made Ziyu flew away and slam on the wall. His people were worried for him, and they were about to rush towards BeiMing to avenge, but Yuru started attacking them with a whip. She then attacked these men one by one until no one left. Didn't you want to capture the Wu family? The Wu family has been waiting for you, Yuru stated. BeiMing was standing still in front of Ziyu, and Ziyu warned him that if he dared to kill them, he'd face the Black Pagoda's relentless revenge together with everyone who had anything to do with him and with the new city. It seems you aren't aware of your own situation, BeiMing replied. He then added that he knew the extent of the Black Pagoda's abilities better than Ziyu. He also told Ziyu to tell the person named Ying Su that it's fine for BeiMing if you want to talk about business, but what BeiMing wanted is that this person should come by herself. Jiyu was surprised how BeiMing knew about Ying Su Su, and he started to wonder about BeiMing's real identity. Other than that, BeiMing also declared that the Black Pagoda's men should be kept here in Heiyu Mansion as he wants them to learn a more memorable lesson with the help of Yuru. Yuru immediately activates her power while holding her whip and kills all the men one by one. Jiyu became frightened, and because of it, he promised BeiMing that he would tell Ying Su Su what BeiMing wanted. He then screamed while running away as fast as he could. Yuru feels a little bit annoyed to see BeiMing let Jiyu leave easily, and BeiMing answered that there's no use for keeping Jiyu alive as there are more important things to take care of. A few months passed, and the new city that BeiMing planned successfully happened. The City of Demons is located in the north, the Heavenly Phoenix City is in the west, the Heavenly Demon City is in the south, and the Heavenly Star City is in the east. BeiMing is the city ruler here and everyone respects him. At this moment, they were all at the hall and BeiMing ordered them to stand. Most of the people were grateful to him while some, like Tianjing, were annoyed as he couldn't accept the fact that BeiMing really became a city ruler of the Heavenly Star City. He believes that BeiMing came this far with the help of his grandfather and brother, and he also concludes that if it were up to him, the people of Heavenly Star City would be better off under their command. Upon hearing his harsh words, Tianjing became annoyed at him and ordered him to shut up. At the same time, Jiyu was also blabbering hateful words as he was not satisfied with what happened now. For him, BeiMing is not qualified for the position of city ruler of Heavenly Star City. He was also regretful for not making this city be under their Wang family's command. This decision was made by all the family heads of Heavenly Star City. No matter how unsatisfied you are, you just have to swallow it. Ziyu answered. Her face became red as she was thrilled while saying that there's no difference between BeiMing becoming a city ruler or their Wang family becoming the ruler. She was calling BeiMing by his name, which confused Jiyu since the lady only called BeiMing as a young master. While they were talking, Chengsheng and Yuru walked towards BeiMing. Something more important, the lady asked. BeiMing then asked the lady if she had an idea why BeiMing wanted to build a new city here. Yuru then answered that it was because it's easy to defend and hard to attack here. But as per BeiMing, it's not the only reason. He mentioned the ancient ruins and said that it's a place that even the hunter god ranks of Star Alliance try to get into. But for some reason, Star Alliance has never been able to enter it. BeiMing himself wants to use this chance to investigate and find out what treasures are inside that place. By that, he believes that they can turn the tables in this war against the Star Alliance. Yuru becomes excited thinking that she can nearly meet her younger brother too soon. She was cut off when BeiMing declared that he wanted to secure the position of city ruler first before going against the Star Alliance. He believes that the Star Alliance hasn't been destroyed yet, and he's worried that something will go wrong if someone else gets the position of the city ruler. He doesn't trust those other people enough to put lives in their hands. Yuru thought it'd be hard to secure the position of Star City ruler, but she didn't think that the family heads would automatically suggest for BeiMing to be city ruler. She concludes that the next thing they should do now is head to the ruins. She smiled as she remembered her brother Yufan, since she was excited to be able to see her brother again very soon. All of a sudden, several people came to ask if this city is the Heavenly Star City. General Y was surprised to see the Zhu family headed by Zhu Wenguang and Zhu Jiwen. According to General Wang, Wenguang was cast out from their Heavenly Demon City, and the Heavenly Demon City firstly belonged to the Zhu family and not to the Y family. But because of a raid that happened to the Heavenly Demon City, one of the Emperor rank forefathers of the Zhu family went missing, and the Zhu family's power started to decline. They were forced to give the Heavenly Demon City to the Y family. The Zhu family entered the hall and General Y warned BeiMing about these people. BeiMing was staring at these people due to his curiosity since he never heard of this family even before. He also noticed that when General Y mentioned the forefather, he seemed afraid of him. The moment the Zhu family got near, General Y jumped and blocked their way. Wenguang then smiled as he knew General Y. General Y then asked the reason why they came, and Wenguang told him not to worry as he only came after hearing that the Heavenly Star City had a new ruler and he wanted to send his congratulations. Other than that, they also checked out the background of the new ruler and found out that it was the one who was able to make the Y family give up the Heavenly Demon City and even follow them everywhere they went. Chanking interfered, telling Wenguang not to spout nonsense about stuff he doesn't clearly understand as it will not be good for their Zhu family's image. Tianjing also added that they have only done this for the future of the Heavenly Demon City. You only dare to go against the people of Heavenly Demon City in front of others. You're like a strat dog wagging its tail begging for pity. Wenguang replied. BeiMing then stood and asked what Wenguang wanted to say. BeiMing bravely stood beside General Y, and since he didn't receive any response from Wenguang, When Guang's son Zhu Wen decided to answer on behalf of his father. If a nobody like you can be city ruler of Heavenly Star City, so can I. If you don't believe me, let me show you. Zhu Wen said, and activates his power. BeiMing can see that Zhu Wen is at the peak of War General rank, which is only one step away from Emperor rank. This is the territory of Heavenly Star City. What do you think you're doing? General Y screamed with anger. Old ruler, mind your own business. The Zhu family gave you Heavenly Demon City and we have no intention of taking it back. Are you still not happy about that? Wen Guang said. He also mentioned that their forefather told them to tell General Y that they had given him the Heavenly Demon City but were hoping that once their forefather returned, General Y would step down from his position as city ruler. The people who overheard them were shocked and mad at them for having the confidence to search for war instead of peace. General Y was so silent as he thought that the Zhu family's forefather was already dead. And if what Wen Guang stated is true, General Y concludes that the forefather might already be at the hunter god rank. When the time comes that the forefather starts a battle, he believes that even if they combine their abilities, they still wouldn't be able to fight him. Which volcano did your monkey of a forefather climb out of? He thinks he can be city ruler just because he wants to. Cheng Sheng suddenly asked, causing Zhu Wen to be mad, but Cheng Sheng even teased Zhu Wen by slapping his ass off. Wen Guang then told his son Zhu Wen not to stray from the topic but instead show it to everyone whose fist is harder. He also challenged BeiMing to have a duel, and once BeiMing loses, he should step down from his position. Fight me. Who do you think you are? You're just the family head of the Zhu family. Is there a need for me, the city ruler of Heavenly Star City, to take any actions? There's a bunch of other families like you in the new city. BeiMing replied. He was cut off when Yuru offered to handle the case to make these people stop. Other than that, they have more important things to do. BeiMing then smiled at her and gave her permission to handle the current enemies. What a reckless maiden. Well, anyone from Heavenly Star City counts. Let's say what you have to say after I destroy every single one of you. Zhu Wen stated and immediately activated his descending demon mantra. As per Cheng Sheng, this aura Zhu Wen emits is similar to the secret treasures they got from the ancient Buddhist land. In comparison, it's even better, so he was worried this time, thinking that Yuru might not be able to take against Zhu Wen by herself. But then, Cheng Sheng's decision is final. He wants Yuru to fight against a strong person to also test herself. Yuru didn't feel scared at all and started to activate her power. She was using a Horcrux and Zhu Wen wasn't aware of it and continuously rushed to the lady using his Horcrux crescent moon blow. Yuru was just standing still while waiting for Zhu Wen. When her opponent is near, she activates an Asura Sea shield and is able to block Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen was more challenged to see how many blows Yuru's shield could take. But then, before he could take another move, Yuru pushed the shield and it created a sharp attack that hit Zhu Wen, causing him to flew away and kneel on the ground. Yuru smiled at him while still having the Horcrux. Didn't you say you'd destroy me? Yuru asked to tease Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen grits his teeth out of annoyance, and at this point, he realizes that Yuru is also using a Horcrux. No matter what kind of dark magic you're using, you still cannot escape the fate of being utterly defeated. He stated. The Buddha is above him, and seeing his next move makes Chen BeiMing and Cheng Sheng surprised. He then enchanted the 8-word Buddhist mantra and used it, aiming to suppress Yuru. Yuru was standing still and clearly saw the power skill of Zhu Wen. But then, she doesn't have any idea what skill is this. She jumped away and tried her best to dodge it. But she can feel how bad the skill is, which she believes that she can't keep dodging but instead do something to stop it. While dodging away, she was also thinking of ways to restrict Zhu Wen's movement. She landed on the ground and jumped again, then walked to the walls. Zhu Wen was staring at her, and Yuru this time got her whip and tied it to Zhu Wen's wrist. She then smiled as she was expecting that she successfully stopped Zhu Wen from attacking. She tried to pull the whip, but Zhu Wen still dared to smile and said that this movement of Yuru won't work on him. He activates his crescent moon blow once more and uses it to cut Yuru's whip. Yuru was shocked upon seeing it, but she didn't have a chance to say a lot since Zhu Wen dashed towards him with his crescent moon blow and attacked it to Yuru. Yuru flew away and was strongly slammed into the corner. She was leaning on the wall and Cheng Sheng was worried and ran towards her. Up until this point, BeiMing didn't stop the battle as he still wanted to see more from Yuru's ability. At the same time, Ziyan can say that Yuru's movement has improved a lot because of her Horcrux. But then, she's more interested in Zhu Wen since Zhu Wen's skill is on par with Yuru's Horcrux, and wonders what color of blood Zhu Wen has. After a minute, Yuru slightly smiled and stood while saying that she was fine and could still continue to fight. Do you really think you stand a chance? Just surrender and I promise that I'll kill you without any suffering. Zhu Wen confidently said. In your dreams, Yuru replied with anger. At this time, she summoned her double-headed bird and ordered it to crush Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen smiled and uttered that this would be a battle between pets, so he started summoning his pet while saying that he'd show Yuru the difference between their pets. She smiled and opened the beast portal in the middle. Yuru was dumbfounded after seeing a powerful beast of Zhu Wen in front of her. It was a gigantic hellhound, and seeing this also makes Changsheng frightened. Zhu Wen guffaws and belittles Yuru's pet. Because of his pet, Changsheng becomes more worried for Yuru, thinking that this lady will lose if the battle still continues. He then glanced at BeiMing and asked BeiMing to do something. Since BeiMing also felt that Yuru doesn't stand a chance anymore, he asked for Snowball's help. Snowball, are you interested in changing your diet? He asked, and Snowball widely smiled at him as usual. The hellhound at this point rushed to Yuru's pet while roaring. Despite that this hellhound is clearly powerful, Yuru's double-headed bird didn't back out, and unfortunately, it was easily bitten by the hellhound. Yuru witnessed how her pet was defeated by her opponent's pet, and she admitted it herself that her double-headed bird can't really afford to defeat a hellhound. Is this all you got? Why don't you take your bird as an example and surrender now? It isn't easy to cultivate to the general level. Zhu Wen stated with crossed arms. He also told Yuru that it will be worth it for the lady if she loses her cultivation or dies just because she stands for others. Yuru was angrily staring at him, but she could not utter any words because of the fact that she was almost defeated. All of a sudden, they heard a strange loud noise. After checking behind Zhu Wen, it was BeiMing's pet Snowball who was currently attacking the hellhound alone. The hellhound was howling in pain and was almost crying as he didn't have a chance to fight back. BeiMing was so proud while staring at Snowball and ordered it to come back to him. With this, his main advantage is gone. Changsheng whispered, and BeiMing glanced at him with annoyance. The hellhound passed out in a short period of time. He was whining in front of Snowball, and seeing him become weak makes Zhu Wen rattled. Zhu Wen clenched his fist while trembling in anger as he believed that BeiMing was doing it intentionally. What's more is BeiMing's pet, which is so strange for him for easily knocking out his hellhound that is famous for its ferocity. Yuru suddenly activates her Horcrux and declares that the battle is not over yet. She activated her snake belly sword and attacked it towards Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen immediately cast his crescent moon blow, but he was too late since Yuru broke through his technique. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish today. Zhu Wen angrily screamed. His Buddha above him is now holding a sword, and the ground also started crumbling. Yuru felt nervous and she immediately jumped away the moment Zhu Wen attacked him with the Buddha's sword. She was speechless while staring at this powerful technique of her opponent. After attacking Yuru, Zhu Wen then glanced at Snowball and ordered Snowball to stay away from his pet. Snowball became sad when the area where he was standing suddenly exploded after Zhu Wen attacked him. Changsheng and BeiMing panicked, but BeiMing became shocked after he saw Snowball come out with a wide smile on his face. Everyone was also dumbfounded when they saw BeiMing's pet perfectly fine. Even Zhu Wen himself couldn't believe it. He ended up killing his own pet since Snowball stood at the hellhound when Zhu Wen struck an attack. Xian laughed at him while tanking beside her couldn't believe what Zhu Wen did. Zhu Wen kneeled on the ground while screaming his pet's name. He turned his head behind while gritting his teeth as he heard BeiMing calling his attention. Young Master Zhu, what my family did today to you was quite offensive, but I hope you can forgive them this time, BeiMing stated. He also added that he was sorry for Zhu Wen's loss. How dare you, Chen BeiMing? It was you who instigated me to kill my own pet. You and your pet must die today. Zhu Wen replied with an angry tone. Kill me. Young Master Zhu's tone is not small, but do you have the ability? BeiMing replied with crossed arms. Zhu Wen stood and activated his power once more while screaming BeiMing's name. He screamed this time that this place would be BeiMing's burial place. He cast a Buddha slash and attacked it to BeiMing, and seeing this powerful skill made General Y worried for BeiMing and instantly warned BeiMing. But then, BeiMing was just calm and slowly disappeared, causing Zhu Wen to be dumbfounded. BeiMing suddenly teleported behind Zhu Wen, and Zhu Wen couldn't believe it after seeing BeiMing still perfectly fine. One of their men also witnessed how BeiMing easily dodged their young master's attack. As what Wen Guang concluded, his son's execution will bring together 90% of the king's explosive power, and even General Y would not be able to avoid it easily, so he was surprised that BeiMing easily dodged this attack. Up until this point, Zhu Wen was still determined to defeat BeiMing, and he confidently proclaimed that BeiMing wouldn't be able to kill him. He also scared BeiMing that he'll show BeiMing what really he can do. BeiMing was just staring at him with an emotionless face while waiting for his next move. Buddha sound, suppress evil spirits heart sutra. He screamed, and everyone inside heard some weird sound. They all covered their ears as they heard a sudden voice in their head, chanting. Zhu Wen was so mad while wishing BeiMing to go to hell. At this moment, his father commanded him to stop what he was doing right now. Master, let's avoid it first. This town demon doesn't have long eyes, so be careful of being injured by mistake, Wen Guang's guard stated. On the other hand, BeiMing recalled that in Star Alliance, there are countless people like Jiu Wen who condense the soul of King Ming, and some have even cultivated the ability to condense more than a dozen Buddhas at once. It's just a ghost of a remnant soul, dares to come to me for trouble, BeiMing uttered. He then summoned the soul-refining bell while saying that he'd give Jiu Wen a big present. He pushed the bell towards Jiu Wen and commanded it to push back the mantra Jiu Wen was making. Two Y brothers were shocked upon seeing it, and Jiu Wen himself witnessed how his mantra bounced back towards him. He was so shocked and couldn't do anything. He flew away and his family rattled and immediately assisted him to get up while telling him to pull himself together. Jiu Wen was trembling in pain, and since it's impossible for him to fight back, he decided to ask his father to kill BeiMing for him. After saying his last words, he then died, causing his father Wen Guang to become emotional while uttering his name. He was shaking in anger while carrying his son's dead body and promised that he would kill BeiMing as what his son wanted. Little bastard, you kill my son, I'll kill you today, he stated, and he even swore to God while crying. He was holding a soul incense and said that he would not let BeiMing be arrogant. BeiMing's face becomes serious while remembering lighting up this soul incense one day and smelling it thousands of miles away. But he doesn't have any clue what Wen Guang planned to do with this. Outside the hall, the sky becomes purple and the surroundings are very dark, which makes the people wonder. Wen Guang at the same time was raising the soul incense and calling out to his ancestors. A strong blow of wind happened and Cheng Sheng kept on asking BeiMing about what was going on. Aside from him, Tianqing is also asking his grandfather, but General Y doesn't answer, but he already has an idea of what is happening. A strong explosion then happened inside the hall, and from this explosion, an unknown man appeared. BeiMing thinks that this man is at the peak of a hunting kingdom which is only a foot away from the hunting grounds. This old man is Zhu Huan, the ancestor of the Zhu family. Wen Guang then greeted him, but then Huan pulled Wen Guang and carried him by the neck in front of everyone. Wen Guang then explained that their opponent, which is BeiMing, was too powerful, and that's why he was asking for help for this ancestor. As expected for an ancestor, Huan is very disappointed in Wen Guang and he is ashamed of having a descendant like him. He then pushed Wen Guang to the wall and everyone witnessed it. After that, Huan saw someone familiar to him. Hey, isn't that Y boy? We haven't seen each other for decades, now have we? He uttered. He was referring to General Y, and General Y then bowed down to him and politely said that he was grateful that they met each other but never thought this old man Huan was still alive. Huan ironically smiled and stated that General Y was not telling the truth, and that he was really grateful. He also advises General Y not to worry as he doesn't have any plans to take back the Heavenly Demon City this time. However, he becomes more interested in this new city that BeiMing built. BeiMing asked what he meant to say, and according to him, he was living in exile for so many years now, and this new city has given him a place to stay. Is that alright with you, Y boy? He asked, and General Y can feel that Huan is really sincere in liking this new city. He then explained to Huan that he's not the master of this new city, so he cannot decide if Huan would like to live here. Huan became mad and stated that he only asked if General Y would agree or not. General Y already felt nervous and he was stuttering at this point. He was about to answer, but BeiMing cut him off. I disagree. Want a new town? It depends on your appetite, BeiMing said with a wide smile on his face. Huan was staring at him with anger. This old man concludes that BeiMing has rejected him and he doesn't like how BeiMing, a hunter king beginner, disobeyed him. The members of his family also don't like BeiMing's behavior in front of their ancestor, and they even commented that BeiMing would surely die at the hands of Huan. What I want to do will not be decreed by a brat's gesticulations, Huan uttered while activating his power. While activating his power, he was telling BeiMing not to blame him for his action. BeiMing this time didn't dare to back out and immediately cast his dragon spear technique, the stranded dragon. He was surrounded by a golden light and everyone felt a strong aura from BeiMing. General Y at this point deduces that those innocent will be harmed if this battle keeps going on. Because of his conclusion, he then commanded all non-participants to leave immediately as quickly as possible. Non-participants instantly listened to his command, and while they were leaving, Huan was staring at them. He then glanced back at BeiMing while telling himself that BeiMing might really have some skill for having the guts to be brazen in front of him. BeiMing then attacks Huan using his dragon emergence from the sea skill, and this golden dragon of BeiMing is dashing towards the old man while roaring. While staring at this technique of BeiMing, Huan was just calm and stated that BeiMing is lacking just a bit of power even if his spear technique is quite domineering. He was following BeiMing's movement, and even if BeiMing was too fast, he was able to clearly see him and immediately deflects BeiMing's attack towards him. BeiMing received a scratch on his face and landed back on the ground. He slightly smiled while staring at Huan and admitted that this opponent of his is truly a strong one. While watching their battle, Tianqing commented that BeiMing was not a good match for Huan, so he suggested that they should interfere and help BeiMing. Brother Chen's power and technique aren't weak. Just because it's been a while doesn't mean he's falling behind. General Y answered. What he's more concerned about is that he feels someone is spying on them. He also asked both the old fox and Xiaocheng if they also felt it, and the old fox answered that he had set detectors all throughout the city but hadn't received any response yet. To be able to quietly get rid of all Brother Fox detectors, even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. If this person in the shadows has accomplices with the Ziyu person, then it'd be a huge problem. Xiaocheng answered, and General Y agreed to him. General Y was overthinking about the real situation at this point as he was worried that his guts were really true. Going back to BeiMing, BeiMing still continued to fight Huan using his stranded dragon rising to the sky skill and attacking it to the old man. The Zhu family members rattled upon seeing this powerful skill of BeiMing, but then their ancestor was very calm and suffered no injury and remained unharmed. In contrast, BeiMing for them seems to be injured in quite a few places. Although BeiMing and Huan were both at the Soul Hunter stage, Huan is very confident knowing that BeiMing is only in the elementary stage while he's already at the peak stage. For him, if the person thought he could challenge a peak stage cultivator upon hitting the Soul Hunter stage, then they would end up in the situation of BeiMing. He was so challenged this time to see how long BeiMing could keep up. Seeing the stranded dragon technique of BeiMing even makes him admit that he really underestimated BeiMing earlier. But then, he believes that this was all BeiMing can do, so he activates his power and makes a shield from it. This shield is very familiar to BeiMing, but the moment his dragon technique hit the old man's shield, it easily got crushed, which surprised everyone. This time, Huan declared that he believes BeiMing really has the potential. On behalf of your unusual powers, as long as you join my Zhu clan, becoming a vice city lord would be simple. In comparison to being the Heavenly Star City, if you become a city lord in this new city, then you'll be reaching your heights of success, Huan said to BeiMing. His people couldn't believe that he dared to offer BeiMing to become their vice city lord. They were murmuring behind their patriarch, but their patriarch scolded them for suspecting his decision. Still, some of them disagreed, knowing the fact that it was BeiMing who killed one member of their clan, which is Ziyu Wen, but Huan didn't care at all and whispered to his people that once BeiMing joined their Zhu clan, BeiMing would be a slave of this clan and nobody can decide his fate but this old man. After hearing his explanation, his people then forced BeiMing to accept their patriarch's offer. They even have the guts to say that BeiMing should be grateful. BeiMing crossed his arms and closed his eyes. BeiMing suddenly glanced in another direction and ordered someone to come out instead of hiding and watching the commotion for long. Even Huan is unaware and is curious about who this person BeiMing is referring to. Without any hesitation, a lady came out and slowly walked towards BeiMing while saying that she understood BeiMing. It turned out that this lady is Ying Suzu, and she's together with the Black Pagoda people. No wonder you didn't put us in the Dark Tower in your sights and even injured Lei Jiyuming. The lady uttered. The people of the Heavenly Star City were confused, and even Yuru herself. While Ying Suzu walked towards BeiMing, she noticed Yuru's presence, but Yuru got scared of her and immediately fled. At this point, old Huan was staring at BeiMing, thinking that BeiMing must be hiding powers for noticing the people from the Dark Tower that even he didn't detect them. BeiMing still crosses his arms while slightly smiling as he believes that Jiyuming is just faking being injured and struggling. Jiyuming then screamed at BeiMing, reminding him that it was he who demanded to invite Ying Suzu to come to this new city herself. He also thought that BeiMing got scared now after seeing the lady. Hey, look at you, to be able to say these disgusting things with glee. No wonder the Lei clan kicked you out. If I were you, I would have just ended my life. BeiMing replied, intentionally to annoy Jiyuming. Jiyuming then told him that since their Lord Ying was now here, it wouldn't just be half of the city's industries they only wanted. All of a sudden, Huan interfered to just ask how much of the industries these Dark Tower people wanted. And as per Ying Suzu, she wants 70% now, and 20% of the profit made by the Dark Tower will be distributed. Also, about the politics of this new city, their Dark Tower will not intrude. Old elders with BeiMing were all shocked by Ying Suzu's declaration of wanting 70% of the industries. At the same time, Huan told the lady that he'll give 70% of the industries once he becomes this new city lord, but on one condition. Ying Suzu slightly smiled and commanded him to say it directly. Since we are splitting this city, I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate if I were the only one working. You Dark Tower folks should show your power too. Huan answered. Ying Suzu easily agreed, but she also has one condition. She pointed to BeiMing and proclaimed that she wanted BeiMing alive. Little bastard, I'll see what you're made of today no matter what. Huan uttered. He summoned his Buddhist staff and confidently said that BeiMing had just faked his strength a while ago, and could not keep it fake now that he had the support of the Dark Tower. Before the battle started again, Ying Suzu commanded everyone not to interfere, otherwise they would also suffer. The remaining people who overheard her rattled as they didn't want to fight against the people of the Dark Tower. Behind BeiMing are General Y and Xiaocheng. And Xiaocheng is asking General Y what to do, but even General Y is clueless. So bunch of villains are colluding together now. Since you wanted to see what I'm made of, and I've been feeling pretty benevolent today, then I'll humor you. BeiMing bravely said. Powerful aura surrounded him and he suddenly started breaking through. A flame struck the wall coming from him, and Ying Suzu at this time feels a frightening presence from BeiMing. Huan was also shocked to know that BeiMing was planning to break through just before the battle. General Y was surprised to see BeiMing, knowing that if it was him, he always break through in a cautious manner for fear of failing in the final stretch, but BeiMing actually has the courage to break through easily. This time, old Huan immediately rushed to BeiMing, intending to stop BeiMing from breaking through. He attacked BeiMing using his Buddhist staff, but BeiMing still dared to smile, and said that his decision to break through couldn't be decided by Huan. He attacked back using his startled Dragon Soul Shaker, which consists of unbelievable power. Huan's eyes rounded in shock, and BeiMing then hit him with it, causing his attack to be easily fended off, and he flew away. He cannot believe how BeiMing made it, and even the people of the Black Pagoda or the men with Ying Suzu were dumbfounded to witness BeiMing reach the Soul Hunter intermediate stage in just a short span of time. You have the balls to run wild in my new city with such little power, BeiMing uttered and activated the startled heart technique. Yuru and Chengsheng both surprised to see BeiMing's weapon become red and powerful. BeiMing then strikes an attack towards Huan using his Dragon Pierce, but Huan manages to dodge. Insignificant skill. That accuracy is a little lacking, Huan said to belittle BeiMing. The skeletal demon gun bounced back, which startled Huan. He was struck on his hand and his people panicked upon seeing it. He was at the corner and he was so annoyed at BeiMing. He also noticed that BeiMing's weapon was leaching his blood. Ying Suzu herself was surprised, knowing that BeiMing not only figured out her true intentions, but could also unleash power despite being at Hunter King intermediate stage, that even they, at the Hunter King peak stage, couldn't fight BeiMing. One of her people asked what they should do now, but she didn't give an answer as she was so invested to see BeiMing's movement, and she started to become so curious about BeiMing's identity. At this moment, old Huan is suffering in pain. BeiMing then snapped his finger and his weapon was pulled out from Huan's arm, then went back to BeiMing. If anyone wants to challenge me, then come right over, BeiMing said. Huan didn't dare to answer BeiMing, but deep down inside of him is anger towards BeiMing. Ying Suzu becomes alarmed to BeiMing's current strength, so she commands Jiumeng to retreat first, knowing that they can't take BeiMing down now with just a few of them. Not only that, she also concludes that they will all be annihilated if they're not careful. On the other hand, Huan's people helped him to cover his wound with a bandage, and he admitted that he was being so careless. He was side-eye when he heard Ying Suzu about his wound. Ying Suzu walked towards him and he responded that BeiMing's weapon was very strange, and for him, BeiMing technique wasn't easy to deal with. He also concludes that if they were able to acquire BeiMing's weapon and technique, their strength might increase manifold. Ying Suzu was annoyed to hear Huan still had the heart to think about BeiMing's technique despite the fact that his hand was screwed. She then glanced at BeiMing, wondering again about BeiMing's information. BeiMing was yawning and he didn't have any idea that the lady was now a little bit scared of him. Ying Suzu looked back to Huan and asked the old man if he still had a final trump card. Since we were already allied, what trump card would I hide? If you asked me, that little bastard only just reached the Hunter King intermediate stage, so had he not had those techniques, he wouldn't even be able to use the power of the intermediate stage, Huan answered, which confused Ying Suzu. According to him, if Ying Suzu would distract BeiMing, he'll be able to ambush BeiMing, as he believes that they can be stronger together and BeiMing wouldn't be a match with the two of them despite the fact that BeiMing has this powerful weapon. Ying Suzu disagreed as she wanted Huan to be the one diverting BeiMing's attention while she'd be the one to ambush BeiMing. She offered it to Huan, and if they succeed, she's willing to just take 50% of the industries instead of 70. Huan was a little bit hesitant, so they argued together since they had different perspectives. Since these people were too busy discussing, General Y suggested driving away the enemies, but BeiMing said that there was no need to drive away these people. For such able-bodied grunts, wouldn't it be a shame to drive them away? BeiMing said. He then commanded the city guards to close the city gates and not let any single person escape. Outside the city gate, the guards then passed the message to the guards that guarded the gates, and the guards then closed all the possible entrances and exits. On the other hand, one man of Yingsuzu is panicking as he reports to the lady that the city gates have been closed. Ziyu was shocked upon hearing it, while Huan was so irritated as he concluded that BeiMing wanted to keep them here. Chen BeiMing, open the city doors. We won't tangle with the new city's affairs. We may meet again, and maybe we'll even work together then. Yingsuzu said. Meet again? You think my city is your garden where you can come and go as you please? BeiMing replied. The lady then asked him what he wanted to happen, and BeiMing smiled and told them all to leave all their belongings here if they really wanted to leave. If they will follow what BeiMing wants, BeiMing will let them all go. And if not, they will not have a chance to leave. Yingsuzu and her people were dumbfounded, but they didn't dare to fight against BeiMing. The path is in front of you, how to walk is up to you, BeiMing said. People from the Black Pagoda say this offer of BeiMing is a robbery. At the same time, Huan feels insulted knowing that he injured his hand despite the fact that he's the king of the Hunter Realms practitioner, and now he feels that BeiMing is blackmailing him and robbing him. Chen BeiMing, you sure you want to do this? Yingsuzu asked, and BeiMing asked her what she meant to say of being sure. You sure mean sure that my weapon can kill a person, BeiMing said, which scared the lady. She said that she hopes BeiMing will not regret his actions. She then commanded her men to give all their stuff to BeiMing, and her men were all stuttering as they felt nervous. Wenguang also asked Huan if they should also surrender their stuff, and Huan was hopeless. He was mad as he ordered Wenguang to also give their stuff to BeiMing. BeiMing is waiting for them to give everything they have, and Xiaocheng suddenly said that both sides are going to suffer greatly this time. He was afraid that BeiMing had offended these people as he believed that they'd face the consequences when the time came. General Y is also worried. He glanced at the old fox, but the fox also said that he had no objections. For him, simply letting the Dark Tower guys lose against the new city will only cause endless misfortune. Moreover, the Zhu line is a tough one to handle, so he's in favor of destroying these people entirely and not letting them rise again. After a while, BeiMing collected all the treasures from the people who dared to go against him. After giving it to BeiMing, Yingsuzu told BeiMing that he should be a man of his word and let them leave the city as he promised. She even scared BeiMing by telling him she'll take revenge if she can't get out. BeiMing then told her not to worry as he was willing to let these people leave. Before he gave the permission, Xiaocheng warned him that these people would be a thorn in his side in the future if he really let him go. The old fox agreed and suggested BeiMing to just kill the two King Hunter Realm practitioners and see if their clan would still dare to come back here. After saying these words, he suddenly activates his power, which scares the men of Huan. Wenguang then whispered to Huan that BeiMing's family wanted to destroy everything. Little bastard, you want to break your promise. Come at us, Huan angrily said while activating his power once again. Yingsuzu then asked BeiMing what he wanted to happen, and BeiMing then answered that he only wanted to be friends with both her and Huan. BeiMing let them know that this new city he built had a ruin, and he asked both of these high-rank hunters if they were interested. As expected, Yingsuzu and Huan became curious, but then, a part of Huan believed that BeiMing was just lying. That's why I want to befriend you. I only share my treasures with friends. How is it? Wanna come to my place and talk it over? BeiMing said. Yingsuzu and Huan were both silent. After a few seconds, Yingsuzu asked Huan's opinion, and Huan answered that it was fine for him as BeiMing only wanted to talk about ruins. However, he's afraid that BeiMing is planning something to deceive and capture them. BeiMing overheard what he said and he became annoyed, but he didn't give any words to argue. Catch us, we're already in that situation, Yingsuzu answered. Huan didn't understand what she meant to say, and the lady walked towards BeiMing and said that they'd find out whether or not BeiMing would deceive them once they got to the ruins. Meanwhile, they all went to the new city's meeting hall. Lady Yingsuzu then instantly asked about the location of the ruins. BeiMing widely smiled and answered that it was only near the new city. General Y also said that he thought BeiMing was just lying at first, but apparently, it's a real ruin. And as per Xiaocheng, he realizes why BeiMing wanted to build a new city in this area, and that is because this new city is merging with the ruins. Huan suddenly slammed the table as he stood and said that there was no way for BeiMing to tell them about these ruins for free. He angrily asked BeiMing to tell his real intention, but BeiMing told him that he was just overthinking things. For him, he only wants to become first among these two. Besides, the new city doesn't have enough ability to explore the ruins, but both Yingsuzu and Huan do. There's no deep conflict between us. How about we join forces and explore the ruins? BeiMing asked. Both Yingsuzu and Huan were silent, and at the same time, Huan wondered if there was even a ruin out there in the new city can't explore. Chen BeiMing, do you know what realm the ruins master is in? Yingsuzu asked, and BeiMing answered that it's Emperor Hunter realm practitioner at the very least. Everyone was shocked upon hearing it. For General Y to make sure, he asked BeiMing once again, and BeiMing was very confident to say that he was not lying. He also added that they'll soon find out once they get to the ruins. According to the ruins history, no Saint Hunter realm practitioner or higher has ever appeared in the past 100 years, but now an Emperor Hunter practitioner actually appeared at the ruin, which made General Y surprised, and it's hard for him to imagine the good treasures that lay there. He also concludes that the ruins have many traps, and he realizes why BeiMing wanted to let them join. At this point, Yingsuzu asked how they should divide the treasures, and BeiMing answered 8/2. Their new city will get the 80% and Yingsuzu and Huan will receive the 20%. You guys get 80%. You're too arrogant. Without us, you can't even take the treasures, yet you still want to take the 80%. In my opinion, it should be 6/4. We take 60% and you guys take 40%. Huan angrily said. Says you, even without you guys, we can still explore the ruins. Even though we don't have many high realm hunters, we can still find it. If it does not work, we can just find some people from Xing Union to work with. We'll have not only King Realm hunters but Saint Realm hunters that'll want to join us. BeiMing answered. Yingsuzu was surprised as she concluded that BeiMing dared to work with the Xing Union. She believes that the people in this union will take everything to BeiMing. And since she now has the idea that the ruins BeiMing mentioned are near this new city, she decides to go by themselves. BeiMing didn't force her and told her not to blame him once they couldn't see it. He also mentioned that there are at least 1,000 kilometers of forest hills and wasteland near this new city. This time, BeiMing gave them the last offer, which is 30% instead of 20%. Yingsuzu and Huan looked at each other and decided to go and work with BeiMing. The lady asked BeiMing when they should depart, and BeiMing answered that it would be tomorrow. He informed the two that he had someone arrange some place for these people to sleep for tonight, and they'll depart after they'll rest. These people then leave, and Xiaocheng warns BeiMing about these people as he believes that these people will be unsatisfied with the 30% once the time comes. BeiMing doesn't care about it for now, as he is more worried if they can take all the treasures from the ruin. For them to be relieved, BeiMing told them not to worry as he already had a plan. If the city lord says so, then we're relieved. General Y said. BeiMing was still staring at Yingsuzu and Huan leaving the hall, and as they turned their way, Huan asked the lady if she really believed BeiMing would give them the 30%. I think he's telling the truth. If he was lying, he would have made the conditions more favorable to us and would rob us when the time comes. Yingsuzu answered. However, a part of her can say that BeiMing is a tricky one, so she advises Huan to be careful since no one can also guarantee that BeiMing and the people with him will use some sort of tricks. The next day, Zhu Guang comes out from his respected room together with his men. He was walking in the city and heard positive comments from the citizens about building businesses here in this new city. Citizens were very glad that their businesses in new city were more profitable, and BeiMing didn't even dare to take any percentage of their resources, so they were grateful for BeiMing and decided to follow and help BeiMing in the future when needed. Upon hearing their words, Wen Guang is still mad at BeiMing and still very determined to avenge his son. While he was walking, his men kept on asking him if their ancestor Huan really agreed with BeiMing, as they were afraid that this would bring shame to their names. Wen Guang became annoyed at him and ordered him to shut up. For him, no one is right to judge their ancestor, that's why he defended Huan. His man then apologizes and admits his own mistake. In short, Zhu Wen problems will not end here. Wen Guang uttered while clenching his fist, which was also trembling in anger. They continuously walk around the city until they pass by the Gu cousins together with BeiMing's pet. They knew that Cheng Sheng and his cousin Jui Tang were from the Gu family and were also BeiMing's followers. Other than that, they also noticed Snowball, as they recalled that it was Snowball who killed Zhu Wen's hellhound. Wen Guang is staring at them and remembers that Chen BeiMing is entering the ruins with their ancestor and the Dark Tower. Seeing BeiMing's pet and followers in the city makes him think that BeiMing is dumb for going to a dangerous place without his followers and pet. Because of this, he comes up with a nice plan. He then blocked BeiMing's pet and suddenly kicked Piggy, which made the two beasts flew away. Cheng Sheng screamed upon seeing it, while Jui Tang stared angrily at the Zhu clan people. Ouch, did I kick something just now? Wen Guang uttered, and his people laughed loudly while saying that BeiMing's pet should be honored to be kicked by Wen Guang. Chang Sheng was so mad and was about to punish these people, but Zhu Tang grabbed his shoulder and advised him not to lose his temper. He also informed Chang Sheng that Zhu family has someone who's at the peak of the King Hunter realm practitioner, so the two of them cannot be able to defeat them. Moreover, their city lord BeiMing is also working together with the Zhu family to explore the ruins, so they shouldn't cause trouble. Looks like you guys are pretty lively. You guys must have earned a lot of money. You guys probably have many empty stores, right? Wen Guang asked, and Chang Sheng told him that it was not his business at all. Zhu family leader, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you want me to ask around for help? Zhu Tang politely replied to Wen Guang. Wen Guang's men then abruptly asked for an empty store and even scared them that their leader was a peak or king realm hunter practitioner. Chang Sheng suddenly laughed. You guys still have the balls to show your face after being humiliated so much, he said, and Zhu Tang panicked behind him. Wen Guang felt insulted for what Chang Sheng said. Chang Sheng repeated what he said and even advised Wen Guang to ask BeiMing if they really wanted to have a store in this new city. An inexperienced young boy dares to talk big in front of the Zhu family. All you do is talk. Why don't we settle this with our fists? Hope you don't destroy your so-called boss city. Wen Guang stated. Let's go. I want to see your begging face. Chang Sheng replied. Zhu Tang behind him is already annoyed at him as he is too hard-headed. They all went outside the city and faced each other. Before starting the match, Wen Guang proclaimed that he'd kill Chang Sheng by his own hands. But then, Chang Sheng teases him by repeating what he said inside the city. Wen Guang uttered that Chang Sheng is a stubborn little brat. He then started summoning his dog beast ancestor, and Chang Sheng doesn't have any idea about what this is. Zhu Tang then explained to him that it's Zhu Huiyan's familiar hell dog, and is also the ancestor of the familiar that was killed last time by Snowball. At this moment, a strong smoke enveloped the area where Wen Guang was standing, and seeing this makes Zhu Tang conclude that this familiar Wen Guang is summoning might be at the Demon King stage, and he also believes that it will be dangerous for them if Wen Guang successfully summons it. After a few seconds, the dog beast ancestor appeared and was standing behind Wen Guang. This dog beast then instantly asked Wen Guang what he wanted to happen. Shockingly, Wen Guang suddenly kneeled and said that he had failed this dog beast ancestor. Chang Sheng was annoyed as he knew that Wen Guang was just acting up. This dog beast then asked Wen Guang if what happened, and Wen Guang said that he was sorry for not taking good care of the little hellhound of his son Zhu Wen. He pointed at Snowball and reasoned that it was Snowball who killed the little hellhound by swallowing it. The dog beast was mad after hearing that his heir who cost him hundreds of years was already gone. That white furry ball did it. Clamor also said that if you settle it with him, he will peel your skin off, cut your bones, fry your tendons, and put them all in a pot to make a soup. Wen Guang said. Since he was spitting lies, Chang Sheng felt weird, so he asked his cousin Zhu Tang to contact BeiMing immediately. Zhu Tang was hesitant as he was worried that something dangerous might happen to Chang Sheng once he left, but then Chang Sheng forced him to do it while he planned to just delay his opponent in case they'll attack him. Zhu Tang was confused about what he was trying to say, so he explained further that he had finished reflecting on himself after the fight in the Colosseum and realized that as the heir of the Gu family, he was still immature and had a long way to go. Zhu Tang stares at him and realizes that Chang Sheng is now finally aware that he is the successor. So I will stay here, begging them for my life. If I'm still alive after this, I will carry on in life and live life to the fullest, Chang Sheng stated. He knew from the very start that his cousin Zhu Tang didn't want trouble, so he decided this time to handle it by himself. After the fight in the Colosseum, he trained every day, so he have confidence now. That's why he's willing to let Zhu Tang leave and reach out to their boss BeiMing. Zhu Tang is willing to accept Chang Sheng's order as deep down inside him, he wants to prevent Chang Sheng from inheriting the Gu family. At this time, the dog beast is asking who's the one who killed his successor. Wen Guang answered again that it was Snowball. The dog beast then stared angrily at BeiMing's pet, and Piggy immediately hid behind Snowball, while Snowball still dared to widely smile. I'll ask you again, was it you who killed my successor? The dog beast asked once more. Piggy already cried in fear, but as usual, Snowball is just staring at the dog beast, seeing this gigantic beast as a delicious meat. He was so excited while drooling, and on the other hand, the dog beast was telling him that he didn't know his place. He attacked Snowball, a power coming from his mouth, and Chang Sheng and Zhu Tang rattled. Zhu Tang then immediately ran as fast as he could to try contacting BeiMing. While he was running, he heard Chang Sheng calling his name. He stopped, and Chang Sheng suddenly changed his mind as he decided to contact BeiMing now instead of Zhu Tang, since he got scared seeing the real power of the dog beast. Zhu Tang was confused and was about to say something, but he was cut off since Chang Cheng immediately ran away. If that little guy can't beat the beast ancestor, I'll be dead for sure. I still have my family to inherit. So, brother Zhu Tang, I'll let you handle it this time. I will burn many incense sticks for you if you die, Chang Cheng stated while leaving. Zhu Tang was so annoyed and screamed his name, but Chang Cheng didn't listen at all. He glanced at the enemy, wondering what he could do now. You dare interrupt me. Even if you don't become mincemeat, next time you won't be so lucky. It didn't hurt you. Looks like this king underestimated you, the dog beast uttered, and Snowball was just staring at him with annoyance. The dog beast then summoned a ball while stating that Snowball indeed had a great defense, so now he's not confused as to why his successor died at the hands of Snowball. While preparing his next move, he stated that he would see how thick the skin of Snowball is. He roared so loud while casting his skill Hellfire and attacked it towards Snowball. Snowball managed to dodge and rush towards his opponent. The dog beast was standing still bravely. Things that are beyond your ability, even if you want to fight this king, he uttered. He then hardly hit Snowball with his hand and Snowball flew away and bounced 3 times on the ground. Unfortunately, Snowball got stuck on the ground and was in pain. He suddenly froze and Zhu Tang was shocked upon seeing it. According to Wen Guang, this fire of Inuzu that the dog beast used comes from hell, which is different from ordinary fire. Whenever burned by the fire of hell, the flame will quickly turn into cold and frostbite. At the same time, the biting chill of coming to hell will penetrate deeply into the bone marrow, making it immobile. He now deduces that Snowball can only be slaughtered by the dog beast ancestor in the end. Senior Zhu Huan and our city lord are working together. If you indulge your battle pet to harm our city lord's battle pet, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to pay in front of your senior Zhu? Zhu Tang angrily said. Wen Guang then answered that he couldn't do anything now since the dog beast ancestor only sought revenge for killing his successor. He also said that Zhu Tang should blame the dog beast ancestor for its inferior skills. Zhu Tang grits his teeth out of annoyance, but he doesn't dare to say something. At this point, Piggy was staring at Snowball and he was worried seeing Snowball in danger. He was staring at the dog beast with anger as he didn't like how this beast trapped his friend Snowball. This is the first time this thing can move in the fire of hell. Your skin is harder than the king imagined, the dog beast ancestor said. With such a terrifying defensive power of Snowball, he believes that his strength rises a lot after swallowing Snowball. All of a sudden, he growled in annoyance as he saw someone strike an attack at him. What? How dare you sneak attack on this king? He angrily said. And it turned out that it was Piggy who attacked him without giving any signal. The dog beast attacked back and managed to hit Piggy, causing Piggy to scream in agony. The dog beast stepped on his back and declared that he would eat him first before Snowball. While he was bullying Piggy, he was unaware that Snowball was able to get out from being frozen. Piggy continuously screamed in pain, which made Snowball go berserk, and suddenly someone uttered contemplation. The dog beast turned around while asking who was the one talking. On the other hand, Zhu Tang was surprised to see Snowball in such a powerful aura that even the old beast himself was confused about how Snowball got out from being frozen. He was also shocked after he noticed Piggy disappeared. While Zhu Tang is just observing Snowball, he concludes that Snowball is casting some skill to save Piggy from the hands of the dog beast. The dog beast grits his teeth as he is annoyed, thinking how Piggy fell into the hands of Snowball. He also noticed that the aura emitted by Snowball was much stronger than before, and even the ice from hell had been broken by it. He then concludes that the bloodline talent has exploded. Other than that, there is also dementia, which sounds like a kind of illusion, and he believes that it must be the ghost of Snowball. Being able to take prey away from under the king's eyelids is also quite capable, he uttered while clenching his fist. He then proclaimed that Snowball cannot defeat him by relying on the illusion of the 3-legged cat. He activates thorough eyes and it surrounds his body. Lots of eyes? What kind of ghost stuff is this? Zhu Tang uttered. Wen Guang is already familiar with these piercing eyes, which he believes are an innate blood talent of the Hell Dog family. It is said that there are countless mazes in Yama Hell that stand in the way. Even the hunters of the highest cultivation level can't distinguish the direction. But the hellhounds can survive in Yama Hell with the eyes of the penetrating eyes, and nothing can be hidden from their eyes. As Wen Guang observes, Snowball cannot be the dog beast's opponent even if he has the highest ability. Other than that, if the dog ancestor can use this to break through from the Demon King realm to the Demon Holy realm, he believes that their Zhu family can sit back and relax in the future. At this moment, the dog beast rushed towards Snowball with killing intent. He jumped while saying that he wanted to see what else Snowball could do. Snowball widely smiles and screams. Someone whispered contemplation to the dog beast once more, which made him irritated. While rushing to Snowball, several hands come out from the underground, but the dog beast is very confident that it is just an illusion, knowing that his piercing eyes can see through an illusion, and for him, illusion is vulnerable to a single blow. But then, he was wrong. He got easily struck by these hands and his blood splattered around. He was so confused as to why he felt severe pain despite that this was only an illusion. Snowball is grumbling while staring at him. He was so dumbfounded as he found himself standing on a golden ground. The hands were grabbing him down while still wondering where he was. Zombies then appeared and they were all growling while walking towards him. While staring at them, he becomes scared and asks them not to get closer. The zombies didn't listen and jumped towards him with the intention of hurting him. These zombies are pulling him, which makes him unable to move. He was trembling in fear and was asking for some help. While he was screaming, the members of the Zhu clan were so confused since it was only he who could see the zombies. These men felt nervous about how they could explain this to their ancestor Huan, as they knew that Huan would be mad once he found out that they secretly instigated the dog beast ancestor. One man of Wenguang concludes that Snowball is using a demon method and he hopes that Wenguang can stop it. But then, Wenguang was so annoyed as he knew that he could not do anything. He then glanced at Zhu Tang and accused him of indulging Snowball to hurt their dog beast ancestor. He said that Zhu Tang cannot replace their dog beast ancestor with BeiMing. Explain, Patriarch Zhu, what you said is bad. The dog's ancestor moved his hand, and the little guy beat it to death out of legitimate defense. What can I do? Zhu Tang answered to annoy Wenguang. He added that he can only blame the inferior ancestors of dogs. He also gives the same suggestion to Wenguang to look at how the dog beast ancestor died so he can clearly explain everything to their ancestor Huan. At the same time, Snowball walked towards him with excitement. He was staring at Snowball with a shocked reaction, seeing that this tiny pet was really able to defeat the enemy. On the other hand, Chengsheng successfully finds BeiMing and they both run as fast as they can to save Snowball from the hands of the dog beast. Huan and the others also ran with them since it was BeiMing's order. A few hours ago, Chengsheng found them and immediately informed BeiMing about the incident. BeiMing doesn't have any idea about the beast Chengsheng mentioned, so Chengsheng pointed at Huan and explained that it was the pet of Huan who was going to kill Chengsheng to avenge the little hellhound. Huan then told BeiMing that it was none of his business since he didn't give a secret instruction to the dog beast ancestor. Other than that, he mentioned that his dog beast ancestor is just a battle pet and nothing's rare. BeiMing didn't listen to him but instead commanded everyone to go back to the city as soon as possible. He then runs to save Snowball from danger, and the old man Huan is trying to stop him since he wants to go to the ruins immediately, but BeiMing doesn't listen to him. At the same time, Ying Suzu agreed that his dog could really cause trouble. Oh, what's the trouble? That kid's battle pet started to kill the dog ancestor and his hind. In addition, his battle pet looks not small, and keeping it is also a scourge to us. It's better to let the dog ancestor eat it. Maybe it can make a breakthrough. Huan answered. Are you not afraid that Chen BeiMing will tear his face with us? Ying Suzu asked. And as per Huan, there's nothing to be afraid of. We already know the ruins of Emperor Hunter. Will he have to pay for it if he tears his face with us? If I want to change it, I will accept the plant. He added. At the present time, everyone arrived outside the new city. Chengsheng then pointed to the area where the scene happened. But they saw Snowball enjoying the meat of the dog beast ancestor. Zhu Tang at the same time was cooking a soup from the meat. BeiMing then mainly asked Snowball if he was fine, as he was worried that his pet might get hurt. At the same time, old Huan was shocked to see BeiMing's pet still alive. He was looking for his dog beast ancestor, and Ying Suzu is familiar with the smell of the meat that Zhu Tang is cooking. Zhu Tang then declared that it was Inuzu, the dog beast ancestor of the Zhu family. It turned out to be the smell of the dog meat. Ying Suzu uttered. It's just a war pet, don't worry about it. When the ruins are excavated, what kind of battle pet can't be found? You are almost tired from the long journey. Why not have a full meal together? Don't waste the good fog meat in this pot, BeiMing said while holding the ladle that had the dog meat soup. Huan was so shocked to know that it was really his battle pet, and BeiMing also dared to eat it in front of him. According to him, his dog ancestor finally reached the peak of the Demon King realm cultivation base, so he wanted to get some satisfactory explanation today. He even told BeiMing not to blame him for acting rudely. He walked towards BeiMing, but BeiMing stopped him by striking the ground near him. Confess. Your dog ancestor is the first to do it, so you dare to ask me to confess. Is it possible that your Zhu family's battle pet is the battle pet, and my Chen BeiMing's battle pet can be killed casually? BeiMing replied. He also added that it was their Zhu family who intended to kill his pet, so he was asking for an explanation from the Zhu family. Huan was so annoyed by the fact that it was his pet who died and BeiMing still wanted him to explain. His hands were trembling in anger, but for the sake of Emperor Hunter ruins, he still can't act bravely. His men were murmuring behind him and he asked what BeiMing was messing around. Oh, that young master would have to take a look at how much the former city lord of the Devil City hadn't used it. BeiMing answered, "Oh, what's the air? I really thought our ancestors would not dare to kill. Old ancestor, hurry up and let this fellow know." Wen Guang said, but Huan didn't give any words, so he asked Huan to quickly told BeiMing. But Huan becomes mad and orders him to keep quiet. "You dare to say one more thing, I will kill you immediately," he said. He was staring at Wen Guang with annoyance and he suddenly kicked Wen Guang in front of everyone. Chang Sheng and his cousin were startled as they couldn't believe this old man to hurt his own people in front of them. "When will it be your turn for a junior to make things happen?" Huan asked. He glanced BeiMing to BeiMing and said that he should be the one to be blamed for being incapable of disciple, letting his servant speak rudely to BeiMing and disturb BeiMing's pet. Now that he has shattered Wen Guang's soul seed, he asks if BeiMing is already satisfied. "This old thing is also vicious, even his descendants will not let go," Chang Sheng uttered. On the other hand, Yuru suggested BeiMing still be careful with Huan as they do not know when they will perineum their hands. "If there is another time, don't blame me for rushing to kill," BeiMing answered. He then commanded everyone to rest for a while and continue to explore the ruins later on. After BeiMing leaves, Wen Guang asks Huan why he's afraid of BeiMing despite that he's cultivated at the peak of the King Hunter realm. "For useless things, I know that playing these tricks that are not on the stage will almost make me unable to get off the stage. Stupid, if that little beast is so easy to deal with when he has crowned the city lord before, I could cramp him and peel him to pieces," Huan answered. He also told Wen Guang not to worry as today's affairs will not be left alone. His plan is to let BeiMing pay back everything he has done once he gets the treasures from the Emperor Hunter ruins. After a few hours, they finally arrive at the Emperor Hunting ruins. They started to enter the tunnel and at this time, Chang Sheng decided to come with them. While they were walking, General Y saw something. He told BeiMing about it and BeiMing then saw a statue above a long door. By looking at the traces on this door, Ziyu believes that it is estimated that it has a history of tens of thousands of years. As for Ying Suzu, Ziyumeng's statement can't be wrong. Since this is the site of the Emperor Hunter, she concludes that behind this door should be the treasure left by the Emperor Hunter. Old Huan was tapping the door and trying to open it, but he couldn't and only heard a loud noise. He then said that this door should be specially forged since they cannot easily open it, and ordinary people can't open any organs around it at all, so everyone will look for it separately. Yuru then asked BeiMing's opinion and BeiMing then gets his weapon that was made from the Star Alliance's armor. He believes that they cannot crack this door even if they find the mechanism, so it's better for him to crush it. "Stay away if you want to survive," he said while activating the weapon. Everyone panicked and immediately hid as they were afraid that they'd get hurt. BeiMing then crushed the door, and seeing this weapon of him made Ying Suzu wonder why a man like BeiMing had this black gold armor of the Star Alliance. BeiMing successfully opened the door in just one fire, and he was shocked as he saw several corpses. He slowly entered inside together with the others, but they didn't see any useful treasures. Even Huan said that the things inside were just a bunch of bronze wares and there was no shadow of horcruxes. He saw a bell and he was startled as it suddenly moved. It went to the corpse and created a noise. The skeleton's eyes became purple and the lady noticed that every zombie was moving. All the zombies were standing, getting their swords, and it seemed like they were preparing for a battle. As per BeiMing, it's the ghosts remaining here that were manipulating these zombies. Chang Sheng saw something strange, so he immediately told BeiMing to look into it. As BeiMing turned around, he saw a zombie wearing a clock. A purple flame comes out from his eyes and he proclaims that those who trespass this hall of underworld equipment will die today. Numerous hands came out from the underground, causing all the people to rattle. These zombies jump towards the humans, and Huan also feels that there's a zombie ready to attack him. The zombie tried to hit him with a sword, but he managed to dodge away. He then fought back using his power and the zombie flew away. As he looked into his arm, he noticed that the zombie was able to slash him a little. The skin around his wound withered instantly. He got a pill and swallowed it, but then he didn't see any improvement on his wound, so he started to wonder about the zombie's weapon, which is only a bronze. The old zombie just mentioned that this is the palace of underworld objects. Does the underworld objects refer to these bronze artifacts? Yuru asked. According to BeiMing, once the ghost weapon is injured, even the first-class wound medicine can't cure Emperor Hunter. He believes that this old zombie must know something, so he told everyone that they should catch him alive. The two elders were both shocked while Ying Suzu mentioned that these zombies died a long time ago. While talking, a zombie dashed towards her, but she easily punched its face and stepped on its head while asking BeiMing if he still wanted to catch the old zombie alive. BeiMing then said that he cannot know if he will not try it. He rushed to several zombies and killed them together using his shocking dragon and breaking army technique. He then went directly to the old zombie and attacked it, but this zombie blocked his weapon. "It's damned to break into the Hall of Hades," he uttered and pushed BeiMing away using his staff. BeiMing flew away and slammed on the wall. The old zombie raised its staff and every sword suddenly moved and floated above. He then controlled it and was intending to use it to kill BeiMing. At this point, Ying Suzu and Huiyan rattled while uttering BeiMing's name, and even BeiMing himself panicked, but still he instantly jumped away and avoided all the swords. Obviously, it is only the cultivation base of the general level, but the power that bursts out is not weaker than mine, he uttered while kneeling on the floor. A part of him also wondered about this old zombie sacred. All of a sudden, his pet Snowball suddenly grumbled behind him. BeiMing then understood that Snowball wanted to smash the gigantic statue, but he was worried since this statue weighs millions of katas. Snowball smiled at him to make BeiMing realize that he can make it. "Anyone who trespasses into the Hall of Underworld equipment will have to die," the old zombie said for the second time. Cheng was staring at this zombie, but he panicked and immediately called BeiMing to warn him. BeiMing then turned his head around and rattled after seeing the old zombie attack him once more. Snowball was furious and Cheng was almost affected by the attack. Yuru panicked upon seeing these powerful swords while the old zombie was just staring at them in shock, seeing Snowball able to deflect his attack. BeiMing was staring at his own pet while thinking about when Snowball became so powerful. At this point, the old zombie is not satisfied yet and points his staff towards Snowball and strikes an attack once again while saying the same statement that anyone who trespasses into this Hall of Underworld devices will have to die. Snowball went mad and carried the beast statue, then threw it to the old zombie. The old zombie rattled and the area where he was standing exploded after the beast statue landed on him. Huiyan was starstruck by the strength of Snowball since this was the first time he witnessed how Snowball handled a battle. At this moment, the old zombie was still alive, but he was stuck. BeiMing was standing in front of him together with Snowball on his shoulder. "Can't this hold you down? Little thing, give him something more," BeiMing uttered. Snowball then stood on the ground with a wide smile on his face, and all of a sudden, Ying Suzu noticed that all the zombies were falling down. Both she and Huiyan were shocked to see Snowball fearlessly attack the old zombie with the statue. Several statues of the beast were smashed down, and there were no cracks in the bones. No wonder the Star Alliance didn't make any mistakes with this sight. "Who are you? Where is this place?" BeiMing uttered. "Cataclysm. Cataclysm. Break into the Hall of Underworld equipment without permission, let go of the demon of outer space. You all deserve to die, and the whole world must be buried," the old zombie replied. BeiMing this time was so confused, and according to Yuru, to speak of cataclysm, she believes that it was experienced once in the ruins thousands of years ago. She explained that according to records, the land of ruins at that time was not called the land of ruins. It was a place of fertility and peace that could be called the kingdom of heaven. But after a sudden catastrophe, the kingdom of heaven fell and became a land of ruins. She doesn't know whether the catastrophe it said refers to this. Compared with the cataclysm, Ying Suzu cares more about the outer domain demon in its mouth, and she always feels bad after hearing the name. No matter what it is, the demon of outer space, who has been imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years. I am afraid that it will die long ago with only bones. However, Brother Chen, what do you plan to do with this zombie? Huiyan stated. BeiMing believes that this old zombie's origin is certainly not small, so he was planning to take it back to see if it can regain its wit, and maybe he can know more useful information about this site and the demon of outer space. He then commanded everyone to act separately. He wants General Wei and Xiaocheng to go and find someone to move all the bronze in this ruin, and others are responsible for searching here. He also told everyone that there must be a secret door leading to a deeper place. They all then continued to walk, trying to find the door that BeiMing mentioned. Cheng was looking around and was hoping to see the hidden door. There's a dark wall beside him that is broken. He was so curious, so he decided to tap it with his finger. The moment he tapped it, he suddenly flew away, which made him startled and screamed so loud. Cheng then immediately glanced at him with a worried face and asked him about what just happened. Surprisingly, the hidden door they were searching for suddenly appeared on this dark wall that Cheng tapped. Upon seeing this door, BeiMing believes that this is the fire of purgatory. He was thinking about refining the soul and entering the holy realm, which he believes that even in the Star Alliance, there are many powerful people at the peak of the king hunting realm. They can only constantly comprehend the way of the holy realm and refine their life and soul in order to break through. But with the fire of purgatory, the process of enlightenment can be omitted and the soul can be refined directly. The origin poster, so many purgatory fires, if you want to see all of them. The value is probably several times more than the sum of the entire Black Pagoda, Ziyu stated. And Yingsuzu deduces that the number of purgatory fires behind this door should be astonishing. With these purgatory fires, they can also gain a foothold in the Star Alliance, and Ziyu is annoyed that Chen BeiMing will be their obstacle. Yingsuzu at the same time believes that Huiyan will also be one of their problems. Although they are an alliance in name, she believes that as long as they dare to show the slightest idea of possessing the fire purgatory, Huiyan will definitely attack them before Chen BeiMing, so she advises Ziyu not to be impatient and watch the changes first. Oh, so many purgatory forests, Brother Chen is so gratifying, Huiyan uttered behind BeiMing. Huiyan then suddenly brings up their distribution as he cannot accept that BeiMing will really get 70%. What he wants is to reallocate. He doesn't want any of those bronze artifacts. Instead, he will give it all to BeiMing as he only wants 40% of the purgatory fire. He also added that he doesn't care for the rest of the people in the Black Pagoda. Yingsuzu was shocked upon hearing it as it was clearly a betrayal for her. Are we not allies? If you want to go 40%, what shall we do? Ziyu asked. It is up to you and Brother Chen to negotiate on your own. You may be able to get a share if you work hard. Huiyan answered. As early as in the new city, it has been agreed how to allocate it. Now you are not afraid of making people laugh when you see profit and forget your righteousness, Yuru said. Chengsheng also added that Huiyan suddenly changed his behavior, so he concludes that there must be some conspiracy, and he wants BeiMing to be careful. Conspiracy? Didn't it mean that some helpers were secretly found to ambush outside the ruins? It seems that Mr. Zhu is very confident of these helpers. BeiMing answered. The original poster, it turns out that this surname Zhu is the same as ours, and he has left behind. Ziyu uttered, but the lady stopped him from saying something. As expected, top be a character who can become the lord of a city. I am confident that I am not showing my feet, and don't expect Brother Chen to know it, Huiyan said while clapping his hands. He then directly asked BeiMing if he was willing to change the distribution of this site or not. BeiMing slightly smiled and answered that he wanted to satisfy Huiyan, so he agreed to make changes. The treasure of the ruin and the Hailu have a score of 7 or 3. The Zhu family didn't have a score, so satisfied with the change, BeiMing said, which made Huiyan mad and clenched his fist. He then called someone and this person was instantly summoned in guffaws while saying that there's a great show in this ruin. When this man was completely visible, it turned out that it was Feng Qingsang together with 2 gigantic beasts, the triangle rhinoceros and the silver-winged bird harpy. Qingsang is staring at them, and Yuru together with Chengsheng also glances at him in confusion. As what Yingsuzu noticed, these 2 beasts were both in the King Hunter realm. BeiMing also stares at these beasts while thinking about when did so many powerful king hunters popped up in the ruined land. At the same time, he deduces that these beasts are either a bloodline of normality or it is a treasure of heaven and earth. In the impression, he believes that there have been several monsters like this in the Star Alliance. Other than that, he feels pity knowing that several ancient tribes were taken away as soon as it was discovered, and there was no time to study it. Upon seeing the purgatory fires, both these beasts that newly came become so excited. Huiyan then gets their attention by telling them that these purgatory fires don't mean that they can ask for it, but instead, they need someone to agree. These monsters were annoyed and asked Huiyan who was the person who had the courage to refuse them. The bird glanced at Yingsuzu as he thought that Huiyan was referring to this lady, and the rhinoceros was angrily asking her to give them the fire of purgatory. Yingsuzu felt nervous while Chengsheng rattled and asked BeiMing what they should do now. Will the fire of purgatory be given to us or not? Just say a word, the bird said. Ziyu panicked and explained to the beasts that they were allies with Huiyan. He also asked Huiyan to say something about them. You don't have to panic. They are joking with you, just say yes and they will be as agreed upon before. Huiyan answered. Really? But I don't seem to be joking. Yingsuzu answered. BeiMing then spoke and bravely asked them what would happen if he did not give these beasts the fire of purgatory. The bird then answered that he would die instantly if he was hard-headed. He then possesses his own power and a cloud of fire surrounds him, which frightens Chengsheng. Upon seeing the real strength of this bird, BeiMing then realizes that this bird is using 100 birds Kayakin, which is a bloodline talent, and he deduces that it could be that alienation caused the bloodline talent to also change. He grips his weapon as he feels interested this time, knowing that he didn't have the opportunity to study in the previous life. This time, he was very eager to see what was special about this abnormal beast. He activates his sleepy dragon and uses it to make a shield and defend himself, but then, the bird was able to crack his shield. BeiMing now confirmed that even the 100-bird and phoenix displayed by the silver-winged bird monster in the demon sacred realm can hardly break his dragon soul, and a silver-winged bird monster in the demon king realm can actually crack the dragon soul. He now concludes that the strength has also improved by leaps and bounds after the mutation. The remnant soul condensed by the mere spear intent also wants to block this king's methods. It is simply whimsical. 100 birds have turned into immortals. Watch this king turn you to ashes, the bird uttered. He then attacked BeiMing once again and BeiMing screamed dragon slashing spear. He managed to break the bird's attack which made the bird dumbfounded. BeiMing struck his weapon on the ground while saying that the lethality has indeed grown a lot after the mutation, and there must be a lot of changes in the defense. He possessed his Dragon Eater technique, and this time, his aura seems scary so the rhinoceros is giving the bird a warning. But then, the bird didn't feel frightened at all and even prepared himself to fight back. Kingsang this time had seen that the overbearing marksmanship of the bird clearly only has the cultivation base of the King Hunter realm, but the spirit of the marksmanship exudes as close to the hunting holy realm. BeiMing's golden dragon was now heading to the bird and he then ordered it to tear the beast enemy. Upon seeing this frightening look of BeiMing's skill, the bird finally became scared and was begging the dragon not to get closer to him. But then, BeiMing didn't give any mercy and let the Dragon Eater attack the bird, causing it to have a big explosion. When the smoke slowly disappeared, they saw the bird kneeling on the ground and was already weak and suddenly fell as he passed away. I thought that after mutation, the skin became thicker than the ordinary single-winged bird monster, but it didn't seem to be. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed, BeiMing said. The rhinoceros grits its teeth and vows to kill BeiMing to avenge his brother bird. Huiyan this time interfered and asked the rhinoceros not to be impulsive. You have seen the eagle poster too, you can't let this little beast ignore it. Since we are allies, we should cooperate to kill him, Huiyan added. He offered to give 70% of the properties of the new city plus the treasures in the ruins if the rhinoceros cooperated with him to kill BeiMing. Ziyu was also greedy to get a percentage of the properties from the new city that BeiMing built, so he asked Yingsuzu to also join with Huiyan's forces. Still, then, the lady was just wondering if BeiMing didn't plan to mention conditions. While they were discussing, BeiMing was just looking at them with annoyance as he knew that these people were planning something against him. Let him make terms, Ziyu asked while pointing at BeiMing. Huiyan was annoyed and wanted to disagree, but BeiMing cut him off and offered Yingsuzu the 20% of the ruins. As for the property of the new city, he can lease part of it to the Black Pagoda, but whether Yingsuzu can compete with other families in the future depends entirely on her own ability as per BeiMing. Ziyu was not satisfied with BeiMing's offer, but to his surprise, Yingsuzu accepted BeiMing's deal. She promised to keep the rhinoceros for BeiMing while BeiMing should do the rest. After what she said, Huiyan was angry at her and rushed to them together with the rhinoceros and Kingsang. Before the battle starts, BeiMing reminds the lady that he wants the rhinoceros alive. The lady then also told him to make sure to stay alive and well. She then rushed to the rhinoceros while holding her dagger, and the rhinoceros was staring at her with anger. She attacked, but the rhinoceros managed to block her weapon. At the same time, Kingsang casts his 9 Suns Burning Mirror technique and dashed toward Yingsuzu. Yingsuzu was able to see him before he could get near the lady. BeiMing threw his weapon at him and intentionally blocked his way. He then landed back on the ground and BeiMing said, "Your opponent is here." BeiMing then instantly activates his Sleepy Dragon Ascend to Heaven technique and attacks it to Kingsang. Kingsang immediately jumped away and successfully avoided the flame. He was planning to run away, but BeiMing chased him and struck his arm with a laser technique, then cut it without any hesitation. Huiyan witnessed the scene, but he was too late to help. Old man Kingsang screamed in agony and at the same time stared at his rhinoceros, who was currently facing Yingsuzu. He can see that his rhinoceros is not in good condition, so he was planning to escape by himself. He also glanced at BeiMing, thinking about what kind of evil BeiMing was. At this point, he told his eye Huiyan that he could no longer help him fight. He then flees while Huiyan is calling him. Since he didn't listen, Huiyan became mad at him. He was hopeless, so he told his people to retreat for now. Changsheng saw him running away, so he immediately told BeiMing, but BeiMing didn't have any plans to chase this old man, as he was thinking that this old man might be planning something to trap him down. He then turned his head behind the moment Yingsuzu called his name. As he turned around, the rhinoceros was already weak and was defeated by the lady. "I have gotten this savage beast. Should I discuss the distribution?" the lady uttered. In addition to that, she also had some good suggestions, so she asked BeiMing to have a chat. After the commotion, they then went back to the new city. The next day, Lady Yingsuzu went directly to Chen BeiMing's mansion. BeiMing is with her, and before they enter, BeiMing asks her if Chen BeiMing won't cheat. Suzu didn't give any response, but she recalled her last conversation with BeiMing yesterday. She told BeiMing a proposal that their Black Pagoda hopes to settle in the new city and do their best to help BeiMing. That time, BeiMing didn't give her an answer but instead asked her to go to his mansion after a day to talk about her condition. At the present time, Suzu entered the mansion of BeiMing together with her people. When they entered, someone welcomed them and knew they were from the Black Pagoda. It was Lady Qingshuan, and she told them that she had been here for a long time. BeiMing also told Suzu that Qingshuan is Chen BeiMing's wife. Qingshuan guided them to the guest room and informed them that BeiMing was not available at the moment, but she could accept messages on behalf of BeiMing. Suzu then explained that their Black Pagoda is the only chamber of commerce in the wasteland and has industries over the wasteland. In addition, if they can settle into this new city, she can help this city to be renewed. As for her condition, half of the shops in the entire new city should be handed over to them. Qingshuan doesn't like her condition, so she honestly told Suzu that it is impossible to give what she wants. According to her, the remaining shops in the new city nowadays are less than 30%, and she has to leave a part for other families, so she can only sell 10% of the shops to the Black Pagoda. BeiMing instantly disagreed and said that their Black Pagoda wasn't similar to those small families. He was speaking a lot of words, but Suzu had a different perspective. I can understand Madam's difficulties. If I am reluctant to shop, I have another win-win solution, she said. As per the lady, they don't want to shop in the Black Pagoda, but she claimed that the business in this new city is left to their Black Pagoda. As long as they can get a warehouse in this new city, she's willing to give 30% of the profit to BeiMing every year. Qingshuan then concludes that Suzu wants to let all the families buy goods in their Black Pagoda. She believes that if this continues, the Black Pagoda will not monopolize the supply of the new city, and at that time, the business family can only look forward to the Black Pagoda. If it is 10% shop, I can give it to the Black Pagoda, she offered while putting down her teacup. She also directly told Suzu that she'd be rejecting if Suzu wanted their Black Pagoda to monopolize the supply of the new city, since she also believes that BeiMing would disagree if he's the one here. The lady was so pressed with Qingshuan's directness to the point that even her people didn't like how Qingshuan acted. They even said that even Feng Qingsang greeted them like they were dull. Feng Qingsang is that Feng Qingsang who was taken as the city lord without BeiMing's hands. We are indeed inferior to him in terms of shame, so ashamed. Qingshuan replied, Mrs. Chen, according to your opinion, we have nothing to talk about. Isn't the madam worried that our Black Pagoda and the Star Alliance will join forces to deal with the new city? Suzu stated, at most 10% of shops. As for your cooperation with the Star Alliance, please. Qingshuan replied, but she was cut off when Lady Suzu slammed the table and walked away together with her people. I want to see how long your new city can last, she said with annoyance. While they were leaving, Changsheng and Ziyu took a peek at them from behind. Changsheng was so impressed as to how Lady Qingshuan was so uneasy with these people from the Black Pagoda. Of course, elder sister is so cool, Ziyu uttered. After a while, Changsheng went to the ruins of the Demon Refining Tower, since BeiMing was also in this place. Changsheng reported everything to BeiMing and said that the Black Pagoda might have intended to unite with the Star Alliance. BeiMing was facing the bronze monster statue while saying it does not matter, there is only one more black building. Fortunately, Qingshuan is here, so I don't have to mess around with the Black Pagoda gang, BeiMing replied. BeiMing saw this bronze statue and he recalled that this is from the Emperor Hunter's ruin. While staring at it, BeiMing noticed that this statue was obviously a bronze statue made of bronze but was vaguely fierce. Because of this, he was hesitant to believe that this statue was really made of monsters. All of a sudden, the mountain bear Demon King came to them and seemed very upset. The bear tried to smell the bronze beast statue, but he was startled and immediately told the lady spider what he noticed. The lady was surprised and informed BeiMing that the bear said that this bronze beast statue is alive. BeiMing and Changsheng were both shocked as it never came to their mind. BeiMing was staring at the bronze beast with confusion, knowing that those with a discerning eye could see that this bronze beast statue was cast with copper water. After thinking about it, something then comes into his mind. He then possessed his powers and used it to penetrate the bronze beast statue, and some part of it penetrated. BeiMing stopped after he felt that this bronze beast statue material was really strong, that it could be replaced by other Horcruxes, and with his current cultivation strength, it can easily let the soul power penetrate through. He now confirmed that that beast statue only looks like bronze but is not really made of bronze, but then he doesn't have any idea what really the material of this statue was, since he hadn't seen it even in the Star Alliance back then. BeiMing was really curious to see this statue's shell, so he activated the purgatory fire to use it against the beast statue. Chen Sheng was jaw-dropping upon seeing the purgatory fire in the hands of BeiMing. He also senses that BeiMing is planning to do something with it, but he is too late to stop BeiMing since BeiMing immediately started refining the purgatory fire. At this point, the fire of purgatory had slowly disappeared, so Chen Sheng was confused if BeiMing's refining had succeeded. As per the Lady Spider, BeiMing succeeded in refining the purgatory fire since she can feel that the soul power of BeiMing is much more domineering than before, and she concludes that her strength must have increased several times. Chen Sheng this time claims that the fire of purgatory is indeed a real treasure, and he now realizes why Huiyan and the others were ready to fight for this treasure. After refining the fire of purgatory, BeiMing then held the beast statue while his arm had a purple flame, and he was shocked as he discovered something. The purple flame transferred to the beast statue, and BeiMing now clearly sees that this beast statue not only has complete bones, delicate veins, but even a heart and soul. He thought that the Star Alliance had collected countless materials and documents, and it was already outstanding in science and technology. But, compared with the image of this beast in front of him, the difference is not a little bit. BeiMing glanced at the Lady Spider and asked her if there was someone in the demon refining tower. The Lady Spider then answered yes, and that is because BeiMing took the initiative to open the demon refining tower, so tens of thousands of people enter the tower to practice every day. Although late at night, there are still dozens of people staying in the tower. BeiMing then commanded her to make all the people and demons leave, and he also instructed this Lady Spider to not allow anyone to enter the demon refining tower without his permission, including this spider. Yes, master, the Lady Spider answered. She and Chen Sheng looked into each other's eyes as they were confused as to why BeiMing acted strangely all of a sudden. After a while, outside the demon tower, people were so mad since Chen Sheng drove them out of the tower. A man then explained that BeiMing had agreed that they could enter the tower to practice, and they were now confused as to why they were kicked out after moving in and giving the money. Chen Sheng is having a hard time explaining to them since even he is clueless. The people were so disappointed and were asking for a reasonable explanation. All of a sudden, they heard someone speaking behind them and asked about how long it had been since someone dared to fight the demon tower. After checking, they saw that it was King Xuan. Chen Sheng was so glad that the lady came since he didn't know what to do anymore. Other than King Xuan, Xiao Cheng and General Y came together with the old fox, who just said that you want to take the city and win the tower. King Xuan asked with annoyance. While they were engaging with the people at the demon refining tower, BeiMing was still busy with the beast statues. He was so curious about who's the person making these statues that looked like made of bronze. In addition, BeiMing found out that there is no blood circulation in the veins, so these animal images look like dead animals. At the same time, he was wondering what would happen once he injected blood and filled the soul sea of these beast statues. He then activates the fire of purgatory once more as he decides to try and see it himself. Going back outside of the demon refining tower, Chen Sheng and the others who suddenly came were now facing the people who were forced to leave the tower. Xiao Cheng saw one of his people here, so he asked the man to explain. The man named Zhang Dongcheng then explained that Chen Sheng unexpectedly ordered them to all leave the tower while he was practicing inside, and most of them didn't agree with each other, so a conflict between them happened. He was claiming that they were not at fault since Chen Sheng didn't give them a valid reason. Xiao Cheng felt a little bit annoyed as he recalled that Chen BeiMing said when he was in the Heavenly Phoenix City before this new city was built, this demon refining tower was open to everyone in the new city. Since Chen Sheng is the one who forced the people to leave the tower, Xiao Cheng is asking him to give an explanation, and if not, he believes that it will ruin BeiMing's reputation and will be difficult to convince people in the future. Chen Sheng felt nervous and King Xuan beside him asked what really happened. Chen Sheng rattled and informed the lady that he didn't know anything since BeiMing only gave them the order to make the people leave the tower. He also informed them that BeiMing is near the tower and studied several beast statues retrieved from the Emperor Hunter's ruin, and by that, he wants the people to leave and not approach the tower in the meantime. He was so afraid to disobey BeiMing, so he chose to kick all the people that were practicing inside the tower. The old fox then said that he was so silly as he could just tell everyone that was originally BeiMing's order and not him. It's easy to say, do you think these people can listen? Chen Sheng replied with annoyance. Aside from that, if he says that it was BeiMing's order, he's afraid that these people will use it with malicious intent to make a fuss about BeiMing. So for him, it would be better that he will be the one to carry it alone since he doesn't have any reputation to clean once people will be mad at him. He was doing this for BeiMing as he hoped that BeiMing would give him some benefits for his righteousness. At this moment, Jiang Dong suggested Xiaocheng to simply seize this demon refining tower, and they should be the ones to control it by themselves. Qingshuan overheard what he said, so she asked Xiaocheng if he wanted to occupy the demon refining tower, but Xiaocheng answered no instantly. He doesn't want to act arrogant in front of Qingshuan, knowing that this lady is Chen BeiMing's woman. Offending her is like offending Chen BeiMing for him. Besides, he just wants to ask for justice, by way, suppress the arrogance of Star City, and he also doesn't want to be evil. His people disagreed with his answer to Qingshuan. They were mocking him, which made him annoyed and glanced at them with anger. Patriarch, the people of the Star City are so overbearing. If we continue to do so, our position with the Heavenly Demon City will be in jeopardy. Even if the Demon Refining Tower is not under our control, it can be handed over to the Heavenly Demon City, Jiang Dong said. But Xiaocheng was just annoyed at him and didn't give any response. Patriarch Zhan, since you have made this decision, I will give you an explanation for Changsheng, Qingshuan suddenly said. All the people were shocked and mad after hearing from the lady that from now on, everyone present at the scene will not be allowed to step into Phoenix City. According to her, BeiMing seized the demon refining tower from the Feng family. He took the initiative to open the demon refining tower to let all the people experience it and practice their strength. She also added that a person like them is not eligible to enter the Star City. Jiang Dong was furious at her and called her a stinky lady for deceiving too much. He then asked their patriarch Xiaocheng to go back to their Phoenix City and let BeiMing and his people deal with the Star Alliance on their own. Patriarch Y, I guess you don't want to be humiliated in the Demon City. Why not leave together so as not to be scorned and rejected by others? There is also the old fox. Everyone is gone. You certainly don't want to stay alone and be bullied. He added to invite General Y the old fox leave the new city. General Y was just silent as he didn't want to give any comment on this current issue. Jiang Dong glanced back to Qingshuan with a clenched fist and confidently said that without their Phoenix City and Heavenly Demon City, the Heavenly Star City is just a shit. Now, he boasted that they could leave this new city and build their own. Xiaocheng doesn't like Jiang Dong's behavior, so he smashes the man's back and commands it to shut up. Changsheng and Qingshuan didn't interfere, knowing that it was originally Xiaocheng's man, so they knew that it was only Xiaocheng who could make him silent. I am the Patriarch of Heavenly Phoenix City. What qualification do you have to advocate for me? Xiaocheng said to Jiang Dong, who is now kneeling on the ground. Jiang Dong ironically smiled at him. Xiaocheng then faced back to Qingshuan and claimed that he had no way to govern and had offended the lady a lot because of Jiang Dong. He politely asked the lady to stop this matter and just focus on other important things. General Y agreed, and according to him, the Star Alliance has not been eliminated, so he wants Qingshuan to put the overall situation as the most important thing. But then, as per Qingshuan, Star City is in charge of BeiMing, and to insult Phoenix City is also to insult BeiMing. If the two cities want to understate it, it will not be good for all of them. General Y doesn't get what she really meant to say, so she explains that Jiang Dong wants to occupy the Demon Refining Tower and wants to form a gang to isolate the Star City and then shake the determination of the three cities to fight the Star Alliance. For her, this kind of person must not stay in this city and should be put to death. However, Xiaocheng's friendship to BeiMing is not shallow, and he has contributed a lot to the construction of the new city, so because of it, she decided that the troublemakers will not die but instead be driven out of the new city to avoid disaster in the future. Xiaocheng was shocked upon hearing it, since some of these people were his men. His people were begging him to help them as they didn't want to be driven out of the new city. At the same time, Jiang Dong is telling Xiaocheng that Qingshuan is not well-intentioned, so he doesn't want Xiaocheng to just easily agree with the lady. Xiaocheng glanced at him with anger. He then commanded Jiang Dong and the people with him to take their families and leave the new city within 1 hour. If you still let me see you in an hour, don't blame me for cruelty, he added, and his people rattled. An hour later, these people started to leave the new city as what Qingshuan wanted. And while they were leaving, elders were staring at them. This is called stealing chicken and losing rice. Even my Heavenly Demon City got in. General Y said, how do I know that this city lord's wife is so powerful? Plus this group of troublemakers are extremely stupid. Thinking of taking the opportunity to crush the Star City, now it's all right, but it's been generalized. Xiaocheng replied. The old fox behind him laughed and told him that he deserved it. As per General Y, after experiencing this incident, the interior of the new city should be able to become harmonious, and it will also be a good thing for them to fight the Star Alliance in the future. All of a sudden, the old fox saw something coming their way. They saw several airships and they were still clueless about who it was since it wasn't clearly visible. They weren't aware that it was the Star Alliance's airships. From inside their airship, they saw the new city that BeiMing built, and a man said that he didn't expect a group of people to build such a new city in such a short period of time. It was Mei Ganjun. However, the insects are only insects. After all, no matter how hard they struggle, they cannot escape the fate of being swallowed by the strong. He added. He was facing his daughter Mei Ruting, and his daughter smiled and agreed to him. Ganjun then asked his daughter to report this matter about the new city to the senior leaders of the Star Alliance. Mei Ru at this point still recalled BeiMing's strength and how BeiMing was able to make a weapon using their black gold armor. She said that she didn't expect BeiMing would defeat her, and now she was dazzled by revenge. Her father then glanced at him and wondered about who this Chen BeiMing that her daughter mentioned. Mei Ru then said that her defeat and Heavenly Phoenix City's change of ownership were all caused by Chen BeiMing. She now accepted the fact that BeiMing is not easy to deal with, so she warned her father. That being said, it is necessary for your father to see it with his own eyes. Ganjun replied. He then commanded his men to notify the ministries to launch an offense, and he ironically smiled and declared that their new goal this time was to obtain the new city. On the other hand, BeiMing is still at the Demon Refining Tower, sitting on the ground while staring at the statues. The Lady Spider suddenly came back to report that the people from the Star Alliance had come. BeiMing was shocked as he never expected that their enemy would come too early. Several airships were still flying above the new city and the citizens were clueless. Without any words, the Star Alliances attacked the new city, and the people panicked and immediately ran to hide. General Y at the same time didn't expect that these Star Alliance people planned to have a blatant attack. He then ordered some defenders to immediately guide the people to the refuge in the city while the remaining defenders would quickly counterattack. They widely opened the city gate, and Xiaocheng ordered the captains to start the cannon and instantly gave them permission to fire on the enemy. Numerous cannons were aimed at the airships of Star Alliance, and since it's very durable, Xiaocheng commanded their men to keep firing. At this point, the Star Alliance attacked them and the ground strongly shook. Lord Zhang, are you okay? The man asked, and Xiaocheng answered yes. He was staring at the airships of the Star Alliance and noticed that it remained unscathed despite that they were able to hit it at the shelling. Inside the airships of the Star Alliance, Ganjun ordered some men to pass a message to their front line to keep them alive, as he planned to pick a few potential fighters from them. His daughter Mei Ru then informed him that King Sang wanted to see him and had some important things to talk about. King Sang then showed himself and politely greeted Mei Ru and her father. Fen King Sang, do you still have face to meet me? He tried every means to assist you in becoming the city lord of Heavenly Phoenix City. Not only did you lose your position as city lord, but you also caused the people of the three major cities to unite against the Star Alliance. How will you make up for this loss? Ganjun stated while slightly glancing at King Sang. King Sang then asked for his forgiveness and accepted the fact that the defeat of his Heavenly Phoenix City was indeed not a small matter. According to him, he came and met Ganjun to make atonement to him. Ganjun invited him to go to a private room and have a private chat. After entering, King Sang then told everything to Ganjun about what happened to the Emperor Hunter's ruin. He said that he was lucky enough to go inside the ruin and learned that there were a lot of purgatory fires inside. He also believes that there are possibly more rare treasures once they explore the ruin deeply. After hearing his statement, Ganjun then remembers that this fire of purgatory is something extremely rare even in the Star Alliance. He was also interested in the treasures that King Sang mentioned. He then asked King Sang who else knew about this ruin, and King Sang answered that it was the people from the Black Pagoda and some people from the three major cities. In addition, he informed Ganjun that Chen BeiMing was one of the people who explored the ruin and was also the one who discovered it. Ganjun was shocked as he never imagined that Chen BeiMing was knowledgeable enough to know about this Emperor Hunter's ruin. He clenched his fist and he was trembling as he hated BeiMing so much. He cannot accept the fact that Chen BeiMing defeated her daughter and now is connected with this Emperor Hunter ruins exploration. Meanwhile, at BeiMing's mansion, Mei Ru together with her people of Star Alliance were outside. They were with a person named Wu Wensheng, Mei Ru's soon-to-be husband, and this bald man smiled while asking if the mansion in front of them was really their target's home, which is Chen BeiMing. He came to see for himself what kind of person BeiMing is, and he also wants to avenge Mei Ru for putting the lady in shame. Mei Ru became silent as she recalled what happened before they came to BeiMing's mansion. She told her father that Chen BeiMing has many tricks and might have already found a place to hide at this moment. Because of her conclusion, she wanted to lead a team to capture Chen BeiMing alive. After informing her father about her plan, Ganjun then decided to give the lady permission to lead a team into the city to capture Chen BeiMing, but she should be with Wensheng. Mei Ru disagreed since she's very confident that she can lead the team alone this time, so she doesn't want Wensheng to be with her. Although you are married to Wencheng, you have never been to the Wu family, and the Mei family has been unable to stand firm in the Star Alliance. Therefore, I want you to take this opportunity to make your relationship further. In this way, I can also propose to the Wu family to officially marry you, and the future of the Mei family will not have to worry about anything. Ganjin replied. Mei Ru cannot accept it, but she didn't dare to argue with his father and instead clenched her fist out of annoyance. At the present time, Star Alliance people entered Chen BeiMing's mansion under the lead of Wencheng. Wencheng was screaming, ordering BeiMing to show himself. All of a sudden, Yuru's rope was struck on the ground, causing it to crumble. They all then heard the lady's voice, telling them that their city lord's mansion was not a market. If you want to play the rank show, it is recommended to go north to the animal city where the monkey demon will welcome you. Yuru added. She's together with Ziyu and Qingshuan, and seeing them makes Wencheng smile while saying that he never thought there was such a beautiful woman in this new city. Most of all, he was drooling after seeing Chen BeiMing's beautiful lady. Her lady Mei Ru doesn't care about his behavior, but instead, she screams to ask where Chen BeiMing is. She calls the ladies as shrinking turtles, which causes Qingshuan to be annoyed and possess her flame, then attacks it to Mei Ru. Mei Ru rattled upon seeing it since she was unprepared, but she was lucky enough since Wencheng immediately went in front of her and blocked Qingshuan's flame by activating a shield. Qingshuan and Yuru were shocked to see Wencheng directly block the attack. Sister Mei, it seems that the other side chose the hard way, so let this lord handle it, Wencheng said. Mei Ru was shocked to witness what Wencheng was trying to do. Wencheng smirked as he uttered that the beauties in the wasteland should have different tastes compared with other women. Both Yuru and Qingshuan were confused not until Wencheng rushed to them while screaming. By this, Yuru and Qingshuan were able to see that Wencheng had a cultivation of the King Hunter realm. Wencheng tried to attack them and they fortunately managed to dodge. Qingshuan then casts her fireball and attacks it back to Wencheng, but Wencheng activates his shield once more and blocks Qingshuan's skill. Qingshuan now feels that Wencheng is really not easy to deal with. The beauty is not only hot but also makes feel hot. I can hardly bear it. It's better hit the iron while it's still hot. Let's finish this now, Wencheng uttered, and attacked Qingshuan using his black gold metal armor. Yuru knew that this was a dangerous move, so she ordered Qingshuan to get away from where she was standing. She then jumped towards Wencheng while activating her power, but Wencheng got a chance to see her behind. But then, he doesn't have a chance to react as he sees Yuru's Horcrux possesses a red flame and surrounds him. The defenders of the Star Alliance then ask Mei Ru's permission to help Wencheng, but Mei Ru recalls what her father said to her, that if she doesn't enter the Wu family, their Wei family will find it difficult to gain a foothold in the Star Alliance. Her hands were trembling while telling herself that she didn't want to marry Wencheng. She then told her defenders not to give any help to Wencheng and just reasoned out that Wencheng could handle it by himself, so there's no reason for them to intervene. One of her defenders was about to disagree, but Mei Ru glanced at him with anger. What? Do you want to disobey my orders? Or, you are doubting Wu Wencheng's strength and think that you are better than him? She said. These subordinates don't dare. How can these scumbags be Wu Wencheng's opponent? Her defender replied. Surprisingly, Wencheng still has the guts to smile while saying that Yuru is not only an attractive lady but also has a lot of treasures. At this point, he managed to break Yuru's silk thread with just brute force, and Yuru was shocked upon seeing it. Wencheng then raises his hand and declares that he is becoming more and more interested in Yuru and Qingshuan, so he doesn't want these ladies to escape from his hand. He punched the ground with great force and possessed his prison of the sleeping beasts technique. The ground is shaking while Yuru and Qingshuan are clueless about what's going on. Strange things then appeared from the ground and it looked like metal hands that surrounded the ladies. Qingshuan was so mad while staring at Wencheng. Wencheng then slowly walked towards them and he said that both ladies didn't need to be afraid as he didn't have any intentions to hurt them. I won't hurt you as long as you two agree to be my women, and tell me where Chen BeiMing is, he added with an ironic smile. He was about to say some consequences once the two ladies disobeyed him, but he was cut off when he heard someone asking him what he's gonna do. He turned his head around to check who it was, and at the same time, Mei Ru felt a little bit nervous as they finally saw Chen BeiMing, who was currently holding the skeletal demon gun. So you are Chen BeiMing? Wencheng asked, and BeiMing instantly answered yes. As per Wencheng, BeiMing seems to be pretty good and he thinks that BeiMing's cultivation is also not low. Now, he proclaimed that BeiMing would have a chance to live as long as he handed the Horcrux. Other than that, if BeiMing agrees, he's also willing to introduce BeiMing to the Star Alliance of his Wu family. Without any hesitation, BeiMing refused his offer. Mei Ru and her defender were shocked to see BeiMing instantly go behind Wencheng at a fast speed. Even Wencheng himself was startled and confused by what just happened. BeiMing then punched him with great force, causing him to flew away and slam on the wall. Even if I want to join the Star Alliance, can you stop me? BeiMing asked. The Star Alliance's defenders were all dumbfounded as they couldn't understand what just happened since BeiMing really had unbelievable speed. Meiru at the same time was confused knowing that BeiMing was clearly in front of everyone just now, and moved to Wu Wencheng's back in the blink of an eye. Now, she confirmed that BeiMing's cultivation had grown so much in a short span of time. BeiMing then dashed to the metal hands that Wencheng cast and slashed them one by one. Yuru and Qingshuan looked at each other with a smile on their faces seeing BeiMing getting stronger more and more. How dare you offend my woman with your dirty mouth, BeiMing said while pointing his dagger to Wencheng. He then scares Wencheng by telling this man that his mouth will be torn apart and his tongue will be cut off so that he can never say such words to a woman. At this time, Meiru decides to stop BeiMing and advises BeiMing to let go of Wencheng immediately, or else all the people of BeiMing's new city will pay a heavy price for it. BeiMing then glanced at the lady and said that it was her, the former defeated Captain Mei. You want me to let him go? It's not impossible, but you have to let the people backing you come out to save him. BeiMing answered. He wants the chief commander of the Star Alliance, which is Meiru's father, Mei Ganjun, to personally come down. Meiru was shocked to hear the name of her father from BeiMing's mouth as she never expected BeiMing to know her father. Meiru this time concludes that BeiMing was thinking that he could win against her father. This time, she was staring at BeiMing and told herself to help BeiMing die from their hands. She then turned around and told BeiMing that she would now arrange a meeting for BeiMing and her father right away. After a while, BeiMing went outside the new city's gate together with his people and their hostage Wencheng. Cheng Sheng then declared that the people of Star Alliance, especially Mei Ganjun, finally came. Ganjun fearlessly stood in front of them together with her daughter and some of his defenders. I gave you this opportunity to build a good relationship with Wu Wencheng. Not only did you let him fall into the enemy's hand, but I even had to save him personally. At this point, there's no more need of you here, Ganjun said to his daughter. He scolded his daughter as he was afraid that the Wu family would take responsible action if anything happened to Wu Wencheng. He also told his daughter not to blame for not caring about family affection and driving the lady out of their family and sending her to the Wu family as a slave for life. Despite the fact that Meiru doesn't like her father's words, she doesn't say anything but instead remains silent. I am the chief commander of this battle, and the current head of the Mei family, Mei Ganjun. Are you Chen BeiMing? Ganjun stated, and BeiMing answered yes. Upon seeing these people of Star Alliance, Wencheng immediately asked for help from Ganjun, but Cheng Sheng smacked his head and ordered him to stay silent. After seeing Cheng Sheng hit Wencheng, Ganjun screamed Wencheng's name out of shock. He then gave a warning to BeiMing that their Star Alliance is not easy to deal with. And now that he personally came, he angrily asked BeiMing to release Wencheng quickly. He activates his power and declares that no one in the new city would survive today if BeiMing won't release Wencheng. Upon seeing that he's a Saint Hunter level cultivator, Cheng Sheng and Yuru become terrified. But then, BeiMing grips his weapon and doesn't believe that Ganjun can really kill all of the people in his city. Patriarch Mei, are you threatening me? He asked. Without any hesitation, BeiMing struck his weapon to Wencheng's back, causing Ganjun to panic and scream in anger. BeiMing pulls out his weapon from Wencheng's wound, and seeing what he did makes Ganjun think that BeiMing is seeking death. Ganjun unleashed his sword and raised it up. An insect made of blue gas appeared and Yuru was surprised upon seeing it. As per Gu Boy, the sword Ganjun has is not simple, and it's realizing a chilling kai as if it can cut everything in the world. Chilling kai, where? How can I not feel it? Cheng Sheng replied. On the other hand, BeiMing knew that Ganjun was using a demon god technique. It's a special technique that can split the soul into several parts and give them different forms. It's largely used to overwhelm the enemy, expose his flaws, and finally kill him. But even if Ganjun is a saint-level hunter, BeiMing believes that Ganjun can't display even 10,000 of the strength of this beast he summoned. What's more, it's just a demon beast transformed by a mere sword kai, so BeiMing doesn't feel frightened at all. Look carefully how I'm going to destroy him, he uttered while holding his skeleton demon gun. He then casts his shock of demon spear technique and Ganjun panics upon seeing it. Fortunately, BeiMing hits his sword and he doesn't get a chance to dodge it. He was so shocked and couldn't believe that BeiMing was only just a king-level hunter, which is lower level than him. Other than that, he cannot believe that he doesn't have the chance to dodge after BeiMing faces his soul blade that can cut everything with just a single blow. The moment BeiMing his sword, he slides backward and her daughter Meiru immediately runs to him and asks if he's fine. He was staring at BeiMing while accepting the fact that there is such an amazing character in this new city, and that is BeiMing. For him, if BeiMing was born in the Star Alliance, BeiMing's future must be limitless, and he said that it was a pity that BeiMing was born in the Wasteland City. He was trembling in anger while telling BeiMing that he shouldn't go against the Star Alliance. Now that you have already taken this step, you can only die, he added while summoning another beast from his sword. After a few seconds, his divine beasts appeared from his sword and Guboi this time said that Ganjun really had a weird technique. He was surprised since he had never seen something like this technique in his whole life. Yuru at the same time was shocked to see more monsters of Ganjun appeared. Cheng Sheng then told her that the number only increased and he was confident that BeiMing could still deal with them easily with his current strength. Mei-Ru heard what he said and he smiled as she disagreed with Cheng Sheng, knowing that every monster that will appear is the same level as her father, and she believed that it would be a big mistake to think that only the number had increased. She was staring at BeiMing while thinking that it was impossible for Chen BeiMing to resist the attack of so many saint-level beasts. Her mood instantly changes when BeiMing says, "Is this the weapon that you are proud of? It's just an upgraded one." Ganjun felt insulted by BeiMing's statement while his daughter Mei-Ru was also furious at BeiMing. "Aren't you ashamed? If you are afraid, just say it straight, there is still time for surrender," she stated. BeiMing slightly smiled and said that there was no reason for him to be afraid. He also added that Mei-Ru really thinks that the demon god technique is really that powerful. BeiMing struck his weapon on the ground and possessed power from his fingers while saying that he'd close the Mei family's mouth forever today. After saying it, he activates a new technique called Proverbs of the Nine Emperors, and seeing this technique of BeiMing makes Mei-Ru clueless. From this golden circle that appeared with BeiMing's new technique, a dragon comes out and Ganjun is shocked knowing that this is a demon beast that are ancient creatures and are saint-level demons. He cannot believe that BeiMing turned so many demons into just one big monster. "I charge a lot, and it's not easy that I compromise with someone. If you want to live, give half of your high-level treasures," BeiMing uttered with a smile on his face. Ganjun and Mei-Ru were both dumbfounded and mad at BeiMing for giving them unbelievable command. "So what if you can condense all the beast in one? It's just an empty trick. Do you think it can fool me?" Ganjun replied. He widely smiles and proudly says that his sword can even stimulate the blood talent of the demon beasts, which he believes that BeiMing couldn't do with his cultivation. Talking about the Proverbs of the Nine Emperors, he stated that he had never heard something like this. He then declared that he would show BeiMing what his demon beast was capable of. These beasts were heading towards BeiMing and BeiMing still dared to say that these beasts were all weak. He then used his Proverbs of the Nine Emperors with killing intent. This technique creates a dazzling light and is heading to the beast's enemies. Ganjun was jaw-dropping as he witnessed how his monsters were easily killed in just one attack. His daughter Mei-Ru also clearly saw it. The beasts of her father completely disappeared and Ganjun sweated while thinking about what this technique BeiMing used to easily defeat his triple monsters. Proverbs of the Nine Emperors, Array. BeiMing screamed and the dragon from this technique appeared again and now went towards Ganjun. Mei-Ru rattled and immediately suggested her father to use his black gold mecha. Ganjun listened to her advice and the moment he was going to cast an attack, he didn't see BeiMing, but in an instant, BeiMing suddenly appeared behind him at a fast speed. BeiMing then attacked Ganjun's black gold mecha and used his Proverbs of the Nine Emperors to crush it. Ganjun rattled as he felt some danger. The area where he was standing exploded and Mei-Ru immediately ran at him with a worried face. Ganjun this time is already wounded. He was sitting on the ground while holding his arm and said that his black gold mecha that even a Horcrux can't scratch was easily crushed by BeiMing. "If I had a cultivation of Emperor Hunting Realm, I could condense hundreds of these demons," BeiMing uttered. As per BeiMing, Ganjun has no chance of winning against him, and even if he orders his battleship to destroy the new city, he will surely die at the hands of BeiMing. BeiMing added that if his city is destroyed, they can just rebuild it, but if Ganjun's life is gone, it's really gone and it will be not worthy. "So do you want to fight or chat?" BeiMing asked, and Ganjun said that there was nothing for them to talk about. He was so mad as he brought up that their Mei family spent countless efforts in the heavenly Phoenix City but was destroyed by Chen BeiMing. "If you want to talk, first you have to make up for all the losses of my Wei family. If you are able to do it, don't just think about talking. I can even let you marry my daughter," he added. Mei-Ru was annoyed that her father was willing to let Chen BeiMing, their enemy, marry her. On the other hand, BeiMing knew that marriage was the usual method used by the Star Alliance. They first pretend to get married, find out all the information about the other families, and in the end, eliminate the families one by one. He snapped his finger and planned to accompany Ganjun in the play that he started. He then pointed to the lady and declared that he wanted to marry Mei-ru into this new city and be happy forever. Ganjun was so shocked to hear it from BeiMing as he never thought BeiMing would agree. At the same time, Qingshuan was shocked while her sister Ziyu was annoyed at BeiMing since BeiMing just playing around never comes into their minds. Not only we make up for your losses, but I'll also pay Miss Mei's wedding dowry. It's just that the gift is a bit big. I'm afraid Patriarch won't accept it. BeiMing said. Ganjun was so confused since BeiMing was very arrogant with him earlier, and now changes abruptly. He was so curious about what gift BeiMing was talking about, and he wondered if BeiMing really took his marriage proposal seriously. A part of him is hesitant to believe, knowing that BeiMing really had unbelievable strength, and impossible for him to be naive. While he was thinking, BeiMing was patiently waiting for his response. At the same time, his daughter Mei-ru turned around with annoyance, wondering how things turned out like this. Since Ganjun didn't give an answer, BeiMing asked him once again if he wanted to accept the gift he planned to give. Ganjun is still curious, and he smiles as he starts to believe that BeiMing is really naive and easy to deal with. The Mei family is one of the top families in the Star Alliance. We have many horcrux, pills, and family properties. What possibly can you gift? He stated. The Star Alliance people were shocked after hearing BeiMing say that he was willing to give some of the relics and treasures he found at the ancient ruins. Even Ganjun himself was shocked and asked BeiMing once more for him to make sure. BeiMing this time activates his fire of purgatory and lets it fly towards Ganjun. Ganjun and his daughter were surprised to see this treasure. Ganjun accepted it, and BeiMing said that he knew that the Star Alliance had many treasures, but there weren't many like the fire of purgatory. He believes that this fire of purgatory should be more than enough to compensate for the Wei family. Talking about the gift, the ancient ruins seem abandoned, but there are countless treasures hidden inside. Among them, there are thousands of ruins of ancient kings and imperial families, and even one of the ruins is worth more than half of the Star Alliance's treasures. So, what does the Mei family think about such a big gift? BeiMing asked with crossed arms. Mei-ru remains silent while her father is looking at her. The owner of the ancient ruins should be at least in the Emperor Hunter realm, and the treasures inside will be priceless, so Ganjun was surprised that BeiMing, a kid who's only in the King Hunter realm, wanted to use these treasures as a dowry. He then asked BeiMing if it was possible for BeiMing to be the king of the ruins. After what he concludes, his daughter and defenders also wonder while BeiMing smiles at him. According to him, the Star Alliance can only rely on 2 points. One is the Valley of the Gods, where the demons beasts run rampant, forming a natural defensive line. Second are the supplies of materials and treasures from the ruins. He offered Ganjun to cut off all the sources so that the Star Alliance could no longer profit from the ruins. Ganjun was speechless while saying in his mind that BeiMing too was ambitious, without thinking that their Mei family was also counted in. He then concludes that BeiMing wants the Star Alliance to know that they messed with the wrong person. If Patriarch Mei is worried to anger the Star Alliance, then it's not necessary. As long as the Mei family becomes an emperor hunting family, what can the Star Alliance do? BeiMing said. Ganjun was shocked, knowing that his efforts in the Heavenly Phoenix City were just to become a first-class family in the Star Alliance. But the Emperor Hunter family, he doesn't even think about it. At this point, he offered a proposal to BeiMing, and BeiMing smiled as he successfully made Ganjun believe in him. The next day, Chengsheng was running at the city as fast as he could since there were guards chasing him. He was wearing a red cloth and it seemed like he was scared. While he's running, his grandfather blocked his way. Today is your engagement with Miss Mei. Don't even think about running away like last time, Gu Boy said. He then commanded the Gu guards to bring Chengsheng back, and the 2 guards were forcibly pulling him. Let me go. I don't want to marry the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Somebody help me. Chengsheng screamed in fear. At the same time, inside the Star Alliance's airship, Mei-ru was so mad and said that she doesn't want to marry Chengsheng. Father, do you want to marry with this indigenous? Besides, even if you want to marry me, it should be with the one surnamed Chen. Why is it Gu? She added. Shut up. You know what? We have joined forces with the 3 major cities. With their help we can become an Emperor Hunter family. It's way better than being the slave of the Star Alliance. Besides, it's just an engagement. Compared to Chen BeiMing, marrying in a small family is easier to control. Even if Chen BeiMing fails, we can still weaken his strength, which is a great achievement in the Star Alliance. Ganjun angrily said to his daughter. Mei-ru is having a tantrum, and her father asked her to listen, as he only did this for the future of their Mei family. He also mentioned this time that he has killed Wencheng to just prove their loyalty to BeiMing, and he doesn't want Mei-ru to ruin what he started. What he wants now is to make Mei-ru a spy so he can know BeiMing's plans. In the end, Mei-ru is just being used by her father for a purpose, and she doesn't like it. She was mad, but she didn't dare to disobey her father. At BeiMing's mansion, the old fox is running at a fast speed and goes directly to BeiMing to report something important. BeiMing was discussing with the elders and he turned his head behind, wondering what the old fox wanted to report. According to the old fox, it was about a sacred mountain of demon beasts. It is said that Jiulai Mountain was already a holy land of ancient races even before the falling of the wasteland. He stated that the ancient races have disappeared. Now an old demon emperor is sitting on the Jiulai Mountain, dominating all the demon beasts, and none of them dares to go against this demon emperor. BeiMing then recalled that there is only a few information about Jiulai Mountain in the Star Alliance records, and the demon emperor and ancient race are not mentioned. Now, he concludes that it could be that Jiulai Mountain has hidden secrets like Emperor Hunter Ruin, and somebody deliberately erased the information about them. In addition, regarding the demon envoy, BeiMing had always thought that the system of the demon beasts was very simple. Even if there was a demon emperor, they shouldn't be so organized. He realizes that all this is something beyond his understanding. He asked the old fox about the reason why the demons of Jiulai Mountain came to this new city, but the old fox wasn't sure. He said that as soon as the demon envoy came, they said they wanted to meet the city lord, although that was definitely not a good thing. BeiMing was so curious why the demons of Jiulai Mountain wanted to meet him, and at the same time, Xiaocheng uttered that half of the new city had just been destroyed by the Mei family, and the fortifications hadn't been repaired yet, so he wondered what if these demons want to cause trouble. Zionli is beside him, who mentioned that the Mei family married the Gu family, so they gave away a few warships as dowry to make up for the Mei family's losses. Yuan, patriarch behind BeiMing, was mad knowing that the Mei family killed Wu Wencheng just to avoid junctions. What's more is that the engagement ceremony is still in preparation and the two haven't been officially married yet. They all have a lot of worries about what would possibly happen to the new city, so BeiMing calms them down first and tells them that the demon envoy only came to meet him, but for now, he cannot say it's a blessing or curse, so he wants everyone not to panic. Since it was BeiMing, the elders didn't have a choice but to listen and trust him. BeiMing was able to calm them down, so he asked the old fox where he could find the visitor. As per the old fox, visitors are in the demon city and he already prepared food and wine to entertain them. Brother Fox and I will go to meet the demons, the rest of you be prepared in case anything happens, BeiMing said and left. After a few minutes, they arrived at the demon city, and as soon as they entered the hall, BeiMing instantly saw the demons of the Jiulai Mountain. They were tossing the wine and enjoying themselves while they were boasting each other's strength in terms of drinking. BeiMing was so disappointed since for him, these demon envoys looked like some mountain bandits. As per the old fox, although these demon envoys' cultivation base is not high, and they are sloppy, they have the demon mark left by the old demon emperor, and 10 old men combined can't beat a single one of these demon envoys. After hearing about the demon mark, BeiMing recalled this thing from his past life. Some powerful demon emperors can condense their own bloodline into marks and put them into the souls of other demons. Once they are in danger, they can break the seal and display the demon emperor's bloodline. However, the condensation of the mark can also harm the demons, except for the clan members of direct bloodline. The demon emperors will never sacrifice his own blood for the other demon races, so the demon emperor of Mount Jiulai turned out to be a pig demon. One pig demon saw the fox together with BeiMing. As you requested, I brought the city lord, the old fox replied. He then told BeiMing that it was the head of the demon envoy. Chen BeiMing pays his respects to the demon envoy. BeiMing politely said. The head of the demon envoy asked BeiMing if he was a hunter. The other demon envoys were murmuring behind, stating that the old fox had surrendered to a mere hunter. They also noticed the difference between BeiMing with the old fox. The head of the demon envoys stated that he doesn't care at all if BeiMing is a human or a demon. According to him, the orders of the demon emperor are to send the cultivator above the demon king realm to the burial god valley to aid the Jiuling mountain. BeiMing then instantly remembers that this burial valley this demon envoy's head mentions is the land between the ruins and the Star Alliance. Now, he was thinking that the Jiulai mountain demons might be planning to war against the Star Alliance. BeiMing then immediately asked the demon envoy's head why he was suddenly asking for help. The head won't give BeiMing an answer as it was their demon's business, which has nothing to do with the hunters. He told BeiMing not to obstruct the new city's demons to go and help them. BeiMing was so confused as to why this demon envoy's head felt that it would be troublesome for them if there was a hunter interfering. Because of it, he lied to the head envoy that he was not a hunter. The head stared at him and was hesitant to believe what he just said. BeiMing told him that he was also a demon beast. The head envoy said that he only heard that monsters in the Demon King realm can take a hunter's appearance. He started to believe that BeiMing was the Demon King, And now, he asked which sort of beast BeiMing is. BeiMing glanced at the old fox to ask for some help, and the old fox then interrupted by informing the head envoy that it is a taboo between a monster and beast to rashly talk about each other's race. The demon kings chose to take the human form to hide their weakness and their body. Unless their relationship is particularly close, even the closest beast can't easily know the monster itself. The demon envoy's question is really improper, he added. The head envoy accepted his mistake and apologized to them. He now 100% believes that BeiMing is really a monster who only had a human form, so he declared that they can now discuss together with BeiMing. According to him, the old demon emperor of Jiulai Mountain is his brother-in-law. He heard that a group of monsters refused to accept it, so his brother-in-law summoned various monsters to deal with them, and it seems that some hunters were also involved. Speaking of the hunters of Berrien Valley, BeiMing concludes that it might be the Star Alliance that occupies a treasure land there. Moreover, BeiMing has vaguely heard in his previous life that the Star Alliance and the monsters group had a battle in the Valley of Burial Gods. At this point, BeiMing told the head envoy not to worry, as he was willing to personally lead the demon beasts in his city to help Jiulai Mountain. After their discussion, BeiMing then comes out from the meeting hall of demons, and while they are walking, the old fox tells BeiMing that he honestly doesn't understand why BeiMing wants to get involved with their monster's business. Fox brother, you don't know. Although they are married to the Mei family right now, if we want to completely isolate the ruins from the Star Alliance, only the Mei family isn't enough, BeiMing answered. He also concludes that this new city will sooner or later be discovered, and at this time, it is still unknown for him if his new city will be able to go against the current Star Alliance. Therefore, he wanted to try to hold the Valley of the Burial God and drag the Star Alliance so that the Star Alliance couldn't easily come to the ruins. He knows that in this way, they have more time to accumulate strength to fight future battles. The old fox is hesitant to let BeiMing join their beast war, since BeiMing is still a human after all. Although BeiMing can fool a warlord-level demon envoy, the old fox still can't deny the fact that the old demon emperor can't easily be fooled. In addition, Jiulai Mountain monsters have very sensitive noses. They hate hunters, and the old fox is afraid that BeiMing is impossible to pass as a demon beast. BeiMing then told him not to worry, as he already had a plan, but he only needed a little favor from this old fox. When the night came, the old fox went outside to the demon city. He makes a loud, strange noise which makes the head envoy tremble in fear and hide on the gate. The old fox roared and struck the gate, which startled the head envoy. After a day, BeiMing is dripping some beast blood on the fire, and according to him, with this, he'll be able to send out the spirit of the beast to make it look real. But because the spirit of the beast is so striking, it is easy to be antagonized by other monsters, and because of the complexity of the recipe, it is abandoned by the Star Alliance as a chicken rib. BeiMing sat down on the floor and he smiled, knowing that he successfully got all the recipes he needed. He then closed his eyes as he started doing the alchemy. A few days later at the Gu family's mansion, the engagement was still ongoing, and the people congratulated Gu Boy since he's Cheng Cheng's father. Inside the mansion, Kingshuan and Ziyu were inside together with the old fox. Old fox, weren't you helping Chen BeiMing to collect blood? How come you are here? Ziyu asked. The old fox then answered that today was a big day, that's why he came. While they were talking, Cheng Cheng was planning to escape, but he was having a hard time seeing a lot of people present to attend his wedding ceremony. All of a sudden, Jiu Tang appeared behind him, so he reasoned out that he suddenly felt pain in his stomach, so he needed to leave and go back after. When he was about to walk away, Jiu Tang grabbed his shoulder and asked him to endure the pain no matter how uncomfortable he was. He was afraid that Cheng Cheng would escape once again, as he did long ago when he was about to marry the Wang family. Cousin Jiu, you and I are blood-related brothers, so do you have the heart to watch me fall into the fire pit? Cheng Cheng answered, enough. It's about the future of the Gu family and the new city. You have to endure it. Besides, it's an engagement. It's not like you're going down the hill. Jiu Tang said. Cheng Cheng then told him that it should be him who should marry the Mei family, since he cares so much for their Gi family. Besides, he's willing to be an ex-member of the Gu family, so he doesn't want Jiu Tang to mind who's the one he should marry. Jiu Tang was already annoyed and pulled him to bring him to his respective area. But then, Cheng Cheng is really hard-headed, since he really doesn't like to marry Mei Ru, as he is not attached to the lady at all. For him, Mei Ru is an ugly one who doesn't deserve him. Mei Ru suddenly came and heard him call the lady an ugly one. The lady this time is also wearing the red wedding dress, and she said to Cheng Cheng, how dare you call me ugly? Do you think that this lady is not worthy of you? Jiu Tang was attracted to her beauty and he was thrilled by just staring at the lady. Although not as good as the city lord's wife, she is also one of the best beauties. Cousin, go and get engaged for your brother, he said while holding Cheng Sheng's shoulder. Lady Mei Ru called them a bunch of buns who seemed never to have seen a woman. She also said that if it wasn't for the Mei family, she wouldn't have even cared for someone like Cheng Sheng, let alone marrying. She came to agree since it was her father who forced her and she was doing this for the sake of her Mei family. People really depend on clothes, house, and saddles, just a little bit like this, like a woman. It's a pity that this young master has his own heart. It doesn't matter how good you look, you won't be able to see it, Cheng Sheng said. Mei Ru then concludes that Cheng Sheng wanted to refuse the engagement. Cheng Sheng then answered that it doesn't matter if he really wants to refuse the engagement since Jiu Tang is more interested in the lady. And he even suggested the lady get married with his cousin Jiu Tang instead of him. And as per Mei Ru, this matter about marriage has already been discussed by everyone, which they should not disobey and put their families to shame. Cheng Sheng doesn't care at all as he doesn't see himself as a tool. Whoever he marries, he claims that he has the final say, and he won't let anybody else decide for him. He teases the lady for talking about engagement when in fact, she also doesn't want to get married. He suggested to the lady that they both should run away and cancel the marriage. Mei Ru was silent and hesitant since she never went against her father since she was a child for the sake of the Mei family. She cannot believe that Cheng Sheng wants them both to escape and wonders if Cheng Sheng is really not afraid to provoke the anger of their both families and carry on his back with infamy. All of a sudden, someone came and disturbed them all. It was the people from the Black Pagoda led by Jiumeng. We came here to congratulate the Gu and Mei family, Jiumeng said with an ironic smile on his face. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 2,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.